All right. I don't know why we're here again, but we are. Uh, we're gonna see whether they go over it or not today. I'm just gonna let it run through. See what happens. Uh, honestly, at this point, I don't want it to pass because of the amendments they put in there. Because apparently the Democrats got in harsher penalties than normal, and that doesn't seem right. Apparently, the Democrats want to go after those that are following the rules and punish them harder for making a mistake than their criminal constituents. Figure that one out. So with that, here it is.
From Lexington, unless I'm mistaken, I believe that their questions have been resolved to their satisfaction. And so if there are no further questions, I'll sit down and we can move on to the roll call.
Question is, second reading of S700. Clerk will please ring the bell. Senator from Spartanburg.
They got to go
Kimball,
through everything else first.
Mr. President, for leave from the Senator from York, Senator Johnson,
it's gonna be a
for this roll call vote.
You might want to go get a sandwich and come back.
Has leave. Without objection, Senator from York, Senator Michael Johnson is provided leave. Clerk will ring the bell.
As you can see, I'm taking it
Senator from Edgefield. What purpose do you rise, sir?
So,
unanimous consent for leave. The senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, until 4 p.m.
Without objection, Senator has leave. The reading clerk will please call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Not voting. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clemmer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Mr. Hembry votes aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Votes aye. Mr. Michael Johnson has leave. Mr. Michael Johnson votes aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Votes aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin has leave. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Not voting. Mr. McElveen. Aye. Mr. McLeod. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Votes aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Aye. Mr. Talley. Aye. Mr. Tedder. Votes aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr.
yeah,
Burton.
there's some characters.
Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young votes aye.
So, just
Senator Jackson votes aye. Senator from Fairfield, what purpose do you
All right,
rise,
I'll
sir?
be back later.
Senate
You guys
request.
watch
State your
this.
request.
Let
Leave
me
for
know
the
what
senator
happens.
from Colleton, Senator Bright Matthews, for 1 hour.
Without objection, leave is granted. Unanimous consent. Senator Allen votes aye. Further members of the Senate wishing to cast your vote? The polls will close and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 43-0, S700 receives a second reading. Members of the Senate, that now takes us to page 29, bottom of the page 29, S620 by the senator from Beaufort, Senator Davis. Reading clerk will please read. I'm sorry. We have a committee amendment on the desk. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise?
I would move to carry the bill over. That's what I was gonna-
Motion is to carry the bill over. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. That takes us to page 30, top of the page, S778. The reading clerk will please read.
Member state compact.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over S778. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no.
Remember, they have
Ayes
to go
have it.
through all the
bill's
other
carried
bills on the
over.
list before they can get back to the debate. So either they vote to
That
carry it
takes
over
us
in the
now
next
to page
legislative
30,
session.
S806 by the Senator
they vote
from
on it and have it
Oconee
go through
and
committee.
Darlington. The reading clerk will please. We have an amendment on the desk. The reading clerk will publish the amendment.
Senator Alexander proposes the following amendment. Members of Bill Section 1, strike Section 2, 1180, items A, B, C, and D, and inserts
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir?
For purpose of explaining the amendment and the underlying bill.
You're recognized on the amendment and the bill.
Members of the Senate, this particular bill addresses when the General Assembly adjourns sine die. Currently, we adjourn sine die not later than 5 o'clock on the second Tuesday in May. But also the regular annual session of the General Assembly may be extended under circumstances outlined in current law. And under current law, if the House of Representatives fails to give third reading to the annual general appropriations bill by March 31st, sine die is extended by one statewide day for each statewide day the House has not given third reading to the bill. And instead of that particular provision in regard to the extension of sine die, the following language would be added. If the general appropriations bill or capital reserve fund resolution is not completed by the sine die adjournment date, the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives may call their respective bodies into session at any time after the date of sine die adjournment and until the first Thursday in June to complete those matters. So kind of in summary, this language in here about the automatic extension of sine die for each day that the general appropriations bill has not been passed by the House of Representatives after March 31 is sort of archaic. We really don't follow that. And so what we're doing instead is having the General Assembly subject to the call of the Speaker and the President of the Senate in the event the general appropriations bill has not been agreed to.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise?
See, Senator Yu.
Senator Yields for question.
So if they don't pass it in a timely fashion and we do get called back, is everything on the calendar, or is it just the
The
appropriations? bill?
appropriations bill.
All right, and usually whatever day is our final sine die day, we adjourn at 5 o'clock. Is that, but they could change that and say we could come back and stay however long we need to. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, and what I didn't realize, Senator from Orangeburg, was that this is even in the code, that if if the House had not given initial third reading to the appropriations bill by March 31, that the sine die was automatically extended by one statewide day for each statewide day it didn't. So I don't think that's ever been utilized, but it's sort of been in the code. And so now we're simply replacing that with subject to the call of the House Speaker and the President of the Senate only as to the appropriations bill.
All right, and both, may I continue?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Both of them have to agree because, I guess, because they've already passed the budget. We're the ones that gets it later. If we haven't finished, can we come back without them to finish?
After the sine die, the House Speaker and the President of the Senate would have to call us back in for the sole purpose of taking up the appropriations bill. And that power only extends until the first Thursday in June.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Senator from Fairfield, what purpose do you ask, sir?
If Senator yield for a few questions?
Senator Yields. Senator Yields.
Senator, if we don't pass this, what is our position?
I
Will
guess.
we have to scramble every year?
Yeah, and I guess what we would do, if we had to, we could go back and look and count the days that the House didn't pass the budget and calculate that. I just can't recall in the 20 years that I've been up here, we're ever doing that. So it really is a way of cleaning up the code and reflecting what I think we actually do in practice.
And is it true that we will now not have to scramble as much at the end of a year based on circumstances because we've got this in place?
Wouldn't necessarily have to, but I wouldn't predict that we won't be scrambling.
Yes, thank you. And so this bill will protect our Senate position, not hamper it, correct?
I guess if you want to walk things out in theory, I mean, the House, by delaying a third reading vote under current law, could effectively extend sine die unilaterally.
Did you know that was when I read this, that I was worried about the potential? And to your point, it's not been used, but the potential's there.
The potential
we
is
could
there.
get caught in a jam. This protects the Senate's rights, does it not?
That's a fair analysis.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee amendment.
Pending question is the adoption of the committee amendment, of the amendment, of the amendment, not the committee, but the amendment that's before us. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered. There are no further amendments. Question is second reading of the bill. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent to apply the last unanimous roll call vote to this bill on second reading.
Is there objection?
I don't know what
to
sign and die
using
is.
a 43-0 unanimous vote for second reading of S806. Here, no objection, so ordered. S806 receives second reading by a vote of 43-0. Members, it now takes us to page 31, H3116. The reading clerk will please read.
Bill amending the code relating to persons liable for taxes and assessments on real property so as to provide that certain disabled veterans of the armed forces of the United States are exempt.
Senator from Lawrence, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to explain the bill.
You're recognized. Explain the bill.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
President. I will
As I said,
explain
I'm
the
gonna
committee
be
amendment that was
away
adopted
for a bit,
yesterday,
so
and as well as
good luck.
the current statute that governs
I don't have
that we're
much hope
seeking
for
to
this, so
modify.
I'm pretty much lost out now.
Right now,
So
permanently and
see
totally
you later.
disabled veterans, law enforcement
I'm letting this
officers,
run.
and firefighters are eligible for a property tax exemption the following year from when they are deemed eligible and have been found qualified. They have to wait a year to enjoy the benefit. Underlying bill seeks to make them eligible and receive property tax exemption the year in which they're found eligible and qualified, so that they don't have to wait an entire year to get the tax break. The amendment we adopted yesterday clarifies that surviving spouses also enjoy the benefit if their spouse becomes or passes away before the exemption is actually granted. So for firefighters, disabled veterans, and law enforcement officers, it's the first part of the amendment we adopted yesterday. Second part of the amendment made sure that automobiles held in trust as well, up to two, also receive the property tax exemption. The question that was offered yesterday, which I need to clarify the answer on, was the marital status for the surviving spouse. Where and for how long does she or he maintain the exemption? If the spouse never remarries, he or she can carry that exemption indefinitely till they pass, even if it's 8 or 10 owner-occupied homes. If they remarry, the exemption expires on the property for which was the declared owner-occupied home at the time of the passing. I related to you yesterday that married, they could still transfer at one time. That was inaccurate. Cannot transfer it to another property under any circumstances if the marital status changes. Even if they've been in a widow 5, 6, 7, 8 years, that property tax exemption stays with that particular property. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I would ask for second reading.
Pending question is second reading on H311. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Wonder if the senator would yield for a question.
Senator yield for question. Senator yields.
Senator, I don't have an issue with the bill as it stands now, but there was an issue that popped up on my radar that may be affected in this. I wondered if you would mind if we carry it over, just if I could just ask a question of staff and maybe come back to it.
Mr. President,
Senator from Lawrence.
could I ask unanimous consent that we take up 3116 at the end of the second reading?
Well,
Uncontested.
we're there.
We're there. Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the bill. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered. That takes us on page 31. On page 31, S621. Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over S621. Those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Members of the Senate, that takes us now to page 35. Page 35, H4278. Reading clerk, this is under concurrent resolutions, 4278. The reading clerk will read.
Current resolution requesting Department of Transportation name Woodville Road in Florence County Bishop Donald Hyman Road, rate appropriate signs and markers.
The pending question is adoption of H4278. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So ordered. This completes the call of the uncontested calendar. We're now in the motion period. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
President, I move to dispense with the balance of the motion period.
Motion is to dispense with the balance of the motion period. Those in favor would please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have dispensed with the balance of the motion period. Senator from Richland, Senator Harpootlian, what purpose do you rise, sir?
A matter of personal interest.
You're recognized for a point of personal interest. Recognized up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we begin this trek we started last week to debate and discuss the wisdom or lack of thereof of carrying weapons, guns, I thought I might remind everybody here that there is other business to be attended to. Probably the most important piece of business we'll deal with this year is judicial reform. And as long as we're debating guns, we won't get to it, but we'll be done. I'm told we'll be done with guns at some point. And at that point, we should be dealing with things like medical marijuana, Senator Davis, and other important issues. But there's nothing more important than judicial reform. There are bills pending in the Judiciary Committee that have not had subcommittee hearings or committee hearings. There's nothing currently able to be debated on the floor. And we're going to adjourn this year if we don't do something relatively quickly without having addressed what I'm finding as I talk to my constituents, the single most important issue they have, which is how do we pick judges? Are there a small group of lawyer legislators who are pre-digesting our choices for us in such a way
that we don't get a meaningful choice as to who's sitting on the bench. And if you listen to the ad hoc committee chaired by Representative Caskey, there was atrocity after atrocity after atrocity related by solicitors, former judges, as to how that process worked. I'm not advocating a public election. I'm not advocating gubernatorial appointment. I'm advocating refining this system so that it is transparent and the people have faith that the judges we elect are not picked based on some political criteria, but picked really based on merit. Now, I know there are members of y'all that are on the merit selection committee, and I know that y'all work very hard, but that doesn't mean necessarily there's not a better way to do it. It's more transparent and will raise confidence in this process.
Senator from Anderson, what purpose do you have, Senator Cash?
See if the senator will yield for question.
Senator, yield for a question?
I will.
Senator, yields for a question.
Senator, did you know that I think a lot of people are concerned about judicial reform, and we actually have one bill with 20 co-sponsors that would do the easiest and most important thing, which would be to simply remove the limit of 3 coming out of the screening committee. Did you know, Senator?
I knew that. I support it, but until we can vote on it, it's irrelevant, if you will.
Well, did you know, Senator, I believe there's an effort underway to try to have a more comprehensive package of judicial reform, but I believe that might be biting off too much at once. But I do believe this one thing, hopefully we could largely agree upon and get passed this year with just a little attention to that matter.
Well, and Senator, I would agree, removing the cap of 3, doing away with the anonymous complaints, and lastly, I believe it would be very, very helpful to, once someone files, not allow them to withdraw, so that we don't have what we heard about during that ad hoc committee, people pressured to get out of the race. If you're going to file, you're going to be in. Those 3 things. And by the way, I'd live with just what you're proposing. I don't want to get too greedy because it's important that we pass something.
Well, did you know right now, Senator, we're probably not going to pass the House resolution. We're in a little bit of a standoff with them, and I do hope that by the time we get finished with the standoff, that at the very least we could pass something that I think the members, great majority of both chambers, would agree is the easiest reform to pass, which is removing the limit of 3.
But I think we need to pass something for them to consider before we, before I'll vote for a resolution setting a joint assembly. We need to pass something here.
We've got to build in committee.
Well, it's got to get out of committee. And that's the point. We need, the chairman of Senate Judiciary needs to, he's not here, but he needs to hear this because he needs to get that a subcommittee or committee so we can deal with that and get it out on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Richland. Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you ask?
Introduce the Doctor of the Day.
You're recognized for the Doctor of the Day. Senator from Sumter.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. If you look in the gallery, you will see yet another familiar face. It's my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Gary Culbertson, who is a plastic surgeon in Sumter County, back again to be Doctor of the Day. Dr. Culbertson has been coming up here and doing this every year since I was a senior in high school, 1996. And so, Dr. Culbertson, I know it's a lot for you to walk away from your practice one day a year to do this, but we sure do appreciate you coming here and being willing to spend your time and your talents taking care of us. And I also want to introduce, he has a medical student with him today, Elliot Lyles. You raise your hand. It's great to see you here today. So let's please give Dr. Culbertson and Ms. Lyles a big Senate welcome. Thank y'all for being here.
Delighted to have y'all visiting with us today. Thank you for your service to your community and for being with us today. Great to see you. Thank you. Members of the Senate, that now takes us to bills returned from the House. S 557, Senator from Edgefield. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over S 557. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill's carried over. We're on further on page 5. Now in adjourned debate on H 3594. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, to be heard very quickly, but then to make a motion.
Recognize.
Mr. President, yesterday I offered an amendment and I made a mistake in that amendment, and I have a correction amendment on the desk. And I think the next amendment is a senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, and I've asked her if she would mind if I try to go first to correct my mistake from yesterday. So I would, and I'm happy to explain this more, but I would ask unanimous consent to go to amendment number 20.
To the unanimous consent request, we go to amendment number 20. Hearing no objection, it's so ordered. We are now, and I'll ask the reading clerk to publish the amendment.
Amendment number 20 is by Senator Massey. It's a bill, section 3,
President.
strike section 162320.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
President, can I be recognized to speak on the amendment?
You are recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator from Richland for allowing me to jump line here. I wanted to get to this because I think the last amendment that we adopted yesterday was an amendment that I offered that did a couple different things. One, it dealt with the penalty if someone carries a weapon into a business that posts a sign that says no concealable weapons allowed. It also provided for graduated penalties for unlawful carrying of weapons. And the first part of that is what I want to talk about because I made a mistake there and I need to acknowledge that mistake. When I read the bill, and I think if you read the bill, and we've had attorneys look at the bill as well, when you read the bill, it looks pretty clearly like what the House did is they reduced the penalty for folks who carry a weapon into a business that posts a sign that says no concealable weapons allowed. There is another section in existing law, however, that actually has that penalty in place. So the House did not decrease the penalty for it. They actually kept it consistent. They just moved it into a different place. And I missed that. I represented to the body yesterday afternoon, that it was a reduction in penalty, and I was wrong about that. The body adopted my amendment partially, I guess, based on that representation. And so I wanted to apologize first. I just missed it. But shortly after we adjourned, I was looking and I realized that I did make the mistake. So I wanted to try to fix that, what I had done yesterday. The law actually says that if you carry, now, it has said this for a while, the penalty provision's in a different section. That's why I missed it. But it says if you carry into the Publix and Publix has a sign that says no concealable weapons allowed, it says that if you do that it's a 30-day misdemeanor. It treats it like trespass. My amendment here that I'm offering now, amendment number 20, just restores that language. It restores the language that the House had for that penalty to make it, which is consistent with current law. So all I'm asking here to do now is to go back to what the current law is. My intention yesterday was to try to make that penalty consistent with current law. I misunderstood what the House did, and that's on me, and I apologize to each of you for representing that differently. I didn't do it intentionally. I just missed it. And so here I am today apologizing, but also trying to fix the mistake that I made. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I hope I explained what my situation is.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Entertain a question?
Sure. Senator Yields for question.
So, Senator, I appreciate this amendment, but just to be clear to everyone listening, the amendment that, and I voted against your amendment yesterday, but the amendment that you got adopted has the graduated penalties and a pretty harsh penalty for first offense. So this is taking it back to where that other code section of law was that you had missed, to sort of help me with my concerns about the person who maybe accidentally carried it into the public. So a little grandma or something, that
All right,
sort of
so
thing.
right now, the current law on that is that if someone carries it into the Publix and the Publix has posted a sign, right? The sign says no concealed weapons allowed. If you carry it into that Publix with that sign, accidentally or not, the law says it's a 30-day misdemeanor, right? It's a trespass penalty, right? I changed that yesterday, but it's because I thought the House had changed it, and I was just trying to keep it current law. And I made that mistake. So now I'm going back to what the current law is.
Thank you for that additional clarity. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We do have further amendments on the desk. I would ask the reading clerk in order. Senator. I've got to publish the next amendment. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is number 14 by Senator McLeod, amends the bill section 19, strike section 2331-245.
Senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment. While she comes to the podium, Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Like unanimous consent to distribute some information.
Without objection, distribute information to the body. Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, while she comes to the podium, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request to make a brief announcement.
State your.
Just thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to let the members of the body know that MUSC is having a reception this evening from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock p.m. at 1208 Washington Street, and all members and staff are invited.
Senate is so informed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, on the amendment that's before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, colleagues, we passed an amendment that was sponsored by Senator from Ori, Senator Hembry. And today I'm introducing an amendment that just goes a little bit further and says what I think the spirit and intent was yesterday. It says it a little more clearly and affirmatively. It just adds that when enforcing the provisions of the article, the officer may not consider race, color, or national origin, except to the extent permitted by the United States and South Carolina Constitution. It's a simple clarification. We want to make sure that when this bill, or if this bill passes, there will be no racial profiling. Move for adoption.
Senator from Ori, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise?
To speak on the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Ori, Senator Hembry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we worked really hard, as you know, trying to get this language exactly right. We're very precise in working through the research, working with several other members to try to get the wording as close to perfect as we could, because it matters when you talk in this context about the Fourth Amendment and about search and seizure. The words really do matter, and so we were able to craft something we felt like was spot on and had bipartisan support on that. I don't know that this, I can't say for sure that this really hurts anything, but it doesn't add anything. In enforcing the provisions contained in this article, an officer may not consider race, color, or national origin except to the extent permitted by the United States and South Carolina Constitution. So the Constitution really doesn't permit in its terms some conduct here that I think is anticipated. I think I know what the goal is. Racial profiling is, if it's unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional. And, it can't, I think I know what you're trying to get at, but I don't think this gets you there. And what's more, I'm very concerned that it might have some unintended consequence on the underlying policy to not have unreasonable searches and seizures just based on a gun. So I'll be glad to answer questions in just a moment, but I'll be voting against this amendment. I ask you to join me on that because, number one, I don't think it really adds anything. Number two, it might potentially do some damage. And so we'll be dealing with that in just a minute, but happy to answer questions.
Senator from Richmond, Senator McLeod, what purpose do you rise?
Will the senator yield?
Senator yield for question. Senator yields.
So, Senator, I'm not sure, I'm not sure about the damage that you're referring to, but if I might just share a brief, I thought we were trying to move things forward pretty quickly today, so I didn't say it when I was at the well, but did you know that in 2005, I was not serving in either chamber. I was lobbying for the Public Safety Foundation, along with Lynn Stokes Murray and a few other women. We were referred to as the Safety Chicks. Not a name that is politically correct, but oh well. And did you know that we were able to get primary enforcement of seatbelts passed here in South Carolina? Were you aware of that?
I did not know that you were one of the, I'm not going to say
Did
it.
you know that I was one of the Safety Chicks?
I didn't know that, and I was aware that was passed, primary enforcement. I recall when that happened in South Carolina. I didn't know that you were involved in that.
Right. So I was very involved in that, and I worked with Senator Jackson, Representative Neal, Joe Neal in the House, who is since deceased. But one of the issues, one of the biggest stumbling blocks for us, did you know, was that very issue, racial profiling. And it was then that I was enlightened about the number of times that it actually happens. And so we came to an agreement in order to get that legislation passed all those years ago. And it took a lot of conversations and just enlightening, I guess, members of both chambers from the lobby for me at that time, because this is an issue that is very prevalent even today. And I'm sure you're aware of instances like Philando Castile in Minnesota, who was a licensed gun owner and was stopped supposedly because of a tail light that was out. He was with his girlfriend and his girlfriend's 4-year-old daughter. And when the police approached to tell him, did you know that when the police approached to, when they stopped him and approached him to tell him why they stopped him, he simply responded that he was a licensed gun owner, and that he did everything that the law in Minnesota at the time told him to do. He told them, as soon as he said, I'm a licensed gun owner, let me, present my weapon as the law in Minnesota required, he was shot within 40 seconds. He was shot at 7 times. 5 of those times hit, did you know? And he was murdered in front of his girlfriend, in front of a 4-year-old baby. And things like that happen all the time to people of color. We tend to have, did you know, a separate set, we are governed, did you know, by a separate set of rules, it seems, when it comes to gun ownership, being licensed to carry, carrying openly, not being considered a threat. And so this issue is real for a lot of us. And did you know that this amendment is just to affirm, if it doesn't add anything, it doesn't hurt anything, why not let it be in the law if it passes, so that there is no ambiguity as far as that is concerned when somebody is stopped?
I don't think there's any ambiguity now. And I've stated, I don't know what else to tell you. The question is, why do I oppose it if it doesn't do anything one way or another? I'm concerned. Words do matter in this context when you're in the search and seizure and Fourth Amendment body of law. And I mean, it's very much about the form and the words that you use. So it gives me, that's why I hesitate, even though I go, well, that makes, I mean, what's the harm, right? You can't do anything that's unconstitutional. That's what you're basically saying.
Right.
And
But it happens every day, does it not?
well, I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but I know it happens enough that it's, it's a concern for law enforcement. It's a concern for me. It was a concern for me when I was a prosecutor. This is unacceptable conduct. And it's our job to root it out. And those individuals that are engaging in that kind of conduct, if you're in law enforcement or working as a prosecutor, that's not you're there to protect the judicial system and the Constitution. So it's not acceptable, and you try to stop it when you're in that role. And of course, that's our role here too. But
you referred to it as damage, though. You don't want to do any damage. What damage are you thinking about?
I simply don't know. I'm concerned that if it adds an element that I'm not seeing, that now gets thrown into the bucket when a judge is trying to sort through one of these search issues or stop and frisk issues. I don't know that it adds anything. I can't say that, but and I don't know that it does damage. But I do know that it could get misconstrued. It can get twisted around and cause issues that never should have been there. So I think if there's an unconstitutional stop, there's a remedy for that currently. There's an answer for that there's a process in a court and in front of a judge. And so, you can challenge the arrest, you can challenge the underlying rationale for the stop and have, and have it thrown out. You can get it thrown. I mean, if it's wrong, you can get it thrown out.
If somebody's murdered, though, does it matter if it's
I
wrong?
don't see anything about this that's going to prevent the factual situation that you just relayed to us from Minnesota. I don't see anything in this. If you've got a police officer that overreacts and acts improperly, this could have been on the books in Minnesota and it wouldn't have mattered. Okay. I mean, that officer, I gather, if he was murdered, was the officer prosecuted? Was the officer arrested and prosecuted?
The officer was tried and he was not convicted of murder.
A jury found the jury found there was not a murder.
That it was reasonable. But
okay.
Obviously, it's obvious to me that it wasn't reasonable. I can't imagine how.
But
that I get, but that's not the point. The point is, what is the harm in expressing the law more affirmatively so that it is clear? Because I appreciate the language that you guys came up with. I think it works. I'm just simply trying to add to it in a way that enhances it, not to take anything away from it.
Okay.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Stevens, what purpose do you ask?
The senator yield for a couple questions.
I'll be happy.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, as I listened to the conversation back and forth between you and the senator from Richland, I too got a question, and I think you kind of answered it when you talked of expounding on potential damage, and you put the word potential there. So I'm thinking, Senator, somewhere deep down inside, you think there will be some potential for.
Senator, I simply don't know, and that's the honest truth. I can't give you I could. Okay, let's say that. I guess I can give you one hypothetical that crossed my mind that could, if I were a lawyer representing someone who had been stopped, where I would raise this language. So be on the lookout for. There's this robbery at a liquor store in North Myrtle Beach, and there's a description of the perpetrator. He's wearing a red sweatshirt. He appears to be of Indian descent. He's 5 foot, looks to be about 5'8" to 5'10", and he's in a blue Ford. And he's headed north on Highway 17. So you have given a description involving the person's race, all right, as part of that be on the lookout for, all right? So we initiate, let me say he's walking. Let me make it hypothetical a little cleaner. He's walking north on Highway 17. So police roll up and they see a guy looks like he's of Indian descent walking north on Highway 17 in the general vicinity of the liquor store that's been robbed 3 minutes earlier. And they stop him. Okay. And one of the reasons they stopped him is in the description, they described his race. And so this injects this element of race into this analysis in some sort of sideways way. Now, if I'm defending him, all right, if I'm defending our robber, liquor store robber, I'm going to say, well, you know, they can't really consider race when they're doing this stop and this detention and the ultimate arrest of this guy. And I'm going to make that motion in front of a judge. Now, you know, the judge may say, well, that's not really, you know, it's really not about, I mean, they didn't stop him just because of his race, but it was, but I'd say, well, judge, part of the reason was his race. And then I mean, if it's part of it, hey, we can't do that. And so I'm worried that it creates this issue that's really not solving the problem that Senator from Richland is looking to solve. I mean, I understand what she's trying. I get where she's going with her intent. I absolutely actually agree with her what her ultimate goal is, but not in this place.
And that gives vent to what I'm about to say to you now, Senator. And when you look at the subjectivity of the officer and the opinion of the officer in making an arrest, or whether or not he or she should actually detain this individual and do that search, you know, the opinion aspect of it is so vague that it scares me to a point that, you know, someone may be particularized because of because of their race, creed, or nationality.
I don't disagree with you that there are well-known, proven cases of racial profiling. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't exist or hasn't existed. And I think law enforcement in America has done, you know, they're moving in the right direction. I think they've acknowledged that issue, and many departments have policies to deal with that issue as best they can. Now, that doesn't, and I'll say that I think they're moving in the right direction, right? But at the same time, are we there yet? Nope, we're not. And I mean, you're still going to have officers that are going to push the envelope, and you know that's why we have to kind of keep watching them. But I don't think this is going to address that.
So you really believe that this will address that? Your amendment will address that, and not the senator from Richland who have added on to that amendment in a sense.
So I don't think that this amendment, that my amendment, okay, the one that we adopted yesterday, I don't think that amendment, it's really not aimed at dealing with racial profiling. That's not the purpose of the amendment. The purpose of that amendment is to make it clear that the Terry stop is still allowed under law, and you know it's well settled law. And number two, that you can't use the possession of a firearm, regardless of race, but you can't use the possession of a firearm as the only basis for a stop and for a Terry stop. So it's really crafted to just deal with that particular specific objective. And this expands into, tries to go into something totally different, kind of off to the side. And that's what gives me some real, concern.
You truly believe that, Senator, that this will take basically everything into consideration? When I say this, your amendment, of any of those way out of left field stops and seizures?
I think it just makes it clear that you have to have something more than just the possession of a gun to initiate a stop. I think that's all. I think that's the bottom line on it.
And that goes back to interpretation once again by the officer.
True. Now, I'll agree with you, because that officer may have additional information at their disposal. Okay, they may know. I'll give you an example. I'll give you a great example. I might know. I mean, a lot of places, these guys are coming through the criminal justice system on a regular basis. It's very common, and that officer knows that this defendant was convicted of armed robbery and just got out of jail a month ago. He knows him. He knows him, grew up with him, lived in the same town. He's prosecuted, whatever. So he knows him. So he sees him walking down the street with a gun. Okay. And he knows he's been convicted of a crime that prohibits him from possessing a gun. So that officer has additional information, something over and above just the possession of a gun. He would be well within his rights to stop that individual, detain him, and place him under arrest. I mean, it wouldn't be a problem because he's got that additional information. But so yes, the officer could have, he's got an objective standard though, and we put and that would be objective. That would be just his actual knowledge would be an objective, would it be a particularized and objective basis. So, and that's why we put that language in there like that.
Senator, do you know that at present, I'm kind of walking the fence between your amendment and the amendment from the senator from Richland. And after the two of you finish, I will have an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, what purpose do you rise?
Will the senator yield?
I'll continue to yield.
The senator continues to yield.
Thank you, Senator. And I appreciate the first scenario that you gave because I asked similar questions yesterday. And one of the things that is, I guess, specific about my amendment is that it allows for an exception. And that is what, I'm not sure if that's what's giving you pause, but it sounds like it. And when we looked it up yesterday, it says that law enforcement officers can use race under the 14th Amendment, I think, when race or ethnicity, when they are pursuing a specific suspect description. And that is kind of what you alluded to a few minutes ago. So that is what the amendment means when it says except for what the law allows under the United States or South Carolina Constitution, if I might clarify. Maybe I should have amended it to say specifically that. Would that have made a difference? Because I get that that must be the damage that you or the language that you consider potentially harmful. But I think by referring to the United States and the South Carolina Constitution, it addresses that and allows for an exception in those cases where there is a specific description of a suspect that is being pursued. Does that make sense?
I understand you, but I don't know that I am comforted by that. I just, it's I guess just the unknown. I understand, we're just not probably going to agree about this one, but, I feel like I know where you're trying to get to, but I don't think this is the place to get there. Would be my.
So you don't think that your amendment is the vehicle that I should have used to include racial profiling?
Correct.
Okay, and why? Why not?
Well, I mean, racial profiling, you don't have to say racial profiling is wrong. Racial profiling is wrong. So.
Right, and that's based on a
see
reasonable person standard, but that's not the standard that we see being enforced in South Carolina and across the country.
Well, I think there are places that are addressing that issue more effectively than others. I think that's a true statement. I'm not, I haven't studied up on that. I'm not, I can't sit here and I can't stand here with any level of, authority and say, okay, I know a lot about this. Let me tell you about racial profiling and what's going on in America in 2024 about it. I just haven't spent the time to study up on it lately. It's been a long time, really. So I'm certain, though, just by intuitively, I know that it still happens. I know it's less than it used to. I think that's a true statement. But do I think we've gotten there yet? No, I don't. But I don't think this will get you there either. And it might have a negative impact.
Okay, I think we're going to disagree on that.
The pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Roll call has been requested of more than 5 members. 5 members second the call. More than 5. Roll call is ordered. The clerk will ring the bell, please. This was on adoption of the amendment. The reading clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Adams? No. Mr. Alexander? No. Mr. Allen? Not voting. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Campson? No. Mr. Cash? No. Mr. Clymer? Not voting. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? No. Mr. Davis? No. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Fanning? Not voting. Mr. Gambrell? No. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms? No. Mrs. Gustafson? No. Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson? Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson? Not voting. Mr. Kimbrell? Mr. Kimbrell votes no. Mr. Loftus? No. Mr. Malloy? Not voting. Mr. Martin has leave. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen? Aye. Mr. McLeod? Mr. McLeod votes aye. Mr. Peeler? No. Mr. Rankin? Not voting. Mr. Rickenbaugh? No. Mr. Rice? No. Mr. Sabb? Mr. Sabb votes aye. Mrs. Sin? No. Mr. Setchler? Aye. Mrs. Shealy? No. Mr. Stevens? Aye. Mr. Talley? Mr. Talley not voting. Mr. Tedder votes aye. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Young votes no.
Have all senators voted? Senator Michael Johnson votes no. Senator Clymer votes no. Senator Allen votes aye. Senator Talley votes no. Senator Malloy votes aye. Further members of the Senate wishing to record your vote on this amendment? Seeing none, the polls will close and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 15 to 28, the amendment is not adopted. The reading clerk will publish additional amendments. The next amendment.
Next amendment, amendment number 15B by Senator Massey. It amends the bill. It adds a appropriately numbered section to read.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Asked to be recognized to speak on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Edgefield.
Mr. President, this amendment is an effort to include something in here that is already included in the CWP program. This would require anyone who is carrying with the constitutional carry, right? So there's no permit requirement, no prerequisites, anything like that. Says that if you are carrying and if you have a lawful stop or detention from a police officer, you have to notify the police officer that you're carrying a weapon. Right? It is an affirmative duty to notify law enforcement if you're carrying a weapon. Right now, with the CWP program, if you have this type of an interaction with law enforcement, you have an affirmative obligation to tell the law enforcement officer you are a CWP holder and that you're carrying a weapon. What this says is if you're carrying, whether you've got a permit or not, if you're carrying and you have a lawful stop, detention, or investigation with an officer, you have an affirmative obligation to tell the officer that you're carrying the weapon. Right? This is frankly for the protection of the law enforcement officer, but also protection of the individual who's being stopped, right? Because if you've got an officer who's engaging with this person and the officer doesn't know that the person's got a weapon, and the person doesn't tell the officer that he's got a weapon, and the officer finds it on his own, things could get hairy real quick. So all this is an affirmative obligation to notify law enforcement that you're carrying. And it does have a penalty attached. It's a 30-day misdemeanor penalty that we talked about earlier with trespass. So,
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you ask, sir?
See for you for a question.
Senator, do you have a question? Senator Yields.
Senator, I couldn't get it pulled up, so I don't have the exact language in front of me, but thank you. This gets confusing to me of what the definition of carry is. I assume that means that you got it in your pocket or in your hands.
Got it on your person,
right?
If you're carrying it openly or concealed,
right? But probably at least half of the stops, if not more, are made when a vehicle is stopped.
Okay.
And the vehicle is stopped. You don't have it in your pocket, but you got it on the seat. Therefore, you're already in violation of the law because you're in violation of the unlawful carrying of a pistol because it's not in your glove box or your trunk.
However, this changes, the bill changes that.
Well, that's what I'm going to go through with you.
Okay.
All right. So are you telling me now if we pass this, we can carry guns on the seats?
Yeah, this has got a provision in it. Actually, I can tell you where it is. It's in section 3, big section 3. The very last part of big section 3, it says, notwithstanding any provision in this section, a person who's not otherwise prohibited by law from carrying a firearm may lawfully store a firearm anywhere in a vehicle, whether occupied or unoccupied. All right, so I think that means you can carry it on your seat, you can put it up on your dash, you can store it anywhere in the vehicle.
But I think as I read this doesn't repeal the carrying of a pistol law. Does it repeal that section?
It does not.
Okay.
Well, unless there's now, I shouldn't speak.
That's where it gets to me to be a tricky thing because there are good people who just have their guns sitting there on their seat and don't mean to, the mistake or whatever. They put it in the. Then there are bad people who have the gun on their seat too, just because it's quick to get to. And shootings of officers engaged in doing their duties is more likely to happen when the person has ready access to the weapon. And mistakes about what people's intentions are, you're sitting in your car, the officer pulls you over, you walk up to your car, you don't look dangerous or armed or anything else, not putting off any bad vibes, that's one thing, but he walks up and there's machine gun and clips and all on your seat. It's going to create a heightened sense of awareness, and your attempt to then reach for the glove box to get your registration or could be misconstrued. And I think that's the whole reason for not letting people carry guns on their seats. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think in your example, I think if an officer sees an automatic weapon or something or a rifle sitting in the seat beside of you, he's like, it's going to be a different interaction anyway.
Well, I thought we just passed a law that said just if you see that happening, you can't do anything.
Well, this is talking about handguns.
All right. Well, let's say it's a handgun. Let's say
it's a handgun sitting on the seat. Okay?
Sitting on the seat. And that creates the same danger to the law enforcement officer potentially. But we just passed an amendment, or we have part of the bill that says you can't assume that the gun's on the seat is any bad motive to that.
Right, because look, you could also, this could also apply if a person is open carrying walking down the street, right? Or if you're open carrying and you're having the interaction with law enforcement. I don't have a problem with people being able to keep the weapon on the seat. I do think it makes sense that you tell the law enforcement officer when he approaches, hey, look, I've got a weapon in the car.
Well, I only would say to you, did you know that the difference seems to be if you've got your gun in your hand and you're walking down the street and I'm a law enforcement officer, at least I see you 25 feet away. I've got the idea that you are armed. I might not be able to do anything about it, but at least I see that. But when I pull you over potentially for speeding, I don't know that you've got a gun until I'm within like 2 feet of you when I look through the, the open window when I'm asking you for your driver's license. All of a sudden you're there with a gun. And the old law would prevent, it'd be illegal to do that, to have the gun on the seat.
Even for a CWP holder.
Correct.
That's
Even
right.
for a CWP
Now,
holder.
I'll tell you that I am quite confident that as part of the training process, law enforcement officers now are prepared that they expect people are going to have weapons when they walk up to the window. In fact, maybe I shouldn't admit this, but every time I've been pulled over for something, one of the first things that they say, they come up, they introduce themselves. One of the first questions is, "Do you have any weapons in the car? Anything in here that's going to hurt me?" Right? Every time.
So under the old law, you could,
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
under the old law, you could lie to them and there'd be no problem. Under this law, if you lie to them, there's a problem.
Well, if you're a concealed weapon permit holder and you lie to them, it's a problem.
Understand if you're a
But
concealed
I
weapon
would say,
permit
even if you're not a concealed weapon permit holder, if you tell the officer, "I've got a weapon in my glove box," or "I've got one under my seat," the next 10 minutes are going to go a whole lot better if you tell him that, as opposed to if you don't tell him that and he finds it.
Well, I would submit to you, you're going to jail either way. If you've got a gun illegally stored in your vehicle, I'm unaware of any officer who does not enforce the unlawful carrying a pistol law.
I don't, a senator from Walterboro and I had this conversation yesterday a little bit, but I don't know, because she said that her experience was if you have people who's got the gun in the truck, and it's not properly stored, that her experience has been some of the people she's represented have been arrested and they've been charged and they haven't been given PTI. I've talked to a number of law enforcement officers who have told me, and this is anecdotal, of course, but a number of, even Chief Keel has told me this, that, if you've just got a weapon sitting in your truck seat, most of the time, if you haven't done anything else, they're probably not going to arrest you for that.
They're going to arrest you, but they might give you PTI. They're going to arrest you.
They may not even arrest you, right? It depends on, like, if you've been pulled over for speeding and you've got a gun there, they may not even arrest you for that, but they might. They can. They certainly can, right?
I know that I get a fair amount of people come hire me every week because I don't know if anybody's getting away with that part of it. Maybe Chief Keel wouldn't arrest somebody, but almost every other officer will.
If you're getting people who are coming to you, that's the only thing?
Unlawful carrying a pistol.
Because it was sitting in the truck seat?
Yep. And usually it's a $200 fine. It's a $100 fine plus court costs. It runs out to about $200. Sometimes they prefer PTI, but PTI costs $350. If the fine's only $100, maybe they'd rather pay the fine. But
I do think, we're kind of getting away from it here, but my amendment doesn't deal with any of that. It just says you got to notify law enforcement if you're carrying.
Everybody's got to notify law enforcement.
If you're carrying, you got to notify law enforcement.
Okay. Affirmatively, verbally, right? In other words, you can't just have a sticker on your car that says this car is armed.
The way that I've got the amendment written, it says that a person must notify law enforcement. So,
because I do see those stickers that say, I've got a gun in my car.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield for a few questions?
I will.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, I believe your amendment is well intended. I do have some concerns.
There's a butt coming. There's a butt coming.
So use an example the senator used earlier of the placards in the Home Depot and the elderly lady that simply makes a mistake and forgets that her pistol is in her purse and she enters, and it's to protect those that make a mistake. My concern is if I'm in the vehicle and I'm pulled over for whether it's speeding or I don't know why I'm pulled over, and the last thing I'm thinking about is to immediately tell the officer I have a gun. Here's why. For example, I may keep a pistol in my glove compartment and may forget that it's there. I might think I left it in another car. I don't know. But it's just simply not informing the officer. I think that's a slippery slope, because at what point what timing? Because if the officer then searches a vehicle and you genuinely forget to inform the officer that you have a weapon, you haven't done anything wrong. They search the vehicle, they find the weapon. Now you're Otherwise, you would not have been charged because you have done nothing illegal, but now you failed to inform me you have a gun. That's a 30-day offense. I would be more comfortable if you, and I think this would do the same thing you're intending. If a law enforcement officer asks you, I think it should be on the law enforcement officer. If this bill passes, if I'm an officer, every car I approach, I'm going to say, sir, ma'am, do you have a weapon? I think that's the more appropriate. And if you then do not inform upon being asked, I think that's more appropriate to charge them criminally at that point.
Well, I guess, first of all, I'd say, I think they're all asking that question now. Right? I mean, in every situation like that, if a law enforcement officer approaches a car after a traffic stop, one of the first questions is, do you have any weapons in the car?
And so that, and in that, this amendment is really not necessary to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish.
Except this would require the person to, I mean, to your point, I think if the law enforcement officer approaches the car window and asks that question, and then you don't say yes, then I think you've got a problem here.
Absolutely. And they should be charged under this. And I think that's what you're trying to do. But my concern is for, say somebody you forget that you left your pistol in the glove compartment. And so you get pulled over for speeding. You don't affirmatively say, hey, officer. And for some people that can make it a little bit tense. The officer pulls up, do you know why I pulled you over? By the way, I have a gun. I mean, I don't know if that, depending on the officer's training, that's a slippery slope.
Well, but right now, that is the law if you're a CWP holder, right? I mean, that is the law right now.
Right, but this takes away, I mean, this is, everybody has a constitutional right to carry if we pass this bill. And so then now it's on the affirmative that it's my duty to now inform the officer that I'm legally carrying the law that we passed.
Well,
and so
right now it's an affirmative duty if you're legally carrying.
If you have for CWP purposes, but
yeah.
So, but my concern is, what if the person that simply forgets the gun is in the glove compartment, they get pulled over for something else, you were speeding, the officer just, for whatever reason wants to search the car. The person gets out, lets them search it, and then, oh, I found the gun. Legally, by the constitutional carry, they're allowed to have that gun anywhere. Nicely, this person had it in the glove compartment, which is safe, but now the officer can choose to charge them. Otherwise, would not have been charged. But now, oh, well, you didn't tell me you had a gun. Sir, I really didn't realize I had my gun there. And now this person's going to jail, has to bond out, hire a lawyer. I mean, now they have a record, they lose their job.
Well, right now, if you don't pass this amendment, then the situation is that if you're a CWP holder, you have to tell the law enforcement officer that you've got the weapon in the car. But everybody else doesn't have to tell the law enforcement officer you've got it in the car.
Well, my understanding is if this bill passes, I mean, you don't even need a CWP anymore.
That's right. But you can, but there's still, yes, that's right. You don't need one, but you can have one. And so if you have one, that provision is still in the code. I don't think the bill as it came over from the House doesn't address that part. Because a lot of people are going to get a CWP because it makes the purchase of a weapon a whole lot easier, right? You don't have to go through the background check because you've already gone through that. You may get it for reciprocity reasons. You may get it for other reasons. Those are probably the two leading ones. And I want people to get those permits because you've had the training class and you've gone through the background checks. And I think that's important. But here, if you don't pass this amendment, then you've got it such that a CWP holder who's carrying is still going to have to notify law enforcement, but those who don't have the CWP don't have to notify law enforcement.
I get that. My concern again is I still think that why don't we put it on the officer? I mean, I think that's simple. If an officer asks you, and like you said, they are doing that, and I believe if this passes, every officer should do that. As soon as they approach a vehicle, do you have a weapon? And then the person, yes, I do have a weapon. But I'm concerned for, just like the senator is concerned for the elderly lady that forgets she has a pistol in her purse going into the Home Depot when there's clearly a placard that says that.
Yep.
In this case, when the officer approaches, there's no sign that says, tell me that you have a weapon. And so then as a General Assembly, we pass laws oftentimes and we don't even inform or educate the public. People still don't even know now what open carry is with training. I mean, so I think this is a slippery slope. It's going to cause more individuals to be charged criminally for something as simple as if they're not doing anything criminally, I don't think they should have, the duty shouldn't be on them to inform, but I do believe if an officer asks you for safety purposes of the officer and the individual, you have to then say, yes, I have a weapon. And I think that would accomplish what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, I understand your point.
Okay, thank you.
Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you ask, sir?
To ask if the senator from Edgefield will yield for a couple questions.
I will.
Senator, you have questions.
All right,
Senator
Senator,
yields.
so let's walk through a couple hypotheticals in a traffic stop situation, if you will. So let's say I'm, going a little too fast over the speed limit and I get pulled over. Under the language before us here, do I have to immediately, I roll down the window, the law enforcement officer approaches the car, I have to immediately say, officer, there's a firearm in the car?
I don't, that's not what it says. I mean, there's no time limit in there, but I don't think realistically that's how that interaction plays out anyway, right?
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Because, now, I don't know whether you've ever been pulled over before. I've had that experience once or twice.
Time or two.
But when you get pulled over, you're over on the side of the road, the law enforcement officer stops behind you. And this is every time. It's been more than once. But they, you pull over, turn your car off, roll the window down. Law enforcement officer comes up. Hello, sir. My name is so-and-so with South Carolina Highway Patrol or with whomever police department. My name is such and such. You know why I pulled you over? You have any weapons in the vehicle? Right. I mean, that's every time that I've been in that
this
situation.
is, in your mind, applicable only in response to a question?
Well, I think that's almost every time. Now, I could see, I really don't imagine a scenario that's not going to be in response to a question.
Let me
Because even if we're not talking about a traffic stop, if we're talking about a situation where there is some type of a stop and frisk, right? There's some type of a detention, right? Every time before they start patting you down, before they search you, they're going to ask, you got anything in your pockets, anything that's going to hurt me?
So what about, I carry sometimes 2 laptops and a tablet and something else, got a briefcase. Now, let's say I'm walking down the road and there's some police activity in that area and a police officer and I start, he's stopping me to talk, an official interaction.
Yeah.
At what point in that interaction would I have a duty to notify if I had a firearm in my briefcase?
Well, first of all, what the amendment says is that you, in your hypothetical, you would have to be the subject of a lawful stop, a detention, an investigation. This is not just a, hey, Mr. Officer, how you doing?
But let's assume for some reason the law enforcement officer has a reason to want to talk to me.
Okay, and he probably should.
Right. And so at what point in that interaction does if this is enacted, does that duty present itself?
Well, there's no time limit in here, right? But I mean, it would be at some point during that conversation. Now, almost certainly at some point in that conversation, if he's really investigating you about something, he's probably going to ask you if you're carrying anything.
So here's another hypothetical. What happens if that gun in my briefcase is stolen? And I know it's stolen. Does this run afoul of my right against self-incrimination?
We're talking about if you're a criminal.
Right. But we have Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
I understand that.
And so
then it wouldn't be held against you. Right? It couldn't be held against you at that point.
But if I refuse to answer the officer's question, plead the fifth on the spot.
Okay. Yeah.
What happens?
Well, then you're going to need to go see the senator from Orangeburg, because or the senator from Moree. Yeah. I mean, probably what's going to happen at that point if you refuse to talk to him. I mean, if there's a real reason that he's investigating you, you're probably going to get a free ride downtown anyway, right?
I guess.
And they're probably going to search you at that point, and they're going to find it.
So help me more broadly outside of the hypothetical square what I think is a sincere effort to try to help law enforcement officers. I think that's what you're doing.
And I appreciate the effort to stick up for the lawbreakers.
But like, how do you square that with Fifth Amendment rights? I mean, at what point, where does that line?
Well, then
where is the line in between self-incrimination and what is proposed here?
So it's a Fifth Amendment problem only if you're a criminal.
Sure.
Right. So I want to take a step back and say that I thought the whole idea of the bill was to deal with law-abiding citizens.
Yeah, sure.
So now we've moved over to, we're not just dealing with law-abiding citizens anymore. We're dealing with lawbreakers.
Right. Fair, but I mean, but constitutional considerations are always
I'm with you.
applicable to what we do.
should consider that.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think what happens is if you don't do it and you get charged for it, that's not going to be prosecuted. You're not going to be able to, I mean, if it's a Fifth Amendment violation, you can't be prosecuted for it.
So if I responded to the officer's question in the affirmative, yes, I have it, but it happens to be illegal, does that mean the charge can't move forward because it was a violation? Because I hadn't been Mirandized before the question was asked?
Now you're getting in beyond
I'm just curious. I'm not an attorney. I'm just trying to figure all this.
You can waive the Fifth Amendment right. Now, I know it don't say that in the text. Right? It don't say that you can waive it, but I'm pretty sure we all recognize that you can.
Yeah.
But now, as far as with the Miranda stuff, you're going to have to get to somebody who deals with criminal law more so than I do. Because I mean, the Miranda doesn't. I mean, there's certain things that have to take place once there's a detention, once there's an arrest, right? You don't. I mean, the Miranda warnings don't come about unless you're arrested, I think.
Yeah, and I'm not an attorney, so I'm probably there's some defense attorneys in here who probably think the nature of my questions is outside of the realm of the possible. But I'm really seeking to understand.
I don't think they're unreasonable questions, but yeah, you're gonna have to talk to somebody else who does a lot of criminal law to tell you when some of those warnings come into play.
Thank you.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you ask, sir?
If the senator would yield for a few questions.
Sure.
Senator Yields. Senator Yields for question.
Senator, I understand your intention here is, safety for law enforcement.
And for the person carrying too, right?
Did you know that I thought the senator from Charleston made a good point, and people not falling into a violation here accidentally. What I would like to do, having heard your conversation where it seems like you would say that the officer very quickly is going to get around to asking if you've got something on you that could harm me. So could we just not flip this around and add 3 words here at the end of this first sentence and say, when asked by the officer? In other words, you can't withhold the information. We're just going to assume that the officer, when constitutional carry passes, the first thing they're going to want to know at a traffic stop or any kind of lawful detention is, do you have a weapon on you? And they're going to ask you, and if you're asked, then I would just say that you can't withhold the information. Otherwise, you're in violation.
I think they do that now. I mean, now the senator from Berkeley he's standing, so maybe he's going to correct me on this, but I suspect they ask those questions now during all those stops. And if you're a CWP holder, you've got to, I have to tell him, right? But and that's one of the things you learn in the training class, by the way. It's one of the good reasons to take the training class, so you know what you're supposed to do in those situations. But like I understand your point, and I'm willing to think about that.
Yeah. If you just
I'm willing
consider
to talk with some people.
going to the end of the first sentence and say, when asked by a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, and what I would like to do, quite frankly, is to talk with some law enforcement folks and maybe even Senator Adams and just see if that's a problem, because it makes sense to me conceptually that they're going to ask that question every time anyway, and so that's probably fine. But I do think notifying law enforcement if you're carrying is an important thing for your safety and for the officer's safety. So I want to make sure with some law enforcement expertise that I wouldn't be undercutting it, but I'm willing to consider what you've suggested and what the senator from Charleston has suggested.
Senator from Berkeley. Senator Adams, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator yield for a question.
Senator Yield for question.
I will.
Senator Yields.
So, Senator, you're actually spot on with how officers approach a car or talking to somebody. Due to our relationship with people as it is, we know most people carry guns or have a gun in a car anyways. So as of right now, anybody can have a gun in a car if they're law-abiding citizens, correct? As long as it's in the glove box, console, trunk, or a box.
Right.
So even without a permit or concealed weapons permit, they don't have to tell the officer as of right now. Even if an officer asks them, they don't have to say nothing, correct?
It's just the CWP holder, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So in saying that, would you say would you say that the majority of the officers, which I do believe, and they're walking up doing a traffic stop, one of the very first questions they ask is, do you have a weapon in the car on you?
That's my experience from my very limited interaction with getting pulled over for speeding. Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to agree with you. That was part of my spill every time I did a traffic stop, which I did very few of them. I was not a traffic person, but anytime I engaged anybody when working, that was part of my questions. Do you have a weapon on you, whether it was a gun, knife, or a hand grenade, or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I've never had to deal with being searched, being patted down, but I suspect that the TV shows are pretty accurate on this. Is before that search happens, you're going to ask, is there anything in your pockets, anything that's going to stick me, anything that's going to hurt me, anything like that?
That's correct.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So, and I'm going to also comment, because there have been a couple of people commenting on everybody gets arrested. So I'm going to give you a little story. Didn't you know? I try not to do that, my did you know thing. But so I was involved with an incident with a young lady who drove her mother's car to school property. And she realized when she parked on school property, she's 17 years old at the time, that she opened up the glove box and saw her mom's gun in the car. She goes inside and does the right thing and tells the administration, hey, there's a gun inside, or I got a gun in my mom's car.
Yep.
They in turn called the police. I responded with my team there, and they wanted me to pursue charges. I said, not in your life. I'm applying common sense. Did you know?
Yep.
And I think we don't hear about a lot of those stories out there because we don't make arrest.
Yep.
It's not made arrest. So there's a lot of those times where officers do apply common sense to these incidents, and there's no arrest made because they've dealt with these issues more time than not, whether it's been a gun on the seat, the dashboard, because I think in North Carolina, the gun has to be on the dash or in plain sight or something like that. So they come over and we deal with those things. So, but I just wanted to ask you those questions to let everybody know you're spot on about the officers asking those questions.
And
when
so,
they
Senator,
engage.
I guess it would be maybe if you could consider what we've been talking about here from the senator from Charleston and also the senator from Anderson, if we put an additional phrase in there that says something like, upon being questioned by the officer or something like that, then the person has the affirmative duty. I guess I would like for you to consider whether that would be a real problem with this.
I don't think that'd be a real problem. I think that's going to be the common language officers use anyways.
Right.
And they're already walking up and they're doing it. And they're doing it nowadays because of the right of people having it in there. So I don't think that'd
That
be
would
an
be
issue.
my suspicion. Yeah. Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Sumter, Senator McElveen, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Ask Senator Yield for a few questions.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yields.
Senator, not to put you on the spot, but did you know that one thing you said, I think when you were talking with the Senator from Orangeburg earlier, caught my attention. And you had referenced that the underlying bill actually changed the law to say that a firearm can be kept anywhere in a vehicle, whether occupied or unoccupied. I hadn't previously caught that. You turned the body's attention to big section 3. It's the last sentence.
Yep.
So I read it. And Senator, you and I are about the same age, right? You were a few years older.
Yeah, few.
But we're both still pretty young by South Carolina Senate standards, wouldn't you say?
That's true.
All right. And so not that old. My point is, Senator, you're from Edgefield. I'm from Sumter. You can probably remember back in the 90s when you were in high school, people still had the single cab trucks, right?
Sure.
And you might see a single cab truck sometimes driving to school with a shotgun rack in the back with shotguns on it because somebody was going hunting as soon as they got out of school.
They went that morning all the time.
Not an uncommon thing to see, right? But
In Edgefield, it's probably more common than not.
Right. So you can remember those days. You don't see it as much now. And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
And it's because I'd say things have changed. You didn't hear about people getting in fights even back in the 90s when you and I were in high school and pulling a gun out as much as you probably do now, right?
That's true. There were plenty of fights, but they did not involve weapons.
Well, maybe my gun wasn't, maybe my head was in the sand, but I just don't remember as much conversation about gun violence, improper use of firearms back then as there seems to be out there right now. And so, Senator, did you know that when I read this, and I understand that the purpose of this whole bill is to move to a more laissez-faire type system in South Carolina as it pertains to lawful gun ownership. I understand that. And did you know that it doesn't really give me as much heartburn to say if someone's driving down the road with a lawful pistol and they want it sitting on their seat, or in the side of their door, that doesn't really offend me either, as long as they're carrying lawfully. But Senator, when I hear the governor and I hear people in the legislature, whether they're Democrats or Republicans or whatever, when I hear us talking about the need to crack down on illegal gun ownership, illegal guns, I think everyone's been talking about this also. Can you help me make sense of why we would put in code a change that would say it's okay to leave a firearm in plain sight in an unoccupied vehicle? And Senator, did you know, I realize we're not here to create a nanny state. I understand that. But several years back when you had those standalone GPS units, they would say, don't leave that in your car because the minute you do it, you're getting broken into. And that happened to me one time at my house when I left mine in my car, probably back in 2008 or 10. But I just can't figure out if we're trying to curtail illegal guns out there, why we would put into code that it's okay to leave a pistol on a car seat or in plain view in an unoccupied vehicle.
Well, I didn't write it. Although I'll say, I understand your concern about that. I understand your concern. I'm okay with this. I don't think we should tell the jewelry store owner that he's got to put up extra security in front of his stuff either, even though it's enticing people to come in and rob the store.
A lot more opportunity though with vehicles than.
Well, I understand, and there are a lot of weapons that are stolen from vehicles. I think that happens a lot, but I don't know that it should be a crime for the gun owner to forget and leave his gun on the seat, and there's a crime associated with that.
Well, I think some of this is obviously has to do with personal responsibility.
Sure. And I think, that's a good point. Look, the responsible gun owners are not going to do that. And you could have somebody who forgets occasionally, you're rushing out of the car, going into the house, whatever, something's going on. Maybe you forget. But I think the responsible gun owners are not going to forget. They're going to remember that, which is another reason, by the way, that I think you ought to take the training class. All right, I think you ought to go through the CWP program. So that you have training on that and that you understand those types of things. Those things are very important. Knowing what the law is, knowing when you can shoot, when you can't, knowing where you can carry, where you can't, knowing where you can store the weapon, where you can't, knowing how you can store it, how you can't. Those things are extremely important. So people, regardless of whether this passes, people should go through the training program.
So I don't disagree with you. I've been around firearms my entire life, but I can say probably sidearms less than long guns. And so when I took the training course, it was helpful to me. I think it's helpful to most people. And really it's not overly burdensome to go to that training course, in my opinion. I understand that differs from others. But my point is it just seems counterintuitive to me. And I can't reconcile the fact that we are talking about cracking down on illegal guns, but literally putting in statute, if you want to leave your pistol anywhere in that vehicle you want to unoccupied, I just think, we're.
Well, when the gun is stolen, then we crack down on them.
If you can catch them.
Well, yeah.
You can find them.
Well, that's the same with anything there, right? You got to catch the criminal. But I think if you catch the criminal and they were in possession of a stolen weapon, or that you caught them on the camera, this is the person who stole it, then I think we ought to punish that. And frankly, I think we ought to punish that severely. I can buy into the fact that we need to give more freedoms to law-abiding gun owners. I've been on that team for a long time. But if you're not law-abiding anymore, then I don't have as much sympathy for you. If you break the law, then I think we need to come down on it.
Thank you.
Senator Collington, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator would yield for a couple of questions.
Senator, Senator, yes.
Senator, I've had an opportunity to read your amendment, and I wanted to find out whether or not you'd ever heard of this phrase. The only fish that cannot get caught is the one that opens its mouth. Have you ever heard that phrase?
I have encountered many fish that didn't open their mouth lots of times when I've been out there. But I don't know that I've heard the phrase, but I certainly understand the meaning of it.
Okay, that's one of the ones I usually tell my clients.
Yeah.
Don't open your mouth.
Yep.
You can't be caught. And that doesn't matter, because sometimes people say that's not just for guilty people or people that have done wrong. It's sometimes when things get interpreted in the wrong way or said in the wrong way and perceived in the wrong way, that where your clients might get themselves. And you have clients too, and you have to tell them all the time to be careful how you say certain things.
Sure.
So let's go through, and apparently you hadn't been stopped enough. Or either you haven't been.
My wife would tell you that I've been stopped way too many times.
Or either you hadn't been stopped in the hood. Okay, because this your analysis or your presentation of how a stop goes has me hearing a song. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's not the way the stops happen, at least in my neighborhood or with a lot of my clients. Most of the time when you're stopped, wouldn't you agree that the officer usually comes up, he's tapped the back of your car, and he comes up, and there's usually another cop on the other side with his light looking in your vehicle to see what's there. And then if you might be a brother, you got a gun at your head. I'm just telling you, this is the reality. That has never happened to me, but it's happened to a lot of young minority, and I mean minority, and it depends upon men, and it depends upon what community you're in. So let's play this through if you would, and then I'll ask the question. You're and they're saying you're in a bad neighborhood, so they come up, they've got the gun. So it's at that point that you want this young boy who's about to wet his pants with the gun at his head to turn around and say, I got a gun in the glove compartment. Do you understand? Will you at least follow with me to see how this doesn't really play out in normal traffic stops?
Well, I don't know, and Grant, look, I fully recognize that we all live in different places and we all have different life experiences and our neighborhoods are different. Okay, I'll grant you that, right? I suspect that most officers would like to have another officer with them in the car. I don't know that that's the norm, but it does happen sometimes. I wish we could have two officers in every car. I don't know that they're coming up with guns drawn on every traffic stop unless they believe there's something else going on.
If you're going through a drug crime area, anybody in here that has any experience with law enforcement or otherwise, if you're going through the wrong area, whether or not you live there or whether or not you live on the other side, the approach of law enforcement, just out of common protection purposes, is a whole lot different than when you're in other areas. And so those are the instances that give me concern.
I mean, and if the car's been reported stolen, if there's been something, then they're going to approach that in a different manner than just a regular traffic stop. I get that. Now, I guess to your question though, how does this play out?
Yes.
I guess part of my concern is, how does it play out if you don't tell him? If the young man in your situation, how does it play out if he doesn't tell him he's got a weapon and they find it?
Well, let's play it the other way. What if it's, say, your wife or your mother or your grandmother? They get stopped. They're going through this neighborhood. They get stopped because they got a tag light out. Normally what would happen is the officer would come up and say, ma'am, do you realize you have a tag out and you're speeding? So at that point, your wife, mama, grandmama says, yes, and I have a gun. Okay? What would have normally been a traffic stop for a speeding ticket or tag light violation turns into an hour-plus stop, because that officer, once she turns over that gun, because you're not playing this amendment all the way out. Once he sees that you have admitted to having a gun, he then has to check two things. Number one, he has to check, now this is if you don't have a CWP, he first has to check that you are lawfully able to have a gun. That takes some time in his vehicle where he's going to have to go and run it into dispatch and wait for a response, okay? Number two, the next step that is going to happen, guess what? And this takes even longer because this has happened to someone very close to me. He then has to run the serial numbers off the gun. So what your wife, grandmama, and mama would have had a 15, 20-minute ticket, we're at an hour and a half stop on the side of the road where he is going to have to presume that he has to clear that gun and clear her as a lawful owner. Is this the intention of what you're doing?
No, of course not. But
Well, this is what's going to happen.
Well, but I'll say this first. First, if my wife or my mom or my grandmother has a CWP, then she's got to tell the officer at that point when he comes up to her, say, ma'am, did you know you had a tail light out? Did you know you're speeding? Yes. At that point, she has an affirmative obligation to notify law enforcement now.
I understand
Okay.
that. That's what they're taught in CWP classes.
That's right. Another reason,
we're
by the way,
talking about when you don't have a CWP.
Right. Well, and under this bill, now that's a problem if you don't have the CWP.
That's
maybe,
right.
Right. Maybe, but under this bill, and this goes to what the Senator from Moree was dealing with earlier. Look, the mere fact that you've got a weapon is not probable cause to do anything.
It is now.
Right now. It is right now. But under this, it is the mere fact that you have a weapon is not probable cause to do anything. There's got to be more to it than that. And it's got to be that way, right? If you're going to do this, if you're going to say that any law-abiding citizen can carry a weapon, then having the weapon can't be grounds to start questioning people. When we passed just the 3 years, well, yeah, it can't be. I mean, when we passed just 3 years ago, 3 years ago when we passed the open carry provision, right? These rules changed because it used to be that if law enforcement saw a weapon, certainly if they saw it carried openly, or if they could see a bulge somewhere that appeared to be a weapon, right? They could come up and they could talk to you about that. When you change the law and you allow people to carry openly, they can't stop you just for that reason anymore. Whether you've got a CWP or not, unless they know it, unless they know you've got some type of a criminal infraction, they're not going to be able right now to stop people because they're openly carrying. Under this, if we say that all law-abiding citizens can carry, and the officer sees a weapon, they can't just stop people because they're seeing a weapon.
Say me. If I'm going through a neighborhood and they see and they come up and they're stopping me for a speeding a violation, and there's a gun on my seat of my car under what you have here, and I voluntarily, I'm taking my prior scenario a little further. I'm voluntarily saying, hey, officer, you see I've got that gun there. And the neighborhood we got a bad section in town. You know, it used to be Proctor Street. Every community has it. But anyway, so if I'm headed and I have to pass by Proctor Street sometime to go if I want to take a shortcut. So because that's a high drug area, are you telling me that if I tell them and that the officers don't know me, they're not going to detain me longer to make sure that I'm not going to buy some weed? Or drugs of some kind. That's the normal reaction of what happens in the field. I mean, I don't want us to get here because it doesn't happen in our world and not realize that we're overtaxing law enforcement by putting this additional burden, because there's no way that a law enforcement office is not going to then, once that officer sees that that person has the gun, is not going to then say, you got to verify, since they don't have a CWP, you got to verify they don't have a felony.
Well, you don't know if he's got a CWP.
Well, no, I'm saying in a scenario where the person says, I don't have a CWP, you have to verify, because you realize that right now, it's a good system under the CWP system, because anytime any of my clients get arrested for anything and they have a CWP, there's someone at SLED that sends them something and tells them they have to turn in their CWP license. So that protects everybody. It protects law enforcement, and it protects other folks out there because they're on bond.
Right.
Under this law.
That's one of the good things about the CWP program, by the way, is they will revoke permits for people who commit disqualifying offenses.
So now those people who I've got clients who have not been convicted yet who can't get their CWP. So under this bill and your amendment as it is, that person can still carry. And they're okay with carrying, because
not my amendment.
Yes, your amendment basically.
My amendment doesn't deal with that, but
well, it says that all they got to do is say, hey, officer, I have a gun. They could be out on bond for murder, which would be a violation of their bond, but they could be out on bond for, say, criminal domestic violence where no weapon was involved. There's nothing to stop them from telling the officer, hey, officer, I have a gun. And ultimately, because they don't have a criminal record and because they have not been convicted of anything, they could be allowed to leave that scene and go find whoever that is and kill them under the way your bill is done. But they told the truth. They got a gun.
Not my bill. Not my bill.
No, with your amendment. They told the truth. That means those officers have to let him go on down the road and do whatever he has to after they write that ticket.
I mean, they're probably gonna. You're right. They're probably gonna run the statewide thing. I mean, they don't have access to NICS, so they're not on the side of the road. They're not going to have access to everything. I mean, that's one of my concerns about not having the CWP program anymore. Right? Is that I think it puts law enforcement in the position that they have to assume, for their own personal safety, they have to assume everybody's a criminal.
You realize, Senator, that a couple of my law enforcement friends and one sheriff who have heard this amendment, they said, okay, so now everybody, we've got to run a rap sheet and a gun check on for everybody. We don't have the resources. One sheriff said, we don't have the resources to do this.
Then don't run it.
But then you might put someone in harm.
Yeah, you might.
Okay.
Right. So you would rather, these law enforcement officers would rather be ignorant and being able to try to stop something as opposed to having the information?
First, because this is supposedly be the constitutional carry law, and we say we care about people's constitutional rights. Constitutionally, you have no burden to prove or say anything. You are allowed to be that fish with the mouth closed. And if that officer approaching a car does not see any idea that criminal activity is in the process, he shouldn't be asking you, and you shouldn't have to say anything. He's not Mirandized you. You've not committed a crime.
But
So
you don't have to in that traffic
this
stop.
violates in a nutshell. I understand your meaning. I think it's well-meaning, but I believe that this violates the Constitution. Thank you.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, was kind enough in the line of sight to sit. So
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield's question.
Senator, I will get off of the car issue in just a minute, but as I read your amendment, if you get stopped by officer and you got a gun laying on the seat under your amendment, you have to say, I have a gun.
Whether it's on the seat or not.
That's all you got to say.
Yeah.
you don't have to say, I got one on the seat, one in my pocket, and one underneath the seat. So,
You have to
or I
tell
got
them
one
that
in the
you- that you have
glove
a
box.
firearm.
You could have 4 or 5, and you don't have to disclose that.
You have to tell the law enforcement officer that you have a firearm.
And so if you're at a music festival that some of these municipalities put on and you've got law enforcement there, law enforcement officer thinks maybe you've had too much to drink and stops you and says, can I see your identification, please? At that point, if you're constitutionally carrying, you got to say, I got a gun.
Probably.
Even though you haven't been charged with anything. All he wants to do is see your driver's license.
Well, you're probably carrying unlawfully at that point, but.
And again, all he's got to say is, I've got a gun. Doesn't matter how many he's got on his person.
I think that's right.
Senator from Richland, Senator Harpootlian, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I wonder if the senator would yield to a question or two.
I will.
Senator yields for questions.
I'm not a particularly strong fan of the underlying bill. I think your amendment is well-meaning, but when you make it a crime not to not affirmatively say something, I have a problem with that.
It already is, right?
Already is what?
It already is. It's an affirmative obligation. If you're a CWP holder and you're carrying, there's an affirmative obligation to tell law enforcement that you're carrying.
We're talking about when you don't have a CWP.
That's right.
Because that's what this bill does, is it expands who can
It does.
have
So
a gun.
I think if I have an obligation to tell a law enforcement officer that I'm carrying when I have a CWP, you ought to have to tell law enforcement that you're carrying when you don't have a CWP.
No, because, it's like, it's like when you get your driver's license, you agree to take a breathalyzer. It's implied consent. You get the license, you agree to do certain things. You get a CWP, you agree to do certain things. What we're saying is, you got a constitutional right to carry. You don't have to agree to anything. Now, with the CWP, there are certain, I guess there are no more privileges than you get without the CWP, but I'm uncomfortable. I mean, at least when you go get the CWP, you're agreeing to do that. These folks are not agreeing to do anything except constitutionally carry their gun. If they want to leave the gun laying on the front seat or have it in the dash or 5 of them in the back windshield, under this law, that's perfectly legal to do, as I get it.
Unless we put this in there.
No. Then you have to tell them you got a gun.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Without this amendment, then you can do whatever you want to do. If you have this in there, then you got to have the affirmative.
Well, I just don't understand why we would add this additional, what I believe is a breach of my constitutional right. Why do I have to say a word? I have a right to have a gun.
You do.
I have a right to have as many guns, and I can carry 50 guns in that car. They can be stacked up in the seats. They can be sticking out the windows, whatever. Why are my constitutional rights to remain silent, if you will, my Fifth Amendment right, trumped by the state's requirement that if I'm going to exercise the Second Amendment right, I got to give up my Fifth Amendment rights? Why is that?
Well, I appreciate the terminology on that. That's pretty clever.
Well, thank you. I do.
However,
you may be surprised. I do this for a living.
Yeah. although I would tell you that those great liberal activist judges, Antonin Scalia and Clarence Thomas, disagree with your interpretation of the Constitution.
Well, one's dead.
But he's still pretty influential.
Well, as we see with this current Supreme Court, yesterday's dead judges really aren't as influential as they used to be. Precedent just evaporates into the atmosphere. But my point is, you're saying, I mean, there's nothing that in what they say that would require me to waive my Fifth Amendment right. Is there?
And the Fifth Amendment right, of course, applies only to lawbreakers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Applies to everybody. Everybody's got a Fifth. Matter of fact, you know who needs it more than anybody else? The lawbreakers.
Yeah, no, look, and I'm not disparaging the Fifth Amendment. I think the Fifth Amendment's just important as all the rest of them, and I appreciate Madison's writing that. As you well know, that if law enforcement violates the Fifth Amendment, rights of a person, then it's not going to be held against them. Like, you're not going to be able to use that. But what we've got here, what this bill is about, are law-abiding citizens, right? So what we're talking about are law-abiding citizens who are now carrying without having first to get a permit.
Right?
If a law-abiding citizen is carrying, I think it's better for them, it's better for law enforcement if they tell law enforcement that they're carrying. And so all this does is it says that if you are a law-abiding citizen who is carrying, you have to tell law enforcement when you're engaged in that interaction.
Putting it another way, it's if you're a law-abiding citizen, you really don't need that old Fifth Amendment, because that Fifth Amendment's only for criminals.
This whole bill doesn't apply to you if you're not law-abiding.
So why are we worried about law-abiding citizens telling them I got a gun? I mean, what?
Well, because I don't want the officer being surprised. I don't want the officer drawing down on a law-abiding citizen. I don't want there to be some type of a negative interaction there. This whole thing, though, the whole bill, even though it's poorly written, the whole bill deals with, at least it's intended to deal with law-abiding citizens. The obligation we have here applies to law-abiding citizens, because otherwise you can't carry pursuant to the bill.
But that somebody walking down the street without a permit, not without a CWP.
Now or after the bill?
Pardon me?
Now or after the bill?
After the bill.
Okay, all right.
No, now.
Now.
No, after the bill.
Okay.
Walking down the street, they have a right to have a concealed weapon without having a CWP.
Yes, law-abiding citizens.
Okay. And so does a police officer have a right to walk up to them and, I see a bulge. Do you have a gun?
I think the answer to that is no.
No.
Right.
So only in a car where they get stopped does a police officer have a right to ask if they got a gun.
Well, no, I don't think that's right. I think if you're walking down the street and law enforcement suspects that there's something else going on.
No, not something else going on. Let's forget that something else.
Well, there's something else going on for the traffic stop.
Your taillight's out.
Okay, which is a crime.
Well, my point is this. You got a Fifth Amendment right. You got a Fifth Amendment right not to say a word if you're stopped for a crime. Not a word.
Absolutely.
So why are we compelling people to give up their Fifth Amendment right to exercise their Second Amendment right?
This applies to law-abiding citizens.
No, they're not law-abiding. They just got stopped for a crime.
Well, then, yeah. But it's not for that crime.
Well, now we're going to parse out which crime.
Well, some are more. We do that every day, right? There's some that are worse than others.
So
right.
He gets stopped for a crime, and he's under an affirmative duty to say something. Unlike anybody else, I mean, if he's got a gun. Now, if he doesn't have a gun, and by the way, no CWP, has a gun or doesn't have a gun. If he doesn't have a gun, he doesn't have to say anything. If he's got a gun, he's got to say, "Officer, I have a gun."
If you're walking down Main Street and an officer suspects something about you, there's a suspicion of a crime, an officer comes in, and that's what this deals with too, right? It's got to be a lawful stop, a detention,
right?
Some type of an investigation like that. If you have that type of an interaction with law enforcement, then you have to disclose. If you don't have that type of interaction with law enforcement, this does not require you to disclose.
Let's say somebody's walking down Main Street, police officer walks back and says, "I smell a strong odor of alcohol or marijuana." He could be publicly drunk or impaired in some way. At that point, does the person have to say, "I got a gun"?
Well, like you know better than I do that if it's just the scent of alcohol is not going to be a reason to stop. Now, if they're stumbling and they're falling down, that's different.
What about the smell of marijuana?
Smell of marijuana, possession of marijuana is a crime, at least today. So that would be a reason to stop and to question it. I mean, it would happen today, right? If you're walking down Main Street and law enforcement smells marijuana on you, they're probably going to ask you what's up.
What about a driver's license checkpoint?
Okay.
Affirmative duty to say I have a gun?
That's probably a lawful investigation.
Investigation, or they've committed a crime?
No, I mean, I'm talking about the language in my amendment.
Look, I think what you're trying to do is help law enforcement. I want to help law enforcement. That's why I'm going to vote against the bill. I'm also going to vote against this amendment because I think it's jerry-rigged, and I think it forces people. If we're going to give these folks their Second Amendment rights, we shouldn't take away their Fifth Amendment. That's just how I feel about it.
The people whose Second Amendment rights are being expanded in this bill are not waiving a Fifth Amendment right.
They are, because when
They're
they get
not.
stopped for a driver's license checkpoint, they've got to say, I've got a gun.
But if you're not giving up, but that's not a Fifth Amendment issue. You're not self-incriminating yourself because you're lawfully allowed to carry that gun.
They have a right to remain silent
That's right.
about anything.
But they're lawfully allowed to have that weapon with them.
Right.
So in that sense, they're not incriminating themselves from anything.
Look, they have a right
How are you
to not
incriminating-
say a word, incriminating or otherwise. It's not a matter of
That's right.
they don't have to incriminate themselves. They have a right to remain silent, period. Whether they've done anything or not done. It's not just the criminals that have a Fifth Amendment right.
It is a traffic stop. Law enforcement comes up to you and begins asking you questions, and you say nothing at all.
Yes, you have a right.
You have that right to do that.
Correct.
What's going to happen? They're not going to let you go.
Well, you know, you may be surprised, and maybe the senator from Berkeley who's not in here will tell you that many times they do let them go unless they've got some probable cause to believe they've committed a crime other than they're driving through a high drug area, or they're somewhere where they looked out in their expensive car where drugs are being sold up on the corner. And if they stop them and say, what are you doing here? They got a perfect right to say, none your business.
That's true.
And they can drive off. They're not going to necessarily take you into custody, because if they take you into custody, the paperwork starts. And then people like me end up suing them for false arrest.
Well, it wouldn't be a false arrest because you broke the law.
Well, the broke the law is not saying something, okay?
Yeah.
And being in a high drug area in a nice car ain't a crime in this country right now. Not that it may change, but my point is you shouldn't have to give up your right to say anything, not say anything, in exchange for the right to carry a gun. So, again, I understand what you're trying to do. I just don't think, I think.
Well, and I guess I would just say again that those liberal activists, Scalia and Thomas, and a significant majority of the U.S. Supreme Court disagrees with your interpretation of the Constitution.
They said what specifically that disagrees with?
Because they've said that they've said that even what the opinion from 2 years ago, Bruin, which is the most expansive Second Amendment opinion that's out there, even it said that the state can impose certain limitations.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, you're telling me that there can't be any limitations.
No. What I'm telling you is this is a bad trade. First Amendment.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, if it's
Fifth Amendment for Second Amendment, and again, we're here. This pristine Second Amendment shouldn't be. I mean, what I hear is, and you can have my amendment to put guns up there soon, because a Second Amendment right is a Second Amendment right, not to be. And I understand those liberal judges want to constrain it, but Senator Martin and I are true believers on this.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield briefly?
For questions?
Yes.
Senator
Yes,
yields for questions.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. Currently, well, even if this bill passes, say I don't have a CWP, I have a constitutional right to carry. I have a pistol, a handgun that is in my glove compartment. Is it unlawful for me to leave it in my glove compartment when I go in the house?
Under this legislation?
Yes.
I think the answer to that is no.
Okay, so follow me here. So I get home, I pull into the driveway, my gun is in my glove compartment. I go in the house, which is lawful under this law. I block my wife in. I got to hop on the client call. She was going to the grocery store. She hops in my car, goes to the grocery store, and my tail light is out. And she gets pulled over. She doesn't know I have my gun in the glove compartment. She doesn't know my tail light is out. She simply went to go get groceries. She's pulled over because the tail light is out. The officer then approached the car. For whatever reason, he asked her to step out the car, and he searches the vehicle. She never said there's a gun in my car because she doesn't know that. She's a law-abiding citizen, no criminal record, And now if he finds my gun in the glove compartment, under your amendment, she can go to jail. Is that correct?
I think we could take that a step further and say, as we talked about earlier, if the law enforcement officer actually asks her if she has a weapon and she says no,
and that's another problem with this amendment as well.
And she says no, and then he searches the vehicle for some reason. Something else has probably happened if he searches the vehicle.
Well, sometimes they just want to search, but yeah.
Yeah. But most likely something else has happened. And if there's a weapon there and she's told him no, then what happens then? Right?
Absolutely, she goes to jail. But even under this, stay with me on this example. But under this, she can be arrested and charged because she didn't affirmatively tell. She did nothing wrong, but she didn't know the gun was in the car. Would she go? Yes or no? Would she go to jail?
I think the answer is no.
So So under your amendment,
think the answer is no because
how?
Well, I think the answer is no because it doesn't have mens rea in here, but there's clearly going to have to be some knowledge that the weapon is in the car.
Well, the officer can. Okay, so the officer says you have a gun in your glove compartment. She says, "Well, I didn't know it's my husband's gun." So you telling me the officer is going to take her? All officers are going to agree that she give her the benefit of the doubt.
I don't know.
Exactly. So there's a possibility. There's an officer that says, "BS. You didn't tell me there was a gun in the car." And under your amendment, she can be arrested. Yes or no? Can she?
Can she? I think the answer is yes.
Yes.
Of course,
she could also, therein lies the problem.
She could also be arrested if you left marijuana in the glove compartment, right?
Well, I wouldn't do that, but she.
But and I'm talking, and if the person did that, right? If there was some type of, if the husband, this hypothetical husband, had just robbed a jewelry store.
Well, that's illegal, though. I mean, that's illegal to have. I mean, to possess drugs. So this is different under constitutional carry. But either way, it's illegal to possess drugs. So that would be you can't compare that to this. This is constitutional carry. You said it's not unlawful for me to leave my gun in the glove compartment.
That's right.
She drives my car. So now we have people that I'm sure a lot of people's spouses may take their cars. And so the fact that she can be arrested, an officer could be having a bad day and he just doesn't give her the benefit of the doubt. Now she's arrested. She has to go to jail, bond out. Now she has a criminal record, at least from a charge perspective. Now she got to go before the board of her license because she's a dentist. And now the medical association wants to know why she got charged with. I see this all the time with clients that just simply didn't know where to have the gun. But this is something where it's legally allowed to be in my glove compartment. She drives my car and she gets pulled over. That's the problem with this amendment, is that it puts people at risk who are otherwise following the law. She just simply didn't know.
I understand your point.
Okay.
Senator from Collington, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for one question and follow up from that.
Senator, yours for question.
Senator, just in my areas of practice, I've stepped away a lot from criminal law, and but every time there's a gun involved, and as a result of your amendment where a person didn't admit or tell the officer that they had the gun, does your amendment require that the gun be confiscated by law enforcement? Because right now that's the law. They confiscate any gun if you're charged with a weapons violation. They take the gun. So simply because I didn't admit that, hey, there's a gun in the back seat or on the floorboard or in the glove compartment, just because I didn't admit to it, am I going to lose my husband's guns?
Well, Senator, this amendment doesn't deal with that at all. So this does not address what the current law is on that.
But right now, in order for me to go to court on this charge, the officer is going to have to present that weapon at the hearing. Said, Judge, she had this. And so
I think the current law is.
Doesn't it make sense, though, to follow? I don't think you thought that part through.
Well, no, I think the current law, actually, in that provision of the CWP law, it says, I'm pretty sure that in that provision, it says that if you don't report to law enforcement, they can seize the weapon.
But you're answering my question in one regard as it relates to CWP, but under this bill, because this is permitless carry, I've been talking, I don't have a CWP. My husband does. And I get stopped and I don't know to tell I don't volunteer to the officer that he's left his gun there, and they find a gun, or they see the gun in the back seat, they seize that weapon, and then you don't get it back. Next thing I know, some officers around town with the gun when my case is over. You think that's fair? Don't you think we should include that in that?
So I'm like, as I said earlier, I mean, I'm willing to listen to all this stuff. And like my plan earlier was to carry this over anyway, so that we can talk about.
Well, now you say that.
Well, no. I mean, I think, when we were talking with the senator from Charleston earlier and the senator from Anderson, and I mean, we were talking about making some changes to it anyway. So.
Okay. Can I ask you one more question? You were asking, and you were referring to liberalist justices, Thomas and Scalia.
Yeah.
How many trips has Justice Thomas taken along with the NRA people?
I have no idea.
Thank you.
Senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, what purpose do you ask?
Will the senator yield for a question or two?
I will.
Senator yields for questions.
Thank you. Senator, I don't know if you were in the chamber earlier when I introduced my amendment and talked on it, but then asked questions about, asked questions of the senator from Horry County, Senator Hembry. But one of the examples that I use before I ask another question, I have two, but one of the examples that I used was very much like your amendment. In Minnesota, a Black man was murdered by a law enforcement officer. He was licensed to carry and was carrying at the time he was stopped. He was supposedly stopped, did you know, for having a tail light out, I think. As soon as he told the officer that he was carrying, or he was licensed to carry, he said, the gun is in my glove compartment. And before he could even, as he was reaching for the glove compartment, his girlfriend was filming live on Facebook, thank goodness. So she was able to document, did you know, what was happening. Within 40 seconds, he was dead.
He told the law enforcement officer that he had a gun in the glove compartment and he was reaching for the glove compartment?
He told the officer he was licensed to carry, as he was required to do by Minnesota law.
Yeah.
And as he said that, he said, let me get it. I don't know if Minnesota law requires that you present the weapon to the officer, but apparently he thought so. He didn't get a chance to do that, though. He was, the officer fired 7 times. 5 of those shots hit and killed this man. His name was Philando Castile. And I am concerned, did you know, about that same thing happening. I understand, and we talked about it briefly last night, that we are in some ways on the same page as it relates to this bill. You are also a proponent of training, as I am, and I appreciate that, did you know? But one of the concerns that I have is I was returning home to my house here in Richland County a few months ago. It was last year. I can't remember the exact month, but I was pulled over less than a half mile by an officer, and I don't have a legislative tag on my car. Did you know? I've never had a legislative tag on my car. Did you know? But I was pulled by this officer. I was not speeding. I did not have marijuana. I had not been drinking. I was headed home from an event. I'd gone to an event with friends, and this officer pulled me for no apparent reason. He tailed me for quite some time, did you know? And my windows are slightly tinted, but not illegally tinted. And when he came up to the side, to the passenger side of my car, did you know, he had his hand on his weapon, and it was freaking me out. I did not have my weapon in the car with me at the time. And I pulled over, and he said, ma'am, you have an illegal cover over your license tag. Well, did you know I've had that illegal cover since I've had, I guess, the car, and have never been stopped for it here in South Carolina or beyond South Carolina. And if it was illegal, I was not aware. But he went back to his car, did you know, ran my tags, I suppose, and came back and threw my license into the passenger side window and said he had to go because there were shots fired somewhere in the northeast part of Columbia. And so that, in my opinion, did you know, was an example of me being profiled because of my car, because it was almost midnight. I'm not sure what he was actually looking for, but did you know that my primary concern about that, and as it relates to your amendment, if I did have a weapon in my car, or if my young adult sons, I have 2 young adult sons, if they were driving, would the scenario have been the same? I don't know that anybody in this chamber could answer that question, which is why I tried to come up with a way to prevent the stop. And I know that that doesn't necessarily relate to your amendment, but I'm saying that because I want you to understand that, yes, we all want to protect law enforcement, did you know? But we also want to protect our family members and community members and ourselves. And this bill, you know, and I know I'm preaching to the choir when it comes to the bill, but to do something of this magnitude with no training required, did you know, just presents a myriad of possible harms and possible dangers to not just law enforcement. I agree, it is a danger for law enforcement. Did you know that law enforcement, if this bill passes, will not be able to distinguish the good guys from the bad guys, whether they are in their cars or not? And my concern, did you know, is for my sons. If one of them is driving my car, and I do have a weapon in the car, and they are not aware that I have a weapon in the car, or if they are just driving, period, my car, and I'm not in it, I have concerns about just this bill and quite frankly, your amendment because of the Philando Castiles. He's not the only person of color who has died at the hands of law enforcement just like that. Did you know?
Let him, if you would, respond to some of those did you knows as a question, if you would. Thank you.
That was a terrible situation.
It was.
Now, I do think, however, that would not have been the situation with you because you wouldn't have reached for the glove compartment.
Did you know that the only reason that I would not have reached for the glove compartment is not necessarily because of what happened to Philando Castile. I wouldn't have reached for the glove compartment before that happened to him, simply because of the color of my skin. I don't have that luxury. And that is, did you know?
I wouldn't reach for it.
Well, did you know that I've had to have what people of color call the talk with my sons at a very early age because of situations and scenarios just like that. So yes, I don't consider myself, did you know, or them to have that luxury. I don't consider any person of color to have that luxury. We are not free to carry openly or otherwise in this state simply because of implicit biases and some not so implicit biases, but things are, you know, the laws are enforced differently as it relates to these and other issues where it concerns people of color. Did you know?
Well, and I appreciate your perspective on that. I just say that I think that if I'm involved in a traffic stop and I say, hey, officer, I've got a gun in my glove compartment, and I'll reach for my glove compartment, that's not going to end well for me either.
Okay. And your amendment, as I think I read it, just requires that we inform law enforcement that we have a firearm. Is that?
That's right.
Okay. So at no time, or you don't recommend, I'm asking, do you not recommend that we present the firearm, or that's not, it's just enough to let the officer know that, correct?
Yes. In fact, I think it creates a bigger danger if you try to present the firearm to the officer. I think you let the officer know that it's there. If the officer wants you to hand it to him, so be it. Maybe the officer wants you to step out of the vehicle. Maybe the officer wants to go get it. But I think you just let him know, right? You just let the officer know that it's there.
Right. So I guess my next question is, we are doing all of this supposedly around the theory that those of us who are CWP holders, those of us who are licensed to carry, are law-abiding citizens, are we not?
I think that's more than the theory. If you have a CWP, you're a law-abiding citizen.
Right.
You wouldn't have the CWP otherwise.
Right. But so why then would you feel uncomfortable reaching for, as a law-abiding citizen, why would you be uncomfortable reaching for the firearm to present it to the officer? Or to at least show, just to open the gate or open the door of the glove compartment?
I think you're asking for trouble if you do that. Right? I mean, I think you should tell the officer, I've got a weapon in the car. Right? But that doesn't mean I need to pull it out and hand it to him. I mean, because I think then that's going to put the officer in a much more defensive and a more precarious situation at that point. Like the current law, as you know, as a CWP holder, doesn't require you to present your weapon to the officer. It requires you to tell the officer that you have it. Right? But if you've got the gun in your hand during that interaction with law enforcement, that's a completely different scenario.
Right. So even without having the gun in hand, if your amendment is requiring, if law enforcement if we already have to notify law enforcement, then what will your amendment do?
Well, if this bill passes without this amendment, this bill passes without this amendment, you have an affirmative obligation to notify law enforcement when you're carrying, because you have a CWP.
Right.
If the senator from Orangeburg does not have a CWP, he would not have it, but he's carrying, which he could do under the law, right?
Right.
We're going to assume he's law abiding. That may be, I mean, that's a tough one. I got you.
Right.
But if the senator from Orangeburg does not have a CWP and he is carrying, he would not have an obligation to inform law enforcement, right? If this bill passes without this amendment, you have an obligation to notify law enforcement. He does not.
Okay. And I go back to the basic premise that those of us who have CWPs are law-abiding citizens, right?
I agree with that. Absolutely.
Okay, so why would presenting or opening the door to the glove compartment, why would that put the officer on the defensive, since I'm a law-abiding citizen who is carrying and I've informed him or her that I'm carrying, and the officer has, maybe asked me a question, what type of weapon is it? What type of firearm is it? Or let me see your CWP, and maybe my CWP license is in my glove compartment. That's where I keep my insurance card. It's where I keep some of my other important documents. So,
and of course, the best practice there is to tell him my CWP is in my glove compartment with my weapon.
Right.
But it's not. I mean, I don't think there's anybody who would say that the best practice would be for you to reach in the direction of where that weapon is. Even if you have told the officer that it's there, even if you've never committed any type of infraction whatsoever, it's not going to be good practice to reach toward the weapon.
I get that. And I won't rehash what the senator from Charleston, just the example that he gave. But that example, I think, speaks for me as well when it comes to my son. If my son is driving my vehicle and does not know that my gun is in the glove compartment or in the console or wherever it may be, I don't have to have it in the glove compartment, right? If this law passes, I can have it on the seat.
You have it anywhere. Yeah.
Okay. So if an officer walks up, my son, my young adult son is driving my car. I'm licensed to carry, but he isn't. What happens if my gun is on the seat, on the passenger seat? When the officer arrives at the passenger side door and sees a gun before he sees my son, what do you think will happen?
Well, if the bill passes, then whether he's got a CWP or not, he's
Right.
unless there's something else out there, which I doubt is the case,
Right.
he's lawfully allowed to possess the weapon.
Right.
And under this bill, he would be lawfully allowed to store that weapon in the seat of the vehicle.
Okay. Again, I just want to reiterate, and this isn't a question, that it rarely, if ever, works that way for people of color. And I hope that this body will be mindful of that. Thank you.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise?
Just a couple quick questions. So I realize you didn't write this bill, and so we take it as we find it. But I just want to make sure the logical inferences from what's happening here. If I understand what your amendment does, it says that if blue light comes on, let's say for speeding, officer walks up to the car, I have a gun on the seat, I don't have a CWP, officer says, hey, how you doing? I need to say, I'm fine, I got a driver's license, and by the way, I got this gun on the seat. Is that what your amendment basically says?
I think that's true. Now, I think practically what would happen is the law enforcement officer is going to ask you if you have weapons in there before you ever get to that point. But if he does not, then you're right.
Let's say he does. Well, let's say he does. So do you have any weapons in the car? Yes, I have this one right here. Okay. As soon as you say, I've got this one right here, then the Senator from Orr's amendment kicks in, which says a person merely carrying a weapon doesn't justify a search or detention. So as soon as I say, yes, I've got the gun, then the officer can't say, I'd like to see it, because that's a search. The officer can't then see that the serial number is scratched off, because I am bulletproof under the Hembry Amendment. Furthermore, currently, if I have the gun on the seat, the officer can say, step out of your car, you don't have that gun stored properly, could arrest you for that, and then he could find the drugs in your trunk or the dead body. But right now, under your amendment, as long as I tell him I got a gun, I'm bulletproof for any other crimes I've committed, because you can't, it's fruit of the poisonous tree. You'll never be able to convict me of anything that I did because I told you I had a gun.
Unless he sees
Well, you see blood or
he sees something else. Right. There's got to be, I think that's the Senator from Orr's amendment, right? There's got to be something else.
I agree, but I'm just telling you right now, law enforcement solves a lot of crimes based on the fact that a person is driving around with a M16 on their seat, all right? But right now, under y'all's two amendments put together, as long as I say I've got it, the fact I got a body in the trunk will never be found.
Well, the fact that you've got that weapon should not be a reason for them to search your car.
Right, it's a get out of jail free card.
It could be, right? I mean, now they could have other reasons to search, but they should not be able to search solely based on the fact that you have a weapon.
And that is a tool that law enforcement currently has that y'all are taking away from it.
I think that's true.
Okay.
Right. If you allow everybody to carry, then they're not going to be able to go beyond that just because you have the weapon with you. I agree with that.
Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if Senator yields for a question.
Senator yields for a question.
Senator, did you know I wasn't liking your amendment, and then I think I figured out what it's doing. So under the current law, a CWP holder is required to tell the officer that you have a weapon, right?
That's right.
Okay. So you're trying to make some equity in the law, is what you're trying to do? In other words,
I'm trying to make it such that, yes, because if you pass the bill without this amendment, then as a CWP holder, I have to tell law enforcement that I'm carrying.
okay, so are you saying that hang on a minute, now, I'm confused, because are you saying that the bill creates two classes of gun owners?
I think that's obvious, isn't it?
The bill creates two classes of gun owners, those that have to tell cops that they have a weapon and those that don't?
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Well, that's what I'm trying to fix.
Thank you.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
To see if the senator from Edgefield would yield.
For questions.
Happy to
Senator yields for questions.
Sorry, I've been elsewhere, unfortunately, but I'm glad I'm back.
So am I.
I can tell. Anyway, I guess.
That could change real quick, but right now I'm glad you're back.
I understand. I think to the senator from Georgetown's point, if someone has a concealed weapon permit and an officer comes upon them for any reasonable, it's just like if they pass you in the grocery store, you don't have to say, hey, I'm carrying a gun.
Right.
But if they come to you in a physical capacity, you have to disclose that you're carrying a weapon.
That's right.
Okay. What would it be hard if the officer is making that legitimate stop? Could that be one of their questions that they ask?
Are you carrying a weapon?
Yes.
Yeah. So
But then under your,
probably the first 30 minutes of me being up here today was dealing with that scenario.
I'm sorry, I was.
And I understand, but I think that could be, and one of the things that a couple of senators asked is, what if we say this duty applies after an officer asks you if you're carrying a weapon, right? Because as a senator from Berkeley said, I suggested that in every one of these stops or interactions with law enforcement, not just the pass by in the grocery store, but in these types of interactions with law enforcement's going to ask you, are you carrying a weapon? Do you have anything on you that's going to hurt me? That type of thing. Senator Adams said, yeah, that's exactly what happens. That's what we're trained to do. That happens all the time. Right? And so then we had some senators who said, well, how about if we put in there that you have an affirmative duty, but only after law enforcement first asks you? And I said, I'm happy to consider that. So what I was planning to do, as I told the senator from Charleston just a little while ago, what I was planning to do is to carry it over so we can have some people talk about that and then maybe work on something to that effect. But I mean, I'm willing to consider that. I just wanted to make sure from the law enforcement folks that I wasn't undercutting them in some way, but I think that's probably fine.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield. Senator Yields.
Senator, I want to ask you questions not about the language, but about your motive for some language like this. It may need to be perfected, but what is your motive? What is the reason that you want someone without a CWP to have to disclose that they have a weapon?
I think it is for the person's own safety, right? That if you are interacting with a law enforcement officer and there's some type of a detention, some type of a stop, I think it's to your benefit. It is to your safety if you tell the officer, I've got a weapon on me. I also think it's for the law enforcement officer's safety to know if you got a weapon on you, right? I think that's why we require CWP holders to do that. So it's a safety thing to make sure that things don't escalate unnecessarily.
So this bill, if it passes, there'll be no requirement to have a CWP when you're carrying concealed or open weapons, right?
That's right.
And so if you don't address this issue that your amendment is trying to address, then the CWP holder, the one who took the training, who understands the law, who actually has demonstrated I can shoot, I know who I can shoot and who I can't shoot because I had legal training. Yeah. They're going to be, I'm not going to use the term punished, that's too much, but they have to disclose, but the person who has no training doesn't have to disclose. So are you trying to remove a disincentive for having a CWP? Are you trying to encourage more people so you put them on equal footing with folks who don't have CWPs? Is that your objective?
I think that is another goal, is, as the senator from Georgetown was just talking about, is to put everybody on the same footing, right? To make sure that those of us who carry with permits, those who carry without permits, that we're all on the same footing when it comes to informing law enforcement that we're carrying. Yes.
So you don't think there ought to be a disincentive for getting a CWP?
Absolutely not. I think there ought to be, more incentives to get a CWP, but I certainly don't want to disincentivize.
Why do you think that it's important to have that CWP?
Well, for a few reasons. First, I think training is important. It is, and you've been through the training class, and we've talked about this some, but the training class, it tells you what the law is, right? It tells you when you can shoot, when you can't. It tells you where you can carry, where you can't. It tells you what stand your ground means, right? You have an instructor who's going to tell you what the scenario is with stand your ground, and which gets to when you can shoot and when you can't. And frankly, Senator, if you don't have a training class, you don't even know to look for stand your ground, right? You don't know that it exists primarily, so you're not going to look for that. And you certainly are not going to have somebody there to instruct you on what it actually means and how it applies in a real life situation. It's important to have somebody who can instruct you about what the castle doctrine is. There was a situation this past year made national news, and I think it was in Kansas City, where a guy was in his house and a kid comes up and knocks on his door. The guy shoots through his door and shoots the kid. Now, fortunately, he survived. The child survived. He's a teenager. Fortunately, he survived. But the guy, you can't do that, right? Even though it's in your house, right? Even though you're in your house, you can't just shoot through the walls and hit somebody.
Got to break and enter. There has to be a breaking and
That's
entering.
right. There's got to be something
unlawfully.
going on. Well, if you take a training class, you're instructed on things like that. It's also important that you know, demonstrate a minimal proficiency in handling the weapon, how to hold it, how to load it, how to fire it, right? Hit the target. Now, I'm not even talking about hitting the torso of the target, which is a great thing to do, but just hit the board, right? Just something like that. But as you know, you've relayed your experience of being in the training class when someone asked which hole does the bullet come out of. But if you talk to any instructor around, they will have stories for you, especially in recent years, of people who are coming into the training class who have never held a weapon. Of people, I've had more than one instructor tell me about, this person came to my class, the gun was in a box. Just bought the gun. It had never been out of the box. Now, fortunately, these individuals were taking the class and they learned about the law and they learned some basics about how to handle the weapon. That's the thing that you get from a training class. That's important. It is important for you and to make sure that you don't do something that's going to get yourself in trouble. It's important for me to make sure that you're not going to pull it out and go Rambo and not have an idea how to use the weapon, right? So that training class is important. That's a part of the CWP program. That's one of the reasons why I think the CWP program is so important, and it works. The other point is background checks are important. And yes, I know that in most situations, background checks are performed at the time of purchase, in most situations. But as you know, the background check is it's like a picture. It's a snapshot of what you have done up until that point, right? That background check isn't going to catch the CDV that you get 2 years from then. With the CWP program, SLED does these background checks at the time of application, but they also do them with renewals. I know this is something you're interested in, but it does them with renewals. And SLED regularly revokes permits. They regularly deny permits because people have a disqualifying offense. They also revoke those permits when people have a disqualifying offense. They even, in some situations, they will catch people before the renewal period and they will revoke the permit in the interim. Right? So then they're revoking that permit, and then if that person is caught with a weapon, then they're in trouble. Right? So the background checks are important, an important part of it. The CWP program has worked very well here. Now, I understand the Senator from Spartanburg's argument. I understand the other arguments about, this is a compelling argument that if you're law-abiding, you shouldn't have to do all that. That's a persuasive argument. Now, I'm not persuaded by the constitutional argument because I've read Heller, I've read Bruin multiple times, and unless we think that Scalia and Thomas are liberal activists, that ain't what they said. In fact, those two opinions, which significantly expanded Second Amendment gun rights, say the exact opposite of that. Because in both of those situations, Senator, in both of those situations, in both Heller and in Bruin, the outcome of those court opinions, the ultimate result was the U.S. Supreme Court said, not that the permit is unconstitutional, they said, you got to issue the permit. So I think it's perfectly constitutional. And we can have a debate about whether you ought to have it or not. I don't think you can have a real debate about whether it's permissible or not. But to me, I would like to encourage more people to get CWPs because, first of all, I'm cool with people carrying. I'm from Edgefield, right? I'm good with people carrying. But it's important that people understand the law, understand how to use the weapon. Those things are important. That's why I think the CWP program is important.
So you're just trying to you're trying to avoid a
Yes, I surely don't.
incentive to not take the CWP program. You would prefer that it be required under current law, I think. Isn't that correct? You would prefer that this requirement remain in place.
I would.
For CWP.
I would. And Senator, I'm not doing too good these past couple of days because I missed this. Someone has just given me a note here that the underlying bill actually strikes the CWP holder's duty to notify law enforcement. I think that's not good policy. You're putting yourself at risk. You're putting law enforcement at risk. You are increasing the risk that something bad is going to happen if you don't tell law enforcement that you're carrying.
Senator, I do think it's important to have incentives to get a CWP, and I have an amendment that's going to be coming up shortly that will, I think, create an incentive to do that because the training is important. Most people who called me about this bill, they have no idea it's doing away with the CWP program. When they learn that, they asked me to please doing away with the requirement of having a CWP to carry. When they learn that that's really what this bill does, 80% of the people who call me intending to ask me to vote for the bill, they beg me, please vote against the bill.
Senator,
that has been my experience over many, because of
yeah.
false flyers about me being a puppet of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris going around. People think that I'm somehow depriving them of their Second Amendment right. I just believe the CWP program should be a requirement to carry. And 80 to 90% of them agree with me once they learn that that's really what this bill does.
My kids enjoyed that flyer, by the way. They like the puppet strings thing. They've had fun with that one ever since it came.
What has your experience been when you talk to people?
Yeah, so I've had a lot of people call me, text me, email me, Facebook message me, all these types of ways of communication. And when I respond to them, that my concern with the bill is it eliminates the requirements for training and background checks. And I tell them, this is why I think training is important. This is why I think the background checks are important. Well over half the time, the response back to that is, well, I don't want to do that. Right? And I mean, well over half the time, when people understand that it means that you're going to be able to carry without having any clue what the law is, when people understand that you're going to be able to carry without any type of demonstration of being able to handle the weapon, over half the people, when I'm talking to them, say, yeah, we shouldn't do that. Now, there are still some, there are a large number who say, yeah, I understand. I know what it means. I know what it means. And you know what? Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed, right? There's nothing after that. It doesn't say shall not be infringed except for the mentally ill. It says shall not be infringed. It doesn't say shall not be infringed except for people who've committed violent crimes. It says shall not be infringed. I get some of that too, right? And I understand that. I respect that. You're taking it.
That's what I've been saying for years. Shall not be infringed means don't mess with it.
I disagree with that. I disagree that That's not what Madison meant when he wrote it. When the people in the Congress debated it, when the people in the states in the when they were discussing ratification, that's not what they understood it to mean. In the court opinions that dealt with Second Amendment issues, that's never been I don't think there's ever been a court anywhere ever that has done that I've been able to find. We have right now, as you know, probably our court right now is probably the most originalist court in the last 150 years. It certainly in the last 100 years, right? But maybe
There's no
even
question about that in my mind.
Maybe even since the war.
No question.
Right? These are people. Scalia did it before. Thomas does it now, and there are others too. I've mentioned those too, but there are certainly others. Like if you read Heller is very well researched. It's Scalia, right? And so it's very long too. But there is an extended conversation about the history, and he breaks the amendment up into different segments and about what they intended to do with this. And with Scalia, it's not just what the authors intended, it's also what the people who have voted on it understood it to mean, right?
Right.
And he goes through this whole long history.
That's textualism.
That's right. And it is, how did, the idea is that the Constitution should be interpreted as the people who wrote it and the people who voted to approve it, how they understood it to mean. I'm totally on board with that. That's the way I think the Constitution ought to be interpreted. I don't know how it could be interpreted otherwise, right? If this is what we thought, this is what the contract was, that's what the contract means.
If you don't do that, you're making stuff up. You're ruled by an oligarchy on the Supreme Court.
And we've had that problem, as you very well know. People just make stuff up. So I'm all on board with this originalist interpretation of the Constitution. Sometimes that gets a result that I may not prefer. In this situation, with what they've done with the expansion of Second Amendment rights, I think Heller and Bruin are dead on. I think they were well written. I think their analysis is spot on. I think they're great.
But both of those opinions, don't they confirm, Bruin confirms the Heller language that the Second Amendment is for law-abiding, responsible people.
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what it is, yeah.
And they go further, Kavanaugh in his dissent, along with Roberts, in his concurring opinion, and Roberts in their concurring opinions, they say that, they specifically say all of the states with concealed weapons permit programs, like us, that have a require concealed weapons in order to carry.
States.
Yeah, the shall issue states that have the CWP requirement to carry, we do not strike those down. They specifically say, yeah. We're not saying that's unconstitutional. Now, the illusion is the allegation is that it's not constitutional unless you just let everyone carry, no background check, no training, no nothing. That's the only way. That's the only constitutional way. But in reality, you have Thomas, you have Roberts, you have Kavanaugh speaking specifically to our and other states' CWP programs, and they said we do not set those aside. Those are constitutional as long as they are shall issue and not may issue.
In Bruin, Thomas goes out of his way to distinguish between shall issue and may issue states. New York, because that opinion originated out of New York. New York was a may issue state, right? They came up with some crazy other qualifications. You had to demonstrate a need,
right,
in order to carry it. And
you were subject to a bureaucrat.
Yeah,
Some
absolutely.
bureaucrat makes a decision.
Completely
Do you have the right
subjective.
to defend yourself or not?
Completely subjective. And the U.S. Supreme Court rightly struck that down. But you're right that Thomas, in that opinion, and I can't remember if Kavanaugh did this in the concurrence, but I know Thomas, in the main opinion, several times made a point to distinguish between shall issue and may issue, right? So I think if you read Heller and you agree with,
so Senator, just let me ask you to clarify for those who are listening, the difference between shall issue and may issue. Shall issue is objective criteria like like you took a CWP course.
You take the training class,
You have a
pass the
background
background
check.
check. It don't matter if we like you. It doesn't matter what your political opinions are. It doesn't matter any of that stuff. If you successfully complete the training class, if you pass the background check, you get that permit.
You get the permit. And you don't have to demonstrate some extraordinary self-defense
Right.
set of facts that a bureaucrat's going to stand in judgment over. It's if you finish the class, you get the background check and it's clean, and you get the training, you get the permit to carry.
That's right. Which is different from New York and several other states where
Right.
you had to demonstrate this need. It was a subjective criteria. That's why I said earlier. So I think if you read Heller and you agree with the result of that, the analysis of it, if you read Bruin and you agree with that, there's not really a question about whether the state can have a permit program, right? I mean, Heller and Bruin they outright answer that question.
Right.
Right. And we can have a debate about whether we should have it, and maybe that's what we're having here. But the idea that the Constitution requires it, that the Constitution prevents this type of a program, I think Scalia and Thomas and a 6-3 majority of the current Supreme Court say that's not right.
Not even close to right. In fact, I would say that our CWP program and the CWP requirement conforms almost perfectly with the Heller decision and the Bruin decision, which are the decisions that are the most important pro-Second Amendment decisions in the history of the court. It fits hand in glove.
Our program is
constitutional carry.
It is constitutional carry.
It is.
Our program is exactly what the U.S. Supreme Court has said is constitutional carry.
What we have currently.
Absolutely.
There's no question in my mind either.
They said it in Heller. Scalia, it took him a long time to get there because it's Scalia. But
well, he educated us along the way, like
he did.
Scalia
and
does.
I actually appreciate the historical. I mean, you probably got to be nerds like you and me
Coop,
to read this
don't
stuff.
even get me started.
But I appreciate the historical
I'm getting
research
tired
that
of
he
this.
did, and then explaining why. And I appreciate the conclusion. Because in Heller, the District of Columbia had denied a permit, and not only did the court not strike it down, they said, D.C., you've got to issue the permit. Same thing in Bruin, right? There was a challenge by the state affiliate of the NRA up there that said they were challenging New York's subjective law, and the Supreme Court says you got to issue them the permit. Or you can't have the subjective criteria. That's what, to me, there's not a constitutional argument on it because Scalia and Thomas and the 6-3 majority they've nailed that one.
Senator, the other thing they did that the Scalia did in Heller is it's the first time the court ruled that the Second Amendment is a personal right, as opposed to a right vested with an organized militia.
That's right.
You had a lot of gun control advocates who argued the Second Amendment was only for the military.
That's right.
Some type of military force has only the right to bear arms. And Scalia he schooled him on that one.
Yeah.
Because a well-regulated militia. And it's really interesting as I read Heller when it came out, but I read it again in preparation for all of this. And you look at the history of South Carolina. I had just read Francis Marion's biography by John Olner, who's a New York lawyer who wrote the best biography, perhaps. I don't know how he let a New York lawyer write the best biography of Francis Marion, but it happened. I'd encourage everyone to read it. It's really, really interesting. But the well-regulated militia versus an organized militia is a distinction that Scalia makes in Heller. And in reading the biography of Marion, I see exactly what Scalia was talking about. Because in South Carolina, we had militia groups that really if you really look at it, won the Revolutionary War. If it weren't for what some militia groups did in South Carolina, we would not have won the war. 90% of all 70% of all casualties in the last year and a half of the war occurred in South Carolina.
Yeah.
And it was militia groups that were doing the
I can be
fighting.
yelling,
But
I'm
they
not.
weren't an organized militia. They brought their
I'm holding it in.
their Kentucky rifles with them. And they could shoot the British at 200 yards, and the British muskets were only accurate at 70 yards. And that's a big reason why their tactics worked. But after the war, those militia groups kind of got out of hand. And there was a group called the Regulators in Calhoun County, organized to try to keep the peace. Well, they abused power, and then the Moderators came up, another militia group to contain the Regulators. And so the notion of a well-regulated militia really came to life to me as I read the history of Francis Marion and the post-revolutionary era in Calhoun County with the Regulators and Moderators. And so this is all rooted deeply in real history. A lot of it happened in South Carolina. A well-regulated militia they saw a militia that weren't well-regulated. And so, but they were still volunteers, militia, not in the Continental Army that were, and so that's why you had the well-regulated militia concept, because people were a little concerned about some of the militia that got out of hand.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I know that wasn't a question, but most of my talk was a question. But the history that both of these opinions are rooted in are very important. And Senator, so you already said that you consider Scalia and Thomas two of the most conservative justices in the court's recent history.
I think Scalia may be the most impactful originalist, textualist justice in the history of the Supreme Court. Thomas, I would think, is the leading originalist on the court now.
I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg agreed with you on that, because
I don't know if I like that, but
well, she famously said we're all textualists now because of the influence of
Scalia. Yeah.
And so I don't understand folks who think that these two conservative justices who wrote the most significant Second Amendment opinions in the history of the court, that they're somehow off the mark. I mean, if you get to the right of Scalia, you've run off the road and hit a tree. I mean, you don't get any more conservative than that.
I don't know that those folks that you're talking about are actively disagreeing with them. I think they're ignoring them. And but I don't know how you ignore them in this subject matter with those opinions that are out there. Again, since I'll say this before, but I'll say this again. I think with Heller and Bruin, it is clear that this is not we are not in a situation where it is unconstitutional for the state to have a permit program, right? They are clear about that. We can have a debate, and maybe this is the debate that we're having in this chamber at least, about whether we should. Right? We can have that conversation, and I'm willing to have that. That's the conversation we're having. And I guess my contention on that is I'm open to having this conversation, but we got to figure out a way to make sure that people are going to have training and background checks.
Well, there are limits. Are there limits on other constitutional rights?
Are you registered to vote?
Yes.
You had to register to vote?
Yes, I did. Yeah. I wrote the law about that, actually, but yeah.
Yeah, you probably wrote another one about when I go to the polls on election day, that before they're going to give me a ballot, they're going to make me do something else, right?
Right. Give you an ID, a photo ID.
There are multiple constitutional amendments that deal with that. I think we all recognize, like, the First Amendment doesn't say anything about libel and slander and yelling fire in a crowded theater, but I think we all recognize that those are appropriate exceptions.
How about the First Amendment right of freedom of religion? Is there limits on that?
Yeah, you can't just claim, well, that was, that I killed this person because that's what I believe, what my religion taught me.
Yeah, because you're a Aztec or Inca lineage, and that religion believed in human sacrifice. So I sacrificed someone as an exercise of my religion. Can you do that? Is that legal?
No.
But yet it is infringing upon in part on your First Amendment.
It's an I mean, if you get, even if it's something like you want to have a parade down Main Street in Columbia, or you want to protest on the State House grounds, I mean, you can't, the law says, the First Amendment says that there should be no law passed abridging the freedom of speech or the.
So there's conditions upon rights, constitutional rights that have been upheld for many centuries.
Yeah, and the people who wrote them understood that. People who voted to approve them understood that. I mean, you've done a lot of research. You've read a lot of these things. I know. I mean, so you understand why the Bill of Rights were adopted anyway, because you and I are both fans of James Madison. He was not only was he a leading architect of the Constitution in Philadelphia in 1787, but he was also heavily engaged in Virginia in the ratifying debate, this was a cool fight, right? You got James Madison and Edmund Randolph on one side, and you got James Monroe, Patrick Henry, George Mason on the other side, right? We got heavyweights clashing in Virginia about the ratification of the Constitution. And of course, Madison's position, Hamilton's position was, we don't need a Bill of Rights. The Constitution is not a limiting, I mean, it grants certain things, and those things that are not granted, they don't have the right to do. Right? That's what we intended when we wrote it. Right? So we should pass
They being
this.
the government.
Right, that's
Yes.
right. Yeah, the federal government, and we're talking about the federal government now.
Right.
The federal government doesn't have the authority to do those things you're concerned about, because the Constitution specifically grants them powers. And if they didn't grant them that power,
They don't
they don't have it.
It's the enumerated powers doctrine.
But as those debates went along, there were a couple of them that almost failed. In fact, there were two states in Rhode Island and North Carolina that did fail. They voted down the Constitution multiple times. But I think some of the leaders in the the proponents of the Constitution understood we're going to have to agree to make some amendments. Right? We're not conditioning ratification on that, but we're going to go in the first Congress and we're going to make some proposals. And of course they did. And Madison wrote 12 amendments, 10 of which were sent to the states and adopted. Well, I think they actually sent the 12. They adopted 10 right off the bat. They adopted the 11th one like 30 years ago, dealing with compensation of legislators. And then the final one has not been adopted. But there were certain things that came out in those ratification debates that they thought they needed to address to give people a level of comfort. And of course, that was one of them.
Senator, you gave me the book. You got all. I'm sure this is ratification.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you gave me that book, Ratification. It was a great read about the debate in the states when it comes to adopting the U.S. Constitution.
And you get to the debate in New York, which was very close, right? And you had John Jay and Alexander Hamilton there. It's pretty clear from reading about that the only way this is going to pass was they had to get Alexander Hamilton out of the room, because he was such a jerk that he rubbed people. It's kind of like the musical. Well, why do you always have to be the smartest one in the room, right? He made sure that everybody knew he was the smartest guy in the room, and he probably was. But he made sure everybody knew it, and that understandably rubbed people the wrong way. I mean, he almost single-handedly lost it in New York.
And one thing interesting, we just had a recent Supreme Court decision. This is changing the subject, but the Rucho decision that Justice Gorsuch authored about gerrymandering, and you mentioned Patrick Henry and James Madison, and the very first Congress, Patrick Henry tried to gerrymander Madison out of the Virginia House seat.
He put him in the same district with James Monroe. Right? Madison ran against Monroe for the Congress.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you see some of our congressional candidates today, right? We got James Madison and James Monroe running against each other.
All right, Senator. Well,
that's not the same.
Senator, I applaud you for your knowledge of constitutional history, of course, but also for trying to make, if we end up eliminating the requirement to have a CWP in order to carry, there ought to be incentives built in. There ought to be incentives that encourage people to do it of their own free will. And that's what you're trying to do. I have an amendment that's going to come up shortly that does that in a different fashion. But I think it is important for us to do that because the training in the law and the background check is very important.
Thank you.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator would yield for a few questions.
Senator, yield for questions?
I will.
Senator yields.
Senator, some time ago, earlier this afternoon, do you recall that we talked about perhaps adding a little phrase to the beginning or the end of this amendment, that something to the effect of, upon being questioned by a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir. I remember that.
And did you know, Senator, I thought that you, I could be wrong, that you were somewhat amenable to that idea. So I rise, Senator, to see if you would be willing to withdraw this amendment or carry it over and work on it a little bit so that those words could be added, that when a police officer questions someone, they have to let them know if they're carrying. Would you be willing to do that, Senator?
Senator, my preference would be to carry it over, but I'm happy to carry it over. And then I'd like to have a conversation with some law enforcement representatives just to make sure that I do that correctly and it seems to me that makes sense, right? What you suggested seems to me to make sense. I want to make sure that I'm not doing something that I don't understand. So I'd like to talk to law enforcement folks about that, but I'm open to that. Yeah.
Would you do so, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to. As long as people were done asking me questions. I didn't want to be. See, now I can't.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Loftus.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would the speaker at the podium yield for a question or two?
Senator yields for questions.
We have fished in several ponds. Some of the fish have the mouth open and some don't. You weren't here. You talked about, we talked a lot about the weapon being laying on the seat.
Yep.
Maybe I overlooked something. Does this bill do away with the requirement to carry a weapon in a certain place in the vehicle?
It does.
It does?
It does. At the end of big section 3.
Right.
In the bill, the last sentence of it's in subsection D there. It says, notwithstanding any provision in this section, a person who is not otherwise prohibited by law from carrying a firearm. So if you're lawfully allowed to carry the firearm, you may lawfully store a firearm anywhere in a vehicle, whether occupied or unoccupied.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right.
Senator from Orry, Senator Rankin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator yield for a very quick question or two.
Sure. Senator yields for questions.
And in the vein of a number of others who have spoken, whether you achieve your goal with this particular amendment, your motive in the amendments that you have been offering thus far is to incent that training continue with or without this bill's passage if it succeeds as it's written, correct?
Yeah, my larger goal on this is we need to incent training. I want to encourage people to get the permit. All right. And this is tough for me, Senator, because since I've been privileged to serve up here, we've had a number of gun bills that we've dealt with. I've never not voted for a gun bill. In fact, I've been the guy standing right here more than once explaining and taking the questions and taking the heat and trying to get the thing passed. I've never voted for a restriction, right? And I don't plan to. Training and background checks are important. And I understand the argument about law-abiding citizens ought to be able to carry, and I don't disagree with that. Training and background checks are important. And so for me, I got to figure out a way that I'm comfortable with that. Because right now, the way the bill's written, I'm not comfortable with it.
Well, and I share that same aversion to this bill as written. Again, based on line of the refrain that I've heard, and I'll talk more about it later, but again, from the law enforcement folks that have testified, whether under oath or not, but have taken the time to come up, to be seen, to be heard, to be questioned, all having their concerns about losing a tool for protecting everybody. But the other point about continued education, and you may know this, but let me ask it in this vein. Did you know that despite what we heard from the senator from Spartanburg last week, touting how this is a good bill and why it's a good bill, and I think to one point specifically, I may stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, but we heard that citizens, if this bill passes as is, will continue to get training. You remember hearing that?
I've heard that argument. I don't remember it from last week, but I've heard that argument. Yeah.
And so let's look at states that have done the 26 that have done it, or again, almost 30, whatever the number. Georgia. Did you know that the applications following Georgia's repeal of the CWP requirement, that their training and the applications and education fell by 60%?
I did not know that.
Did you know that in Oklahoma, following their passage of the same bill that we're being asked to pass today, their applications fell by 54%?
I did not know that.
Texas, 43% drop off in training of gun safety and the law as we currently require here. Did you know that? Probably didn't.
I did not.
All right, two more states. Ohio, a drop of 71% when they went to this bill that we're being asked to vote for today.
Well, I did not know that.
Tennessee, 53% drop off, no training, or 53% got training afterwards. And then finally, Florida, 64% decline in applications after they passed that law.
I had not heard any of those statistics.
So if the logic is that citizens will still get training, it will not be by mandate of the law. It'll just be by their good parental exercise or good self-control exercise. But there'll be no hook, no incentive, no requirement to do it. We'll just have to trust these folks that they're going to look out for themselves and look out for law enforcement and do what the law won't require them to do.
And for everybody else, look out for everybody else they come in contact with. I've said this many times, and I'll say it from here. I've said it from here. I'm not comfortable with where this bill is.
Well, I share that with you. And to the point, and if I may interrupt just to make the point, despite what others say, the folks out of Texas who continue to be my constituents' best friend to say that I'm this, I'm that I'm the other, look at the record. We're not trying to deny Second Amendment rights. We're trying to strike the balance between the social responsibility of protecting law enforcement who are charged with protecting others, to weed out the criminals, and to protect themselves. Isn't that what we're trying to get to here? Hopefully, at least.
I'm hopeful that we're gonna be able to get there. But yeah, I think that's the effort. I mean, and when we have disagreements about where that balance is, right, but I think everybody in here accepts that there's a balance, right? I mean, I don't think I've heard anybody in here arguing that felons ought to be allowed to carry. I mean, I know there are people who say that, but so I think everybody agrees that there should be some type of a balance. The question is where you draw that line, and hopefully we can find it, because I really want to vote for this. I mean, I do. But disincentivizing, it's not the right word. Disincenting training and background checks is a real problem for me. Mr. President, to comply with what I've talked about with a few other senators, I want to talk with some law enforcement and look to see if we can put in a clause in there to ensure that the affirmative duty to report to law enforcement applies after an interaction, after law enforcement questions. And so I would like to have a little bit of time to work on that. So I would move to carry over the amendment.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. Excuse me, the senator from,
I move to table the amendment.
we have a motion to carry over the amendment. You moving to,
Table the amendment.
you're moving to, you're moving to,
Tables a higher amendment than.
desperateness. So the motion is to table the amendment. Okay. All those in favor of tabling the amendment would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Next amendment.
#17 by Senator Harpootlian. It amends the bill, strikes Section 2 and inserts Article 3, Chapter 11, Title 10 of the Code, amended by adding Section 1011-321. Notwithstanding the provisions of Section 1011-320, it is lawful for a person to carry a firearm on the Capitol grounds and the Capitol building, including public galleries in each chamber.
Since Senator from Colleton, what purpose do you rise?
To move to carry that amendment over until Senator Harpootlian comes into the chamber.
Be carried over.
Yes.
Yeah. Motion is to carry over the amendment. Those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, so ordered.
Next amendment is number 18 by Senator Campson. It amends the bill by adding appropriately numbered sections to read.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir? You're recognized on your amendment.
Mr. President, I need to get my reading glasses. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is it furthers the notion that we want to make it easy to get a CWP. Now, I personally think you ought to have a CWP to carry concealed. But this amendment doesn't require that. What it does provide, though, is it'll make it real easy to obtain. Once you obtain a CWP, keeping it is basically put on autopilot. Like right now with the CWP, it's good for 5 years. And if you don't renew, do a new background check, send in a picture, and renew that CWP, then you lose it. And I've come close to losing mine once, even though it means something, it's important to me, and I think others have as well. And so this puts it on autopilot, and you have two options. You can get a separate CWP, and SLED will do the background check free of charge. I want it to be easy and at no cost. They will do the background check, and if you pass the background check, then you will be issued the CWP, and they will check with the DMV about your proper address and all that, because DMV keeps those proper the addresses. The second option you have is you can have it embedded in your driver's license, so it's even more convenient. You can have a symbol that indicates you have a current CWP, and It's in your driver's license, so you don't have to carry 2 cards. The same thing happens. When the time comes to have a new background check to get your new CWP, that happens as a matter of course. You don't have to send in an application. They can use your picture that's on your driver's license. If you don't have a driver's license, then you have a CWP card. And that happens as a matter of course. And so, again, trying to create a minimal amount of effort to maintain your CWP once you get it, so that basically an incentive to actually get the CWP and keep it up to date. So that's what the amendment does. I think everyone, whether you support the bill or are opposed to the bill, probably should embrace this amendment.
Senator from Pickens, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Yield for a question or two.
Senator, yield for questions. Senator yields.
This doesn't do away with the constitutional carry portion. This just addresses the concealed weapons permit, correct?
Correct.
All right. When you embedded it, I like your ideas here, by the way, because it is a pain to keep up with, especially when my CWP and my driver's license expire different.
They're out of sync, but these would get in sync is what they would do. They get in sync.
Do you know if, and I like the idea of having it in my driver's license, so I'm not having to find 2 different pieces in my wallet. Would that, from a reciprocal standpoint, how would that work with other states? Would the one that would be embedded into your driver's license, would it be reciprocal? How would it be identified? In other words, and I know probably the details aren't here, but would it be listed as in my case, commercial driver's license and CWP?
Yes.
So it'd have all that at the top of it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for a few questions.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, do you know, I find the proposal here interesting.
Well, good. I hope you find it favorably interesting.
Well, did you also know, Senator, that it's a little bit more than I can process on the fly? I wonder if you'd be willing to carry it over so we could actually print it out and take a look at it more closely.
Sure. I mean, I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
But if let me take any other questions and then we'll carry over. That work, Senator?
Senator from Collington, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for a quick couple of questions.
Senator yield for questions. Senator yields.
Senator, what is the fiscal impact associated with the, I think that you talked about 3 processes here.
I don't know.
And don't you think that's important?
It's important, but it's not as important as having a CWP, having an incentive to having CWPs.
Well,
so whatever the cost is, I don't think it can be too great, but I think it's important to create incentives for people to have a CWP as opposed to not.
And having a CWP comes with a lot of responsibilities, does it not?
Yeah.
And if you're going to be a responsible gun owner, you've got to be a responsible CWP, responsible to the state as it relates to getting and keeping your CWP. Now, that being said, I agree with what you're putting forward here. My only problem is that I've received a number of complaints, and this goes along with
No, you haven't.
for
Sit
which
down and
you
shut up.
chair. Right now in the state of South Carolina, we passed legislation last year which allows a person to get their CWP at no charge to renew it. But yet, if you are going to get a fishing license, something that the state gets a lot of revenue from, you have to pay for a fishing license. Now, both of those things I know are important to you, right?
Yes.
What's the reasoning behind the state giving away the monies that we would have gotten over the years for people getting CWPs? And making those people who want to go fishing have to pay for their license. I think both of those are important. I just don't understand.
Well, the license fees, hunting and fishing license fees go to fund DNR and also go to enable us to draw down a lot of federal money actually as well. And I really have not run into any sportsman or women. I can't say I've had anyone complain about, I mean, sometimes they question, okay, we just increased the license, right? And I don't quite like that. Well, we hadn't increased it for 10 years. And so it's a inflator, a CPI inflator, basically, to get it up to, real dollars when it was passed 10 years ago. So I haven't, as long as my experience is, I mean, we're going off track of this bill, but when it comes to hunting and fishing, if you're feeding outdoorsmen's passions, they're okay with that as long as it goes to the resource and the protection of the resource.
I don't think that I questioned it as it relates to what those monies would be used for, or that they should even be charging for a fishing license. I specifically asked you about what is this state's reasoning regarding giving folks a free CDWP permit and charging for a hunting license, even to a.
Well, I'll address that, Senator. My idea on that is that if we're going to remove the requirement to have a CWP to carry a concealable weapon, I want it to be easy to get a CWP, because you still have the option of getting one. And I think it's really important to have the training, particularly important to have training in the law. You need to know when you can use lethal force and when you can't. Right. Range training, you need to be able to hit the target, because if you can't hit the target, it's the difference between being charged with a homicide or a self-defense. And so all that's important. So I want to make it easy. If we're going to go to if this bill passes and there's going to be and we're going to remove the requirement, which I'm not for, but if they're going to remove the requirement to have training and a background check, I want to make it easy as possible to get your CWP. I want to incentivize people, remove barriers, remove cost, make it easy to get it and keep it. That's really my motivation.
Well, Senator, well, isn't the biggest incentive to encourage people to get their CWP is to not pass this bill? Because if you can't just openly carry, and you want to openly carry, and you want to do so legally, now if we don't pass this bill, it's going to incentivize people to go out and get their CWP and be careful, responsible gun owners.
Yes, but if the bill does pass,
surprise,
then
surprise.
You want to have a catch-all.
We created incentive to just not get your CWP, because I can carry without one. And why do I want to go take a course? Why do I want to pay anything? Why do I want to every so many years renew my CWP? So I want to reduce the friction. I want to eliminate as best as possible the friction or the task that citizens have to take to keep their CWP once they get it. I want it to be on autopilot, because then we'll have more people who get. Now, it may not, if this bill passes as is, it's not going to be a requirement.
Right.
But I think it still should be a course and a permit that responsible citizens get. It's, again, going back to the Heller and the Bruin decision, that the Second Amendment is for law-abiding, responsible citizens. And so I want to create an incentive for South Carolinians, if this bill passes and it does away with the CWP requirement to carry a concealable weapon, I still want citizens to take the CWP, to take the training, really want them to know when they can and can't kill somebody. And when they go to kill someone, I want them to be able to hit the bad guy and not hit the
wrong
victim,
target.
because that can be the difference between charged with a homicide and charged with defense
Reckless
of others.
homicide. Senator,
or not be charged because you use lethal force in defense of others.
I know you might think I'm on the wrong side of the aisle, but I still, don't you agree, considering the side of the chamber you're on, that it's still important for us in evaluating this amendment?
I emailed you many times
given the
telling
three
you to
steps
pass
that
this
you're
fucking
saying
bill.
that the government now has to undertake with more resources of the state. Don't you think it's important that we understand the fiscal impact?
Yeah, it is. I mean, we'll get a fiscal impact, but frankly, I'm not too concerned about, I think it can't be too much, and I think it's really important to create this
Bye, Mike.
Senator from Spartan.
incentive to
I'm gonna continue
get the concealed weapons.
playing
permit.
Excuse me. You
I
finished?
yield. I yield.
recording this.
Senator
until
from
they stop.
Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator from Charleston would yield for a question.
Senator, you for question.
And Senator, I'm aware you're going to carry this over, but I was just reminded that CWP information is not subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and driver's license information could be. I just worry that we're opening a lot of concealed weapon holders up to people getting information and people digging through DMV databases and things like that. I don't think we want that. And I think somebody might see this as it could be something easy for them, but it could open them up for, public scrutiny or something like that. So as you carry it over and think about it, I wish you would look into that as well. Did you know that?
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
You moving to carry it over?
Carry over the amendment as the senator from Anderson requested.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. Those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. We have further amendments on the desk. Reading clerk, please publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 19 by Senators Goldfinch and Campson, amends the bill, Section 10, strike Section 2331, 220, items 1 and 2, and inserts.
Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you rise?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Georgetown.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. This one will go a lot quicker than yesterday because I've already explained most of it from yesterday. Yesterday, as you will recall, my amendment attempted to put only concealed weapons permit holders behind the placard. Y'all remember that nod? Yes. Only concealed weapons permits behind the placard. There was a big concern yesterday and the day before that about the private property rights decisions, their ability to make decisions for their own businesses. In listening to your questions and talking with you and taking your consultation, I decided to take your advice. I decided to take many of your advice. So we're going to eliminate the problem with the private property rights, and we're going to give businesses the ability to choose a placard, either the placard that says no guns beyond this point, which will satisfy some of you, or only CWP holders beyond this point. So the entire issue that we dealt with yesterday with whether or not a private property business, a private property rights business
No,
could
they have not finished amending
make
it.
those decisions, that is
They're adding
null
more
and void.
amendments.
Moot point. Okay? Satisfied everybody's, I hope I have satisfied everybody's
I
problems.
think this
there.
is going to go on for
There's
another
no further
week,
questions.
honestly.
Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Just to see if the senator from Georgetown will yield.
Senator yield for a question.
Senator, so
Senator yields for a question.
so Senator, just so so we had this amendment. It was originally, was it defeated or was it carried over?
It was defeated.
Okay. And so could you just tell me how this one substantially changes what you did? I know you just said it, but tell us in a way that what it had and then what you just changed it to.
Right. So remember, well, I'm trying not to rehash everything because I know everybody's tired of it and probably tired of the day. But yesterday, the amendment allowed or disallowed a public accommodations business. Public accommodations business. It disallowed the public accommodations business from disallowing a CWP holder behind the placard.
If they allow this amendment,
I could probably say
then
that better. Let me try to
basically
rephrase that for you.
Adds more.
A public accommodations business could not
it'll
prohibit a
add more
CWP holder from
no
carrying behind
gun
the placard
zones.
under the amendment yesterday.
So, yeah, great.
That raised a lot of private property rights concerns, as you can imagine. And what is a public accommodations business? There were many of you that said, I don't know what that is. That's ambiguous. That's going to cause concerns. I did away with all of that. And I simply, in this amendment, say private or public business, doesn't matter. Private business, public business, either one can choose no guns behind this placard. Concealed carry, open carry, constitutional carry, so CWP. Don't care what it is, no guns behind this point. Or they could choose a placard, only CWP holders beyond this point. It gives them the ability, that placard doesn't exist currently. Gives them the ability to choose that placard, which does, in my opinion, incentivize some people to continue to go get the training because you never know what public space you're going to be in. So it incentivizes a little bit of training, does away with the public accommodations business. No problem.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
So
Senator
you're
Yields.
saying that's all it does. It doesn't increase the training hours from 8 to 12?
It's the same thing. Same exact thing, 8 to 12.
So it does increase the training.
Yeah, the only difference in this one and the other amendment is that I did away with that public accommodations business. Private or public business can choose either of those placards. No guns or CWPs only behind this point. So it expands gun rights. In our case, it expands gun rights. Under the original bill, nobody can go behind the placard, right? In this case, at least businesses have the option to put up that placard that says only CWPs beyond that.
Gives them an option. Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but you're still increasing the training hours, and CWP, I mean, it's proven. I don't see why you want to do that.
Honestly, Senator, it's because the CWP training it's not great. It needs to be improved. I've taken it. I've taught it. As have so many people in here, it needs to be improved. I don't get paid for it. I don't. So
Well, Senator, I wouldn't disagree with you, but I don't think adding 4 hours to something that, in your opinion, may not be the best is automatically going to make it better.
It's not my opinion, Senator. It's this body's opinion. If you like it, then vote for it. If you don't, then don't. That's perfectly fine with me.
Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. With Senator Yield.
Sure.
Senator Yield.
Senator, help me understand. Now, the current law without this bill can do what you are proposing, right?
No. Well, without the bill.
Right.
Well, the current law as is only provides for a placard that says no CWP permits, but no CWPs behind this placard. Under the bill, now we're adding constitutional carry. So there's a question whether or not a constitutional carry person can carry behind or in a place that doesn't have a placard at all. So this is giving a business owner the ability to choose no guns or CWPs, period.
So under the current law, it basically says no CWPs can go beyond this placard.
No concealed weapons beyond this placard. Right.
Can go. And your amendment, and I assume that your amendment is contingent upon this bill passing. I think.
Yeah.
You are assuming that you want to make it better, right?
I'm trying to make the bill better.
Based on the conversations that we've had.
Correct. Yeah, I think it makes the bill better if it passes. If it doesn't pass, then.
So you're adding 2 tiers, no interest at all?
Right.
Or you can enter with concealed weapons?
Yeah, if you want to go get your training, you can enter with the concealed weapons, but that's the business's choice. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from Charleston, what purpose? Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
With Senator Yield?
Sure.
So Senator
Yields,
are you trying to make, if the bill passes as is, there will be no CWP requirement in order to carry a concealable weapon, right?
Correct.
And so with this amendment, you're trying to create an incentive to actually take the CWP course, even if it's not required by law, which would be the case if this bill passes as it currently is. You're trying to create an incentive for people to take the CWP. Is that correct?
Without invoking the private property rights concerns we had yesterday.
Without violating property rights, but there'd be an advantage to having a CWP because there probably will end up being a lot of businesses who'll say, if you got a CWP, you had a background check, you know how to shoot what you're aiming at, you know when you can use lethal force, you'll probably have a lot of signs. Yeah, come on in. But if you don't have that, then the no concealable weapons.
I would hope so, Senator. I can't get in the minds of a business. I would hope that some businesses would opt for only CWPs beyond this rather than no guns, but you never know.
But it's their decision. It's their
decision.
property. They get to make the decision, but you're giving them the opportunity to require those who carry concealable weapons on their private property be limited to those who have a CWP.
That's right. That's right. And honestly, Senator, as you know, since you helped draft the amendment, this was from consultation and this was from that 2-hour debate over that amendment yesterday. This is what came out of that debate. Please deal with the private property rights issues. Please deal with the duplicitous nature of it. And, you know, that's what came out of this. And so what I heard from yesterday is what produced this amendment today. And hopefully everybody will vote for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Ask Senator if you yield for a question.
Sure.
Senator yields for question.
Thank you, Senator. And this may be a little bit in line with what the Senator from Charleston was just asking you. But I just want to make sure I got this straight succinctly. So basically, this amendment does three things, right? The first thing it would do is it would actually expand gun rights under the current bill.
Yeah.
Because under the current iteration of the bill, if a business is either going to make a decision to post a sign or not post a sign, right?
Right.
If they post a placard saying you can't carry there, then you can't carry there.
Right.
Correct?
Nobody.
And that's the business's right, right?
Right.
So this would expand would expand because if you have the CWP, it would in turn give the business the option. So it gives the business community more flexibility. That's the second thing it does, correct?
Right. Correct.
Because it's basically saying, instead of making this decision whether you can or can't carry,
You probably would still need to be 21 because
business may decide you can
federal
carry
law states
with the,
until it's
with the
changed,
qualification or the
you have to be
caveat
21
that
to
you
own
have to have a
handguns.
CWP to do so.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And that's what in
Unless
turn,
you get one
that's what
private
in turn
party
reaches your ultimate,
at 18.
one of your ultimate goals, and that's to
But
encourage the
that's the
training.
problem.
Yeah,
Right.
it encourages it, but doesn't mandate it, and it maintains private property rights.
Right. So you don't have to have the training, but this would be an incentive. There's no required training.
Right.
What you're doing here.
Yeah, exactly.
And I wanted to ask you also, Senator, because I heard the back and forth between you and the senator from Greenville about the training itself. You would ostensibly increase the training to get a CWP from 8 to 12 hours.
Right.
What do we need to do in order to make the training better, in your opinion?
Well, the way that
Not just longer, but better.
Yeah, the way that I broke, and I can opine on that. I'm not SLED. You know, we oftentimes, especially in this case, rely on SLED and their expertise to sort of tell us and to implement the rules and regulations pursuant to such. In my amendment, I specifically say half dedicated to legal, half dedicated to gun training. And the reason,
yes, it basically
because
creates
I don't want
tons of
4 additional hours of gun
gun-free
training,
zones.
but no legal. I mean, legal,
support
in my opinion, is a tremendously important part of the training that I think a lot of people will oftentimes gloss over if you know, in the classroom, if they're not careful.
But the legal part is very important. But I personal anecdote. Don't you also think that the quality of the instruction also depends on the instructor a lot of times?
100%. And that's why I dedicated half and half, Senator. I just, more training is better. I don't know how else to put it. I don't want it to become burdensome to the point where somebody doesn't want to go get it. I want to incentivize it, right? But a couple more hours of legal and a couple more hours of gun handling. I mean, for those of us that enjoy guns and shooting at the firing range, I mean, if you told me I had to go get 2 more hours of gun handling training, I'd be fine with that. I'd be happy to do it. I'd go do it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator would yield for some questions.
Senator yield for questions. Senator yields for questions.
Senator, do you recall from yesterday that I was one of those who was concerned about property rights?
I do.
Did you know, Senator, that I appreciate you reworking this amendment to take that concern into consideration?
Thank you.
So I think your end goal here, Senator, is that you now give the property owner the right to say, I don't want any weapons carried onto my property.
Right.
Or you can carry a weapon if you have the concealed weapons permit. I mean,
correct.
With your belief being that would actually in net effect, allow more guns to be carried onto private businesses than without this amendment, in which case no weapons allowed is going to prohibit all weapons.
Yeah, Senator, your point to me yesterday was well taken. At the time when we were discussing it at the podium, I didn't really have time to reflect on it, but as I was reflecting on it, you had made mention that you thought or had hoped that businesses would put if given the option, would put a placard up that allowed people with CWPs to come. And I was hesitant of that at the time. I believe now, in retrospect, that there are some businesses that would do that. And I do think that because of the possibility of that, it would encourage people to go and get training. So yeah, to answer your question in a long way, yes.
Senator, did you know that I have a little bit of a concern about the actual wording of the signs? And did you know that when the sign says no concealable weapons allowed, some people might think, well, I'm carrying it openly, so that doesn't apply to me. I'm carrying it openly under constitutional carry. They just don't want any concealed weapons carried, and so they're going to walk in with the gun openly.
Yeah,
now, in the subtext, under that, you say concealable or openly, but the sign itself actually, in my humble opinion, some people are going to interpret that to mean, well, they can't carry it concealed in this business, but they can carry it openly, and that's okay.
Yeah, and we debated this back and forth yesterday. The senator from Charleston and I actually talked about it, and because it was already defined, a concealable weapon's already defined, that's the way. Actually, if you look on my desk, Senator, you'll see where I wrote in or open or pursuant to constitutional carry. I can't remember which one I did, but I'd written that in the footnotes. And I mean, you might be right, and if that's the will of the body, I'm happy to ask for unanimous consent to add or openly. I mean, that's the intent, though, Senator.
I understand.
Yep.
I'm not sure I'd be willing to try to do that on the fly to get the wording where I think it would need to be, because in the one case, you're saying no weapons allowed, open or concealed. In the other case, you're saying weapons allowed pursuant to the CWP permit, correct? Is that more or less the intention?
Yeah, I mean, one sign says no concealable, not concealed, no concealable weapons. The other one says only CWPs beyond this point. Yeah. And I think, if you see enough of those signs as we do, especially on the coast, I can't speak to the upstate. Most people understand what that means.
Well, I think practically speaking, what it's going to mean is that some business owners are going to take the position that, okay, I'm going to strike the middle ground as opposed to saying no weapons at all.
I would hope.
Which might hurt my business.
Yeah.
They might feel more comfortable saying, well, if you've got a CWP, then I can go along with that. Now, let me ask you something. If they have the CWP pursuant to this sign, does the weapon have to be concealed?
If they have a
when all these laws are passed,
yeah,
and they're going to go past the placard because they have the CWP permit,
right?
Can they go past the placard with the gun openly, or does it have to actually be concealed?
Well,
do you know the answer?
The current law says you can carry concealed. You can carry openly with a concealed weapons permit.
So that's the way you would assume that it would follow.
We didn't go back into the law. I mean, yes. The answer to your question is yes. Somebody could hypothetically, theoretically carry openly as long as they had their concealed weapons permit. I think that it's inviting people to ask them about it, but which is why I don't do it. But yeah, I think theoretically that's true.
Did you know, Senator, I'm not trying to make this confusing. I just think inherently there are going to be questions. A business owner is going to put the sign up saying no weapons except for CWP holders, and they're going to think, well, that means I'm allowing people to come in, but it's concealed so it doesn't scare my other patrons, and people are going to walk in with it openly carried. Did you know that I do think there's going to have if this was to be adopted, I think there's going to have to be some education as to what the sign actually means, both to the business owner and to the public. It's going to have to somehow be made clear.
Well,
Did you
I
know?
can't pose a question to you, Senator, but, you know, I'll pose a rhetorical question, I suppose. Rhetorically, well, how about this? In my opinion, it would be better for there to be some growing pains in the implementation of
South
this
Carolina
rather
Senate,
than
not
as we
the,
are with the current bill, which would
not
allow
the,
for
federal
nobody
Senate.
behind the placard.
Different people.
Senator, I think we've got at least 2 amendments here in front of me that I certainly want to consider. The one from the senator from Edgefield that I believe he's going to work on. And the one immediately preceding from Senator from Charleston about the driver's license notification of CWP permit. Senator, I really don't, I'm really not ready to vote on this amendment, and I think the wording is going to have to be changed some. So would you be willing to carry this over to
If everybody's not
further
sick,
refine it?
if everybody's not sick of amendments getting carried over, which personally I am, but no, look, I think clarifying the language on the placard could be helpful, and in an effort to try to get your vote, Senator, I will carry this amendment over to make sure that the placard's clear, among other votes in this room. Thank you so much. Motion carried. Yeah.
The senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Gill for a question.
Senator Yields for question.
Senator, I understand that you're trying to assist the majority leader and some others in here who are uncomfortable with the training, and that you're trying to get more training on board for people. And that
Can I stop you?
we're doing a lot of things.
I don't appreciate the question as is. I'm not trying to assist the majority leader. He and I haven't conferred on this at all.
No,
This
well,
is
I
my own
understand
amendment.
that, but I think you had made the statement, correct me if I'm wrong, that it would incentivize training, which would be good because, that's obviously good. And I believe that he's expressed that to me as well. The only point I wanted to make and ask you, Senator, is I hear a lot of folks say, I'd love to get a CWP, but, I work 2 jobs. I just don't have, an entire day to go do it. It already takes 8 hours. I honestly believed did you know, Senator, that by increasing the hours from 8 to 12, you're going to disincentivize people to go get a CWP instead of incentivizing. If you're going to rework this, if I can just make that suggestion, it's just a suggestion.
All right. Thanks, Senator.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, what
Senator
purpose
from
do you rise?
Georgetown, Yield.
Senator Yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Yields.
So since you've studied this bill as it's currently exists, are you aware that it doesn't exempt hospitals as is the current law? If this bill passed, anybody can walk in a hospital carrying a pistol? Is that really what this Senate intends?
Senator, I understand your question, and I'm going to try to answer it as honestly as possible. I'm not sure I understand that the bill as is allows for people to openly carry without a permit into a hospital, but that's not what my amendment, in fairness, that's not what my amendment deals with.
But did you realize that the exception in the current law was included in this bill?
Yep.
With the exception of hospitals? It includes medical clinics, doctor's offices, but it excludes hospitals. Can you give me some reason why that would have been excluded?
And Senator, again, I can't ask you a question, but if I was to rhetorically ask a question to myself, I would say, well, does it also include, would a hospital be able to put up a placard that says no guns allowed beyond this point pursuant to my amendment? And I would think the answer would be yes. In other words, Senator, I think you ought to vote for my amendment when it comes up. Thank you.
Motion to carry. Senator from Georgetown renews his motion to carry over the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, the amendment is carried over. Do we have additional amendments? Next amendment.
Amendment number 21 by Senator Massey amends the bill, Section 3, by deleting Section 162320, Item 6.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
On the amendment?
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Edgefield, on Amendment 21.
Mr. President, this is something that I'm probably going to have to withdraw this amendment in the end, but there's an issue here, and the reason I'm going to withdraw it is because, quite frankly, I don't know how to fix this. But there's a real concern that I have, and I don't know that everybody understands that this bill does this. There are, we've talked about this some already, but there are 11 places in Big Section 3. There are 11 places where we say, as a matter of statewide policy, you cannot carry, right? Even if you're, right now, even if you're a CWP holder, you cannot carry in those places. You can't carry in a school. You can't carry we talked about the businesses that post. You can't carry in a courtroom. You can't carry in a jail, right? As a matter of statewide policy, you can't do that. Now, as I said before, also, I think we've probably got more on there than what we ought to have on there. I don't understand why some things are there, but.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, what purpose do you rise, sir? Senator, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator, and that list includes hospitals in the current law.
The current law includes hospitals. The bill eliminated hospitals. And I'm guessing that most people don't realize that it did eliminate hospital. Now, we could have a conversation about whether that may be okay, right? Because it kept medical facilities in there. It kept doctors' offices in there, but it did eliminate hospitals. And so we could have that conversation. There are some places, like in the current law, for instance, a church. You can't carry in a church unless leadership of the church says you can, right? You can't carry in the doctor's office or the hospital unless the employer says that you can, right? So there are some exceptions about that. But here's the thing. There's one of these subsections, subsection 6. It says, the provisions in A, all these places where you cannot carry, unless it is a person given permission to carry a firearm by the property owner or person in control of the premises, or an agent of the owner or person in control of the premises with the authority to give such permission, whether or not the property is posted pursuant to whatever else. Y'all, that provision allows local officials to completely undo all the statewide policy provisions. That provision says that a school board can allow people to carry in a school. That provision says that a principal could allow people to carry in a school. It says that a clerk of court could allow people to carry in a family courtroom. Right? It says that a jailer or whoever the supervisor is on jail that night could allow people to carry a weapon into the jail. Now, I understand if there are people who say we shouldn't have any of these prohibitions. My guess is that's not where South Carolina is. Right? You're not going to get South Carolina who says it's okay for people to carry in schools. Right? You're not going to get South Carolina say it's okay to carry in a family courtroom in the middle of a divorce proceeding. Right? But this provision, as it's written here, allows a workaround for every one of those things. Right? And I'm guessing that most people didn't realize that that's what it says. I'm concerned about that. Now, the reason I said I don't know how to fix it is because the way that it's written, what the House did is when I said earlier that currently you can't carry in a church unless the church leadership allows you to do it. Well, they took that unless the church leadership allows you to do it out of it, and they tacked it into this general overriding issue. The part where it says that employers can allow people to carry, they took that out and they put one big general exception. I don't know how to fix it. At least I don't know how to fix it anytime soon. It's going to, and maybe I'm the only one who thinks that we shouldn't allow people to carry in a family courtroom. But that's what this does. It allows that opportunity. If you get a clerk of court in Spartanburg County, right? If you get a clerk of court in Spartanburg who says, look, it means shall not be infringed, dadgummit. So you can carry in the family courtroom. I'm okay with that. That's what this bill does. That's what that language does. And so it's important that everybody understand that.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd request leave until 7 p.m.
Unanimous consent for leave until 7 p.m. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Anderson, what purpose? Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
If the senator will yield for a few questions.
I will.
Senator yields for questions.
So Senator, I'm here at point number 6 under section B.
B6.
B6, a person given permission. That's where you're at, right? That's what you want to.
That's where I am.
All right. So could we not solve the dilemma you're referring to by simply saying at the end of point number 6 that does not apply to the facilities mentioned up above it, quite simply? In other words, a daycare owner can't give you permission to carry because it's listed up above here. I mean, would that not fix the problem?
Well, this says, if you look at B, before you get down to 6, B says the provisions of all those things listed up above there do not apply to those things.
Right, but I'm saying I'm sure there's a way linguistically under point number 6 to say you can't give permission to these other
So I guess my
locations that are already notated up above.
My thought on that is what's wrong with the current law on that? Right, where we say specifically it's okay to carry in a church if the pastor or the governing body says it's okay. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying that you can't carry in a doctor's office unless they say you can?
Well, I think somewhere in the bill, Senator, and I could be wrong. I mean, I've read it once or twice that you can't carry into someone else's home. I think that's in here somewhere, that you cannot presume that you can carry into someone else's home. In fact,
you got to have permission to do it.
Right. So point number 6 would say, well, hey, you're my friend. You can come on in. It's okay. In other words, point number 6 gives that homeowner the right to say, you can come in with your gun. I'm not worried about you. You're my buddy. That's where I would see that would perhaps apply.
Well, I mean, I think current law would allow that anyway, right? I mean, if you come into my house and you're carrying and I say, I'm fine with you carrying in here, I mean, who's going to fight about it if it's not me? It's my house.
Well, Senator, did you know, I'm just trying to think of the instances where point number 6 is applicable, which is if I do give you permission, then you can come in the house.
Yeah. And so I guess my response to that is we have some exceptions already built in. What's wrong with those exceptions that are built in? This one broadens it to everything. I mean, this clearly allows a school board to say it's okay to carry in the school.
Well, I understand the overall general point you're making, Senator, and I don't disagree that this could be a loophole, so to speak. Did you know? But I do believe linguistically you could work it around to saying that this does not include the prohibited spaces listed up above. And
But that's,
you know,
but the exception
prior
is for
section.
all those places listed above.
I'm sure that the people who write the language here could figure out how to say that if that's what you're intending, which is you cannot give permission to carry into a daycare, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. I mean, I think there are certain places, like you shouldn't be able to get permission to carry into a courtroom.
Right.
I got to run to the store.
You know,
so
Senator, I
guys,
agree with you, but
I knew you did.
You guys
I guess my question is,
turn it off on
and the reason I brought this up is the current law already allows exemptions. Why don't we just use the current law on that? Or do we need to expand beyond where current law is? If we need to expand on one of those exceptions, then let's say it for that one. But let's not do a general. And like I said, I'm going to withdraw this because this isn't a good fix. Because if this amendment were to pass, then it would say that the church can't allow people to carry in the church anymore. I don't want to do that. I just needed a vehicle in order to bring it up and let everybody know what it says. Now we can try to figure out how to fix it, but
your point's well taken, Senator.
Okay.
Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to see if the senator would yield for a question.
Senator, you have a question.
Senator, a quick question. And we were talking about hospitals. That got the attention of some of my constituents who work and endeavor to help all those folks out around hospital. But did I hear you say that the bill took the hospitals out? You didn't say that, did you?
That's my reading of the bill, Senator. I mean, right now,
Senator, what I'm reading is
where are you?
Well, I'm on the bill. Hold on a second. Under Section 3, Section 162320.
Yep.
And it says law enforcement, correctional, or detention facility. Goes on down to say a medical clinic, doctor's office, or any other facility where medical services or procedures are performed. So, I mean, I think that certainly covers a hospital with medical procedures being performed.
I would think that too, except for this. The current law uses this language, but it also includes, it specifically says hospitals. The bill specifically, it pulled out hospitals. So
it'd be an easy fix, so when it's under for us, just put an amendment in to say including hospitals.
And that's fine with me. Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. Now, look, we could probably have a conversation about whether hospitals ought to be a gun-free zone. Okay. I mean, I don't know. As I said this yesterday, I don't know what's special about doctors' offices. I don't know why doctors' offices are, as a matter of statewide policy, prohibited versus a pharmacy. Right? I mean, pharmacies there's no statewide prohibition there. I don't know why there's that distinction. But you know, I'm happy to have that conversation.
And Senator, the whole time we've been talking about this for the last 3 or 4 or 5 days, I've been thinking that pharmacy should be included, and I'll tell you why. Is we have opioids. I mean, we have some of the stuff that I shouldn't even say this because that'll give somebody an idea. But you know what we carry in those pharmacies is the same stuff that's abused by people, all the opioids and amphetamines and all that stuff. And what's to say some guy just doesn't walk in with a gun here with his COVID mask on and walk up and say, give me all your hydrocodone tablets. So
I think, you know, you could, under current law, you could put up a sign that says no concealable weapons allowed. Of course, that may make you even more of a target if you do that. I brought up the hospitals. Well, I did it in response to the senator's question. I was going to bring that up anyway, and I bring it up not to suggest that it should or shouldn't be included. I just want everybody to know that it's excluded, and the fact that one word has been pulled out. I agree with you that there's a catch-all, but when you pull out that specific word, it's sending a message to a court that you intended to pull that out. And then it's the other stuff that number 6 and B6, the overarching exemption. I suspect most people did not understand that was there. And so, you know, we can talk about how to fix it, but I don't think that what I've got here is the right way to fix it, but I think we need to understand that that's there. So, Mr. President, I I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Unanimous consent request to withdraw the amendment. Is there objection to that? I hear no objection, so it's so ordered. Reading clerk, please publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 22 by Senator Martin amends the bill as appropriately numbered section to read.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
Wish to be heard on the amendment.
Recognized on your amendment. Senator from Spartanburg.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This is actually a very simple amendment. I had the Judiciary Committee staff draft it. It's a common language that we use for severability, which just says that if any section of this bill is found unconstitutional, that the bill still remains intact. We do this on a lot of legislation, and it's the blanket language they use for everything else. So I move adoption.
Pending Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator would yield for a quick question.
I'll gladly yield.
Senator yields for question.
So if this bill is deemed unconstitutional by our state Supreme Court, you're saying that your amendment is saying basically we get to ignore the Supreme Court's ruling of saying that it's, well, explain what you mean.
If any section, the bill, I believe, will be just fine. I mean, if the Supreme Court came in and struck down the whole bill, this means nothing because it's struck down. If any section with all the amendments going on and everything, if anything, any section becomes, if the Supreme Court declared section 2 unconstitutional or any amendment, then the whole bill, the rest of the bill would remain intact. We do this on a lot of legislation. It was not done in the House, so I'm putting it up now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
Ending question is adoption of the amendment. Those roll call has been requested to 5 members. Second that call. 1, 2, 3. More than 5. Clerk will please ring the bell. Reading clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Not voting, Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine. No. Mr. Fanning. Not voting, Mr. Gamble. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Not voting, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson not voting, Mr. Kevin Johnson. Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. No. Mr. McElveen. Aye. Mr. McLeod. No. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting, Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Setzler. Not voting, Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Aye. Mr. Talley. Not voting, Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Not voting, Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator from Aiken, Senator Young.
Unanimous consent request for leave for the remainder of the day for the Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Talley.
Without objection, Senator Talley has leave for the day. Senator Hutto votes aye. Senator from Ori, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you raise? State your request.
Unanimous consent for leave for the senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, for the balance of the day.
For the balance of the day, without objection. Senator from Greenville, Senator Allen votes aye. Senator, what purpose do you raise? State your request.
Yeah. Consent for leave for the senator from Fairfield.
For the senator from Fairfield, Senator Fanning, leave for the. Further members wishing to cast their vote? Have all members voted? The polls will close. The clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 36-3, the amendment is agreed to and adopted. Reading clerk will please publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 23 by Senator Hutto. Amends the bill section 3 in section 162320, item 2, and inserts item 2, courthouse or courtroom or public building owned by the state, a county, a municipality, or other political subdivision.
Stand at ease momentarily while we try to vote. That's what I say. Stand at ease
You're getting the
momentarily.
son from Orangeburg.
Just stand at ease momentarily.
He's coming. I'm informed, Mr. President, he's on his way.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler.
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment's carried over. Reading clerk will please publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 24 by Senator Matthews amends the bill, adds a new section to read.
Senator from Collington, what purpose do you rise?
To be heard on the amendment.
You are recognized on your amendment. Senator from Collington.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty straightforward amendment. If in fact, by passing this bill, we all agree and this chamber votes that this is a constitutional right to carry a gun or a weapon, then this amendment basically says prior convictions for unlawful carry shall be retroactively expunged. Expungement shall be upon application by the previously convicted defendant. There shall be no cause for the applicant for expungement. All applications for expungements must be done within a 5-year period. In other words, if we're now saying that we were wrong, all those people that got arrested for carrying a gun in the wrong way, well, put your money where your mouth is. Let's expunge their records and give them a path forward in life so that they don't have a record for this offense. Move adoption.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
Move to table the amendment.
Motion is table the amendment. Roll call has been requested to 5 members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. More than 5. Clerk, please ring the bell. The reading clerk will please call the roll of the Senate on the tabling motion.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. No. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine. No. Mr. Fanning has leave. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Mr. Harpootlian votes no. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. No. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson not voting. Mr. Kevin Johnson. No. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. No. Mr. McElveen. No. Mr. McLeod. No. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. No. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Setchler. Mr. Setchler votes no. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. No. Mr. Talley has leave. Mr. Tedder. Mr. Tedder votes no. Mr. Turner has leave. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Williams. No. Mr. Young. Young votes aye.
Senator Adams votes aye. Other members. Senator Malloy votes no. Further members wishing to cast your vote. Have all members voted? So to vote, Rankin votes aye. Senator Rankin votes aye. Senator Jackson votes no. Further senators wishing to cast your vote. Polls will close and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 27 to 15, the amendment is tabled. The reading clerk will please publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 25 is by Senator Campson, amends the bill, strike sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and inserts.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Wish to be heard on the amendment.
On your amendment. You're recognized on your amendment. Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I think a lot of y'all ought to listen up on this, because I've heard a lot of members, as we approach this debate, say, you know, I really don't like eliminating the requirement for the concealed weapons permit in order to carry concealable weapons, but I do really like the graduated penalties, the enhanced penalties for felons in possession. And so I'm giving you an opportunity to vote solely upon felon in possession. I've heard many of you say, I really don't like this idea of eliminating concealed weapons permit as a requirement to carry concealable weapons, but the enhanced penalties for felons in possession is important. I want to vote for it. Well, you can vote on this solely. That's what this amendment does. You have a cast a vote You can't go back home and say, well, I voted for this just to get felons in possession, enhanced penalties, because this will be felons in possession, enhanced penalties in and of it by itself, standalone. Now personally, I want to say this. I think it's just horrific. I think it's horrific that I don't think the Senate did this, but the House apparently did, held enhanced penalties for felons in possession, which the governor has been asking for over 2 years, held it hostage to getting this so-called constitutional carry bill passed. How many people have been victims of crime, of gun crime, because we held this felons in possession enhanced penalties hostage in order to get this constitutional carry? No one will ever know, but I'll bet you there were South Carolinians who became victims of felons because the offense was so light for a felon in possession carrying a gun. And so you can vote on this. If this is really what's your motivating factor, you can vote on this. The only other thing it does do one other thing. It'll give me a chance to talk a little bit more about the constitutional jurisprudence surrounding the Second Amendment, because there's a lot of false assertions out there.
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
President, I would ask the senator from Charleston if he doesn't mind yielding for a question. I wanted to
I'll yield.
Senator yields for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Senator, you may not recall this, but when I gave remarks earlier in this debate, one of the things that I pointed to that I was concerned about was that at the subcommittee hearing, there was testimony from the law enforcement community of a trade-off. And Senator, you know that I was disturbed by it because I've heard from so many law enforcement members of the law enforcement community, including the ones that testified at the hearing, that this was not a good bill, that it would make their job as law enforcement officers more difficult and make things more dangerous. And Senator, do you know that when I heard about if this bill were to pass, then the enhancement bill would then pass? Do you know that I was very disturbed by that and that I thought it was wrong?
They should not be tied together, because the governor has asked for years for us to pass enhanced penalties for felons in possession, illegal possession of firearms. And over the last 3 years, how many citizens? There has to be some.
No question,
One is
Senator.
too many. One citizen been shot because a felon in possession got a light sentence and came back out and used a firearm. And I just think that is horrific, and that has been held hostage in order to get this passed.
Thank you, Senator.
And so this is your opportunity to vote on felon in possession only. And the governor, I'm reading from the governor's State of the State address, that was last week, right? Yeah. During the last year, I have continually called on this General Assembly to act, to simply take a vote and pass graduated criminal penalties for illegal gun possession so that I can sign it into law. At the conclusion of his speech. So I ask you again, send me a bill with graduated criminal penalties for illegal gun possession. I will sign it into law. Let's get these career criminals behind bars and save the lives of our people. When our people are safe, they thrive.
Senator from Charleston.
He asked us to do that. He's been asking us to do that for years, and that has been held hostage to get this passed. So when this this removes the constitutional carry, but it retains our current law, our current concealed weapons permit law and current requirements is what it is. So this is your opportunity. You've said you hadn't had a chance to vote on felons in possession, enhanced penalties for felons in possession, felons who are shooting South Carolina citizens. Well, here's your chance on this amendment. The amendment does one other thing.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sand, what purpose do you rise?
Let me finish, and it
He
does one other
refuses
thing.
well,
It does,
go ahead.
it does one other thing, and that is it renames our current concealed weapons permit law the Constitutional Carry Act. And it calls it the Constitutional Carry Act because our current law is, and I'm going to go into this, fits like a glove, fits like a tailored suit. Our law, our current law regarding concealed weapons permit fits like a glove with the constitutional jurisprudence that actually is out there in the Heller and the Bruin decision. And we'll talk a little bit more about Heller and Bruin and why what we have currently is in reality the constitutional carry law. And this amendment would rename it that, our current law, the constitutional carry, it'll name it that, and give enhanced penalties for felons in possession.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sand, what purpose do you rise?
To see if the senator from Charleston would yield.
Senator yield for
Yes.
questions. Senator yields for questions.
So just I'm making sure what your bill is going to do is take away everything that we've been sitting here arguing for 2 days, but it would allow the enhanced penalty that law
Correct.
enforcement wants.
Correct. And it would keep the existing concealed weapons permit statute in place, the way that it currently stands.
Well, so I was really just wanting to talk to you. I heard that last part a few minutes ago. I don't know how that's going to fly over well, since I think that we've been arguing about this for 2 days and people are ready for a vote. But I understand where you're coming from, because did you know, in my representation of law enforcement and law enforcement agencies, I think there are many officers who do not want this, many in command that do not want this open carry law. However, as associations, they realized how the vote went during the open carry, instead of constitutional carry. They realized how that vote went. And so they think that the votes are in this chamber anyway, and they at least wanted to get something out of it as a public safety measure. Did you know that?
I understand that, but I don't know if this bill's, the way that it's currently before us right now, is going to pass or not. But I know the one thing I've heard a lot of members say, I really don't like this constitutional carry, eliminating CWP training for carrying concealable weapons. I really don't like it, but you know what? I'm willing to hold my nose and vote for that to get the enhanced penalties for felons in possession.
Exactly. And that's exactly what's happening. And they've been trying to get the enhanced penalties since I've been here, which is 8 years.
Yes.
And they failed because people have taken this very serious public safety bill and held it hostage as a result of wanting other gun bills. But we already passed open carry. I think I was the only Republican to vote against it, or at least that's what the gun lobby has to say with all the nasty mailers that they send out about me. But law enforcement at that point was...
Well, don't feel bad. I'm Joe Biden's puppet on a string.
Well, I have a
And-
devil on my shoulder, and the ones they
And
sent
I'm a
out.
gun grabber. The only guns I grab are the ones when I'm going out the door to exercise my Second Amendment rights. That's the only guns I grab. So this debate has resulted in the lowest level of deceit and misrepresentation that I've seen since I began serving in the General Assembly
But
in
sir,
the late 90s. I have never seen such misinformation and just deceit and lies.
you must have forgotten about the Supreme Court race. It wasn't that long ago. We were pretty full of that then as well, don't you think? But that
No,
aside.
I don't. No, I mean, I didn't see these. I didn't see these flyers and things circulating around,
No, you
from
wouldn't.
outside of the chamber.
No, you wouldn't, but you did see some subterfuge. But that aside, let me move on to my real question here. With respect to law enforcement, though, the last time with open carry, it happened right on the heels of all of the riots, the King Street riots and various other riots that happened. They were openly opposed. And this year, they are not on this bill. So
It's because they're hoping they'll get felons in possession, enhanced penalties. And this is what I'm offering right now.
well, but, okay, but then what you're doing is stripping the other. So I'm concerned that, it might not work, but I do appreciate
Well,
your
it
efforts.
may not work, but I think we should have enhanced penalties, and I think you should have to take the CWP course and have a background check in order to carry concealable weapons. And you know what? The NRA used to think that. The NRA I knew, when they've given me all kind of legislator of the year awards and that type of thing in the past. They used to be for that, responsible gun ownership, but apparently not now.
No, this new gun right group, Palmetto Gun Rights, I think they maintain that the NRA is liberal. So you see what we're doing.
I know the NRA has been for this as well. I understand where that group is, but I don't know.
Well, for me,
I would have thought the NRA would be supportive of the responsible aspect of our current CWP program.
you do acknowledge that citizens in general are a good bit split over this, and when you don't have law enforcement actually actively going against it, it puts some of us in a bit of a bind. You see that, right?
Frankly, like I said earlier, I would say maybe 90% is too much, but I'd say 70% of the people who call me because they're being fed lies about this bill and about me, and I talk to them about really what is at stake. They're saying, "Oh my, you mean they want to eliminate the CWP requirement to carry? Please keep it up. Please oppose that." And so I'm not sure the public is there. I think there's a lot in the public that's been misled. I do know that because I've talked to a lot of them who had no idea what this bill, this so-called constitutional carry really did. And when they learned, and these are the people that were energized enough to try to call me up and tell me to change my position, and they are totally misinformed. And when they get informed, they change their position. So this is the opportunity to have that vote on felons in possession. And I will also, maybe I don't want any more jurisprudence on Bruin and Heller. We've already talked some, but there's more that I do want to say some more on it because the justices in those decisions, really, they are, with what they said, and I'm about to give you some of the concurring opinions and the majority opinions, some language, basically said that what South Carolina has is hand in glove what the constitutional jurisprudence actually supports, because those decisions in conjunction hold that the Second Amendment is for law-abiding, responsible people. And if you're not law-abiding, then it's not for you. And we've had laws in our country and states forever, from the beginning. You commit certain offenses, you can't carry a firearm anymore. And the CWP program just assures that you are background check assures you're law-abiding, and the CWP program assures that you're responsible. Now, not everyone needs the CWP, particularly the range time. I didn't need that. A lot of y'all in here that have it didn't need that because you handle firearms regularly. But I don't begrudge doing it. I understand why that's a requirement, because it makes sure that we're responsible people. But the Heller decision was a very important decision for several reasons. We've talked about Heller. Heller holds that individuals can have guns for general self-defense, but it also was the first case to ever hold that the Second Amendment is a personal right, not just a right vested with militia groups or the military. And in Justice Thomas, in the Brewer decision, he added to that the Second Amendment is for ordinary self-defense reasons or purposes. You don't need any kind of special need for self-defense to own a weapon. Anyone can own a weapon for general self-defense. But I want to read what Thomas's footnote in Brewer, because they did address, what about these states that have, like we have now, we're trying to eliminate, but what we have now, and what about these states who have a concealable weapons permit requirement to carry? This is what they said. This is directly on point. To be clear, this is Justice Thomas. To be clear, nothing in our analysis should be interpreted to suggest the unconstitutionality of the 43 states. We're among those states. The 43 states shall issue licensing regimes, meaning that if you meet the requirements, you take the course, you get a clean background check, you do the range shooting, you get the lessons in the law, you get a concealable weapons permit. Nothing in our analysis should be interpreted to suggest the unconstitutionality of the 43 states shall issue licensing regimes under which a general desire for self-defense is sufficient to obtain a permit. Because these licensing regimes do not require applicants to show atypical need for armed defense, they do not prevent law-abiding, responsible citizens from exercising their Second Amendment right. That's Thomas in a footnote in Bruin. Kavanaugh and Roberts also, in their concurring opinion in the same case, reiterated, the court's decision does not prohibit states from imposing licensing requirements for carrying a handgun for self-defense. That's South Carolina, a total of 43 states at that point. It's changed now. In particular, the court's decision does not affect the existing licensing regimes known as shall issue regimes that are employed in 43 states. Our opinion addresses only unusual discretionary licensing regimes in the 6 states like New York, Illinois, the District of Columbia, generally very deep blue states. And so that's where we've done enough constitutional stuff, I think, today, but that's just, it recaps, that's the status of the constitutional law. And our current regime, when it comes to the concealed weapons permit, is in perfect harmony with that regime. And so that's why my amendment renames our current CWP program Constitutional Carry Act, and it enabled me to talk about this without being ruled out of order, because I would not be addressing my amendment. So those are the 2 reasons. Probably giving me an opportunity to talk about it is the main reason.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator will yield for a question.
Yeah.
Senator yields for question.
Senator, I'll just say I appreciate your scholarship, your research. And so what I took there and what you were saying is that the Constitution doesn't prohibit kind of concealed weapons requirement that South Carolina had, correct?
Well, that's correct, but it goes even further. And in both Heller and Bruin, it says that the Second Amendment is for law-abiding, responsible people. And so the law-abiding part is the background check. That determines whether you're law-abiding. The responsible part is being trained in the law, making sure you can know how to handle a weapon, know when you can and can't use lethal force. And so you can be disqualified because of your criminal activity. We know that from possessing a gun. And so there is no absolute, unfettered, never constitutional right to carry, because if you're a criminal, you lose that right, for example. And so what our current regime, what our current law does is it makes sure you're law abiding with a background check, make sure you're responsible when it comes to, you know, when you can and can't use lethal force. You can hit what you're shooting at generally. You need to shoot more often than just what you get in your CWP. You need to practice. But that is totally consistent. The holding in these two cases totally consistent with what we currently have in South Carolina.
Senator, did you know I'm not necessarily going to disagree with you? Did you know that my belief is, well, first of all, did you know I appreciate the fact that you're talking about the Constitution. So what we're discussing here and all these amendments is this something that is constitutional one way or another within the meaning, however
Sure.
each of us decipher the Second Amendment, right? So,
But this is not my deciphering. You see Kavanaugh, you see Thomas, you see Roberts specifically saying these CWP laws like we have in South Carolina, those stand. They're not overturned. They stand. That specifically upheld those in this decision, these two decisions.
So I'm not disagreeing with that, but would you go so far, though, as to say that the Constitution mandates that you have to have the CWP?
No,
Right.
but you have to, it does mandate that you be lawful and responsible though, because in both of those cases, reiterated time and again, the Second Amendment is for lawful, responsible people.
I
And so,
understand.
what constitutes lawful, we know what that is. What constitutes responsible is like a lot of constitutional principles. It's subject to different interpretations. But the main point I'm making is what we have currently fits hand in glove with what the constitutional jurisprudence is, the way that two of the most conservative justices in the history of court have interpreted the Second Amendment.
Well, Senator, did you know I had an opportunity to speak in Anderson recently, very briefly on this topic, since I knew we were going to take it up, and since a lot of interest in my constituents on the topic. And did you know that my position on the constitutional carry is that I don't believe the Constitution mandates constitutional carry as the way this bill is written, but neither do I believe that the Constitution prohibits it. I believe the Second Amendment and the debate and the argumentation over these various amendments is us trying to determine in our best wisdom what we think is the right balance.
I agree with you, Senator. I agree with that. The only point that I'm making is you had the proponents of this name it the constitutional carry law. That's what they want to name it. And the point I'm making is if you look at the Supreme Court decisions and interpretation of what the Second Amendment means, I don't think these are necessarily, this law, if we pass this bill, is going to be unconstitutional. But I do think that our current law fits hand in glove exactly and conforms to the Heller and the Bruin decisions because of the law-abiding, responsible provisions or language in those decisions. And so I think it very closely fits almost perfectly. And so that's why I want to rename it constitutional carry, number one, and number two, it enabled me to talk about the constitutional decisions, which I think is important for us to be addressing as we consider this.
Senator, maybe it's surprising, maybe not, that I could agree with you that the CWP can be called constitutional carry because I believe it's constitutional, right?
Right.
I think where I'm going to end up coming down on it is a more broad interpretation of what the Constitution allows, which I believe it allows this bill that you are proposing basically striking. But
I'm not saying it doesn't allow that.
Right.
I'm saying that's not a good policy.
I understand. And that's probably going to be the point of disagreement. I do believe that you're making a good argument, but I do also believe that the bill that we have before us is also constitutional. Now, where we're going to differ in is over the wisdom of the policy, but your points are well taken, Senator.
And Senator, I care about that because I was almost born with a gun in my hand, and I hunt all the time from the beginning of turkey season to the end of quail season. I mean, from the beginning of deer season to the end of quail season, every weekend, and more and more. And the more that you handle weapons, and I've taught a lot of people how to shoot and taking them hunting, taking kind of novice people to hunt. I can tell you, the more you're around weapons and people firing weapons, you see things that are close calls. And because you've seen so many close calls, you realize how important it is to have training. And you particularly know how important and as a lawyer, I know how important it is to know the law. And I know a lot of people don't know the law about stand your ground, about the castle doctrine, about when you can and you can't use lethal force. I just think that's really important. And to claim that I'm somehow opposed to the Second Amendment and I'm a threat to the Second Amendment, what I am opposed to is people who know nothing about firearms carrying them concealed, in order with chances are, like I told you, when I took my concealed weapons permit, the lady came up to me and asked me, which hole does the bullet come out of on her 38 special? Pointed the barrel at her face. Didn't know if it was the barrel or the cylinders. And she called the range instructor, 10 feet, she can't even hit the target, not the bullseye, the target. And if you're going to, if she's going to use that weapon in self-defense, it's very likely she's going to shoot an innocent person, not the bad guy, if she can't even hit the target at 10 feet. And so it's just important that you have training if you're going to actually use a weapon in a self-defense situation where you probably have a lot of other people around, where you're going to be your endorphins are going, and you have to make a snap decision, and it's really important to have that kind of training. And I just don't know why. I don't know why we want to just deconstruct it, just tear it down. And I also believe this, Senator. I believe one of my heroes in history, I have many heroes in history, but perhaps my greatest hero in history is Edmund Burke, who was a member of Parliament and who wrote the many things, but wrote the Reflection on the Revolution in France. And the radical Jacobins in France were destroying everything, just raising the culture, really hated the family, the church, and it ended up in 15% of the population beheaded in France. And he single-handedly almost kept that from spilling over in the rest of Europe and Great Britain. But this was his definition of a statesman, and I think this is really important. I think it applies here. Burke said, my definition of a statesman would be a disposition to preserve and an ability to improve. A disposition to preserve and an ability to improve. I just read in the paper just yesterday, or it's Oregon, I think it is. They legalized all drugs, and now they're regretting it. They're trying to unlegalize drugs. And if they had just had a Burkean view of slow, gradual change over time, respecting the conclusions that those that preceded you have drawn, and not make radical transformation, because that's the collective wisdom of everyone who's preceded you. It's like the law of natural selection in the natural world. You pay respect to what historically has been handed down to you. You need to improve, but slow, gradual change over time, a disposition to preserve and an ability to improve. This is a radical change. And I think radical change usually comes out poorly. And that's a Burkean view. I think conservatism really is historic empiricism, that where you basically pay respect for the conclusions your forefathers, those and mothers who preceded you, and you can change it, but with great fear and trepidation, because you may be what Russell Kirk, the biographer of Burke, put it this way: even the shrewdest of minds is puffed up with vanity if they set the product of their reason against the consensus of the centuries. You need to owe respect to what's come before, and this is a real radical change. And I think that, for me, that principle applies here. To make this radical transformation, I think, is a mistake. I think radical transformations generally are a mistake, because generally one generation does not know better than all those who preceded it.
Senator, did you know that I agree with a lot of what you said
I
about
know you would agree. That's why I used it in
essence
our
of
conversation.
conservatism, because I've also read The Conservative Mind by Kirk.
Yes.
So somewhat familiar with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not as convinced as you are of the radical nature of it. You know, sometimes, Senator, when I'm thinking about, and I'll just say this bill itself, I don't know historically, perhaps you do, but if you want to go back to the revolutionary times, did people have to have a government permit to walk around with a gun?
No, but what they did have, what did happen, and it happened in spades in South Carolina after the Revolutionary War, you had the backcountry was largely lawless. The backcountry was like Orangeburg County and Calhoun County. It wasn't even in your neck of the woods, really. It was, you get just a few miles out of Charleston and it's backcountry, Dorchester County even. But they had, and I think this goes to a well-regulated militia. This is why I'm talking about it. The term used in the Second Amendment, that they had experience with militia groups that really won the Revolutionary War in South Carolina, pretty much. And I'd encourage you to read Partisans and Redcoats by Walter Edgar and Swamp Fox, biography of Francis Marion. But after the Revolutionary War, there was this lawlessness. You know, the crown abandoned, so there was a void. The crown, the English, left because they were defeated. And there was this lawlessness, so they started these militia. So these same militia groups started the regulators, as the regulators who would try to impose some order, and they became, like all humans generally do, abusive of the power that they had. And then the moderators, another group, cropped up to try to restrain the regulators. And so this is the experience of that era. And so a well-regulated militia doesn't mean the military, like it doesn't mean a military organization like Scalia held in Heller. I think he was exactly right. It means that there are militia, there are militia out there that needed to be regulated. Even had a term in South Carolina, the regulators were the ones who tried to regulate. They got out of hand, and then the moderators had to regulate the regulators. And so this is the experience that they had, and that's why I think Scalia got it exactly right in Heller. That the Second Amendment is not for a military force. It's for normal, law-abiding people. a well-regulated militia, because you had these militia groups that weren't regulated. They abused the power they had.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator will yield for a few questions.
Senator Yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
Senator Yields.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you really trying to get to the root of where we need to be going. Senator, did you have an opportunity to look at what I had passed out earlier?
I did.
Okay. And in this, of course, I was not here last year when this debate started and law enforcement testified at the subcommittee, but I had to go back and research that. Did you realize, looking at some of the quotes from law enforcement, the majority of law enforcement were adamantly opposed to removing training requirements as it relates to individuals, law-abiding citizens carrying guns?
I was, they were opposed to the constitutional carry bill. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was aware of that, and I did read where you documented that in that handout.
And were you aware, I think this is what the senator from Charleston was referencing, that even the past executive director of the Sheriff's Association made a comment that that they could become neutral if there was a mechanism to hold felons in possession accountable?
Yes, I read that quote, yes.
So, Senator, is your amendment trying to address both of these issues, providing a training requirement, but also addressing felons in possession?
Yes, it is addressing both of those.
And so your amendment likely would address the concerns that law enforcement has had?
Generally, I think so, is my understanding, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to table the amendment.
Motion is to table the amendment. Did I hear roll call? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, more than 5. Have seconded the call. Roll call is ordered. Clerk will ring the bell. The pending question is the motion to table amendment number 25. The clerk is ringing the bell. I would ask the reading clerk to call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? No. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Campson? No. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis has leave. Mrs. Devine? No. Mr. Fanning? Mr. Fanning has leave. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mrs. Gustafson? Aye. Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson? No. Mr. Kevin Johnson? No. Mr. Michael Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Mr. Kimbrell not voting. Mr. Loftus? Aye. Mr. Malloy? Not voting. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? No. Mr. McElveen? No. Ms. McLeod? Ms. McLeod not voting. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Not voting. Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? No. Mrs. Sin? Not voting. Mr. Setchler? No. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens? No. Mr. Talley has leave. Mr. Tedder. Mr. Tedder votes no. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Williams. No. Mr. Young. Aye.
All right. Have all senators voted? Senator Kimbrell votes aye. Senator McLeod votes no. Senator Sin votes aye. Senator Rankin votes no. Senator Malloy votes no. Have all senators voted? Senator Harpullian votes no. Any further votes? Polls are closed and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 24 to 19, the amendment is tabled. Reading clerk will publish the next.
Next amendment is number 26 by Senators Setzler and Cromer, amends the bill section 3.
Senator from Lexington, Senator
Explain the
Setzler.
amendment.
You recognize to explain the amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I promise you this is going to be the shortest explanation and shortest amendment in the 2 days we've debated this bill. You heard me raise the question about hospitals not being included in the exemptions. This would put the hospitals in. Now, let me tell you what has transpired. The senator from Spartanburg introduced the bill, which there are 9 members of this Senate co-sponsored. That bill, which the senator from Spartanburg introduced, has hospitals exempt in it, as does the current law. What the senator from Spartanburg did when he drafted this bill, he took the exceptions to the current law and inserted him in this constitutional carry bill. The House version, which we are debating, does not include the word hospitals. It was deleted for some reason by the House of Representatives. So this amendment only inserts the word hospitals in there, and it's exactly what the co-sponsors of this bill introduced to this Senate. I move adoption.
Pending question is adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. First carryover amendment. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sin, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How many more amendments are on the desk?
Desk will check.
Thank you.
I'm informed currently we have 10 that are carryover amendments currently on the desk. And we'll carry those in order. Reading clerk will publish the first carryover.
Amendment number 4 by Senator Goldfinch, previously carried over, amends the bill section 10, strike section 2331 220 subsection A, item 1, and inserts subsection A. Nothing contained in this article shall in any way be construed to limit, diminish, or otherwise infringe upon 1, the right of a public accommodations business to prohibit a person who does not hold a valid concealed weapon permit.
Senate's going to stand at ease momentarily. Let's see if we can find the author. Once he gets this. Senator from Georgetown. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Georgetown.
Unanimous consent. This is the old one, yeah. Unanimous consent to withdraw it.
There's objection to the withdrawal of the amendment. Hearing no objection, so ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. We'll continue with their next amendment.
5 by Senator Harpootlian, previously carried over, amends the bill section 3 and section 162320 by adding at the end to read item 12, retail establishments that serves beer, wine, or other alcoholic beverages.
Mr. President,
Senator from Richland, Senator Harpootlian, what purpose do you rise, sir?
request unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Is there objection to his unanimous consent request to withdraw the amendment? Hearing no objection, it's so ordered. We'll continue with the next one.
Amendment number 6 by Senator Hembry, previously carried over, amends the bill section 16, section 1623-500, adds a subsection to read.
Senator from Ori, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to withdraw the amendment? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment's number 7 by Senator Malloy, previously carried over. Amends the bill section 18, section 2331-240, item 13, adding on an item at the end to read item 14, active members of the General Assembly. Amends the bill further in section 18 by striking section 2331-240, items 14 and 15, and inserting item 15, active county clerks of court. And
Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise, sir? You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This is very simple. I think we had a provision that we were discussing at one time before. This just amends the bill at section 18-2331-240. After 14 and 15, it goes on to add active clerks of court, active public defenders, and active public defenders. In this one, what we inserted was active members of the General Assembly. And so there was a time before that we considered this issue. We sort of ran out of time. I realized that those that, if we're going to add all those individuals, that we would end up adding members of the General Assembly. I realize that some would think that it's maybe difficult, that it's not open to everyone, but with the laundry list of folks that are there, it seems as though that this active duty of service would be entitled to be there also. So I move adoption.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 8 by Senator Hembry, previously carried over, amends the bill in section 19 by striking section 2331-245 and inserting section 2331-245, a person openly carrying a weapon, in accordance with the
Senator
article.
from
Does not give a law
Ori,
enforcement officer
Senator
reasonable
Hembry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I have a parliamentary inquiry. I was distracted and did not hear the amendment number.
I'm informed it's amendment number 8.
Where do we go with this?
Have unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Is there objection to the senator from Ori's unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment that's before us?
Yes.
Hearing no objection, So ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is Amendment number 9, previously carried over by Senator Jackson. It's a bill, Section 3, strike Section 1623-240, Item 9, and insert Item 9, medical clinic, doctor's office, any other office that provides counseling services or therapy to individuals or a family.
Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose is Senator Hutto? What purpose do you ask?
The author is gone for a short period of time. I just moved to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 17, previously carried over. Amendment number 17 by Senator Harpootlian. Amends a bill, strike Section 2 and inserts Article 3, Chapter 11 of the Code, amended by adding Section 1011-321. Notwithstanding the provisions of Section 1011-320, it is lawful for a person to carry a firearm on the Capitol grounds and in the Capitol building, including the public galleries in each chamber.
Senator from Richland, Senator Harpootlian, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Asked unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Unanimous consent, withdraw the amendment. Those is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The amendment is withdrawn.
Next amendment is Amendment number 18 by Senator Campson, previously carried over, amends the bill, adds a new section.
So, what, if you go to your desk, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I need to check that amendment. I'm working on a replacement amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to look at it.
Stand at ease momentarily. You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the amendment that we discussed earlier that would basically put a CWP kind of on autopilot as far as renewal goes. If you could choose to have it inserted into your license, so your driver's license, so you have a driver's license that indicates you have a CWP, or you could get what you have now, which is a separate CWP card, but it also eliminates the requirement to make an application for renewal. It would renew as a matter of course, and SLED would do a background check like is required, but you don't have to fill out the application. You don't have to remember when my concealed weapons permit expires to renew it. So I'm trying to make, the bill's going to eliminate the requirement for concealed weapons permit training. Then I want to make it as easy as possible to remove barriers, to remove friction to getting those CWPs. So that's what this does. We already addressed it earlier. I forget who asked to carry it over, but someone asked to carry it over to take a look at it. This is trying to make CWPs easier to get and easier to maintain.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Yield for a quick question.
Senator Yield for question. Senator Yields for question.
So it wouldn't be automatically on your driver's license that had concerned the senator from Spartanburg. You could still keep your separate card.
You could choose to put it in your license or have the separate card.
Okay, but either way, it's automatic renewal.
That is correct.
Senator,
if you have a successful background check, yes.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for a few questions.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yields.
Yes. Senator, did you just tell the senator from Greenville that even if you don't choose to have this put on your license, that you're still going to, your CWP is still going to renew automatically, or does it have to be part of the license process?
You can choose to have it embedded in your driver's license, right, or you can choose to have a separate CWP card if you want to do it that way. But it will renew automatically when, and you will, and SLED will initiate the background check. They'll keep track of when your CWP is about to expire, and they do the background check for you at no charge. Again, I'm trying to make it easier to have a CWP. I think it should be mandated. That's obvious, but it should be a requirement, but y'all aren't voting that way. And so this creates an incentive for you to do it and no hassles.
Right. But just to clarify, I think in reading this, the automatic renewal happens if you choose to have it put on your license. Otherwise, you're going to have to go through the regular
No,
process.
the automatic renewal will happen
Either
if
way?
you have the CWP card, individual card as well. I mean, if you don't choose to put it in your license, but you want to put it on the CWP, you want to have a CWP card separate from your license like we do now,
Right.
then you can choose that route. You can choose one or the other.
Well, I have to take your word for it, Senator. I can't digest it quick enough to determine that, but thank you.
Well, I've confirmed that with the attorneys in the back too, so they confirmed that.
Senator from Pickens, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if Senator will yield for a question.
Yes.
Senator yields for a question.
There was some concern, I heard some concern about this being available to the public. In other words, being in a database. If you put it on your driver's license, somebody would have access to that information?
Let
me finish.
Let
me finish the question.
I think
then.
that's true, but if you keep the
So it may be
CWP,
available to the public for that, but if you kept your concealed weapons permit and didn't have it on your driver's license, it would be confidential.
that is correct. Yes.
So it possibly could be available to the public.
Either
if you had a
can choose,
joint.
you have the choice of which way you want to
Be
do
up to
it.
you to decide whether you want the public to know or not.
Right.
Thank you.
Senator from Richland, Central Pulliam, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I raise a point of order.
Point of order.
24A, I don't believe this is germane to the main matter that we're considering. Although I think it's a great idea, I just don't think it's germane to this bill.
Raising a point of order.
Why are you trying to knock out the great idea?
It's late.
It's going to get real late.
Anyone else wish to speak to the point of order?
Well, Mr. President,
Senator from Charleston.
this bill deals with the concealed weapons permit program because it is removing it as a requirement in order to carry concealed weapons, but the bill is full of CWP language dealing with the concealed weapons permit program throughout the entire bill. So hopefully the senator from Columbia, Senator Harpootlian's real heartfelt desire will prevail and his rule of order will be struck down. So,
Mr. President.
You would wish to speak further to the point?
I do. And the bill does mention CWPs. This is not a CWP bill. This is a bill for people to carry weapons without a CWP. Simply because it's in the bill doesn't mean this bill is about CWPs. And this has nothing to do with the ability of you to carry a weapon. He's talking about making it part of your driver's license. I mean, I just think this is not germane to what we're dealing with here tonight. A standalone bill at a later date, I would support that, Senator, but I just don't think it's germane to what we're dealing with tonight.
Mr. President, I would argue it's a natural extension of the subject matter in the bill, which does deal with whether you need to possess a concealed weapons permit or not.
Anyone else wish to speak to the point of order? Senator from Sumter.
Asked me to yield while you were making a rule, while you were making a ruling, but I can speak in favor of the point too.
You're recognized on the point of order, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would echo some of what the senator from Charleston said. I mean, this underlying bill is an expansion of Second Amendment rights. I mean, that's all I've heard that it purports to be for years now. And so if it's easier, for a CWP holder to get his or her CWP renewed without going through the process when it does expire after 5 years. In this case, actually, I think if you did it through the license, Mr. President, it'd be every 8 years. And so that's certainly, I think, naturally related to a bill that expands gun rights.
Okay, and I'm going to take it under advisement momentarily. So I will grant, what purpose, do you have a question?
I wanted to ask him to yield.
Yield for question. I'll Senator, yield for questions.
I yield.
We'll allow that to go while we look at the point of order.
I yield.
So Senator from Charleston, I think you might have answered one of my questions. So right now, the CWP lasts a 5-year expiration, right?
Correct.
And if you let it expire, it's a pain.
It is. I've almost done it, but I know how much of a pain it is.
I've come close several times, did you know? And I've also had constituents do that, and they're not real happy about it. So I think you've already answered this question, but basically the license it expires after 8 years, right?
That's correct.
And so my question for you is, as the CWP holder, whether it's the standalone CWP card or whether it's the designation on the license, you're saying it would not fall back on the CWP holder to renew it, right? You're saying it's automatic.
Correct.
So what would trigger SLED to do the background check in the event that you had the card versus the license? Would it be when you go to renew it, or would it be?
It would go when you renew.
Okay,
when you renew that license. So you could have a CWP if it's in your license for 8 years.
So with the license, it would renew and you go back to the DMV to renew your license. With the CWP card, SLED would already know because they're the custodian of those records.
Correct.
So they go ahead and run a background check.
That's correct.
And then
Senator, I'm prepared to rule on the point of order. The point of order is overruled.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll
President.
continue with the.
Sure. Just another brief question. And so, Senator, with your amendment, so in the case of the license, you would just pay the background check whenever you're renewing the license, right?
Background check's going to be done for free.
Free.
Yes.
Okay. In the event of the license or the standalone CWP.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I support.
I'm trying to make it, if we're going to remove the requirement for CWP, because I think that training is so important, this is trying to make an incentive for citizens to actually get their CWP and maintain it. For me, maintaining it is the problem. Every once in a while, I pull my wallet and say, "Oh no, am I getting? Did I miss the deadline?" And
Sweaty palms.
I get sweaty palms.
Yeah. Thank you.
But itchy trigger finger and sweaty palms is what I get.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator from Charleston would yield briefly.
Senator,
Yes.
Senator, I think. I
yield for
mentioned-
question.
Yes, sir, a question. I'm sorry. Thank you. I mentioned earlier to you, and I failed to get back with you because I've been working on other things, but when that designation goes on a driver's license, and I know that under the amendment now, they would have to actually go and request that. Is there anything that would disclose to them that would now become public information? I mean, I just worry that people think, oh man, that's easy. And now all of a sudden they're setting themselves up to everybody knows, what they have or whatever. So
Well, we
I don't
could,
like the
we
driver's
could
license.
instruct, SLED to notify people of that, I guess. It would not be something that's codified. It would be just a directive to SLED to do that. For people to know the difference. If I get the CWP card, then it's not publicly disclosed, but if I do it in the driver's license,
That's
it
correct.
would be known.
And Senator,
Could be
let's forget the driver's license portion for just a second. Is your intention to make it to where if somebody has a CWP, that's easier for them to get renewed and it's kind of on autopilot? That's your intention?
Yes, that's my
Your
intention.
intention isn't to muddy with the public information versus non. I don't
Right.
take it that way.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Loftus, what purpose do you ask?
Would the senator yield for a quick question?
Yes.
Senator, yield for question.
The
Senator, yield.
application form, is that coming from SLED or DMV?
SLED.
SLED.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Yield, for a quick question.
Yes.
Senator Yields.
Senator, you know, I have a son with autism.
You what?
I have a son with autism. And did you know that some years ago, and did you know that oftentimes law enforcement interaction with autistic people is very different, can be very different because of the
I'm
autism?
sure. Yeah.
So several years ago, I passed a bill that would allow people at their choosing, if you have autism, to have that designation put on your driver's license so that if they encounter law enforcement, they could see it and they say, okay, I'm dealing with someone with autism. And when I was doing that, there was a concern from DMV that they were sort of running out of real estate on the driver's license to put stuff like that. Have you checked with them to see if there's enough real estate left on to do what you want to do?
I have not, but running out of real estate is because other things, you know, that are in addition to what you need to actually just drive a vehicle. And so it's going to be rare. I think it'd be probably never happen where you have so many of these other designations like autism and concealed weapons permit and something else to where you run out of the real estate. But, and of course they could always redesign the license too. But I mean, Senator, I'm sure you would agree with the goal, and it's just trying to let CWP holders make sure that they don't lose their CWP, make it easy to get and hard to lose. And that's really the goal there. And I think we could work with DMV and with SLED to make sure that real estate problem doesn't eliminate this. I think this is important policy.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The reading clerk will please publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 19 by Senators Goldfinch and Campson, previously carried over. It's a bill section 10, strike section 2331 to 20, items 1 and 2, and inserts.
Senate will stand at ease momentarily. Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Georgetown.
Sorry, y'all, I should have known better than to try to eat in the middle of this. All right, so this is the amendment I was talking about a little while ago. We clarified the language. Do I need to go over it again? Hopefully not. Okay. I clarified the language where it gave you the, as we talked about, Senator from Anderson, it gave you the option. No permit, no entry, permit entry, no problem with private businesses, no public accommodations. We clarified everything I think that everybody wanted in the amendment. If there's no questions, move for adoption of the amendment.
Question is, Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I do have a question.
Senator,
Not trying to unnecessarily delay the
Senator from
motion here, but
Senator from Georgetown.
yes.
Senator
Yield for a question.
Senator Yields. Senator Yields.
Senator, my previous concern had to do with the actual language of the placards, right?
Yep.
And my concern is that a few years ago we passed open carry, okay, which means you're carrying a weapon without concealing it. And so my concern was if someone comes up upon this sign, which as I'm looking at this amendment, the placard still says, they're going to see a sign that says no concealable weapons allowed. Now, are there going to be some people who think, well, I can't carry one concealed, but I can walk in with it on my hip because that's open carry? You see what I'm saying? They're not going to translate necessarily that concealable means whether concealed or openly carried, which is said in the sub-paragraph explanation.
Senator, I can answer this question for you real fast. When I ran in here, I thought this was the new amendment. This is the old amendment.
Okay, so we don't have a new amendment yet.
No, I thought the new amendment was ready when I ran in here. It's not ready.
All right, thank you.
My apologies.
So you want the Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you raise?
Move to carry
Well, he
over the
has-
amendment so
he has
he
the-
can
he
get to
has
his revised amendment.
He has, the Senator from Georgetown has the floor.
I can move to carry. I'll move to carry it over.
Before you withhold that for the Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you raise?
I was going to see if the senator from Georgetown would yield for a quick question.
Senator Yield, Senator Yield.
Senator, since you're working on another amendment, would it make more sense just to withdraw that one? That way it doesn't get confused or come back up again, or?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's fine with me unless anybody has an objection to that. But there is a new amendment coming, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How many more amendments do we have? Am I going to roll right into my amendment next? All right, if that's the case, then I'll unanimous consent to withdraw this one.
Is there objection to his unanimous consent request to withdraw the amendment? Hearing no objection, so ordered, the amendment is withdrawn. Reading clerk will read the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 23 by Senator Hutto, previously carried over. Mentioned bill in section 3.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you ask?
Explain the amendment.
You recognized on the amendment.
Members, this is just to clarify the courtroom exception. I represent 6 counties, so you can imagine I've got all kinds of combinations. But magistrates' offices aren't typically called courthouses, nor are they typically necessarily courtrooms. A lot of times they're the county council chamber inside the building, or they are this municipal. And so what this is trying to say is, it doesn't matter whether you call it a courthouse or a courtroom. If it's in a public building where they're holding the court, you can't carry the gun in there, because I know if you think about, if you've ridden up to your magistrate's office, it doesn't usually say magistrate's courthouse, and it doesn't usually say magistrate's courtroom. It's usually inside of a building that houses a lot of other things going on. And so just to clarify, this is at the request of basically the magistrates, because all the circuit court judges do basically hold court in a courthouse. The exceptions to that, though, occasionally when the courthouse is being remodeled, like in Bamberg, they're holding court now in the Armory. It's not really the courthouse, but it's a public building being used for court. And so that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
The senator from Orangeburg would yield for a quick question.
Senator Yield for question.
Senator, did you know we used to
Yield.
have a magistrate court in Pacolet, South Carolina, that was inside a fire station? So under your amendment, would that prohibit it in the fire station all the time, or just when the magistrate court was in there? They just used a portion of the fire department to hold magistrate court.
Well, I'm putting it in that section of courthouse and public buildings. That if you think it needs to be perfected, I'm fine with that. But I mean, that's the intention, is to cover the courthouses, which aren't really court, and they're not necessarily courtrooms either. There are places that are holding court, and there are buildings that are publicly owned for that
But it was
purpose.
still a public building anyway,
That's right.
too. So,
That's
okay.
right.
Thank you,
All
Senator.
right.
Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator from Orangeburg would yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yields.
And I, agree about the courthouses and have your same concern about that. But the way I read this amendment, that it would include, in addition to courthouses or courtrooms, any public building owned by the state, any public building owned by the county, any public building owned by the city, or any other political subdivision. So it would be much more expansive than just, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's all right. It's my understanding that's already covered in another section anyway.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to put it in the courthouse section to clarify where courts might be held, because y'all might realize we got other things we call courts, like workers' comp hearings, proceedings. Sometimes these are DMV proceedings. These are held in places that are not typically courthouses.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you. Would the senator yield for a question?
Senator yield for a question. Senator yields.
Senator, some of these, you said master inequities and magistrates. There's also special referees that are attorneys or other folks, and sometimes they have held court in their own offices.
I'm
Would
not
this
trying
be-
to go that far. I
Okay.
get it. I know that, but I think that I'm not opposed to that, but that's a difficult issue. You're right. They're actually holding court. They might be doing, I mean, then you get into mediations and other things, and I'm not trying to go that far. I'm doing this at the request of the magistrates to try and make sure the building that they're in, whatever it's called, and it's unlikely that it's called a courthouse, is covered.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator from Orangeburg would yield for another question.
Senator yield for question. Senator yields.
Senator, in reading your amendment, and I think I really understand your intention. I think everybody understands the intention. I'm just wondering if we could write this to where when it says or a public building owned by, that could open things up. Could we clarify?
I can say this owned by them where court is being held if you want to, you know.
I just want to make it clear that only for the court being held, if there's any way to do that.
I'm not opposed. That's my intention. If you want to carry it over and let's do, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd love for that.
Carry it over.
What you want to get, Senator, you want to withhold that to the?
Okay.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator, yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator yields.
Senator, did you know that those are some of my concerns? I mean, this is really probably not intentionally, but a pretty broad expansion of where you can't take your weapon. For example, there's a small town or hamlet I represent. They have like a community building that they can just have meetings or just different things, but that's owned by the municipality.
Do they hold court there?
Sir?
Do they hold court there?
I don't think so, but that's what needs correcting in this. I was just,
okay. I move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is a new amendment. It's number 27 by Senator Devine, amends the bill, section 9.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very, very quick, brief amendment. This one, in this bill, there is a section that requires an owner of a lawfully possessed firearm to report a stolen weapon. Currently, the bill proposes 30 days to report a stolen weapon, and this amendment would change that 30 days to 10 days. As we've discussed previously, there are a lot of guns that are stolen from vehicles and otherwise, but South Carolina, we have a lot of cities, particularly our most populous cities, Columbia, North Charleston, Greenville, and Charleston, rank in the top 20 cities of incidents where gun thefts. Even last week, the governor in his State of the State introduced us to Trooper Frazier, which was just a blessing that he's still here. But as you might recall, he was also shot with a stolen weapon. And so I'm just asking that we limit this time frame from 30 days, which is a long period of time for a gun not to go stolen, for not to go reported, and change that to 10 days. There's no questions. I would move adoption.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Yield to the senator from Spartanburg.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin is not, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To see if the senator from Richland would yield for a question.
Senator, yield for a question.
I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of that amendment over here. I'm trying to look at it on the screen.
We'll stand at ease momentarily.
So is your change, I think, I'm looking at the SLED card, is current laws immediately, if somebody permit holder loses or has their card stolen, they have to report the sled immediately, and you're changing that to 48 hours?
So no, that actually was already an amendment in the current bill. So my amendment is just on the last paragraph where it talks about an owner or other person lawfully possession. And the current amendment proposed says 30 days. I'm asking that to be changed to 10 days.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at the front of the member where you're striking out about the permit holders, and it says a permit holder immediately is struck. Now it says must report the loss of theft of a permit card to sled headquarters. You're adding within 48 hours. So you're trying to give them a little more time?
Yeah, that one is in the current bill.
Okay.
So my change is only on the last paragraph, but yeah, the current bill has amendments, so I know it's
Okay,
kind
I'm
of
sorry.
confusing.
It's not, it's hard to see on my screen right here. That's why I'm trying to make sure. Anyway, thank you. Okay, thank you. So all you're doing is changing 30 to 10.
Yes, sir.
And that means within 10 days of discovery. So I guess my question on that is, let's say someone went to an airport. They went on vacation or went on a work trip for 10 days. They fly back in, their gun was stolen the day they left, but they don't find out about it till next week when they get home. The clock counts when they realize it's gone, correct?
When they discover, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Reading clerk will please publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is a new amendment, number 28 by Senator Massey. It's a bill adds a new section to read. Chapter 31 of Title 23, amended by adding section 2331.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Has to be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Charleston, why he comes, Senator Campson, why he comes to the podium, what purpose do you
Unanimous
rise?
consent to be added as a co-sponsor.
Without objection, the senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, is added as a co-sponsor. Senator from Edgefield.
Mr. President, thank you. This is back on the duty to inform when you're carrying. And what I tried to do is to incorporate what I heard from senators as part of that discussion. So and you can read it, it's not that long. But what it says essentially is that if you knowingly possess or carrying a weapon and there's a law enforcement interaction where there's a lawful stop, upon the request of the officer, you have to inform the officer that you're carrying. And then just to make it clear, subsection B says, if you're knowingly in possession, you don't have a duty to inform unless the officer asks you first. All right, so I tried to address the things that we talked about. There's no way to address your concerns, Senator from Richland. Your stuff's so way out there. There's no way to address you. But I tried to address those two big things that I heard about. One, you have to know it, right? So it can't be, Senator from Charleston, it can't be, if your wife is driving your car and you left your gun in there, she's not going to get in trouble, right? Because she doesn't know it, okay? And then also your duty to report triggers. It triggers when the law enforcement officer asks you the question. Okay?
Senator from Richland, Senator Harpulia, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator, yield to a question, please.
Senator yields for question.
I'm way out there, but I still don't understand why we would legislate a required answer.
We already have it.
For someone who is just exercising their constitutional right.
We already have it.
With what?
With the CWP program. I know
we're not talking about, no, I get it, but this ain't the CWP program. This is the constitutional carry program. These people do not have a permit.
But from a constitutional analysis perspective, it's the same thing.
It is not, because when you get a CWP, you agree, if the state gives you a CWP, that you will answer, you will tell the police officer. But this is someone exercising their constitutional right to carry a gun.
Which the United States Supreme Court says is subject to certain limitations by the state.
But they did not say one of those limitations was to violate your Fifth Amendment rights, that when you're stopped by a police, and you've already indicated the police officer stopped him for some legitimate reason, okay? At that point, he's got a right not to say a word, he or she. And what this does is it conflicts the Second Amendment right, I have a right to have that gun, with the ability, the necessity to respond to a law enforcement officer, or I've committed a crime. We're criminalizing silence. It's criminalizing the Fifth Amendment right not to say a word. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not for big government. I'm not for this onerous, huge government out there taking our rights away. Another right taken away by government.
I want to make sure he was on camera because that's where he was playing over there. Yeah.
I'm amazed that the Republicans this is creeping socialism. Miss Senator from Edgefield,
anything else you wanted to throw out there so you can put on television in a few months?
This won't be on television. I do much better quality stuff than this on television. This will make the B reel at best. But in all seriousness, why are we requiring people to talk to police officers? There's no requirement. They stop you, your taillight's out. Sir, did you know your taillight was out?
I don't think there's a constitutional difference between requiring a CWP holder to inform law enforcement and requiring a person now to inform
the fact that when you get the CWP, you agree to do that, and when you're riding around with a gun that you have a constitutional right to have, I don't understand. There is a disconnect there. They're two different things. And if you're going to have a constitutional right to carry a pistol or hide a pistol or have 50 of them in your car, there's nothing that requires you to tell the police you've got a gun, whether they inquire or not. I mean, if there's a case that says something about you have to tell the police, that's one thing.
That's what this says.
What is what?
Well, that's what the amendment says. The amendment imposes that duty to inform.
The amendment is a violation of your constituents' constitutional rights.
It is. I disagree with your constitutional analysis, but you know what? Somebody across the street is going to be able to answer that question.
Well, actually, it'd be federal court probably, but because it's a federal constitutional right. And secondly, what I don't understand the rationale. Why do you have to tell the police? For their safety?
For law enforcement safety, but also for the other person's safety.
Well, right? When you throw these guns into the mix,
you think it's safer not to be carrying and not tell law enforcement that you got it?
I mean, I think in some instances, surely.
I think that's unlikely. I think in most situations, it's going to be safer if everybody knows that there are guns involved so that nobody freaks out.
Well, the first time somebody stopped, police say, do you have a gun? And that person refuses to answer. What happens? Is that a crime?
Well, what happens after that?
No. What happens then when they say, sir, do you have a weapon here? And they say, not responding.
Okay, if you don't respond, and the reason I ask what happens then is, do we have a search? Because if we have a search and the officer finds that there's a weapon, we're going to have a problem.
What's the probable cause for the search?
I don't know. You tell me. That's why I'm asking your hypothetical.
So the police officer says.
I think to Senator Hutto's point earlier with the amendment that Senator from Ori added, that just by virtue of having the weapon isn't sufficient grounds to search, and it shouldn't be.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Does the refusal to answer the question give probable cause for search?
My guess the answer to that is no.
Correct. Yeah. So what happens next? Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Okay. Is what ought to happen.
All right.
But we've said the refusal to answer, and let's say the police officer looks in the back seat and sees a gun at that point. Well, then he charges him with this new crime. Again, you're creating another crime. The crime is not talking to the police, a new genre, if you will, of crime.
It already exists.
It doesn't unless you get a permit and you've agreed to do it.
But what I guess my disagreement with you there is that constitutionally, I don't think there's a difference. If the U.S. Supreme Court says that states can impose certain regulations, I don't think there's a constitutional difference between requiring it under this bill or requiring it for CWP holders.
Well, the difference is that the CWP, I go get a CWP, and to get it, I have to agree to tell the police I have a gun.
They don't make you sign a form.
Part of the law.
I understand it's part of the law. This would be part of the law too.
They don't have you sign a form when you get a driver's license, you'll take a breathalyzer.
Well,
It's
that's
part
not,
of the law.
that's not analogous.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing because it's not a right.
You don't have a right to
Driving
get
is
a,
not
you
a
don't have a
right.
right to get a CWP. There's no constitutional right to a CWP.
I think there is. As long as you, I think that's exactly what Bruin said, right? As long as you pass the objective measures, you have a constitutional right to have that CWP.
No, you have a constitutional right to have a weapon. Okay.
No, I think Bruin says the result of Bruin is if you take the class, if you pass the background check, you are entitled to a CWP.
All I'm saying is this: you are criminalizing silence, and I'm amazed that the conservative party is going to criminalize someone's unwillingness to say something. That's just amazing to me. But it's a new world. It's a new world.
I will say this, that your opposition to this makes me feel more confident in it. So it makes me feel better about it. It makes me feel that I'm right.
Well, understanding what I've heard from you today, that does not surprise me.
Good.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you ask?
See if you yield for a question or two.
Senator yields for questions.
The first is you up the penalty from a magistrate's level offense to a general sessions offense. Is that the original amendment was 30 days or
It was 30 days. That's what, and I would like to have that 30-day penalty.
You would?
I'd like to have the 30-day penalty.
But your amendment, I
It
just
does.
got a copy of it.
I just noticed that. You're right.
Okay.
I would rather it be the 30-day penalty.
All right, that's one question. The other question is this. Let's say I borrow the Senator from Greer or Traveler's Rest vehicle. I probably ought to know there's a gun in there, but I might not because I just borrowed his truck to run down and grab a Coke. And I get pulled over for speeding because his tires are out of whack. And they asked me if there's a gun in the car. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's a gun in the car. They asked me if there's a gun in the car. And I say, well, it's not my car. I don't know. Is that a good enough answer?
I think that's a good enough answer. I get, maybe that's a question, but that's what this language is intended to protect that situation. Right?
Okay.
If you knowingly possess.
So I've got it. So to convict me, you'd have to prove I knew the gun was in the car and I didn't tell you about it.
That's right.
Okay.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble, what purpose do you?
Thank you, Mr. President. See if Senator from Edgefield would yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator yields for a question.
Senator, on your amendment on number 2, it goes back to the penalty. I'm just looking, it says for a first offense, guilty of a misdemeanor and upon conviction must be fined not more than $1,000 or imprisoned not more than 1 year,
Senator,
or both.
that's the wrong penalty. I'm going to fix that. What I had before was a 30-day misdemeanor, and that's what I would like to do. Staff is working to try to change that. I would like for the penalty to be 30-day misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you ask?
If this isn't the right, we're Senator yield for a question.
Sure.
Senator yield.
If this isn't the right verbiage that you want to argue and pass, then can you take some kind of action to remove this? And we're sitting here having a conversation about something I'm looking at, and it's not the right bill or not what you want.
Senator, I'm happy to do that if you stop asking me questions.
They're over.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Unanimous consent request to withdraw the amendment. Is there objection to that? Hear no objection. So ordered. The amendment is withdrawn. We have further amendments. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is number 29. It's by Senators Malloy and Saab. It amends the bill, adds new sections to read. Article 4, Chapter 31, Title 23 of the Code is amended by adding Section
Senator
21.
from Williamsburg, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, to explain the amendment.
You are recognized on your amendment. Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senate will be in order. The senator from Williamsburg recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This amendment is being offered for the gathering of information purposes. I'd be less than candid if I didn't share my concerns about what I believe may very well happen. We've had some discussions about racial profiling and how it's not necessary to put it in the bill because we believe that there are other aspects of the bill that addresses it. I have some concerns as it relates to whether or not the effect of this law will be things along the lines of racial profiling. I could be right, and guess what? I could be wrong, but I think that it's important that we monitor it and make sure that that's not one of the unintended consequences of the passage of the law. And so this amendment is in keeping with what we've done with seatbelt violations and others, where we just asked the Department of Public Safety to keep a tab on it. And so move adoption.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I hadn't had a chance to look at the amendment really good yet, but I raise a point. I don't have a question. I raise a point of order.
State your point.
Under Rule 24, this amendment is not germane.
Anyone else wish to speak to the point? Senator from Williamsburg.
Sure, Mr. President, I'll take a stab at it. I think it is germane. I think it's anytime you have a law where there's an enforcement mechanism in it, the idea to know what the impact of that.
Suspend momentarily. I just hear a little low roar, and I'm really needing to hear the senator from Williamsburg. So if we could have some order, please. Thank you. Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think that it's germane to the extent that anytime we have a law like this one, where the design of it is one thing, the impact of it may very well be something else. And so, years ago, we were introduced to this idea of de jure discrimination and de facto discrimination, the idea that something is neutral on its face may mean one thing, but how it is implemented may be something else. And so I think that it's just something that we need to know in terms of the bill and its impact. So I think that it's a natural consequence and a logical extension of the bill to just be able to see who is being impacted by its implementation.
Further to speak on the point, Senator from Darlington.
Yes, I do.
Recognized.
Want to end up speaking on the point because the language and substance of it is a logical and extension of it pursuant to Rule 24. But in further reading of it, it looks like that there is a drafting issue with it. And so I would ask for unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin.
I temporarily object to that. I would ask unanimous consent with him withdrawing the amendment that my point of order is also withdrawn.
Is there objection to the withdrawing of the point of order and subsequently the withdrawal of the amendment? Hearing no objection, so ordered. There's no point of order and the amendment has been withdrawn. Reading clerk, will please publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 30 by Senator Saab, amends the bill, Section 3, strike Section 1623-20, Item 5, and inserts Item 5, school or
Senator
college
from
athletic
Williamsburg,
event.
what purpose do you rise? You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, I just draw your attention to the amendment, item number 12. So what this amendment does is it adds to the list of prohibited places, public parks and recreation centers that are operated by the county, municipality, or special purpose districts. When I looked at the legislation itself, it listed out some youth athletic events that are operated by the county, municipality, or special districts. It also speaks to schools and college athletic events. And so I think it's important that we also add recreation centers and public parks to the list. I just have witnessed too many instances where sports situations get out of hand, and I'm concerned that if we don't prohibit just the carrying of guns from these areas, that we could run afoul of just the idea of people and come into these county, municipal, and special purpose district events. And so there are no questions. I'd move adoption.
Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if Senator Yield for a question.
Senator Yields for a question.
I reluctantly ask a question, Senator. So would, if your amendment passes and my amendment passes, would a sports facility be able to put up a placard that says only CWP permit holders beyond this? Or does your amendment preclude the passage of the presenting of a placard?
So Senator, I think they both actually guard against the same kind of thing. So clearly the placards that you described in your amendment, should it pass, would cover this situation, I believe. If you differ from that, I'd be curious as to what your differing comments might be.
Well, so in the bill, we've got section 11, if my memory serves me correct. Did you
Correct.
know?
And this adds section 12. Section 11 is actually as it reads in my amendment. So I just picked up on those and then just added this one to it.
So my amendment would be inserted into section 11. Your amendment is in addition to that, so section 12?
Well, right now, Senator, yours is not.
I know.
Yeah, but if we assume hypothetically yours was,
right,
I think we could cover the area that I'm talking about. So this may not be necessary if yours were a part of the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator Yields for a question.
Senator, I appreciate your willingness to sort of be cautious about where people carry their weapons, but we kind of, did you know, we kind of dealt with this on the CWP and with the open carry bill we passed, because what you're doing here is you're limiting or saying that you can't possess a weapon in a lot of expanded places. For example, there's county parks, and there's state parks and places like that. And we actually had to have a little sit down with the director of PRT, because they had certain state parks around had the no guns prohibited signs around. And that was not what was in the law. You are entitled to carry them. And counties as well. I mean, a little like City of Travelers Rest and places were they didn't understand that law. So I just want the body to know that if this passes, you are clearly adding a tremendous amount of places, indoors and outdoors, that you will be prohibited from carrying a firearm.
Senator, if I were able to ask you a question, I'd be curious about the impact that Senator from Georgetown's amendment would have. I'd be curious, if I were allowed to ask a question, whether or not you would agree that that the placard language that he had in his amendment would allow the prohibition of guns at a certain point as it's posted.
Senator, did you know that I live sort of up in the mountains and I enjoy the county parks and state parks. We got a lot of bears up there and an inordinate number of black bears up there. When I go out hiking in the woods, I like to carry my firearm. I like to carry a big firearm because I've got pictures of 600-pound bears in my driveway. Matter of fact, I have to strap one on to go to the mailbox. Did you know?
I didn't know, Senator. I am now so informed.
Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you rise?
To see if the senator knows what a bar is, and to further ask some questions.
Senate will be in order. Senator yields for question.
Senator, did you know? I believe that if my amendment passes, and I believe my amendment's coming up, if I'm not mistaken, soon. If my amendment passes, I think it would be redundant. Did you know, I think that public places such as this would be covered, public places such as this, and the senator from Greenville's concern would be covered because obviously, did you know, if a state park was to put up a sign that says no concealed weapons or no open carry, this body would probably have something to say about that. If I had to guess, that would be a policy position by PRT, did you know? And so I guess my question to you is, did you know my amendment probably covers what you're trying to get at?
Mr. President.
Senator from Williamsburg.
I'd like to carry my amendment over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's carried over. Senate would please stand at ease momentarily. Senate will continue to stand at ease. Senate's back in order. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is number 31 by Senator Hutto.
Mr. President.
Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise, sir? Recognized on your amendment. Senator from Orangeburg.
I'm back on the amendment I pulled down earlier, and I've fixed it, I think, to say that court's got to be going on at the magistrate's court. So if they got a public building and they're not using it for a court, then it doesn't count. But if magistrate's holding court there, then it is considered a courtroom for the purpose of this bill, and move adoption.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered. Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto.
Unanimous consent.
State your unanimous consent request.
Withdraw Amendment 23.
Is there objection to withdrawing amendment number 23? Hearing no objection, so order. Senator from Fairfield, what purpose do you rise? Sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Eat.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise? Sir?
I move that the Senate recede for 30 minutes.
Motion is that we recede for 30 minutes. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're recede for 30 minutes.
All right, I'm back. I had to take care of a lot of things, and they're still going. Yes. They're in a recess for 30 minutes. You know, that's ridiculous. They're still going. Well, they did only start at 1 o'clock today, so, you know, they're not working a full 8-hour day, I guess, yet. Anyways, we'll see what happens. Those of you that were watching, thanks for watching, hanging out with us. I know it's nerve-wracking, and I know it is mind-numbing, and I apologize for every minute of it, but this is what we get. Those of you that are in South Carolina with me, I think it's time to start flushing out those that run for office. Do not vote for the incumbents. If we don't get constitutional carry, do not vote for incumbent Republicans. Vote Democrats out. You know, don't vote for independents. I'll tell you that right now, because those are just Democrats in sheep's clothing. So, Oh, I know I didn't miss anything positive because they're still arguing. So. Anyways. You know, if I wasn't always streaming on YouTube, I'd show some guns right now, but can't. So, anyways, yeah, everyone go get a burger, fries, cola, you know, a pizza. You know, go get something to eat. Smoke them if you got them, and we'll wait for them to be back. I know. I know. So, it's what happens. Oh, I don't know if I could send you a link, Coop. That might be too controversial. I don't even have any of my stuff set up, so let's see. Oh no, Coop, you've got a link. Watch out. Check your emails. The email. What? The email. I don't care. No, it won't. The only fun I'm having is the fact that I just made and ate dinner. Yeah, I had to go run errands. I had to go to get groceries. And then, you know, I made dinner and I just ate dinner and they're still freaking going. Oh my God. Coop, you're muted. Unmute yourself. I know you can do it. I believe in you, Coop. Well, maybe not that much. Don't worry. I'll send your wife more pictures of my wood. Coop, your microphone's muted, like I told you.
All right, am I here now?
Yeah, you're here now.
Yes, it's unmuted.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
You
Ninth strike. I will say this, brother. When they were doing the hearings for the constitutional carry in Alabama, pretty much all these arguments came up. Pretty much every single one of them.
You think the federal Senate is bad? This takes the cake, man.
Dude, it's rough. But I will tell you this.
And for the record, everyone, Coop's wife really does like my wood.
Yes, she does.
She said it live on air.
But here's the deal. Some of these bills or some of these amendments that the Democrats have pushed, if these Republicans had half a brain, they would all get together and go ahead and pass the constitutional carry. and then they would take the amendments these Democrats tried to pass and would put them in standalone bills, and they would pass them. Like the retroactive, basically wiping away someone's conviction for carrying a concealed weapon without a permit. That should be easy. The only thing I think it ought to come with basically damages. So if I got convicted of carrying a concealed weapon without a permit 2 years ago, them some bitches ought to be paying me, and I ought to get all my rights back.
Yeah.
The one where a dude was talking about, well, he just let people carry in the Senate and in the state house. Yeah, pass it. Let's ride, Clyde. Don't threaten me with a good time. There's been a bunch of stuff where Democrats think they're kind of being hyperbolists about shit, and
I thought we only had a good time on your channel when we're talking about wood.
Well, I have plenty of other good times. It's not always about your wood.
Oh man.
I know you'd like it to be, but sometimes we got other shit.
Yeah, I know. I know. Stop playing with it. It's not your pecker. I get it.
Hey, look, man. I only play with your wood when I want to get you hard.
Oh man, that's wow. For those that don't know, I'm going to tell them what we're talking about. Okay.
Yes, please. I'm about to die.
I bought an unmolested Turkish M38 Mauser.
Hold on, Night Strike. The term unmolested in this whole conversation, we might need to rephrase that too.
Oh, let's just roll it. I think it makes it better. Anyways, as I said, it's been unmolested, and the wood on it looks really, really nice. And
Beautiful.
when Coop showed that to his wife, she's like, "Ooh, I like that wood."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "See, Coop, she likes my wood."
And as soon as you said it, I just rolled with it.
But when I said that, she responded. She's like, "Yes, I did."
Yep.
It was great. It was perfect.
Dude, you have to realize that woman has to have a serious sense of humor to put up with me. Because if not, she'd have brained me with a frying pan a long time ago.
I think she would have done that anyways, just for fun.
She is redheaded, so that is a high likelihood.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Yeah, there's a high likelihood of that happening.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know all these, or obviously you're in South Carolina. You kind of know the landscape up there. How are you seeing this?
Here is a comment that was coming up from somebody else. Like we're in the I live in the first state to have seceded from the Union, yet we can't get constitutional fucking carry right.
Yes.
How fucked up is that?
Well, I mean,
whereas you got Texas on the other side of the country, almost ready to go over civil war over the fucking border.
Yes, but you see who's screwing it right now. It's not the Democrats; it's the Republicans.
Yeah, and for those that don't realize, the Republicans, how are the Republicans screwing us over? The Republican that put the bill in saying they could either have a no gun sign or they had to have a CWP only sign. That can be used only one way in my view. They'll always choose
prohibition. Yes.
They'll always choose the no gun sign, and they'll make more gun-free zones.
That's it. And they will put you in jail if you do like I do a lot of times. When I see that gun-free zone sign and my brain refuses to acknowledge it, and I just walk where I got to go because I'm carrying concealed.
I just wear
my gun is no threat to anybody unless you are a threat to me or my family or my loved ones. Well, this is what they call cover garments, man. I mean,
yeah.
But even most of the time in a regular T-shirt, I'm carrying the Polymer 80 that I carry all the time. You're not going to know it's there unless you're watching my waist and you see that fabric move a little bit. You're not going to know it's there.
Well, here's a question: did you get that from JSD?
Hold on. There's one that I did. One of them I got the slide and frame from JSD. That one I'm pretty sure I got the frame from Flying Rich. And then I can't remember where I got the slide. I got the barrel from a buddy of mine. And there's another one before all this frame and receiver hit. The first gun I ever built, by the way, or the first polymer 80 I ever built. Because I'm a dumbass. AK was the first thing that I ever built. Yeah, figure
You
that
built
in.
an AK first? What's wrong with you?
Yes. Because I'm a dumbass. Which it ran, and it ran well. Matter of fact, it wasn't too long back. It was one of the guns that I tore back apart and completely rebuilt again.
Knowing you, yeah, it's amazing it ran.
Hey, look, that gun had, before I rebuilt it, it had over 1,000 rounds through it, and that joker ran like a sewing machine. Was it perfect? No. Some of my rivet work sucked because I built all my own tools to build the gun.
Right.
So,
well, I still have to give you shit.
You know, when I got up to and it was a proof of concept. I'll tell you this. So it was I've been wanting to build one forever, and I've told the story on videos before, and I was like, I'm just going to get the cheapest AK parts kit I can get, and then I'm going to look up tools and try to fab my own tools. So I ended up with a Inner Ordnance, an IO AK parts kit from Royal Tiger.
Are you? How are you alive?
Hey, look, I still got the trunnion in there, and that son of a bitch has over 1,000 rounds through it before I tore it apart. But it was like I said, I think I paid like $200 for it. So I figured if I messed it up, I wasn't out much. But I built the gun, and the son of a bitch ran, and it turned out decent. And then when I learned a little bit more about
receiver, did you?
No. It was I got the receiver. It was a receiver flat from AK Builder.
Okay.
And I built the bending jig to bend it. Matter of fact, I still got the bending jig in there that I built. But that was my first AK build. And then, of course, now I have perfected my trade a little bit with a couple of Romanian kits. Completely rebuilt the Wasser 10 that I had, all kinds of stuff.
Right.
But yeah, and got AK builder tools and tall tools, and yeah, I have increased my game. But yeah, the first P80 I built though was from I bought everything from Rocky Brass. Before all the frame and receiver shit hit, Rocky Brass had great prices and great service and everything.
Aren't they based out of California?
I can't. I know 1776 Supply Co. is. I can't remember where Rocky Brass was based out of. They could have been. I just can't remember where they were based out of. But they had the price, I don't know, a couple of percent lower than everybody else.
I think Rocky Brass was based out of California.
They could have been. But when this frame and receiver shit started, they shut them down.
They folded.
They were done. Yeah. They didn't have the volume that say 1776 Supply Co. does, or that like JSD Supply does,
or Polymer
and
80.
some others. Yeah. Well, I mean, Polymer 80 is the manufacturer, and they do sell,
but hold on. Yes, they're the manufacturer, but I don't know if you saw their website. They did this. They sold their shit they made on their website.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They do sell, but I was kind of focusing more on the distributors, like JSD.
Georgian out there says they're totally adjourning when they come back. Absolutely,
more than likely,
because they're lazy.
I'm surprised they went on this long after you saw some of these other senators get their leave to go for the day. I'm surprised they kept running.
Maybe if we get enough of them to leave to where the Republican senators left, we can get the bill through without them having to vote.
You still have to have a quorum, and we're not as dirty as Democrats. And let's face it, Republicans are spineless. So
these Republicans, yes, but the voters aren't.
No, the voters aren't.
The real Republicans aren't spineless.
But
because I'm a real Republican, I'm not spineless.
But you're not in it for your own gain and power either. You're in it for freedom. These people are in it for their own gain and their own power.
No. I'm in it for this shall not be infringed. We all know this.
That's part of the freedom. Keep up.
Let me have my shall not be infringed, damn it.
Hey, look, I'm all about the shall not be infringed. Trust me.
No, I was talking to Coop the other day, And Coop told me over the phone that he believes that some infringements are okay.
I don't remember saying that, and I've been really, really drunk in the last few days. So
You
you'll
might
have to run me back through that unless we're talking about infringements on politicians.
Yeah, he was really drunk though, so you know, I don't know if I could take him at his word.
Well, I'm mostly sober now, so yeah, you can take me at my word right now. Now, if we're talking about infringing on politicians, I am all about that. Tar, feathers, guillotines. Yeah, I'm all about infringing on them.
Okay. I do want to let you guys know that on the 8th at 9:00, we're going to be at 9:00 Eastern. I think that's 8 Central. We're going to be doing the next episode of Classic Gun Talk.
Oh hell yeah, man!
And the guns we're going to go over on the 8th, I'll give you guys a preview. We're going to go over the Setmes and the G3.
Nice. I gotta build a set. I want to build one so bad.
So Coop, you are welcome to jump in on it, but I've got it all planned out because what we're going to do is we're going to go over the history. You know, we'll go over the history of the rifles and whatnot. And yes, we may even dip into like, you know, the G3 copy that the G3 variant they made in 5.56, and then the one everybody loves that they have to have in 9mm, the MP5. Because for those that don't know, the MP5 is just a G3 sized down for 9mm.
Roller blade blowback, whole 9 yards.
Fluted chamber. Now, that's not to say some MP5 clones don't have a fluted chamber. Some of them don't. But it was part of the design. So most of them do.
Here's a question for you. And just it's one of these funny things that happens. If someone sent you something, like my wife, and said, I'm working on this Chris, what would be the first gun you would think of?
I would probably think Chris Vector.
Yes. However,
but again, if that was the only connotation she gave me, I probably would respond with Chris what?
Yeah. But she was talking about this gun, and it was a Chris, and she threw a model number out there. And I was like, oh, Chris Vector, you know? And then she sent me a picture of the bolt, and I went, that's an MP5 bolt. And my wife, without skipping a beat, was like, no, it's a Chris. I went, baby, that's
an MP5.
That's an MP5. It's a clone. And then she was like, yeah, do you trust me? She showed it to me later, and I was like, yep, baby. That's an MP5 clone. That's roller delayed blowback. That is freaking, that bolt travels straight back and forth instead of coming down at an angle. They're completely different.
Yep.
She treats me like I'm a retard when I said it was an MP5. No, it's Chris. No, baby.
Well, you are a retard.
I am the special kid. I need to start wearing my helmet on streams. I can't lick my computer.
I saw pictures of you when you're younger. You totally rode the short bus.
Hey, look, I had the cleanest window on that bus. Okay,
I won't lie.
My window, it was clean.
It was clean. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, it was the cleanest window on that bus, and I sat by the fire exit. So that way I could get out of there before the other retards burn up.
And by the way, we're just joking about the bus, but you know, he loves to take it to the extreme.
Oh, dude, shit, man, you got to joke, especially after like days like today where
I know
we've been listening to this shit.
You thought you thought it was painful listening to the federal government, and then I start playing this shit, and you're like, how do you? You're like, good Lord, Night Strike, you're a saint. And I'm like,
they are just as painful, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it's more focused when it's in your state. Because that was like listening to the guys in Alabama that were talking about, oh, there'd be blood in the streets. It's going to be the OK Corral, and judges are going to die.
Well, you know, and I liked it when they started out debating. You know, when they first started, the Republicans said, oh, yeah, you guys are just gonna say it's like blood are gonna be in the streets, all the children are gonna die.
Yes.
But you said that the last time when we instituted open carry with permit and nothing happened. So I doubt anything's gonna happen.
If they would have hung with that, if they had anybody up there with any sense that could use the Google machine and could actually Google the stats, then they'd see that whenever actual constitutional carry is passed, crime rates drop. Except maybe in big cities where you have a lot of drug crime, and then you might see something go up. But it's only because the crime around the drugs goes up. It's not the carry. Some of the arguments from the last one were amazing. If you got this guy and he's got 2 kilos of cocaine on him and he's got a gun, you can't stop him. No. If he's carrying 2 kilos of fucking cocaine, that is a federal felony. This whole constitutional carry ain't saving him, and then he's a felon in possession, which is even worse.
Oh, by the way, like I was talking about the set-me earlier.
Yeah,
I am printing a new mandrel out to bend flats.
Dude, I have got to build a set-me. The more I look at them, the more I love them.
Well, I'll let you know right now. If things turn out and I get this receiver that I ordered, I may have a spare receiver. All you have to do is come down and pick it up.
That is a distinct possibility. Anyway, I got to make it up there just to shoot shit with you, and hell, maybe I got to weasel my way into seeing Mark.
Well, probably, but not without me.
Oh, well, hey, by the way, and I got to say this on stream. Thank you for all the help identifying that receiver, that shotgun receiver.
Yeah, the most I could tell from that receiver is that was a Spanish. It's a Spanish side by side, and I couldn't tell the manufacturer code from it because it was made in the years after they stopped using the year manufacturer code.
Yep.
So, but I hope that gave you enough to go by on it.
It gives me enough to where when I actually get into that receiver that I can more than likely find the barrels for it. I don't understand how they busted that whole buttstock off of that gun. That is beautiful, like black walnut or
I can tell you real easy.
Beat someone over the head with it? I don't know.
No, you don't want to know how? For the same reason it didn't come with the barrels.
That could be it. You got me on that one.
And if you don't realize what I'm saying, let's put it this way. They use too much powder in their reloads.
Either that or a plug in the barrel.
Mm-hmm. And that's why that barrel ain't on that rifle. I mean, that shotgun.
Yeah, which is a shame because, and you can tell where the engraving was in the top of the receiver that would have run into the barrels.
And I kept asking you for close-up pictures of those markings so that I could try and appropriately find them because those are proof markings from a Spanish. I think it's Ibar, the Ibar region. Those are Ibar region proof markings. So it's one of the Spanish manufacturers in Ibar, and that's like one of the regions in Spain where they make a lot of shotguns.
Yep. That's the links you sent me when I started to pick through stuff. Because hell, I was doing Google image searches trying to find the proof marks and stuff. Because they're obvious proof marks. But you can tell all of that was done by hand. There wasn't a machine that did that.
Oh, I know. I know.
Even the serial number, you can tell how things are offset to where someone maybe didn't line up the punch just right and still stamp the number. Yeah. But case hardened, damn, that thing's beautiful.
Yeah. I'm loading something up. I'm still here, but I'm working in the background.
Yeah, we got you, brother. So everybody in the chat, how are you guys seeing this stuff today? Obviously, you've heard me in the chat about ready to scream and beat my head into the table.
No, not more than me.
I know I'm, dude. I was that way.
I'm sorry, guys. Yes, I have been interrupting when they've been going on about shit for the last couple of days, but because they've been pissing me off.
Dude, you have done so much better than I could have.
Not
It ain't
really.
even funny.
Not really.
Man, we streamed what? The first day and the second day, and then you've done the second day through the 5th day now.
No, I've done all days. I
That's
just
right,
didn't,
'cause-
I just didn't get, the first, all of the first day. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what it was. Because I started streaming earlier that day on the first day.
Yeah.
And anyway, hopefully you picked up some subs because I've been blasting it on X and everywhere else.
Yeah,
So,
I've been putting it on Rumble, and I've been putting it on hey, let's see if I got my camera right, because fuck, let's put the camera on. Yeah.
I normally when I do it, I'm streaming to X, Rumble, and YouTube. Off the StreamYard. I still got to play with the studio to see how that goes.
I still got my beard. So all right, since it's still doing that, I will do something. Hold on, give me a second. I will do this.
If it involves a midget and a donkey, I'm all in.
Yes, and my wood.
Hey, look, you dirty-minded people. I don't know where y'all went, but I was thinking about a midget riding a donkey. Not like that either. Damn you, some dirty-minded people.
Yeah, look at they are there. So I don't have my hat today, so
yeah, well, I ain't got mine on either, so
you got more than I do up there.
Yeah, but I got a big ass tater, so I gotta have more to cover it.
I wouldn't say that.
Dude, you have not seen the size of my head.
Anyways, so I can't win that one.
No, there's some times where it's just
sometimes you just gotta roll with it.
Yeah, you just gotta let it ride and
Although Coop, I'm telling you right now, you got the wrong 3D printer.
Well, yeah, that was my first freaking foray into 3D printing, but
because I've got the K1s.
Mm-hmm.
The K1s just fucking rock, dude.
Oh, dude, I haven't run that one in probably 4 months.
Let me see if I can show you this.
Now, I printed out a couple of really good frames with it. Matter of fact, Knuckles from 1776 got on a call with me one night and helped me kind of dial some stuff in. And then I did one of their prints, and that thing was amazingly good. And I can't say enough about that dude because he literally got on a video call with me and helped me get dialed in. And he didn't have to. He wasn't making any money off of it.
Check this out. Let's see. See? I'm 3D printing.
Nice. Now, is that your set me jig?
I cannot say what it is.
Because I will say it has certain contours which would lead me to believe.
I can neither confirm nor deny. You'll have to speak with my lawyer.
Well, yeah, I don't talk to them unless I have to. So okay.
No, neither do I. Neither do I. Yeah, Coop only speaks with his wife's lawyer.
No, we're not going through divorce yet, so no, I haven't had to do that. I ain't saying it coming. I'll either.
Well, it's the old joke. Well, only my wife speaks to my lawyer.
I could see that happening.
Yeah. Only my wife speaks to my lawyer. I ain't even married.
Well, you may not know it, but you could be. You never know. It's things happen.
Things do happen.
Hell, apparently, it's like all this stuff with illegals and shit. It's been oh God, it's been over 10 years ago before we got the house and everything here. They're doing all the credit stuff. And turns out I had a bunch of bills in like Ohio, which is funny because I've never been to Ohio and my name wasn't Javier. So that took a little while to straighten out.
Wait, your name isn't Javier?
No.
When did this happen?
It's just plain old Coop. I mean, it's been that way for a very long time. And I've actually, well, I know I wasn't in Ohio until well after that.
I know you go by Coop, but why don't you go by Bill?
My first name's actually William.
I know that. That's why.
And I just that never because my dad's name is Bill, but I've never went. But his actual name is Bill, so it just worked out, and no one ever called me Bill.
What people do is people call those who are named William either Will or Bill for short.
Yes.
Okay, that's the nickname or the shortened name for William. It's Bill because remember President Clinton, his name was William, but they called him Bill
Jefferson Clinton. Yes.
So
and see what was funny is my first name William, my middle name's David, and anything that I did in school and stuff was the first name, but most of my family and people that were close to me called me by my middle name. And that's why, like, later on, I just started telling everybody to call me Coop because one's calling me this, one's calling me that. Just call me Coop. We can.
Well, this is how you know you're in trouble with your parents. Okay, specifically if you're in trouble with your mother. You know what?
Name
when she calls you so and so, and then she adds the if you've got a junior or the third or whatever at the end, she adds that too. And then you know you're in trouble with your mom.
It goes in levels. It's normally like the first name. And then if you're really, being a shithead, it's the first name, last name. And then if you really keep messing around, then it's the first, middle, and last name. And then the whole junior whatever. And that's when you know you're going to die. You just sign your will. Go ahead and drown yourself because you are going to fucking die.
That's how it works. So
when you hear
we're using Rumble Studio. I've been using Rumble Studio for the past couple times because you can go to YouTube and Rumble at the same time, and I've been liking that. I mean, I'd be using Restream with Guns in the Chamber, but the problem is Restream won't let me live stream to Rumble.
And see, I've been using StreamYard since I started my channel, really, and it will let me stream to Rumble. But if I comment on StreamYard, it doesn't go to the Rumble and to like the YouTube. It only goes to YouTube. But now if I comment on Rumble, it shows up on the StreamYard side.
Now I'm gonna point. I'm thinking I'm pointing. Okay, right over here. Right over here, you can see the right up there. You can see the live chat I've got set up. This is part of Rumble Studio where you can have the live chat on screen. And the live chat shows you chat from Rumble live stream and YouTube live stream, all on the single chat.
Yeah, see, that's outstanding, and I don't see why StreamYard can't figure that out.
Yeah, so that's why I'm using Rumble Studio because I got in through the back door. Giggity, all right.
You are a backdoor man.
I am a backdoor guy because even my friend Artisan Tony says, Mike, how did you get in here? And I go, well, you left the back door open. And he's like, that just sounds wrong. And I go, it's only wrong if you think it's wrong.
Thanks. Now all I can hear is the doors in the back of my head. Backdoor man.
Yep. Well, at least you're not a 50-minute man.
No, that's another good song though.
Yeah, it's a good song. Yeah.
I've had that song stuck in my head so many times playing Fallout 3. It wasn't even funny.
I play Fallout 76, the online one. They finally fixed it. It's perfect now. And
did they finally unscrew it?
They've unscrewed it, and it is perfect. And I've been playing it, and I've been enjoying it. And I've been enjoying the music because my grandfather was from West Virginia. I still have family in West Virginia. I've got family buried in West Virginia. Okay, so whenever you hear John Denver, Country Road,
yeah.
I can't stop but sit there and sing it. Even though I've only driven through West Virginia. I've never stayed.
Dude, I've been through West Virginia, which hell, I've been through a lot of states, but
Yeah.
I've never stayed up there. But it is a beautiful part of the country.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
fucking
I
beautiful.
checked, and my family has never been anywhere near Yankees family, so I'm good there.
There you go.
Because Yankees family is from Charleston, West Virginia. My family is from the county part in the Northwest.
That means your family tree actually forks.
Yeah, my family tree does fork. Yeah, but not in the right way, because because it's also in that area where it bordered with Kentucky, and then you had the Hatfields and the McCoys on the other side of the border.
Well,
guess who my relatives are? The ones that can hold the grudge forever.
I was fixing to say, if I got a 50-50 shot, I'm going to be wrong. So whichever one I said, Hatfield, McCoy.
The Hatfields. The ones who can hold the grudge forever.
Now, those were the ones who got the pig stolen from them originally, right? Or was it the other way?
No, the Hatfields were the ones where they shot my great. I don't know how many greats it is, but it's a couple greats aunt in the back.
Yeah,
in the kitchen.
There was a pig stolen before all that, and then it kicked everything off.
And then they were arguing over land and some other shit, and eventually the McCoys just couldn't handle it anymore, and they went and shot my aunt in the back.
Yeah.
And for the record, yes, I'm a relative of Devil Lance's wife.
That could make somebody carry a grudge for sure.
Yeah.
Well, depending on your aunt, if you didn't like her, it was probably like, okay.
I never knew her, and my grandfather didn't even know she was his aunt until he was in the city where Devil Lance was buried in the cemetery, and his cousins were sitting out on the porch because it's because he was visiting family in that city because his cousins lived there, and they're like, by the way, Roy, you should go visit your aunt in the cemetery, pay your respects. And he goes, well, what aunt? I didn't even realize that, aside from you guys, I didn't realize I had any aunts or uncles here. It's like, yeah, you're related to the Hatfields. He's like, what, really? And they're like, yeah, did no one tell you? And he goes, no one told me. And my grandfather's like, oh, we got to take pictures of this.
It's amazing sometimes.
My grandfather went with my grandmother and my mom. My mom was only like a little 4 or 5-year-old at the time. And, they went and took pictures, and then they turned those pictures into slides.
It's amazing how some of that family history gets lost, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because, I don't know.
The problem was my grandfather and his family moved after the Civilian Conservation Corps thing happened. My grandfather joined that in like 33, I think. He joined the 3 Cs, and then after he joined, he moved to Indiana after that. After he was in the 3 Cs for a while, whatnot, when they were still going, and then my grandfather, my great grandfather, decided to go and sell the farm and the family land, and we'd had that land since like Virginia.
Thanks, douchebag.
Yeah, and they moved to Ohio. And then all his other brothers and sisters moved out everywhere else. Because my grandfather was the second youngest of 10 siblings.
Yeah. Families back then used to be big. It's if you track back, around that time in my family, it was like 10 kids, 12 kids, 13 kids.
Reds Bengals says they've been gone for almost an hour. Did they adjourn? I don't know. Let me refresh
Not
the page.
yet. They're gonna have to come back and gavel out. But like last night, they said they were going to be gone for 5 minutes, and they were gone for like 30.
Yeah, sometimes they can. Sometimes they can go longer if they need to, and it's and unfortunately with South Carolina, it's at the discretion of the president or the president of the Senate.
Yeah, that's the president of the Senate.
Oh, hold up! I got to turn my camera off real quick because I got to do something for Daniel.
So now y'all are stuck with me. Thank him for that. He went some way. But yeah, no, the Senate is going to have to come back in, even if they come back in and just say, "Hey, we're adjourning." They have to come back in, then they have to gavel back out to actually officially close ceremony. And then they'll basically announce when they'll get rolling back on the next day, whether they schedule things for tomorrow or whether they schedule things for next week.
All right. This is for Daniel. Daniel asked if I had my purple law gown with me. I do.
See, he's not showing you the thong he's wearing either.
No, we don't talk about that.
And let's not do that, because
I do have the purple law gown, so
I might start a shotgun.
Court is adjourned. Yeah, but no, I just, I said I had it, and here it is. Here it is. I mean, it's purple. It's as purple as it gets.
I could go get my black one, but I'm already wearing black, so there's no damn sense in it.
Well, the problem is you got the lights off, so you fit in.
Yes, I try to, because it hides all of this. It just makes it a little fuzzy with this camera, and then people can't tell how ugly I actually
purple law gown. Woo! There you go.
But yeah,
so Daniel, you missed it for running off.
So yeah, we'll see what these guys do. Like I said, they have to gavel back in and be official, and then gavel back out. And I guarantee you, a lot of what they're doing right now is just basically strategizing
doing all
on
their
who's
other
doing
shit.
what. Yeah, their side room dealing is what they're doing.
Yeah,
which is what they did last night. Okay, talk about all this. We'll come back tomorrow. Versus, no, we're really not taking your amendment. You can go have a nice day, and we're going to pass this.
Right, and then it's how it is. It's how it is. We're waiting on them. They'll probably come back and hit the gavel and say, it's adjourned.
More than likely. When the senators, when they started to check out earlier, like 3 hours ago now, I need leave for the rest of the day or whatever, it was pretty much over for the day then. They got all their sound bites, they got all the video that they can show, and they were just done.
So till they're back,
yeah, it's just a holding pattern right now.
Yeah.
But like I say, guys, there's a bit of hope, because we saw a bunch of this go on in Alabama, and we actually got it passed. Now, I will say this. There are a bunch more so-called Republicans in South Carolina pushing these amendments that would throw it back to the House and then have to go through the whole cycle again than there was in Alabama.
Well, they ignored one of the bills today. They could have gone on and voted on. That was S-109, which is the Senate's version of constitutional carry. They completely skipped that one because they were doing this one.
Yeah.
Because this one is further along.
Well, this one's already passed the House. That's the point behind a lot of this. If they amend it so far, then it's going to have to go back to the House. It's going to have to get reconciled, go back through a vote in the House, then go back to the Senate. So it does a whole freaking U-turn. And that would have been an issue if they just passed the Senate bill. The Senate bill would have had to go back to the House, and then the House would have thrown in their amendments, and it just would have tied it up even further there. This sort of pisses me off with these Republicans. The House has passed it. Pass it, just like the House passed it. If you don't like something in a bill, pass a standalone bill to actually address that problem, but let it ride. But no, I got to have this. I'm a Republican. We got to back the blue or whatever. We got to do this. We got to do that. The whole duty to inform bullshit they've been going through. If I'm a threat to law enforcement, I'm sitting in my gun. I got my gap. You honestly think I'm going to tell the police as soon as they pull me over, I got a gun? No. This is just like the magical gun signs, like the one back there behind me. Does that magically just Harry Potter blesses the shit, Gandalf gets up there and it stops someone from carrying a gun? No, I carry past them all the time. Criminals do. Why am I going to be disarmed? That's a little bit like cut my own pecker off because other people raped somebody. I haven't done it. Why am I going to do it?
Oh, I don't know why you do that in the first place, but
Yeah, hey, what can I say? There are people these days, brother. You know.
yeah, they don't even try and look good after. Ugh.
Oh God, no, man. Oh, do you follow Steven Crowder?
Yes, a little
Did
bit.
you
Yes.
see part of his show today?
Oh my God!
Don't do it. There's this dude that has to be 350 pounds. He's apparently thinks he's the other thing. The motherfucker looks like goddamn Jabba the Hutt. Had a second or a first cousin, and then they had kids.
Oh, so he looks like he's from Alabama.
No, this is way worse than that. I've seen Alabama Jabbas. It ain't nothing like that. This is well past that.
You think it might be a Louisiana Jabba?
No. I've seen those too because I've lived in Alabama. I've lived in Louisiana. Hell, I've lived all over the country. No. This is
swamp people.
Well, let's see. If you could do it like a science experiment, and you took two first cousins from Alabama, and you took two first cousins from Georgia, you added in two first cousins from Tennessee, and then you added in two first cousins from Louisiana, and you shook that shit all up in a bag, and then you made the motherfucker 380 pounds, that's what it would look like.
But only if you drop them in California.
That dude might live in California because
yeah.
It's
that's how it goes.
Yeah. Don't much make me just really want to puke, but yeah, we're pretty much there at that point.
Yeah. Wow, they really know how to take their 30-minute breaks.
Yeah, tell me about it. That's a union mandated break right there.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's freaking oh God, man.
Man, I get fired if I took this long a break.
If people actually paid attention to the idiots they vote for.
Oh, that you're speaking heresy right now.
Oh, I know. I'm an absolute heretic when it comes to that because I think you ought to at least know something about something. I'm serious. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna make a serious run for office one day. And my campaign slogan is make tar and feathers great again. And my only deal with the whole thing is to either take laws and get them stripped off the books or put so much bullshit in the way they can't enforce them. That's going to be my only deal.
I'm going to co-opt my friend Sean's campaign and move to Texas and do what he wants to do, run for office and have my campaign slogan be make landmines great again.
That would be another one. Landmines and boats.
Because he wants to put landmines at the border.
Dude, did you see some of that border hearing yesterday?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, Donald Trump made cracks about putting crocodiles around the border and digging them low.
No, I got something for that. Just no, don't say anything else. I got something for that. Hold on. Give me a second.
Right.
I got some. I got some of that.
And a cigarette.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna see if this works. Give me a second. Let's see. Discord.
It looks like he's hacking NASA right now.
All right. See this shows. It shows up. That's
yep.
Florida sent when they heard that the U.S. government was sending tanks to the border, Florida sent their heavy troops, their heavy reinforcements.
Damn right.
That's a heavily armed gator handler from Florida. You see, the gator wouldn't if that gator wasn't trained and that wasn't a trained handler, that gator would be eating that dude right now. But
Hey,
he's
look.
not.
You know, other cops have German shepherds and Malinois that will eat you alive on command. He's got his alligator.
He's got gators. They got tons of these guys being sent to the border to protect the border.
Hey, we can hatch those jokers out at like 36 at a pop or however an alligator clutch can be. And then we can make it really moody because all we have to do is control the temperature and we can decide whether they're male or female. And then we could make it really bitchy. Just saying.
Yeah. Anyways, there was that joke. There's another one I have to show too. So yeah.
That dumbass, this Democrat in the House showed this picture. Oh, man, you know how
Border
much
Patrol agents.
You know how much I would love to gator hunt right there. I could basically just pick one.
No, we need them at the border, dude.
Hey, let me trap them live. I will drop them off at the border. Yeah. Let me bring them in the boat live. I will drop them off at the border. But it was the thing, you know, Trump made the joke about crocodiles or alligators at the border. And this dude in a Senate hearing, this is part of the historical record for our Congress for this year, is holding up this sign with a picture of an alligator or crocodile and talking about it. And Trump said he wants to do this. Dude.
I think this had to be the best thing Ted Cruz has posted all month on Twitter.
Yeah, I could dig that.
He's got the Texas Star, he's got the barbed wire, and it says, "Come and take it."
I could dig that.
And I'm like, Ted, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Ted. Finally,
Okay.
you've done something I'm proud.
Serious question. Does not Ted Cruz look like a grown-up Eddie Munster?
I don't want to go there. I want to be nice, but I did see this on Twitter. He reposted this, and he said, "This is what Ted Cruz says. Fact check true." Someone Photoshop that. That's a good Photoshop. But
someone needs to take that picture and Photoshop it next to the mutton chop dude from John Crump's ATF video.
Yeah.
And then we'll show that he has way better mutton chops than the ATF dude.
Oh, I know. But I had to share that because that was just like, that was hilarious.
Where is Man Against the Masses when I need him?
I do not know.
Because he could knock that out in about 3 seconds.
Yet he can't make a. I give him the DLD after bagel bites, and he refuses to make a meme out of it. I'm like, dude, you're missing your calling.
Hey, I'm just, you know, every artist has their own particular things. You know,
he must like bagel bites. That's what it is.
Maybe that's what it is. He is biased with bagel bites. Man Against the Masses. You know, if you're still in chat. Are you biased with bagel bites? Inquiring minds want to know. Because when I shared your stuff out on X or Twitter or whatever it was, Day, and a couple other places, Man Against the Masses, Chambered came over. There were a few people that came over, so he was in here earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I seriously, and I said it the other night, I need to do a stream with nothing but Man Against the Masses freaking memes of me and his photoshops and just run through it and just have a good time. Because he's just, what do I have? What do I have now? What am I up to now? I have a coyote head. I have a tramp stamp. I have Dylan Mulvaney. I'm drinking Bud Light. God, I can't even remember all of them. I have to pull up my IG and run through them.
I don't drink Bud Light.
Well, neither do I.
I get because of the Senate. I get giant bottles of Jim Beam at BJ's Wholesale.
Brother, you ain't lying. It's just you can pop on the stream the next day or so, and Night Strike's just gonna be rolling up a big ass Jamaican joint. I'm done.
I don't smoke.
Dude, this shit's enough to make you want to. Trust me.
No. Listen. I've been nicotine free for.
It's either that or Night Strike's going to be making brownies with extra stuff in them.
I gotta do my math here because my math is a little off. So just give me a second for math.
I haven't smoked in like, I don't know, 3 seconds.
In 2024, so okay, I haven't smoked in like 17 years.
Damn, good deal, brother.
I haven't smoked a single cigarette. 17 years.
I'm dying. It's not even 17 seconds.
Yeah. So
hold on. I'll be back in just a second. Let me hit the restroom room. Although you never get any rest in there.
nope. And it's still that's a long 30 minutes, I tell you. So. Yeah, the 30 minutes has been an hour already. Good job, guys. All you got to do is hit that gavel. Hit the gavel.
Okay. Misa's back.
It's been a little over an hour they took when they're supposed to take 30 minutes.
Yes.
So you know what that means? They all went and had dinner.
They're all talking about how they're going to do this thing, how they're going to drag their feet, and what deals they're going to make. Is what they're doing. Yeah, Brad, dude, I rolled the natties and the Keystones, and I'm a cheap beer kind of dude. Now, when it comes to liquor, I'm different. When it comes to liquor, more expensive the better. But when it comes to beer, cheap beer gets it done. Damn, it's starting to cool off here. Let me shut that window.
Yeah. I feel.
No, we got home with the kiddos tonight, and they want to play outside. So, I open the window. They're not too far outside my window. I can watch them and listen to them, and it wasn't that bad. And then now it started to cool off again. It's like, shit, man. I ain't even got to try to keep my beer cold right now.
Oh, no. Your beer getting cold. Oh, no.
Hey, look, beer.
Well, if we weren't live streaming on YouTube, I would go and get my wood.
I know.
I can show it on Rumble all day long, but I can't show it on YouTube. So know
that's why you have to. You should be able to pause YouTube and stay on Rumble at the same time.
Well, no, it won't let you do that.
does Steven Crowder pull that shit off all the time? He does it all the time.
Well, you know what he's doing? He's probably just putting up a he's probably using OBS Studio.
It's possible.
And then put that through putting that through to YouTube and or he's using OBS Studio, sending it to a restreamer and having the restreamer do YouTube and whatever other sources he wants, because he can pay for that kind of thing because he gets sponsors. I don't have sponsors. I mean, if JSD wanted to sponsor me, I would plug JSD all the time like I do PSA.
No kidding. Which I'll plug them anyway because they're great people.
I still plug them anyway just because I like JSD Supply. So if you haven't done so already, go to jsdsupply.com and check them out.
Yeah. JSD Supply, 1776 Supply Co. Yeah, check out some people who actually support the community. Check out PSA, bitches, because they are balls deep in some lawsuits right now for us.
Yeah, they're in Cargill versus Garland.
Yep, they're in the bump stock stuff.
Yep,
and then that's going to be a big deal when it actually gets argued. That's going to be if I am not off that day, I am taking the day off to stream those arguments live. As long as I know they're coming, I am taking the day off.
You better give me links.
And oh yeah, dude, there's going to be a few of us in that one.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to unplug my mic, wear a ball gag, that way I don't throw shit and scream all over the place. But yeah, I'm going to be there.
Well,
and you guys leave my ball gag.
You're gonna have to have the camera on because we're gonna want to see that.
Oh yeah, you'll definitely want to see it. Especially when I just rock and lock, pointing out the window and mag dump
it. No, I meant the ball gag.
I guarantee you, if I mag dump out my damn window, I may at the most get a call from my neighbor being like, "What'd you shoot at?"
You just say, "I'm shooting at a snake."
Yeah,
he was too close.
Wearing a sweater.
He's wearing an ugly Christmas sweater.
Yep, that Joker was wearing an ugly Christmas sweater. He had to go.
They're like, okay, I can see that.
Yep, dude. I live at a dead end. I live almost at the absolute end of a dead end road out in the country. If there's someone shooting out here at night, it is more than likely at an animal, or they're just doing like I do, and they just magged up something.
Mine is the last normal house in the city, on my side of the road, and that's not counting the golf course. Golf course is technically the very last part of the city out there. But here's the thing: the property behind my house, which is county land, belongs to me. And that county land has a night strike range. It's the night strike compound range, gun tube compound range, extravaganza.
I wish I'd had a camera following me this last Christmas day or Christmas night when we got home.
Right?
Because it was grumpy time by the time we got home. Kids are having their issues. I'm having my issues. And the bag I was toting, and me and the wife kind of been a little bit at each other. The bag I'm toting falls apart and everything hits the dirt by my feet. One of my kids' doors went, wah, wah, wah. And as soon as it did that, I pulled my gun and magged that bitch right into the dirt. It was like, that was it. I would have been fine if not for the wah, wah, wah.
Is that what your kids did?
No, it was some sort of toy they had. I can't remember what it was, but it was just like, yeah. I needed to change out my carry ammo anyway, so there was some actual thought in that one. And
yeah, that's
shooting thing that didn't need to be shot, but still.
Wow, yeah.
It was like getting kicked in the nuts at that point.
Yeah. Oh, I can show this. There we go. 5.7.
There you go.
Is it bedtime for me?
Yes.
You got a couple more minutes, and then yes, it is bedtime.
Okay, well,
for a couple more minutes, and then you got to read some before you go to bed. I have complete night owls like me.
Yeah, well, I'm a night owl too. Why do you think I'm around when you're doing streams?
Oh, I know. Let me say, I'll make it big. I'll be like, damn.
Jay Westbrook says, how much longer for recess? They probably went to have dinner. It's probably once the president of the Senate comes back, he's like, okay, we'll resume, or okay, we'll adjourn till tomorrow.
Hold on, where's my hammer? Where's my hammer? He'll walk in. Oh shit, not that. He'll walk in and go, we're adjourned, and then they'll leave. This is my gavel.
Your dead blow hammer.
Yeah, this is my gavel. So he'll walk in and be like, and we're back, and we're adjourned.
Yeah, that's the back. We're just waiting for that. That's all we're waiting for at this point.
We'll be back. I don't know, whenever the fuck it fits on the calendar. I don't know.
I know.
I swear to God, when they start a bill, they ought to be forced to stay in the chamber until they finish the bill.
Well,
there's no leaving.
Now you understand the chore I had to go through for open carry with permit.
Oh, dude, I got you, man.
With these same nuggets.
The exact same nuggets.
The exact same nuggets.
And him saying nuggets is about like me saying other things I could say, but I'm on his stream, so I'm going to be nice.
Well, I'm trying to be nice too.
Well, I know you are, but you're a much nicer guy than I am.
You're nice too.
You have a way
Coop,
smoother
you made me a sign that I didn't even ask for. Okay.
Yeah, but I was just being cool.
I know, but still, that's nice.
Although I spelled it wrong the first time.
You did spell it wrong. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, he sends me a picture of it. He's like, "What do you think, Night Strike?" And I go, "Man, that looks so damn awesome. It's great. It's really great."
Except for the Y.
But you forgot the Y, where there's an I in strike, and you're like, "Oh shit."
That's when you do something, man. You look at it 100 times and you think it's right. And then your editor looks at it and goes, "You can't spell and?" You're like, "Oh, son of a bitch. Let me go back and retype that."
Yeah. Just use the and sign.
Yeah, just put the and sign and call it a day.
Yeah. And Jay Westbrook, they've been gone for an hour, so they probably went for dinner, and they'll probably just come back, smack the gavel, say, meeting adjourned,
Yeah.
The Senate's dismissed.
It's
That's
the
probably
same
what they'll
thing
do.
they did.
And they'll carry it over to tomorrow, or whenever the next day they're in session.
See, tomorrow's Thursday. I damn near doubt whether they carry it over for tomorrow. I'm almost betting they push it off till next week because they got a bunch of backroom dealing to do.
Yeah.
So I'm betting, and I could be wrong because don't trust me, guys, because if I got a 50-50 shot, I'm going to be wrong every time. Ask my wife.
Don't trust him. Trust me because because his wife likes my wood.
Yeah. I mean, you can trust me on my opinions. You can trust me on a lot of things. Gun laws. You can trust me on a lot of that. But if you give me a 50-50 shot, is that black or red? I'm going to go, and I'm going to roll the dice, and I'm probably going to be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't blow up 6 fucking welding machines today.
You didn't?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't.
And remember what Coop tells his students that weld, stop messing with that second knob. It ain't your pecker.
That dude killed me, man. Oh God, it killed me. What are you messing with that for? What are you messing with that for? What are you messing? Quit messing with it. It ain't your pecker.
Yeah. From now on, that's one of our sayings with Coop. Quit messing with it. It ain't your pecker.
Yeah, quit messing with it. It ain't your pecker. Because he was bound and determined. I'm just gonna screw with it. No, don't, dude. You don't have to touch that in public. Do it while you're at the house.
Don't touch it. You don't touch it in public. Do it at the house.
It kills me. Oh God.
That's great.
How long are these guys into their break right now? Like an hour and 15?
Yeah, almost 20 minutes now. Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes.
Good God. You know, if they work for a private company, they'd have been fired already.
Honestly,
Yeah.
if I could get away with it, I'd fire them right now.
Oh, well, yeah, ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Do you like rice?
How did the rice turn out? Because I hadn't checked it.
I didn't know you were making rice.
Did you make more rice?
I made more rice.
You should stop mass somebody. Did you check the rice in the Instapot? Because that's the first time I've done it that way.
I have not.
Well, birds need to eat.
Actually, you can put it in the in the fridge and.
Oh yeah, we could freeze it and do whatever.
No, right. You can literally put rice in the fridge and then have it and just reheat it for the next day. Trust me.
Oh yeah,
I've done that before.
Absolutely.
So don't worry about that. That I've done that before. It stays fine in the fridge overnight.
Oh, we've done it plenty of times.
Yeah. So
the only thing that sucks, the only time rice doesn't hang out real good is when you do what is it? Kimbap. So it's like a Korean
kimbap. Yeah, I know what kimbap is.
Roll. And yeah, that shit dries out so fast.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got it cut. It doesn't hang out real well.
No.
You gotta throw a wet paper towel over it. And
you know what's my favorite? Just take some normal white rice and then get the ribs that you made in the crock pot with the barbecue sauce on them out and put that barbecue sauce and those ribs all over that white rice. It's freaking delicious.
That kind of stuff is like fat kid candy. 100%
right?
all day long.
Well, it's also a Southern thing too.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's like I did last or night before last. I had a decent sized backstrap from deer I killed this year.
And when I say
Holy
crock
all
pot,
up.
I mean slow cooker, but he
Slow
knows what a crock
cooker,
pot is.
Instapot, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It
Well,
just matters.
technically, the Instapot is actually a. It's not a slow cooker. It's a
pressure cooker. Yeah. But I mean, it's the same premise. You're just doing one longer than the other. And if you don't own an Instapot, guys, what are you doing with your life at this point?
I know, right?
There are two things you have to own: a air fryer and an Instapot.
Well, I don't have an Instapot. I've got the Ninja pressure cooker instead.
Well, that works the same way.
I just got that new one that they just released. It's like where they basically it's got two modes. It's got air fryer mode and it's got pressure cooker, and then it's got a combo mode where it does air frying and pressure cooking at the same time. It's freaking awesome.
That almost never mind. I might need tissue after that.
I mean,
no, you dirty bastards! I'm not doing that. I was talking about wiping the drool. Y'all are some dirty-minded people. That's all I gotta say.
Bradley says he smoked some ribs today with Cajun rub. Awesome. You know,
hell yeah.
But yeah, no. I that new Ninja pressure cooker. I took the whole roasted chicken in it.
Oh,
on the combo mode, pressure cooking and air frying. And
yeah.
it made the perfect roasted chicken.
Oh God.
It's like I got it from the store and they were cooking in the oven and turning it. It looked exactly like it had that caramelization.
Just like a rotisserie?
Yes.
Oh man. I got to do a stream when I get the grill rebuilt. I got to do a stream of just doing a whole live pig on that thing.
Have I sent you a picture of my grill?
Well, you've smiled at me before. Does that count?
No. The other grill. Yeah, let me go see if I can get a picture of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's smiling. He sent me a picture of his grill. He was smiling. And again, kids, yes, don't follow me unless you
not that one.
Unless you can take really rough humor and a lot of language, because I am being really nice right now. Don't
No,
follow
he's
me.
not.
Dude, I have a Moms Demand action on a stripper pole right behind me, and the stripper pole is an AK. I've got ATF.
I didn't say you didn't have taste.
I have ATF pointing a gun at someone's dog right in front of them right there. The pirate flag.
You're telling the truth.
The poopy communist up there. And this screws me up trying to point while I'm doing this because everything's backwards. the poopy communist, and that's not even part of them. You can't stand rough humor. Yeah, don't follow me.
Yeah, don't follow Coop. He can't handle humor.
Yeah, I should have been booted off a couple of streams already, but people humored me for some damn reason.
Yeah, we still have him here around for I don't know.
It's comic relief, man.
Right.
That's so everybody else can look at themselves at the end of the day and go, "Fuck, I ain't all that bad."
Yeah, that's about right.
Look, I know where I'm at.
Man, I gotta tell you, I really like that RPK I've got. Man.
Oh, dude, I want to build an RPK so bad it ain't funny. I would really love to build an RPD, but that could lead.
I would too, but
if anybody's selling like cheap Dishka parts kits, let me know. Like really cheap Dishka parts kits, like they're giving them away, like scrap metal value. I might be able to afford that.
There.
Oh God, why did I just check my X account?
I don't know
Twitter
because you were a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to kind of actually use that account because for the
All right.
longest time, it's
Check
just
your
been
text messages.
a
It's
hate account. Okay, I see. Yeah, for the longest time, it's just been a hate account where I just followed a bunch of Democrats and why I do that to myself.
And
I'll figure it out one day.
I got that girl from Tractor Supply. That's the biggest one they have.
Oh yeah, dude, that thing's nice.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
You got the smoker on one end, that one's propane on the rest. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And that's that propane can I've been filling for the last 10 years.
Yeah, dude. Hey, propane don't care, man. Propane tanks.
And then I sent you a picture of my RPK.
Oh yeah, shit. I looked at the picture of the grill before I looked at the gun. I'm sorry, Mikhail. Forgive me. Oh yeah.
Look, here's the funny story. That's actually a Norinco NHM 91.
Fucking nice.
I had to really murder that lower handguard to fit that damn thing.
Oh, I bet. But it still looks good though. That's the thing. I mean, there's in the whole scheme of things, yes, they are different when you compare production. But in the scheme of can I make this work, they're not that damn different.
Yeah.
I mean, will it take some filing? Will it take some work? Yes, but you don't stick tree stumps on the end of your shotgun. You actually work them down and make them usable into a form that fits.
Yeah. Red's Bengals 14-14. Yeah, Coop teaches welding.
Bradley, if you just subscribe to me, I'm sorry for the hell you're going to go through. I recommend and invest.
You may get some hazing from the other live viewers, so just be aware that's part of the initiation. It's perfectly natural.
I recommend drinking, smoking, Motrin, any kind of painkiller you can get your hands on, except for fentanyl. Not all for fentanyl, but a little bit of heroin won't hurt you.
Whoa! I won't agree to that. I won't agree to that. That's might be going a little too far.
Come on.
I know what the government doesn't know won't hurt them, but still,
I'm just saying to kill the pain from my stream. Some people will do any damn thing. Hell, I will.
I'm gonna refresh the page.
when you go through, what was the last stream? It was like 3 hours worth of oral arguments on gun cases. And if no one went home and kicked a puppy that day, I don't know how. I don't know how.
I don't know how either. No,
because
no,
I was ready to drop kick a fucking golden retriever out the door.
you might want to talk to him about that. Actually, Red Bengals, I'm looking for like a really cheap TIG welder. If you have any recommendations, let me know.
Dude, if you're looking for a really cheap TIG welder, get your average, like really damn cheap stick welder, and you can hook a TIG rig up to it, or go with something like a Everlast. Because anything that'll run a stick welder, as long as you can switch polarities on it, you can TIG weld off of it. You just have to have the gas hose and the regulator to go to your bottle, and the right power load, and it'll do it.
Yeah, I have to have the argon gas, and then everything else.
It's dude. Hit me up. I'll send you basically the rig that you need. Just hit me up, because it's not. It's basically you take your positive and negative, your ground clamp and your electro holder. You swap the polarity.
That's what's holding me up on one of my semi builds, is the fact that I don't have a TIG welder.
We'll see, on something like that, you want a foot pedal.
Because I bought the Ghost Gunner instead of getting a TIG welder.
Yeah, well, that's where I said you want a foot pedal for that.
Yeah.
So look at Everlast. So you want a TIG welder that can run DC electrode negative. I mean, same old straight
Here's
out.
the other thing. I
stuff.
don't have 240 power, so I need something.
You can get them in 110, baby. They ain't got to be 240. These machines right now have become so good. Like one of the machines I've got here at the house, if I plug it in, it's got the bigger plug on one part, but if you basically take it off and put the other plug on, I can plug into 110, screw one plug off, put the other one on, and plug into 220. And the machine does the switching for me.
The reason I needed TIG is because I've got a flux core MIG, a wire MIG. And
well, you've got gasless flux core is what you've got.
I've got gasless, even though it's the shielded, it's the shielded flux core, wire, so it should be fine. But the problem is, it's just the factor that, it's too hot. It's literally too hot. I can't get it dialed down because I'm literally welding 16 gauge steel.
So
thin steel.
So to think about this, and here's something for the class. This is a little bit of instruction. So with a shielded metal arc electrode, you have a wire core that is wrapped in a flux.
Yeah.
And you don't need any external shielding gas. Right. With a flux core wire like what you're running, think about that inside out. You have a straw of metal that is filled with flux, and that flux actually creates your shielding gas. Now you have self-shielded, like a lot of flux core wire, or you have dual shield. Dual shield also requires an external bottle of shielding gas.
Yeah.
That runs beautiful.
I have the stuff that doesn't require gas.
Yes, that stuff is.
I know it's good and bad. It's good if you just need to do minor work on, but it's bad if you need precise shit.
Yes. Am I doing gunsmithing with that?
No.
No. I will go play naked in Atlanta traffic on fire before I try that. And I will set myself on. I'll set myself
because I got that MIG to do minor repairs on my tractor and some of my other equipment.
Yeah, and it'll work great.
It's like if like metal broke off or something, to just slap it right back on and worry about it in another 5 years.
Yeah, and it'll work great for that. But if you're doing like
for all those listening, yes, I do have pipe soldering too. But the problem is, pipe soldering ain't gonna. I'm only gonna use silver solder to solder a flash hider onto a rifle. I'm not gonna use it to build a rifle.
No, you want to look at I think Everlast. There's actually some Chinese, Chinesium rigs that would work for you, but you want something with a foot pedal. And the foot pedal is basically, if I set my machine at a certain setting. It's kind of like setting the highest ampage the machine will run. So I may push the foot pedal all the way to the bottom and it will create the arc and it will run to that highest as long as I have the foot pedal all the way down. But if I back off the pedal, it's like a gas pedal. I can go from 75 amps, and if I back off the pedal enough, I can go down to 2 amps. And that's what you want. Because then you have control. You can hit it hard to get the pedal started, feed your metal, and then back off of it. And then you can back off to next to nothing. So you can control distortion and all that.
I've been trying to get my welding back into form because I haven't welded since high school because I took welding in high school.
It'd take me a good couple of years to get mine back in form, and I teach.
Well, I didn't use the cutting torch a lot. I don't have a cutting torch, so I got to get a cutting torch. I do have a what you call it, a math gas torch, but that's different.
No, it's
not a real cutting torch. Because the cutting torch requires the gas, and I don't have that gas.
If I wasn't doing anything like serious as far as like trying to weld with gas or cut through 9 inches of steel or something, I'd go with plasma. I'd get a small plasma rig because then all I need is compressed air and electricity.
Yeah,
I can get a compressor and be done.
And for the record, if you guys like, actually, when's the last time you welded? About 2002, so 20 years ago when I was in school. Yeah,
it's better better than where I was at in 2003.
21 years ago,
something like that. Yeah, just about.
Let's just say I was half as old as I am now. I was a lot younger. I had a lot more hair. I was skinny then.
Let me see.
I know that's hard to imagine.
I was skinnier then. Yeah, my hair wasn't as gray, but it was still going gray. My hair was a lot shorter.
So, I mean,
and I was still just as ugly.
No, and here's the thing. I primarily, most of the welding I did in that class was I used the stick welder all day long. So it's not like I am not afraid to use a stick welder at all. I'm also not afraid to use the MIG because I used the MIG a couple times too, but the MIGs we used in school had gas. I'm using a wire MIG here at home because, well, listen, a 110 wire MIG at Tractor Supply was $99 on sale one day. So what do you think I picked up?
Yeah, you're using two different things. Whether it's MIG, what we call MIG, which is metal inert gas, or whether you're using flux core. Flux core uses some of the same equipment, but it runs like a stick electrode.
Well, here's the thing about that MIG I said I have. Okay, it has all the hookups. If I got gas, I could just run gas through it.
Well, you're a gassy bastard. Just put the. I won't say that. Yeah, just get you a small bottle of shielding gas from the damn gas supplier.
I know, I'm just cheap. Okay, it's like.
That little bottle of shielding gas, you get you one of the 80s, it won't cost you hardly anything.
Yeah.
And then you'd be able to just, bring that set me over, tack it, and be able to run.
Here's the thing. I used to love stick welding because no matter what I did, when I welded things together with the stick welder, I couldn't break those welds. Those welds were tight.
You do it right. It is not going to break.
Yeah. It's not.
You will break the base materials long before you will break the weld.
Yeah. So Red Bangles, if you got any recommendations for me for like a cheap 110 TIG welder, let me know. Again, I'll talk to Coop after this, and we'll figure something out. He may be able to give me.
Look into Everlast was one of the ones that would be more versatile for you because you can get a package machine, I know, from Everlast where you could TIG weld off of it, where you could stick weld off of it. If you spend a little bit more money, you could TIG weld, stick weld, and MIG weld off of it. And it's an extremely simple setup. I mean, is it, Lincoln or Miller quality? Well, it depends on which machine you get because some Lincoln and Miller, even though they're the big names, they'll fail on you in 5 seconds. So For what you're doing, you're not worried about some serious duty cycle on the machine or anything like that. You're just,
I'm not going to be using. I may only be using it for 1 or 2 jobs, and that's it.
yeah.
At that point, you know.
Crap, let me look up while I'm sitting here.
And yes, I do mean single face because the house only has single face. Do I need aluminum capability? No, I'm only TIG welding steel.
Yeah, the only time aluminum comes in would be like getting high frequency.
Would I like to do aluminum later? Yes, I would like to do aluminum later, but right now, if it's a deal breaker, you know what? I can live without it because I'm not welding aluminum. I'm just welding steel.
Let's see, that's or Eastwood, I think, is another one you could probably get away with. Here's an Eastwood 200 amp elite multi-process welder, MIG, TIG, and stick. That's 7 and some change. An Eastwood 140 amp multi-process welder. That's $449. So say $500.
I was gonna get one. They had one on sale for $5.99 at Harbor Freight, but apparently it went out of stock and now it's discontinued.
Yeah,
and it was $549.
Here's a titanium unlimited 140 professional multi-process welder, 120 foot or 120 volt, which is your 110.
Yeah.
$449 at Harbor Freight Tools. And that'll do MIG, stick, and TIG. And if it'll run that, it'll run flux core. So yeah, you'd look at, I don't know, $500. Now that's not with everything that goes with the machine, I don't think.
I know I'll have to buy stuff extra. That's down the line.
But definitely doing the receivers and stuff like that, you want a foot pedal because you really want to be able to have some really fine control over the arc and the heat. What else does that come with?
The titanium MIG.
Yeah, well, that's a titanium MIG 140.
The TIG 200, right?
This is the unlimited professional multi-process welder.
I don't see that.
And it popped right up on my stuff because this will do. Let me see. Looking at the front panel, let me bring my screen in. So yeah, that'll do MIG, stick, and TIG. Of course, that'll do your flux core. It's got where you can use a foot pedal with it. And hell, this bastard might do AC, actually.
The unlimited professional multi-process welder.
Yes. And this is a 140, not the 2. The 200 is $799. The 140 is $500.
And this will do TIG.
Yes. From what I'm looking at right here, yes.
I just have to get gas.
Let's see. Yeah, you'd have to get the gas. You got to get 100% argon with it.
That I might actually do.
Let's look at specifications.
Because right now, I did ask Mark to help me get the to do the set me and weld it up. But and Mark has a lot of guns he's got to weld anyways because he's doing repairs on old guns. The problem is Mark really doesn't like to weld.
Yeah, but this one, it's a 110. So this underneath it says under duty cycle, but it lists all of it. So this will do GMAW with his gas metal arc welding. It'll do flux core arc welding. Rated output 120 volts at 90 amps. It's 30% duty cycle. It'll do shielded metal arc welding output, of course, 120. 40% duty cycle for TIG, which is gas tungsten arc welding. Range. So, dude, that little machine right there is 25 pounds. It's got an 8-foot power cord. Damn, that little joker weld up to 275 inches a minute on 110. That's not a fucking bad little machine.
I'll look
Now,
at that one.
can you get?
I'm pretty sure you can use a pedal.
I'm pretty sure you can, looking at the inputs on the machine, but I would make sure.
Hey, Tread.
If you can't get a foot pedal for the machine, what you can get is a TIG torch that has the amp troll on the TIG torch itself. So you basically got a dial where you rest your thumb, and you can ramp up your ampage and then drop it down.
Yeah.
So it works just like the foot pedal. So I can establish the arc at a really low voltage or really low ampage, whichever one you want to say, and I can run that dial up to get to where the machine's set, and then I can run that dial back down with my thumb. I've used a few machines like that.
You know what I could do? I could wait for you to come over here and help me.
That's a distinct possibility too.
Yeah. Of course I joke, but still.
Oh, dude, man, if I can get time and run up there with you, I'll do it in a hurry, brother. That ain't no problem. I'm gonna show up in nothing but a thong and flip flops.
Are we constitutional yet? No.
No.
No, they said they'd be back in 30 minutes, and it's almost been 2 hours.
Tread, what's up, brother? Yeah, they went on their 1 hour or was it a 30-minute break or 1 hour? I thought it was 30 minutes.
30 minute.
And they've been gone for like an hour and 30 so far. So yeah, Tread, they're still dragging.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like that damn impeachment hearing from Mayorkas last night. I listened to that shit till like 2 o'clock this morning.
Did they impeach him?
Well, they finally got it through the House committee. They're in the Homeland Security Committee. So now it goes to the full House. Then they got to do the full House, and then it's got to go to the Senate. So we'll see. Yeah. But it's fucking, oh God, man.
It's been an hour and 40, by the way.
I posted on X last night because I was just going back and forth listening to this shit. Whenever someone gives you the percentage, but they don't give you the hard numbers that the percentage is based off of, don't trust them. Because they're like, we're still taking 75% of these whoever's. Yeah, but you have 9 times as many at 75%. That's a bigger number. It's like my mother-in-law was talking to her tonight when I went to pick the kids up. She's like, yeah, 1% of 1,000 is a lot bigger than 1% of 10. Yes. it's a bigger number. The percentages are the same, but the numbers themselves are much larger.
Yep.
And that's all they could say in that hearing last night. Well, we're stopping this percentage just the same way as Donald Trump did.
No, you're not.
I wasn't a Trump fan all the time. But if I take and I'm stopping 75% of, I'm going to say 100 people, but you're stopping 75% of 3,000 people, that means there are still more people coming illegally into the country, no matter which way you slice that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And you got these clapping seals going, yay, they're stopping the same percentage. Oh, yeah. Someone needs to throw them a ball and feed them a fucking fucking fish. I don't know, salmon, whatever the hell they feed seals these days. Shit, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Date rape drugs, goddamn transgender pills. I don't know. I'm just... Hey, have you seriously never thought about transgendered seals?
I don't want to.
Hey, apparently if you never watched the Sean Ryan show, because old buddy who was a transgendered seal was on his show after he changed his mind and was like, yeah, they fucked me up. Just okay.
Thanks, Coop. I needed
Welcome
to know
to the
that.
roller coaster.
I really needed to know that. I couldn't have lived my entire life without knowing that.
I think that's the same dude that actually threatened to put Ben Shapiro in an ambulance on live TV.
And you're still not in jail. It's amazing.
This dude, he was, and I'm sure the dude himself, he was a serious SEAL. I mean, served serious tours in combat and stuff. And if you've never listened to the Sean Ryan show, you can go find this dude. And he does a flat out, balls out, honest interview with Sean Ryan. If you're not following Sean's another SEAL, does an excellent show. Vigilance Elite, or if you just look him up by Sean Ryan, great stuff. But yeah, he went through that whole. He never mentioned Ben Shapiro, and I'm pretty sure he's the one who threatened to put Ben Shapiro in an ambulance. Basically, because Ben Shapiro wouldn't acknowledge that the dude thought he was a woman, and Ben Shapiro kept going, but you're a man. And the dude grabbed Ben Shapiro. You have to look at the interview. He grabs Ben Shapiro by the shoulder and goes, "You keep doing that, you're going to leave here in an ambulance." And Ben Shapiro is not a big dude.
You know, that reminds me of that one guy that went into that GameStop, and they called him sir, and she's like, "It's ma'am."
Yep.
And I'm like, and then the meme was somebody made a Funko Pop doll of her, and
someone made a Funko Pop of that.
Yeah, it was an image, and it was not just ma'am, it was Superman.
That is absolutely priceless.
Superman from Funko Pop. I really wish somebody had actually made it. I would have gotten that.
Oh, dude, I'd have one sitting on my damn desk right now. But yeah, you guys, if you've never followed me before, welcome to my brain. I'm sorry. It's a clown car full of midgets with chainsaws. Some of them are kickstart, some of them might be electric. And they just hack everything to death.
It's Superman, but apparently they just here. I'll show you. This.
You got to. If you got it, you got to.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, and recess in 30 minutes.
Recess in 30 minutes. Yeah, my foot. There you go.
Oh.
Only available at GameStop. That's great.
That is hysterical. That is absolutely hysterical.
Yeah. I thought it was hilarious.
It's ma'am. And no, dude, you got an Adam's apple that looks like fucking Foghorn Leghorn. Your feet are like size 13s. You're a man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking Bugs Bunny could pick you up and use your Adam's apple and go blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm sorry. You're a man. I'm going to use the restroom one more time. These jokers don't come back in about 15 minutes.
And then they don't come back in 5 or 10 minutes. I'm ending it. So
yeah. Hell, like I said, I was up till 2 something this morning listening to this damn border hearing shit. Got about 4 hours worth of sleep. Woke up late as fuck.
yeah.
I did get the kid to work, or did get the kid to school on time, and I did make it to work on time, which was a fucking miracle.
For you, yes, that is a miracle.
Hey, look, I'm normally not real early. I'm normally about dead ass on time. I don't like being late. But when you wake up at, I don't know, 7:40 in the morning, you got to get your kid to school by 8:10, and it's 15 minutes away, and then you got to be 17 minutes away to go to work. That's a stretch. Speed limits are optional.
Just watch out for speed bumps.
Yeah, I missed those this time. We call those protesters.
As long as you're not calling them children.
No. Yeah, if you harm those, you need to go to hell.
Nobody cares about protesters, though.
No, protesters deserve snowplows. That would solve a lot of this issue. You can't argue, can you?
No.
Facts and logic.
Especially when I saw those protesters like back up traffic in California for like, for like 10 miles. And I'm like, yeah, you're protesting, climate control and, global warming and using oil and gasoline and whatnot. And it's great you're protesting that, but by protesting and wasting everybody's fucking time, you make everyone use twice as much gas and diesel right there. Yeah, but apparently they don't think like that. They're idiots. Idiots. I think something might be happening.
Thank you. The Senate will come to order. Fifteen-minute recess.
Mr. President.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto.
I move that we stand at ease for a real 15 minutes.
15 minutes. We'll see how real it is. Without objection.
So they're going away for another 15 minutes? Seriously? I can't make this shit up. Hey, Tread, how you doing, buddy? I see you out there. Child bad pictures in traffic. Yeah, we don't talk about that, Gordon. Oh. So they go away for about 2 hours, even though they're supposed to be gone for 30 minutes. Now they're going away for another 15. How the man? So for not policing posts, break till next week. Yeah, no kidding, right? So for not policing posts, I'm on. I don't know what post you're talking about. I'm just. I don't see anything on my side. So if somebody's doing something wrong on your side, just they promote it. Yeah, I know. We that's neither here nor there. I know. I don't believe in it either, Georgian. So this is gonna be great. Coop comes back and finds out that they came back, and then they went away for another 15 minutes. This is gonna be great. But either way, those of you that are here with us tonight, Bradley, Tread, Georgian, thank you guys for sticking with us so long. I appreciate it. It's been a trying day. It really has. Because you guys were here, I wasn't. The Fed, Congress questioning Zuckerberg and TikTok, etc. I did not see that. How'd that go? Did you watch it? I didn't see it. I was busy doing this. There's Warsaw out there. Georgian says, I've seen people. Okay. Yeah. Who else was out there today? We had Jay Westbrook out there. Thank you for showing up. Oh, Coop was out there. Inside Freedom was out there. Thank you for showing up, buddy.
All right, Perkins, I'm back.
Coop, you missed it. They came back for like a minute or two, and then they went away for another 15 minutes. You missed it. You missed it.
Fire all of them.
They took 2 hours for a 30-minute break. Then they came back for about a minute, and they're like, we need to go on a real 15-minute break.
This is how you know America's gotten this weak, because in past days, we would have been up there tarring and feathering all of them long ago. I mean, and not even been nice with the tar. Hell, I wouldn't even give them pretty feathers. They would have just been like standard pillow feathers at that point. Oh.
I was just curious about SC because I live here. I live in South Carolina too. I mean, for those that don't know, I live outside of Charleston in Colleton County. I don't mind telling you that, but you know, I live here and I want constitutional carry in South Carolina because I'm originally from Arizona. Arizona got constitutional carry when I moved away. A little bit before I moved away, but I moved away a little bit before they got it, but they got it while I had moved away from Arizona. And my birth certificate says Arizona, by the way. That's where I'm originally from.
Yeah,
I'm from Southern Arizona.
Strike is actually up there in SC in the fight right now.
So
I'm in Alabama. We went through this stuff last year, basically. I can't remember the exact date when stuff got passed.
Yeah. Bradley says he's in Lancaster. We mentioned it. And by the way, for those that don't know, Insight Freedom is from the city I live in. He's from Walterboro, which is the county seat for Colleton.
I think I heard you. I either heard you or saw you chat that the other day. I can't remember.
Yeah, Insight is from this city.
Inside, I am so sorry you were near Night Strike.
Well, no, he's from the city. He was here like 20 or 30 years before I was.
But yeah, dude, it's this whole thing, and I'd have to go back because I wasn't streaming this whole
Georgian said he's from the western side of South Carolina. I won't say, since he removed it, I won't say where he's from, but he's from the western side.
Well, yeah, good deal. And to all you guys in South Carolina, man, I hope to God that the Republican, because it is going to be the
Insight moved to Tennessee, but he's originally from the town I'm from. I'm living in. Not from, but living in.
The Democrats can't stop this. If this fucks up, it is your Republicans that messed this up.
For those that say, but Night Strike, you say you live in Charleston. Yeah, because honestly, people know Charleston more than they know this borough, outside of Charleston.
It's like me saying I'm in Phoenix City.
I'm in one of the cities outside of Charleston. So that's why I just say Charleston, because you can find Charleston on a map faster than you can find my city.
Yeah, no doubt. It's like hell. When I was living outside of Columbus, Georgia, I'll tell you I lived in Columbus because that's the biggest city that was right there next to me.
Yeah.
If I mention Alabama now, I'll mention Phoenix City because it's right across the river from Columbus, and it's about the biggest city you're going to find near me.
Right.
Now, I'm in Seal, Alabama. I am south of there, but I'm in between, say, Phoenix City and Fort Mitchell and other towns. So.
And I'll say this, okay? I'm originally from Southern Arizona. Technically, if you want to get technical, I'm from the Phoenix area, okay? And,
well, we just
I don't know if you know, but Phoenix is in the southern area, okay?
We just want to get testicles, not technical.
But that you'll have to take up with your wife, because we all know she's the one that holds them.
Yes, she does. Trust me.
She also wears them too, but that's a different story. Anyways,
hey, you have never seen that video? I never posted it online. Kiss my ass. I only sent you screenshots.
She sent me snippets, so
Well, she used my phone to do it, so technically I sent them to you.
We won't talk about that. Anyways, as I said, if I told you I was from Mesa, Arizona, you wouldn't know where Mesa was.
Not without the Googles.
No, without Google. And Mesa is just one of those smaller cities around Charleston. So that's what around Phoenix. So
like Tread said, Tread says he says Augusta most of the time. Yep.
yeah,
Same
yeah,
exact thing, man.
because Augusta is the biggest city. So that's why I say that. All right. I'm not trying to mislead you guys. I'm just letting you know that, if I told you where I was, you'd have to look on a map and, get the magnifying glass out.
Pull a well, you have to do the same thing with your pecker. What's the difference?
Well, quit messing with it. It ain't your pecker.
Hey, look, all I got to say is that's the only reason I need glasses right now, because the damn thing's so small, it keeps straining my eyes. And that's mine, not yours.
But hey man, just because you need to use tweezers, we all need to.
Hey, look, I quit using tweezers a long time ago. Those things are hemostats. Thank you very much.
We can go on for hours like this.
Yes, dude, absolutely. You can't give my sense of humor anything to feed off of, because it just goes off the rails.
And my sense of humor is just as bad, because I'll just keep on coming up with shit and rolling with it.
Oh yeah, and that's the funnest people to do streams with. It's like you can do a serious stream with somebody, and I have done those where I've done a decently serious stream.
Yeah.
But if you give my sense of humor half a damn crack in that door, we're going off the rails. We're going full on Leroy Jenkins the whole way.
And speaking of crack, I keep telling him to pull his pants up, but
Hey, look, it's not that my pants...
when we say crack, he thinks you mean butt crack, but no, we mean normal crack.
It is not that my pants are low. It's the fact that my ass crack stops at my shoulder blades. Kiss my ass.
It'll be okay. Nice strike. Calm down. Breathe. Yeah, I know. Hold on. Give me a second.
I hope so, man. I hope it'll be okay.
Okay, I'm good.
This stuff, I'm serious. When we watched this shit in Alabama, like I said, a little over a year ago now, I wish I had been able to stream
and Bradley,
all of it.
I get that. I understand what you're saying, man. I understand. It's just, I just wanted to explain it to people, because people ask and wonder about it. And I just want to be honest with people, because, if I told you where I lived, you wouldn't know. I mean, you saw me if you looked on my channel when the Murdaugh trial was going on, I went and did, I was with a friend of mine in his truck, and we were going all around, and he had that South Carolina accent.
He was with a friend of his in the truck.
Yeah. Whatever. Well, you keep your head out of the gutter. Anyways,
that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, I know. Anyways, we went around the courthouse and around town, and there was literally like no parking spaces in town because of it.
Oh, dude, man, those trials get insane.
But the best part was they had the box truck open on the other side of the street across from the courthouse, and they had a green screen up inside the box truck. They had someone with the camera recording the other person with the microphone in the back of a box truck. It was great.
Oh man.
I wish I had gotten video feed of that, because that was perfect.
Some of the funniest shit that I've seen was some of these.
I've never seen murder trial coverage from the back of a box truck.
And I've seen stuff like that, like one of the BLM protests. This is supposed to be a spontaneous protest. And this U-Haul truck pulls up, and they have prefabricated signs, and they're just handing them out to people, and they're walking away with them. Yeah, that wasn't set up at all. Okay. Fucking yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, dude, Augusta, man, I haven't been around there since, oh, shit. When did we live there? My dad was stationed on Fort Gordon right when he got out of the Army. He was a sergeant major of the computer science school down there. And there's some places I used to go in Augusta, but, I was 16, 17. I spent most of my time on base, because everything on base was right there.
Is what's his name still working at PSA there? The YT one that did interviews on his channel. Ellis is not working at PSA any longer. He went and moved up to Ohio, then he moved back down to Georgia. and he's currently in Georgia.
Because the devil went down to Georgia.
But he didn't stick around because
No,
it's God's country.
He was just looking for a soul to steal, man. He wasn't.
No,
he wasn't hanging out.
no, that's a different song. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around because this is God's country.
Which song is that?
God's country.
Okay, I mean, well,
I'm gonna send you. It's a good song. You'd like it. You'd like it.
I probably would.
You'd like the rock version better, honestly, because I like the rock version better than the acoustic.
Well, yeah, that could go either way because I've heard some acoustics versions of rock songs that are way better than the rock song, and then others I've heard, and it depends on kind of where they come from as to the energy. And I've heard some that were like acoustic stuff that were just turned hardcore, and it's like that's the baddest shit I've heard in my life. Dueling fucking banjos, man. Fucking Les Stroud from Primus playing dueling banjos. That's some of the baddest shit you will ever hear in your fucking life. If you like really kind of hardcore shit. I am not putting down the regular dueling banjos. I'm not insulting anybody's ancestors. Or my own for that fucking matter. Now I want to hear fucking dueling banjos and primes. God damn it. I fucking Night Strike. It's all your fault.
Here, I'm gonna send you a YouTube video via text message. You'll like this song. This song's a good country song. Even with the rock version.
Well, rock and roll, cracker. The phone's right here.
I know. I'm loading the app up. I'm doing it from my phone. Right? I'm doing it from my computer.
Anything done like that, I got to bust Night Strike's balls because he's the fucking technical dude. I'm the caveman.
Okay. I will translate. Ooh, e.
I got you now. I understand completely.
Right. He got that one.
Nobody times how much I've had to call technical or like our IT department of college should be like, look, dude, I'm supposed to get this thing and y'all's stuff keeps blocking it. Can you unscrew this situation so I can get the information I need? One of the dudes there, old Wayne, man, he is freaking outstanding when it comes to stuff like that. And he knows to treat me like a retard, so it makes it even better. Yeah, quit banging on the keyboard with a rock, brother. I'll be with you in a little bit. Like, okay, Wayne, I got you. But if he needs anything welded, he's all about some caveman life. That's all I got to say.
Right. Hey, my phone does not want to connect to my computer, so
just send it anytime. I'll get it, man. Ain't like there's any rush.
Yeah, it's not like I'm waiting for another hour.
Yes, not like we're in the middle of a hearing or anything. Fucking running, man. I'm serious. A lot of these bills or a lot of the amendments that Democrats have tried to pass tonight are actually amendments we would agree with. Like wipe out previous convictions for just having a gun. Like no one was committing a crime. They just had a gun. They got convicted under our bullshit laws. We want to wipe that out. I can agree with that all day long because having a gun and not committing any kind of violent crime with it shouldn't be an issue. I think they ought to add to it fucking damages. So if I went to jail for 2-3 years for having a gun, even though I wasn't, wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property, they ought to compensate my ass for that. So I'd add that into the bill. I'd pass that right back in Chick's face and be like, okay, we're passing this. You wrote the bill. I just did an amendment. Let's go. I got Warsaw too. Drew Jacobs, God's Country. I'll have to listen to that. This guy knows. If you guys have hung around me long enough, you guys know I love just fucking jamming out the music sometimes. And I'll send out some of the craziest shit on the damn planet.
Yeah.
I can't remember who hit me up the other day. He was like, "You remember the refreshments?" Yes, I do.
I remember the B-52s.
Oh yeah.
By the way, I lived in
Love
Georgia,
Shack, baby.
Yeah, I lived in Georgia, and when I moved away from Georgia, apparently the Love Shack had burned down.
Oh, damn it!
You remember that?
Shack burned down.
Yeah. I was so sad that Love Shack burned down.
All right. It might take me a second to find that because I'm going to listen to that on headphones. I can't find my earbuds.
Yeah. This is a good song. You'd like this one.
But that's
God's Country is a
definitely
good song.
that's definitely going into
The
we'll
playlist.
listen to that in a little bit. What's my
I mean, I'm not really one for country, I'll be honest, but that's good. It's good.
Oh, dude, man, I listen to so much different stuff.
I mean, don't what was that guy who used to really play the fiddle well?
Charlie Daniels.
Charlie Daniels. I love Charlie Daniels. Okay. I love Johnny Cash just because it's Johnny Cash.
Yeah, you got.
But that's not necessarily country because Johnny Cash did kind of everything.
Yeah, Johnny Cash. He was more kind of, believe it or not, his music was more kind of rhythm and blues influenced. And
Right.
he mixed it with country, and that's what made him
Yeah.
so good.
But he also did other stuff too on the side, and some he was good. Period. Johnny Cash was good. Okay, I like Johnny Cash, but I don't like country that much because I'm kind of more of a I like the old '50s cowboy music. One, and you like what's his name? Marty Robbins. Okay.
Yeah, I can see that.
You played Fallout. Don't tell me you haven't heard about the Arizona Ranger with the big iron on his hip.
Oh yeah, that was Fallout Vegas.
That's New Vegas,
Wasn't
but
it?
that's
Yeah,
Marty
that was
Robbins.
Vegas.
And by the way, Marty Robbins was a singer, and then later he became a NASCAR driver.
Fuck, I didn't remember that.
That's why Marty Robbins is cool. He not only did he sing, folk music, or which was what cowboy music was at the time, but he was also a NASCAR driver. And you know what?
I just
props for that.
I just thought he had really good memes. Big iron on your hip, and
You should hear his Ballad of the Alamo. It's great.
I've probably heard it many times actually.
There's also Five Brothers, and
Both
which
seasons.
they left Arkansas because they were tracking down the man who murdered their pa.
And Tread said Bocephus. Yep.
Yeah, 5 brothers and 3 in their teens.
But my musical taste, and it depends on what mood
My
I'm
musical
in.
taste is all over the place because I like all that old stuff. Like even like older cowboy music that is pretty much folk music, like Burl Ives. I love Burl Ives.
I'd like to listen to him.
And if you don't know who Burl Ives
books
is,
and stuff
okay,
like that, yeah.
Burl Ives, he did some of the original Christmas music for Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and like Frosty the Snowman.
He did reading the Bible. He did.
If you ever watched the old claymation Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer with that one guy who had the revolver, there was a Mount Man. If you listen to some of the music in there, Burl Ives is the guy doing the music.
Yep. Yeah, Burl Ives did a lot of stuff like that.
He loved Christmas, but he also loved folk music. And he was the second person to do the song, and then Johnny Cash did his version later on. But have you ever heard Ghost Riders in the Sky?
Yeah.
Burl Ives did like the first official recording. There was a guy who came up with it first and did a recording first.
The sentence back in order.
Burl Ives did it before him.
Here we go. We're fixing to gavel out. I guarantee.
It's on the desk. The reading clerk published the next amendment.
Here's my gavel.
The next amendment is a new amendment number 32 by Senator Matthews. Amends the bill, adds a new section to read.
Oh,
By the
man.
effective date of this act, all
They're
pending
going.
charges of unlawful carry must be dismissed.
Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
I move to carry
over.
Motion
There we go.
is to carry over the amendment.
It goes
Those in
after
favor
this.
would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried over.
I guarantee you, they
Publish
just
the
all
next
went out to
amendment.
dinner
Next
together.
amendment is number 33 by Senator Matthews. Means the bill adds a new section to read.
Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry
Yep.
over the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered.
Serious backroom dealing is what you're
We'll continue to read. Next amendment.
Amendment number 34 by Senator Massey. Amends the bill, section 3, strike section 162320, subitems 3 and 4.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To carry over the bill.
I asked to be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment.
Oh, whoa. Someone's
What?
actually going to do some work.
Shit, let's get it on.
At 9:56 p.m. at night, they got to do some fucking work.
That's what I'm screaming. Now he's
Senator
probably
from
going to go up there and say
Edgefield.
the
Thank you,
dumbest
Mr. President.
shit we've ever
Mr.
heard,
President,
but okay.
a few
Yeah,
hours
this
ago,
dude. Never mind.
I was up here, and one of the amendments that we talked about, some things that I raised some concerns about, was in subsection 3, and that B6 was like a general exception to every prohibition. For instance, if a school board could override state law by allowing people to carry in schools, or
I don't know, Trent. I don't
or a
know.
clerk of court could allow people to carry in the courtroom.
And
And I said I was having trouble figuring out how to address that. This
You know,
amendment addresses
They
that.
complain
And
about
what
guns.
we did
yet
is
they
I
have
actually went back and I took
swords hanging up
we took
in the Senate building.
the language from Senator Martin's
Right.
version
You know-
of the bill, S109.
Hold on, I gotta put my camera on.
We took Senator Martin's language and we put that
right over
in. So
there.
basically,
Yeah.
this keeps the current law.
You're as bad as me.
This keeps the current law.
Yes,
If
Why is it that way?
it's a
He
church,
went it that way.
there's a prohibition, but the church leadership can allow it. If it's a doctor's office, there's a prohibition, but the employer can allow it. Right? That's the current law. What this does is it goes back to the current law on those things. Whereas the House
I'm gonna mute.
had that general exception that would allow people to
I
override
know.
state law. This puts it at state law on those places where you can't carry. Any questions about that?
Senator from Fairfield, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator Yield for a question.
Senator, you up for question. Senator Yields.
So this does not put guns in schools. It just says if a school board votes to allow it, it could happen. But this does not do that, correct?
The bill as it is would do that, right? The bill says general prohibition on schools, but school boards could override state law. Principals under that language could override state law for that particular school. Clerk of court could allow it in the courtrooms. A jailer could allow it in the jail, that kind of thing, right? This amendment said, because current law does not do that. This amendment says we're going to stick with current law on those things.
Thank you.
Do they allow
Senator
shanks
from
in jail?
Darlington, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Edgefield,
No,
yield.
they just
Senator
have.
Yield for question. Senator Yields for question.
Senator, I'm looking at the amendment, amend the bill as an if amended section 3 by striking 16 through 23, 3 and 4, and inserting, is this the amendment that you're on?
That's the amendment.
And
So
so,
that section is the section that says where you cannot carry.
Okay.
It's a list of 11 places, I think, where you cannot carry.
and so is this something that was taken out of the bill and now we're putting it back in?
No, that's just
So
11 too many
in
places.
the House version of the bill, if you have a copy of the bill, you'll see in this section under subsection B. So subsection B says, all right, A has 11 places where you can't carry. B says, well, it doesn't apply if. B6 in the House version of the bill says that school districts could override the state policy. School districts could allow for weapons to be carried in the schools. It would allow, it says agents, it would allow a principal to allow the carrying of weapons in a school. It would allow clerks of court to allow it in courtrooms, those types of things, right? I'm uncomfortable with that. If we're going to have a statewide policy, let's have a statewide policy. Now, there are some exceptions in the current law. The current law says, for instance, you can't carry in a church, but church leadership could choose to allow it. It says you can't carry in a doctor's office or a hospital, but the employer could allow it. All right, so what I'm doing here is just restoring current law as opposed to having this general opt-out provision. Does that make sense?
Give me a second.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I understand.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator would yield for a question or two.
I will.
Senator Yields for questions.
I'm amazed that they're
So
actually doing
Senator,
something.
if I am reading this correctly,
I am
basically
too.
what you've done is taking
I'm
out
amazed they
point
came
number
back and started
6
doing something.
in section B,
Yeah.
which would have given someone the ability to give permission in that upper section. And instead, in the upper section, in points 8, 9, and 10, each of those points now allows the permission to be given within that specific facility. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay,
You explained it much better than I did in a much quicker time than I did.
thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it does.
That wasn't hard.
But I think the important part too, Senator from Anderson, is it's restoring current law. Right. That's what we're doing. And that was really my goal there, Senator from Darlington, was to bring us back to the current law in that effort. So I'm happy to answer other questions if anybody has some, but I don't want to prolong. I know y'all are tired of hearing from me.
Oh, if only I could ask you questions, motherfucker.
I have to hear from me
please.
again in a little bit anyway. Okay, I will move adoption.
Pending question is adoption of the amendment. Roll call has been requested. Do 5
there was-
members
The crypt keeper had a hand up back
do
there.
not
You gotta-
see? Okay, there are more than 5 members. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Massey, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
I would like to see before you call for the roll call, if the senator from Edgefield would take back the podium and let me ask him a question.
The roll call has not been ordered. I just authorized that it had the number.
Yeah. The question is, are you a complete dumbass or are you just winging it?
Senator from Edgefield
winging it,
is
obviously.
recognized.
Yes.
Senator from Spartanburg.
Recognized to yield
That's
for
correct.
question. Thank
Senator
you.
yields for question.
Senator from Edgefield, I'm looking at amendment number 34, and you actually piqued my interest when you said this was my language from a bill. I want to verify. This language, I filed Senate Bill S-109, constitutional carry in the Senate. I've been filing something or co-sponsoring for 15 years. Actually, several years ago, when I became the first sponsor and not a co-sponsor, are you aware that I had the Senate Judiciary Committee staff attorneys? I gave them a task. I asked them, do you mind please drafting this bill? Because so many people were saying that I was disbanding the CWP process with constitutional carry. So I asked him to make it very clear, did you know in the bill that it did not dismantle the CWP program? And also I said, please mirror the current, what a CWP holder where they couldn't carry. I don't want anybody constitutionally to carry it because I felt like that would be a problem on this floor of the Senate, creating what we've voted down in here consistently, creating 2 classes of gun owners. I thought that would be easy to keep current law. That way you wouldn't have to worry about, ooh, what can I carry here if I got this, carry that I got that. So did you know I already checked with staff and the attorneys, and this is the Senate 109 language. So the bills that I've promoted for years and been complimented by the NRA and many gun groups on my language, you're telling this body that this is that language, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think it would be very hard for me or anybody that supports constitutional carry to vote against the language that has been filed for years that everybody's been praising us for.
Well, when I went and looked at it, Senator, you had it written very well, and I know you had some good help with the Senate Judiciary staff. So I had that staff member help me with this, and so we just took your language because it was written well, right? It makes sense. It maintains the current law. That's what I was trying to do.
Well, even if even if we review it and think there was maybe something better in the House or worse or not, did you know I can't argue with the language that's been accepted for a long time and that I've been championing?
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Yield for a question.
Senator Yields for a question.
Senator, did you know that I am seeking further clarity that, so this, if this was stricken out or if the amendment didn't pass, it would interrupt the current CWP structure, correct? If this was stricken out, it would interrupt or interfere with the current CWP structure, correct?
This is restoring the current
Right,
CWP
that's what I'm
structure.
trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you know, Senator, I now understand why you're putting it back in, because it is actually in the S-109 that I also sponsored.
And I apologize for doing a poor job of explaining it earlier.
The pending question then is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor? Well, he'd been recognized yet. Roll call has been requested. The 5 people. 1, 2, 3. More than 5. Clerk will ring the bell. Roll call is ordered.
George, and I have a 1911. I love 1911s. I've got another one sitting right here next
Mine
to me.
is not rusting. Mine 1911.
Yeah.
Remember, my 1911 is known as the Vampire with a Y.
Yes, they're not rusting. They get used. They
Reading
get
clerk,
shot.
please.
They bleed.
Mr. Adams.
Or they,
Aye.
they're doing the roll call.
Alexander.
Yeah,
Aye.
here we go with the
Mr.
roll call
Allen.
vote.
No.
So any
Mr. Ben-
senators present have
Aye. Mr.
to
Campson.
announce how they're voting
Aye.
right now.
Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer.
It'd be
Aye.
interesting to see.
Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine.
I know where that one's going.
Mrs. Devine votes no. Mr.
Yeah,
Fanning. Mr. Fanning not voting. Mr. Gambrell.
Was Fanning one of the ones that checked out earlier?
Mr. Gambrell votes aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's what I thought.
Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian.
No.
Not voting Mr. Hembry. Mr. Hembry votes aye. Mr. Hutto. No. Mr. Jackson. Not voting Mr. Kevin Johnson. Not voting Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews.
Is it just me or does Black Robe up there look like he ought to be
Mr.
walking down a
McElveen.
catwalk right now?
Aye.
The Democrats
McLeod.
and the Independents are voting either no or no.
McLeod votes
Or
no.
not voting.
Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Aye. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb.
Seems like there may be
No.
enough
Mrs.
votes for
Sin.
the aye.
Aye. Mr. Setchler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy.
We're fixing to find
Aye.
out.
Stevens. No.
This is just on the amendment.
Mr. Talley has leave. Mr. Tedder.
Yeah. This is just
No.
for the amendment. This has nothing to do with or
Mr. Turner.
nothing as
Aye.
far as
Mr. Burden.
the
Aye. Mr.
complete
Williams.
bill goes.
Aye. Mr. Young.
However, if they
Young
voted
votes
in
aye.
this amendment, it would
Ayes
be
have
back to
it.
the House.
Move to get leave for the 2 senators from Richland and the senator from Clarendon.
Senator Jackson,
Jackson,
Senator
Harpootlian, and
Harpootlian,
Johnson.
and Kevin Johnson.
Hell
Is there
no, make them
objection
stay.
to the unanimous consent for leave for the 3 senators, Senator Jackson, Senator Harpootlian, and Senator Kevin Johnson? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
Make a unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Leave for the senator from Fairfield.
Without objection, leave for,
They're trying to get the numbers so low they can't have a quorum and they can't vote on this shit. Is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Senator
They want to drag it out another
Matthews
day.
votes.
Yes, another day, another
All senators voted.
10
Polls
years.
are closed, and the clerk will tabulate.
Yeah, that's what that's about. They're trying to get rid of enough people in the room because you have to have so many people on each side to have a quorum to vote on things to be legal, and they're trying to just
Well,
walk
if they're
out.
not voting, there's no problem.
By a vote of 34-7, the amendment is adopted.
Oh, shocker.
The reading clerk will
Yep.
put the next amendment.
Amendment
There
number
you go.
35 by Senator Massey amends the bill, adds a new section. Section 2331-215 of the code is amended by adding.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you ask?
So, Night Strike, you think this is going back to the House?
Stand at ease momentarily.
Because I think this is headed back to the House.
They've already got the House has already gone through it all.
Well, they have, but if they do so many amendments, it goes back to them.
No,
'Cause they-
no.
yes,
What,
they have to reconcile the amendments before it actually passes and goes to the governor.
they got to ratify it before they pass it.
No, they have to reconcile, then ratify,
Motion,
then it's got to go.
unanimous consent request to withdraw the amendment.
I don't know.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn.
He withdrew the amendment.
They're ready to get out of there for the night's what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reading clerk will continue to read.
Next amendment is amendment number 9 by Senator Jackson, previously carried over, amends the bill, section 3, strike section 162320, item 9, and inserts.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Jackson is not here. I move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried over.
I will bet money they
Reading
know
clerk,
this
please
is going
publish the
back
next
to the
one.
House.
Next
Hey,
amendment is
Sam.
amendment number 30 by Senator Saab, previously carried over, amends the bill, section 3, strike.
Yeah, the
section
Democrats are over my area,
162320, item 5.
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Withdraw the amendment.
Is there objection to the amendment being withdrawn? Hearing no objection, is so ordered.
The reason why they don't object when someone withdraws an amendment is because then they would get petty against each other.
Yes.
Next amendment is amendment number 32 by Senator Matthews, previously carried over, amends the bill, adds appropriately numbered section to read, upon the effective date of this act, all pending charges of unlawful carry must be dismissed.
Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
To be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
And see, this could be passed in a standalone bill all by itself, not affect this until that amendment was passed.
Senator from
This
Collinton.
is supposed to be my representative, but she doesn't represent me.
The amendment
no.
that I have as number 32, essentially what it does is.
She is nowhere near as
after the
cute as you.
passage of this bill, there are folks out there that have an unlawful carry that is pending with the court. It would require that pending charge for unlawful carry be dismissed.
Okay, that doesn't sound too
Simple.
bad.
So, no,
I think
I
that
could
talked
agree
a little
with it.
bit about this before.
That's the
So
only
if they have a
good thing she's
constitutional
done.
right to carry,
But
and
that
they
could
were
be
caught
done in a
before we enacted
standalone
this
bill
legislation,
outside
that
of
charge
this.
would then be
Yeah.
dismissed.
That's where I said it needs to be dismissed. There
adoption.
needs to be damages.
Senator
paid to the
from
person.
Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise?
Move to table.
Motion is to take Senator from State.
They moved the table the amendment.
Once you make the motion, she should be moved, but she has given up the floor with the making the motion.
I made the motion. I thought he was going to ask me a question. I didn't know he was going to, which is fine. And not unless.
Motion is to table. Those in favor, roll call has been requested to more than 5 members. Clerk will ring the bell.
Yeah, this is all the legal wrangling. Now, granted, I agree with her amendment. I just think it should be done after you pass the fucking bill.
I do too. But
'Cause
she's here's what the Democrats are doing. They are asking the stupidest questions, and the rhinos are too, to
Yes.
prolong prolonged them from having to vote on it to the point where
100%.
where there's no time to vote on it, or that if they do vote for it and it does pass, it's got so much poison
Reading
in
clerk
it
will call the roll of the Senate
that
on the
people will be
motion
pissed off.
to table
Yes.
the amendment.
Yes. Where it doesn't even count
Adams.
anymore.
Aye. Mr. Alexander.
Roll call
Aye.
vote.
Mr. Allen. No. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis.
And
Aye.
she already
Mrs.
said earlier
Devine.
she wasn't going to vote for this.
No.
Vote for this.
Mr. Fanning.
No, you
Fanning has
could have
leave.
put
She
this
wasn't
same.
going to vote yes
Aye.
on
Mr.
this
Garrett.
on constitutional
Aye.
carry
Mr.
anyways.
Goldfinch.
But she wanted this
Aye, Mr.
amendment on.
Grooms.
Listen, if you're not going to vote
Aye,
yes for
Mrs.
the
Gustafson.
bill, you don't get
Aye.
you don't
Mr.
get to put
Harpootlian has
amendments
leave.
on.
Mr. Hembry.
She won't
Aye,
vote for
Mr.
her
Hutto.
own amendment,
No.
and that's
Mr.
why I
Jackson has
said
leave. Mr.
if
Kevin
the
Johnson
Republicans
has
had any
leave.
balls, they would
Mr.
take
Michael
those
Johnson.
amendments, put them
Aye.
in
Mr. Kimbrell.
standalone bills, and
Aye.
then push
Mr.
it.
Loftus.
No, if the Republicans had any
Aye.
balls,
Mr. Malloy.
they downvote every single Democratic
voting Mr.
Democrat
Martin.
or independent amendment
The Martin
and,
not
and
voting
bull
Mr.
rush this
Massey.
through.
Yeah, well,
If the Republicans in South
Aye.
Carolina had any balls,
Mrs. Matthews.
you're asking for
No.
I'm asking for
Michael
some
Bean.
real Republicans.
No.
yeah.
Mr. McLeod.
This godforsaken state.
No. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin.
Hey, just hold out
Aye,
hope
Mr.
because
Rickenbaugh.
we went through a lot
Aye.
of this in Alabama,
Rice.
brother. Just
Aye.
hang in there.
Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Aye.
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
Setzler.
Georgian, that's exactly right.
The Setzler votes no.
It's
Mrs.
useless
Shealy.
because it'll create more
Aye.
gun-free
Mr.
zones.
Stevens. No. Mr.
Because
Talley
most
has
businesses
leave.
will put
Mr. Tedder.
gun sign instead of
No.
lawful carry
Mr.
with
Turner.
CWP.
Aye.
Well,
Mr.
that's
Burton.
because most of those
Aye.
businesses
Mr.
are going to be worried
Williams.
about their insurance
No.
coverage,
Mr. Young.
not about people
Aye.
defending themselves. They're worried about their insurance coverage.
Senator Martin votes aye. Have all members voted? Senator Malloy votes no. Have all members voted? The polls will close and the clerk will tabulate.
I just had to.
By a vote of
Affirm.
30 to 11, the amendment is tabled.
Oh, poor her. She don't get her amendment because she ain't gonna vote on the bill.
And see, and like I
Reading
said,
clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next
I
amendment is
agree-
amendment number
I
33
agree
by Senator Matthews,
with her
previously carried
amendment.
over. Amends the
it
bill,
just
adds a
should be
new
a
section to
standalone
read.
bill.
Senator from Colleton, what purpose do you rise?
To be heard.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Please, someone
Now, this-
motion to table her amendment again. Give
This-
her the
yeah.
shit she gave you.
This one we'll see what she does. Her last one,
Senator
I agree
Collins.
with.
I move to adjourn.
Yeah. that
Oh,
Roll
one-
call.
yeah.
Is, the
So we'll
motion
get to do
is
this tomorrow or whatever.
motion to adjourn. Roll call.
Watch, they say no.
More than 5. Clerk will ring the bell.
In other words, we voting on this shit. Roll call. Put your name on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, her amendment
Roll.
about expunging
Clerk will
people's
Call the roll.
convictions.
The reading clerk will call the roll of the
I
Senate.
agree with that.
Motion of adjournment.
Mr. Adams. No. Mr. Alexander. No. Mr. Allen. No. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Campson. No. Mr. Cash. No. Mr. Clymer. No. Mr. Corbin. No. Mr. Cromer. No. Mr. Davis. No. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Mr. Fanning votes aye. Mr. Gambrell. No. Mr. Garrett. No. Mr. Goldfinch. No. Mr. Grooms. Mr. Grooms votes no. Mrs. Gustafson.
Gustafson.
No.
That reminds me of damn
Ian has leave.
grumpy old
Mr.
bastards.
Hembry.
Or grumpy old men. That's what it was.
No.
Grumpy old men.
Mr. Hutto. Aye.
Gustafson.
Jackson has leave. Mr. Kevin Johnson has leave. Mr. Michael Johnson. No. Mr. Kimbrell? No. Mr. Loftus? No.
Oh, they're giving her
Mr. Malloy?
shit.
No. Mr. Martin?
They've already got enough no's.
No.
To
Mr. Massey?
continue going.
No.
There are enough
Mrs.
Republicans that have
Matthews?
stayed there. They can keep
Aye.
the quorum call.
Mr. McElveen? No. Mr. McLeod?
I'm learning more about parliamentarian shit these
Mr.
days.
Peeler?
Senatorial.
No. Mr. Rankin?
Most of this stuff.
No.
does-
Mr. Riggenbaugh?
Some
No.
states are
Mr.
different. I'll
Rice?
give you that.
No.
Most of the Senate stuff
Saab?
carries over to federal.
Aye.
Yes,
Is this sin?
absolutely it does.
No.
Most of these people
Setzler?
are basically auditioning
Mrs.
for
Shealy?
federal office.
No.
Yeah.
Most
Stevens?
of them.
Aye. Mr. Talley has leave. Mr. Tedder?
Mr.
No.
Tallywhacker.
Mr.
On
Turner?
what?
No. Mr. Verdon? No. Mr. Williams?
There's a
Aye.
speeder on my Peter.
Young?
Yeah, get off.
No.
Oh snap! They got more no's than they got yeses.
Yeah,
They're
but
not
who-
going to adjourn it because they got
Have all senators
no's.
voted? Have all senators voted?
I didn't buy enough beer for this. We're gonna have to roll this shit out.
This may be a long haul
Polls
tonight.
were closed. And
Yes.
Tabulate.
Last night was a fucking long ass.
I can
haul,
tell
so
you
why
right
not
now,
tonight?
they got more no's to adjourn, and you know she was really pissed off. They
voted
tabled her,
8
her
To
amendment.
34, the Senate refuses to adjourn. We're on Amendment 33, Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin. What
This
purpose?
depends on how many
We're on amendment number
Republicans
33. I
sold
know
out.
she's working on another one, so I'd like to table this one or have it with, are you going to,
Dude, drink a cup of coffee and wake up. Fuck, come on.
Yeah,
we're on amendment 33, correct?
That is correct.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, then I'll.
I'm damn near
I'll
a 15
withdraw.
pack in, and I could argue that better.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Like Joe
You're
Biden
recognized
just
on the
possessed his
amendment.
ass.
So
Yeah, those
what
guys
this
are interested.
says is, if we're about to say that you can carry, this says if you got a conviction for carrying in your past, it's a misdemeanor, but you can get it off your record. Now, why does that
Yes.
matter? I'll tell you, I had a young man in my office Monday of this week, completed ROTC, headed off to, he's at Fort Bragg. They don't call it Fort Bragg now, Fort Liberty, whatever they call it now. He went up there
It's like
and
Fort
tried to
Benning
get an
now, Fort
apartment
Moore.
and got turned down because he got a weapons charge on his record. He's about to be a commissioned officer in the United States Army and got turned down for an apartment because he got a weapons charge. And the only thing he did, we're about to legalize. He had the pistol under his seat instead of in the glove box. And we're about to say that's okay. All this says is he should be able to get that off his record.
And I
If
agree with
everybody else
I can
from
agree
here
with that.
forward is going to be able to
But
do
it
it,
should be passed in a
why has he got to carry
standalone
that
bill.
for the rest
Yes,
of
it
his
should be.
life when we've already said it's okay? It just doesn't make any
Pass
sense
the
that we're going
carry
to say,
bill,
well, it's
then
okay,
pass this.
but you got to live with it forever.
God, these people need to
You got to
unfuck
go through the
themselves.
regular expungement process.
Well, the-
Got to
the
pay the
Democrats-
expungement fee. That's like a couple
And as I
$100
said,
right there to
they're
pay the fee
deflecting
just to get it off.
so
This
and
allows
prolonging so they don't
a
have to.
person.
Yeah,
do anything.
they're-
I'm not
they're
talking
just-
about
They're just dragging it
convictions,
out.
or
But
anything else.
there's
I'm
enough
talking about people
Republicans
that
there
have
to force
violated the
them to do
carry
what the
law that
Republicans want.
Y'all
If
are about
the
to vote
Republicans
for it,
would
but I mean, y'all are
agree.
about to vote to legalize
Yeah.
it. And if you're going to do that, you ought to
But
treat
Republicans
everybody
are too
fairly,
busy
including
fucking
those
each
people
other.
that got
Enough of them
that on
agreed
their
to
record
fuck
last
her over
year, or
twice
the year before, or the year before. Because if it's going to be
by
legal,
tabling her
then why
her
should they keep it on
amendment
the record?
and then saying no to her adjournment.
Senator from
Yes.
Kershaw, what purpose
And
do
I
you rise?
liked that.
They threw a
Parliamentary
big, yeah, that
inquiry.
in her face.
I don't have
Absolutely.
the amendment up, and I haven't read any of it. I can't find it. It's not up on my screen.
Is that your
It's
nipple,
not
or
up
do
on my
you have a
neighbor's screen.
bag full of pins in your pocket?
I don't control the
Well, I
screens.
can't get it up on mine. I'm looking
They're
around.
providing
That's
you a
your
copy.
nipple. That subject is way off center.
Senator from Green,
That fucks with my OCD.
Well, what it says is that you're eligible for expungement, but you've got to make the application. The application costs money, and you have
Sorry,
to
I
do it within
apologize
5
to
years
everybody
whenever we
involved in
pass
this
this law,
adventure.
which I guess will be tomorrow. But whenever this law becomes active. I just think that's, as a matter of fairness, Why should we penalize people who did something last week that tomorrow will be legal?
I completely agree with this.
Senator from Greenville, Senator
Completely.
Corbin, what purpose
I
you
really
rise?
didn't have a
You for a
problem with
question?
that other
Yes,
motion.
Senator
that she
Senator
had.
Yields for question.
Senator,
But
I
again, they wanted to
appreciate this.
table it
I actually
because
had a friend in a similar
they were angry
situation,
at
but I did have a
Yes.
question. If we
And
do
they were
this,
rightly
if your
so, because
amendment
she
passes,
wasted a lot of their
would that
fucking time.
potentially open
no
up
kidding.
litigation
That's why they tabled
against
her motion,
anyone because
amendment.
of damages that they occurred prior to this that they
No.
didn't get expunged?
No, it just allows them to get it off their record. And in fact,
But
They should
suppose
be
I
paid
was,
damages for it.
suppose I had applied
They
for
really
that apartment
should.
or something.
Oh man, I've been
years
streaming
ago
8
before
hours
this
and
and was
it's almost
denied.
9 hours now. I
Before
didn't
your
even know
amendment
that.
got passed, is there any
But yeah, dude, I've
litigation
been
that
listening
could
to your
arise out
stream
of it?
since like
I don't see how. The
1
only
o'clock today.
thing this will
started at
do is
1.
allow the person
Yeah.
to get it off the record. It doesn't.
And
I was at
I
work.
started
My
I
students
started a
think I
little
have
late because I
correct
was
right?
waiting for them to
SLED
go
will still
through
have a
I'm
record.
most of the other
walking around
shit.
growling and going,
But-
fuck.
Future landlords won't have a record of their conviction, but it won't. It just doesn't allow anybody to sue anybody, and it just
They
like any
should
other
sue the
expungement. I mean, if you get a
shit out of the
marijuana
government.
conviction, you can get it expunged. I can go through a litany of bad checks. You can get that taken off your record.
Dude,
And
I
those
had
things are still
felony
illegal.
obstruction of
All
a
right?
law
You can get some
enforcement
things
officer
expunged
taken
and
off
you
my
did it,
record.
and they're still illegal. This will be something that is
Shame on you,
legal.
Coop.
And
that
yes,
we're trying
for
to
you
let
guys
you
who
get it off
don't
your
know,
record.
I was a
But you got to go
prohibited
through the same
possessor for like
process. We're not making it.
14
We're not doing
years.
like what y'all are about to do. Make it for free and put a hole in the budget. You're still going to have to pay your $200 for your application. You're still going to have it processed.
Now I paid
Just get to take it off
like
your record.
$3,000, but
Senator
okay.
from Charleston, Senator Sin,
You
what
hired
purpose
a
do you
lawyer.
rise?
See, it's a Senator
Yes, I
Yields.
did.
Senator Yield for question? Senator Yields.
Senator, what if in your scenario that young soldier had 5 unlawful carries? How many does he get to
I don't
expunge?
care.
Under the
Did he
expungement
hurt anybody?
rule, if we make it under the regular expungement rule, you can only get the one expungement for
Did he hurt anybody?
one thing. So I'm not trying to get. I
Corn
don't know
Pop was a
anybody
bad
that's got 5
dude,
carrying
though.
pistol
Yeah.
charges.
Let's just say that
Corn
somebody
Pop was
has.
a bad
So I'm just
dude.
wondering, because it kind of, the amendment was put up sort of quickly, and then
Was he
another
rubbing
thing.
but
Joe
let me- but
Biden's
the
leg
flip
hair
side of that
backwards
is-
or anything?
After this bill passes, you can
Inquiring
carry it
minds
5
wanna
times
know.
and you can carry it every day.
Well, I get
So
that.
why would it matter?
I get that because I think
I
the
carry
rule of
every
law
day.
does matter
I
because
carry every day.
today it's
Yeah.
illegal. Tomorrow it might not be.
Oh.
And then we're going to be going straight into a marijuana bill. So when we make marijuana legal,
Marijuana is already expungible.
well, but what if he's had it 5 times?
Marijuana,
I
well,
don't
then
care
you
whether
can't.
it's had
You
it 20
can only
times.
expunge it one time.
Well, and does this bill say that you can only expunge this one time?
I gotta mute.
It just says you got to make it within 5 years of the enactment of the section. But if you want it to say one time, I don't know if
By the way,
anybody that's
Coop,
got 2. I'm only trying to help
I gotta
this
look
one
cool.
soldier.
I got my glasses on.
Well, I'm willing to help my sister senator since she likes this
I
one.
can't look as cool as you, Knight. I can't.
I know.
It's just-
Senator from Newberry, what
You
purpose
got
do you
me.
rise, sir?
See if Senator would yield for a question, Mr.
Senator
President.
Yield for question? Senator Yields.
Senator, and you're
Those are
telling
my
me, I'm not an
cyberpunk
attorney, you're
glasses.
telling me that now they don't have the right to go through PTI or have
Some
an
people-
expungement or whatever.
If you went through PTI, but he was not allowed to go through PTI.
Senator, can you expound on that a little bit?
I'm
Did the judge
assuming
just not
PTI
allow
is
him
like
to do
first
it? Or?
It's not up to
which
the
is
judge.
what I ended
It's
up
up
with
to,
after 13 years.
Law enforcement has to agree
over
to
of a
a
felony.
PTI application, and sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't.
Okay. How about, and you're talking about strictly maybe carrying of a weapon and he didn't have a CWP.
I'm going to
it
change it
wouldn't
real
be
quick.
any other
Check this.
charges that would have been filed along with that weapons charge, correct?
Just to unlawful
see that?
carry is the only thing. Well, he got stopped. I can't remember why he got stopped, for speeding or something else. He had
You're
some
muted,
ticket
Coop.
that it's the reason he got stopped. But well, I'm
You're
not.
probably dealing
You
with
can't
family.
expunge traffic tickets, so I'm not asking for that. Just if we're going to make this legal, all I'm saying is to make it fair to people who did something yesterday that tomorrow is going to be legal, and it's a misdemeanor, and it's
Bradley, nobody's arguing with you. I'm not
and
arguing.
here's the
man.
thing: the way it gets written up on your record is weapons violation. Okay, and that may carry a lot of connotations rather than I had the gun under my seat rather than in the glove box, because that's the only thing that that's the only thing Did he?
Because under
And
castle
he,
doctrine, you can keep it in your glove box or center
can't remember.
console.
He got a fine or something. He didn't go to jail. I mean, he didn't get jailed for this, but he ended up with it on his record. And it's going to stay on his record for the rest of his life unless we do something to allow him to take it off. And I wouldn't be arguing for him to take it off unless we're going to not change the law. But because let me tell you why. I don't think it's right for people to carry guns in easy access in automobiles for the protection of law enforcement officers. I think that's a bad idea. The reason we right now require you to put it in your glove box or in the trunk is just for that very reason, that you can't get mad at somebody in road rage and just reach over and shoot out the window. You can't scare law enforcement officers when they come up to your car by having it right there. And we're about to change that. I don't like that. You know, I'm not really complaining that he got a CW, I mean, did he got a carrying a pistol charge? If we can leave the carrying a pistol charge as the charge, and if that's still gonna be the law, I'm fine with him, you know, living with that. But if we're gonna change the law and say that tomorrow, if he got that speeding ticket and he had the gun on his seat, then he would be the officer he's about to be at Fort Liberty, and he'd be living in the apartment complex he wanted to, but now he's got to live at one further away from the base because he can't get in the one closest to the base. No other questions?
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you
Wish
raise?
to be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Anderson.
So the amendment does say all prior convictions, first of all. It doesn't say the first. It says all, going as far back in time as you would want to go, right? So I think, as the senator from Charleston said, this is
Senator from
undermining the rule of law. I won't vote for it even if you do change it, okay? But I'm not being a hypocrite. I'm just pointing out that it does say all. It doesn't say first for those who might be inclined to vote for it.
Senator from Collington, what purpose do you raise?
To see if the senator could yield for a quick question.
No, I'm not going to yield for
Not
questions.
refuses to yield at this point.
I move the table.
Motion is to table the amendment. Those, it's non-debatable. Roll call. Roll call is appropriate. Your 5 members second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More than 5. Clerk, ring the bell.
So they're going to vote table this amendment. Because apparently they don't like the amendment. Seems like the Republicans are starting to play some hardball. They're finally starting to play some hardball.
Reading clerk, please call the roll of the Senate on the motion to table the amendment.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Not voting, Mr. Allen? No. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Not voting, Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Not voting, Mr. Davis? Aye. Mrs. Devine? No. Mr. Fanning? Mr. Fanning not voting. Mr. Fanning has leave. Mr. Gambrell? Mr. Gambrell votes aye. Mr. Garrett?
Yeah.
Aye.
Oh, I know.
Mr. Goldfinch? No.
Yeah, he's
Mr.
a rhino.
Grooms?
So
Aye.
that's what we got to deal with.
Mrs. Gustafson? Aye. Mr. Harpootlian has leave. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson has leave. Mr. Kevin Johnson has leave. Mr. Michael Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Loftus? Aye. Mr. Malloy? Not voting. Mr. Martin? Not voting. Mr. Massey? Not voting. Mrs. Matthews? No. Mr. McElveen? No. Ms. McLeod? No. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? No. Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Not voting, Mrs. Sin? Not voting, Mr. Setzler?
Okay,
No.
kiddos happen. What I
Mrs.
missed?
Shealy?
Uh,
Mrs. Shealy not voting,
they
Mr.
didn't like
Stevens?
the Republicans didn't
No.
like this amendment,
Mr.
so
Talley has
they
leave.
motioned to
Mr.
table it.
Tedder? No.
No.
Mr. Turner?
Apparently, the
Aye.
Republicans
Mr.
are
Burton?
starting to play some hardball.
Aye. Mr. Williams?
They're just starting to.
No.
Yeah,
Young.
it's like where the
Young
fuck
go
have you
tie.
been,
Have all
been like the
senators
last
voted?
5
Senator
days?
Clymer
Did
votes
they all
aye.
eat a Viagra for
Alexander
dinner and
votes
finally got
aye.
hard, or what?
Cromer votes aye. Senator Cromer.
Well, they might have
Shealy
recorded
aye.
themselves and actually found they had a pair of balls.
Senator Sabb votes
I
no.
do. That will amaze me, but I will be happy to see it.
Senator Martin votes
Just saying, just truthful
Aye.
and honesty, because you guys know me already.
Further members, have all members
I'm
voted?
nothing else but blunt.
All members. Polls will close. Tabulate.
Fucking Negan's batting The Walking Dead. I'm about that blunt.
Lots of FUDs in SC. Why can't we have nice things? Because of those FUDs. And
Yes.
half of them are rhinos.
Because of those FUDs.
That's why I'm saying right now, any rhino, Republican, or
Members of the
Democrat
Senate
or
by a vote of
independent
25-13.
serving in the Senate that is up for
Amendment is
re-election, boot
Further
their
amendment.
ass out and put somebody
Senator
new in.
from
Yes.
Cherokee, what purpose
If
do you
could
rise?
get someone who cared about
State
their
your inquiry.
rights,
How
we
many
could do that.
amendments are left on the desk?
Yes, for check.
Back to blue.
I'm informed we currently have 3 amendments on the desk. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment's number 36 by Senators Massey and Campson. Amends the bill, adds a new section to read.
Senator from Edgefield's recognized on his amendment. Senator from Colleton, what purpose do you rise?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Denied, bitch. Sorry.
Senator
I was running
from
the show, but okay.
Edgefield had the floor.
I believe parliamentary inquiry. I believe he has to be recognized from his desk.
He was recognized.
How dare he stand up and be recognized?
Mr. President,
This dude's a
So,
fucking dumbass, dude. I'd punch
the
him
overall goal
I mean, he's smart, but
this legislation
he's not smart when it comes to
is
explaining
to
things.
ensure
Yes.
that law-abiding South Carolinians can carry a weapon without first having to seek permission or get a permit.
Why do the duty to
allow
vote thing then, you
law-abiding
jackass?
citizens to carry a weapon without having to get a permit.
Well, with
I
permit,
have
you
been
have
concerned
to
about
Yeah, you do. In
one of the
Alabama,
effects
it's a
of that is it
misdemeanor now.
eliminates the requirement
to make it a
for
felony.
training and
No-
background
normally
checks
when in
that
South
are
Carolina, if you get
associated
pulled
with
over
the CWP.
or if you get stopped by law enforcement,
I
you're
have
carrying,
here in this
most
amendment
like
an
the best
effort
thing to do
to
is to give them both your
try to address
driver's
both
license and
concerns.
your carry permit.
But here's the point.
And I want to make the point, first of all, this allows, Senator from Spartanburg, this amendment
if my gun
ensures
is
that any
not a
law-abiding
threat to
citizen
anybody,
can carry without having to get a
why do
permit
I have
or
to
any
tell
other
them what I have in
prerequisite
my
for
truck?
carrying. Right? If you're
I
law-abiding, you
know,
can carry.
I know.
It's not like a
Hey.
criminal's going to be like, yeah, bitch, I got a gun. I'm going to shoot you with it. It doesn't work.
Let me go
that
through
way.
the amendment.
No, it doesn't.
But it's an attempt to achieve both of those goals.
I'd hang with his own tie.
First, the first section
might like
says
that
that SLED will contract with
What do they talk about when they talk about SLED?
private
gotta-
CWP training
South
class
Carolina law
instructors or
enforcement
local law
division that
enforcement
handles all concealed weapon
to
permits.
ensure
Okay,
that
yeah. It's what I thought it was.
there
but I-
are at least
Yeah,
two
look it up.
classes, two training classes every
But the
month
Google
in
machine is
every
too hard.
county. There can be more depending on demand, but there shall be at least two training classes every month in every county. And
Fucking burn, dude.
that training class will be offered at no charge to the participant.
They should have drowned him at birth.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that SLED They're averaging about 40,000 new permits per year. The average cost is probably for a training class is around $100. That's probably going to cost us
Clearly, you didn't take the ones
somewhere
I
in the
did.
$4 to $5 million range.
Because I paid
Right? To
$800
ensure
for
that
2
people
days.
can take the training that they need, they get the training class at no cost. 3 years ago, we made it such that you could apply for the permit at no cost. This takes it further. So now you can carry with no cost whatsoever. You can get a permit for no cost to the participant.
I could sign on to this.
That's the first point. Training class will be offered every county at least twice a month. SLED will contract with private instructors. It'll be a free class to the participants.
I can deal with
Secondly, a person who is convicted now, okay? A person who is convicted of violating an offense in Title 16, Chapter 23, those are lots of the gun offenses, many of which we've been talking about here. It does not include if you accidentally carry beyond in a store that has the placard up
But
saying
you
no
want them
concealable
felons
weapons. It does
too.
not include that. But if you're convicted of an offense in Title 16, Chapter 23 involving a concealable weapon, or Title 10, 11, 320, which is carrying on the Capitol grounds. If you're convicted of those offenses involving a concealable weapon and you do not have a CWP, there is an additional penalty, a consecutive penalty that will be imposed.
Bradley's 100% right.
That consecutive
Why we
penalty
can't have
is
that.
no more than the underlying offense, but it could be up to 3 and no more than 3 years, right? So if the underlying penalty is a
Yeah.
year, then that consecutive sentence would be no more than a year. If the underlying offense is 5 years, the consecutive sentence
I'm gonna
could be
get a
no
water.
more than
I'll be
3
right
years.
back.
Yeah, bro. I'm going to torture everybody.
The
while you're
idea,
gone.
frankly,
Please
is to
do.
say, look, you don't have to have a permit to carry in South Carolina. If you're
I don't
law
think I have
abiding,
to
you do
torture.
not have to have
I
a
just have to
permit.
let this shit
But we
run.
really want you to. Right? We're really going to encourage people to get the permit with the training and the background checks.
These people are.
And if you commit an offense involving concealable weapons and you don't have that permit, there's an additional penalty that would be imposed.
Did they harm any
Part 3.
unduly?
SLED will develop a form, a document that it will provide to all gun retailers.
Oh, make it
That the
stop.
gun retailer can provide to the purchaser when you buy a gun that
In
says
other words, a registration.
South Carolina allows you to carry this weapon with a permit, without a permit. If you choose to carry without a permit and you commit a crime, right, if you break the law, there will be an additional penalty imposed in that situation.
Rational people
SLED would
don't
also be
understand that
required
murder is
to
wrong.
develop and disseminate a statewide marketing campaign to educate the public that South Carolina, if you are a law-abiding citizen, you can carry a concealable weapon with a permit or without a permit. But if you choose to carry without a permit and you commit a crime involving a concealable weapon, there will be additional penalties imposed.
How about we just make murder illegal?
Be similar
buddy?
to, we've all seen the campaign, the click it or ticket campaigns that DPS runs on television and
Yeah,
elsewhere.
well, the state gets
It's
the
the
black
same type
man.
of idea. This would be a regular campaign to educate the public so that they know what's going on. They know that they should take the training class. They're not required to take the training class, but there is a penalty if they commit a crime and haven't taken that class.
Still not for the government requirement for you to do so.
The final
But
part
you
of the
guys don't
amendment
understand that you can't just go shoot
lowers
somebody.
the age limit in order to get a CWP. Right now, you have to be at least 21 years of age before you can get a concealed weapons
There
permit.
you do. You can
This
get
lowers
you can
the
get it
age
at
to 18.
in Georgia. You can get it at 19.
If you are an adult, you should be able to get a concealed weapons permit. All right, we want you to go through the training. We want you to get the permit. We're not going to require you to get the permit, but we really want you to.
Why do people vote for this?
So we're lowering that age from 21 to 18. Mr. President, that is the amendment.
Senator from
He's another one
Lexington,
absolutely
Senator
trying to
Setzler, what
kill
purpose?
Senator from
do
Edgefield, yield.
Senator Yield for question.
He is trying to kill the bill.
Senator, so did I understand you to say if they, whether they have one person, 0 or 100 in every county twice a month, SLED has got to conduct the one of these classes?
Senator, in every county, there has to be at least 2 classes, 2 CWP training classes every month.
But I understood you to say SLED was to do it.
SLED is responsible for contracting with the private instructors
the burden
in
on
order
the government
to hold those classes, or if there are not sufficient instructors, that SLED must conduct those classes. Now, in some counties, in Lexington County, for instance, they're going to have more than 2 because the demand is going to be greater than 2 classes.
Small rural county, they might not need one.
In McCormick County, they may not need more than 1, but we're going to require that people have access at least twice a month to a concealed weapon permit training class.
And so then also did I hear you say that SLED has to
He is
conduct
absolutely trying
an
to take
advertising campaign?
That's right.
Now, what is the cost of that advertising campaign? So in
Sam
essence, what
Anarchy,
we're
what's
going
up,
to
my brother?
do
G23
is we as a state
out,
are going to take on a campaign to tell the public, you got a right to carry the gun. You're saying it is, you got a right to go take the class. You're really going to tell the public and make them more clear that they can carry a gun and let 18-year-olds carry a gun?
But it's also telling the public
I'm
that
back in
if
the
you
store
carry a
again,
weapon
so
without taking the
I didn't
training
miss
class,
much.
without getting the CWP, you face much
Hopefully
stiffer
you took some
penalties
Motrin or some aspirin.
if you do that. The idea is to educate people to try to really encourage folks to take that CWP training
But
class.
Senator, I understand that's the purpose, but that's not really going to be the result.
Well, I think that'll be the result.
I think the result's going to be you're going to have more people carrying because you're advertising it, and now you're going to tell 18-year-olds that they can take a gun.
So first of all, as to the 18-year-olds, the bill already allows that. What we're doing is we're lowering the CWP age from 21 to 18. Now, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen if you don't. All right. What's going to happen if you don't, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later, SLED is going to get sued, and they're going to lose. They're going to lose
Same old saying, bro.
because there's no state constitutional distinction between an 18-year-old and a 21-year-old.
Yep.
18-year-olds
All
can
right,
do everything a 21-year-old can do.
But yes, that's what it lowers the CWP age from 21 to 18. Now, the constitutional carry language would allow 18-year-olds to carry without any training.
They can get married. They can sign.
But what I'm encouraging them to do is to get the permit. I want them to go through that training class.
Fight overseas.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sand, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yields for questions.
Senator,
He is trying to kill this
thinking
bill.
along the same lines as the senator from Lexington up there. But I'm thinking more along fiscal lines. So you mentioned that you believe that the cost of the free training giveaway is going to be somewhere around between 4 and 5 million. Is that what I heard you
Should be
say?
around 4 million, yeah.
Okay, well, you said
Based
5
on
million.
average. Yeah, I mean, it averages around 40,000 new permits per year.
Night strike. Remind me.
That's
where
when
does
you get the training,
government get
the
their
new
money?
permit. It averages around 40,000
people.
per year. If you
Yeah.
assume about $100 per class, you're at $4 million.
We
Now,
the people, unfortunately.
There's also going to be a cost associated
Well, if
with the
I'm paying
marketing
them, I
campaign.
might as well get
That's my next
So-
question.
And so that's why I said somewhere around $5 million.
Okay, well, so the a statewide marketing campaign is only going to be $1 million? Well,
I mean, you could ask DPS what they're spending on Click It or Ticket.
I'm not supposed to ask. You're supposed to have a fiscal impact statement.
Senator, my guess is we're looking at around $4 to $5 million.
You get your guess. Okay, and then what about if if SLED has to go and train because there's not an instructor in some of these smaller counties? What is the cost of that for them to
That's-
mobilize?
Georgian,
They're using
Night Strike
in-house
mentioned earlier.
employees.
Right, but there's a
Nice,
cost
quick
for those
answer again,
in-house
if you can. What
employees,
is
right?
SLED?
I'm sure there would be. I mean, they would have
SLED,
to take them out of
Trent
what they're
just
doing
mentioned
otherwise
it,
and
but
send them down there. But
SLED
they're
is
going to have
South
to have
Carolina Law
employees
Enforcement Division.
managing, running this
Yes.
program anyway.
Let me get their
Do
website.
you
so
not
you
have
know.
any concern that
They're the ones who handle
there
all
are
this.
certain
So go to
segments of our state that they
sled.sc.gov.
just
You'll
don't like
understand what they
guns
are.
and they don't want to see more guns?
They're-
And yet I think what this
The
bill
South
is
Carolina
doing
Law Enforcement
is going
Division.
to make their neighbors who want the guns
They're
get
the
things
outfit
paid for
that issues
free.
all the
So
CWPs.
there are certain
concealed weapon
segments
permits in
of
South
our
Carolina.
population who don't think they should have to pay for schools because they don't have children in the schools, and they
Right.
don't like that their
They
taxes are going for that.
shorten the
There are
SC to
certain
just
segments of the
S
population
in
who don't
SLED.
like that we have Medicaid.
Otherwise,
right?
it would
They
be
don't want to pay
SLED.
their
No, we
tax
need
dollars.
that
I
just
think they
doesn't
want
sound
an
right.
increase in Medicaid.
I had
And we're
asked
not doing
George.
that.
No, there are people
Georgia.
who don't think we ought to be paying for it. Surely there are people who
Might
think we ought to be
strike out
paying
the
more.
trademark.
There are some who think we should not be paying for it at all. There are people who think that DHEC is too burdensome and overly regulating, and they don't think we ought to be paying for that. We have to make decisions
DHEC
about
is
things that are in the
overly
public
regulated.
interest that we all should pay
Yes,
for
sir.
with taxes. That's what we do every year in the budget.
That's why it's DHEC.
My proposal here is that ensuring that people who
D-head
carry
is the
are
thing this chick
trained
can suck on.
and that they are law abiding is worth all of us contributing to the cost for.
Did you know, Senator, I think that the goal of having everyone
No one
trained
cares
is
what you think.
laudable, and I certainly want all the gun folks trained. Everyone should be trained.
I'm a
Anybody
bad
that has a
influence
gun
on
and
my
hadn't grown
right
up with a
to
gun in their hand, they
apologize.
should be trained. But did you
Don't
know that I do
apologize
not
for doing
think
the right
that
thing.
it is appropriate for non-gun owners to shoulder the burden of training for gun owners? I have a problem with that. It's a subsidy is what it is. And
It's ensuring safety
He's a rhino,
in
by
the
the
state.
way.
Listen, there are lots of things that we pay for that you and I may not agree on. I mean, I
Oh, I don't
appreciate
know.
your
It
commitment to
sounds
fiscal
like it.
responsibility. But there are lots of things that
surgery,
we pay for
abortion,
that people don't like.
War in Ukraine.
And there are things that we pay for that people do think that we ought to be paying
Did you know
for.
that my concern is what we're going to do with this amendment is upset both sides of the fence. We're going to upset that lobby out there because the House is not going to be happy.
Because I
The
really
lobby's not going to be
appreciate how
happy.
upsetting
And now
people
the people that don't like guns are not going to be happy because they're going to be helping pay for other people to go to training.
Well, the people who don't like guns have to understand
Yeah,
that
George, dude, it's a government website.
there's about to
Don't
be a
expect
lot of
much.
people carrying without training. And I suspect that they would prefer that those people be trained. Now, will there be people, most likely in Charleston, who don't like guns at all?
Right.
And and I understand that. I mean, there are a lot of folks who aren't
Dude,
really
who
from
has
around
Mr.
here who don't like
Potato
it.
Head off to her right.
And so there's a lot of people
Well,
who
now,
coming
people
in
from
who don't like
Charleston are
guns.
from here. A lot of the people are.
No, they're
but
not.
Just
A
remember,
lot of people
not
from Charleston
There
are
aren't a
from
whole lot of
elsewhere.
people who were born here who don't like guns.
Well, and I like guns, so I get
I
you.
know
I
you
get
do.
you there. I get you there.
I know you do.
I just don't like
Apparently
paying
you
for
don't
other
like
people's
Constitution.
stuff.
I understand. Well, then I appreciate your, I look forward to your support on a lot of the budget amendments and striking out some parks and things like that. Cause I don't know why in the world I'm paying for parks and libraries and stuff in other places either. Cause that adds up to a whole lot more than $5 or $6 million.
Well, I guess, and then that becomes my next question. Since we're going to be marketing, everybody get a gun, all 18-year-olds, some of them are still
This
going to
chick's
be in
supposed to
high
be a
school, by the
Republican,
way. If everybody's going to get
She's a
free
rhino.
training and all of that kind of stuff, what
But
are
also
we-
look at
it's
her.
probably going to
She's a
increase. It's
blonde.
probably going to increase the number of people that want to
Do
go
I
ahead
need
and go
to
through
say
these
more?
free classes. That indeed might increase your estimate of $5 million a year, right?
She's a blonde. Do I need to? Do I
It
need
might.
to really
And if that's
say
the
anything
case, then
else?
that's
Just
something that
saying.
SLED tells us about and we
You
deal
know,
with
in
that.
Georgia,
And
they
I'm
have
concerned
Hank
about $1 million.
Johnson.
Think about what we spend in
In Alabama,
campaigns
I
and what
can't
some of the
remember who
federal
it
people
is.
spend in
In
campaigns.
South
I don't
Carolina,
think a statewide gun campaign
we have
is going to cost $1
Margie
million.
Bright
I don't know where
Matthews.
you got that estimate. Where'd you get the estimate?
That's just from conversations with SLED.
Let's
folks
hope
about
they
what
don't
thought that
breathe.
they might be able to do it for.
SLED knows what it costs to do a campaign, statewide campaign?
That's just what I got from having informal conversations with them about what it might cost in order to do that type of thing.
I'm so
Look, if it
mind-numbed
costs
right
$10
now.
million,
I can't even think of my
heck, if it
reps
costs
and
$20 million,
congressmen from Georgia right
that
now.
we ensure that people
from
are
Alabama.
trained before they go out there and carry, it's worth that.
Well, now this bill isn't mandating that at all, of course, right? I mean, anybody is going to be able to carry the gun if they want to, with or without the training. Like I said, I understand the laudability
Sit down
of
and
trying
called
to get them
freedom.
to be trained. But I don't think you're going to
individual
have a good estimate
responsibility.
because I think a lot more people are going to see this on
George
TV
said the
and
best
take
thing.
advantage
They
of.
need to
so.
use Squarespace.
I hope so. I hope they take advantage of it. I hope they go to the training class. That's what I want to do.
Well, you want a lot of 18-year-olds out
Georgian,
there going
I
in
am
there.
glad you are
I
here,
would much
man,
rather have
because
an
Dude, yes,
18-year-old
they do need to
100%.
use
taking a training
Squarespace.
class
Go back
before
to the
he
most
carries,
remedial
as opposed to
shit on
carrying
the
without going to
internet
the training
because it's
class.
better.
Well, I agree with you
Yes.
there. I definitely want that, but I am concerned
good.
because you just said up to $20 million.
Nice
That's a
Strike
lot
is
of money
even,
still
it's
for me.
even
5
funnier to him
million
because
is
he's
a
an
lot of
IT
money for
dude.
me.
Oh yeah,
I think it's a lot of money for a lot of
exactly.
people. So I don't
Exactly.
like the kind of nonchalance at whatever this might be costing and the fact that we're still going to get blistered from the gun lobby. Did you know?
I don't
The
care about
gun
getting
lobby.
blistered from the
Did
gun
you know?
lobby. I do care about law-abiding South Carolinians being able to carry, and I care about people having the training and the background checks that are necessary so that they'll be responsible.
I'm gonna hit myself dead in the
That's-
forehead with it.
That's what I care about. And I think that it's legitimate use of state. Look, and I'm as cheap as anybody in here. I probably voted against the
An
budget
AR
more than
wrench.
anybody in here. Right, Mr. Chairman? Right. I
got
voted
the
against the
hammer.
budget
That
more
ain't
than
heavy
anybody
enough.
else. But I think this is a legitimate, yes, I do, don't I? Right? But
I'm not
this is a
putting my eyes out
legitimate
to the
use of taxpayer dollars.
Senator from McCormick.
I got
what
my
purpose do
sig.
you have,
That
sir?
that doubles the hammer.
Senator, you for question.
Senator Yields for questions.
I do have the high point
Senator
with the
Medfield,
magwell that DLD printed for me. I guess I could
Finally
beat
allow
myself to death
South
with that.
Carolinians
Yeah,
to open
probably.
carry
The
as a
80%.
matter of
the
constitutional law.
P80.
Is that correct?
Without a permit.
Say again?
Without a permit.
Thank you.
Senator
this
from
nice
Richland,
tube
Senator
of
McLeod,
aluminum.
what purpose do you have?
Will the senator yield for a question or two?
Yes, ma'am.
Makes
Senator
for
Yields.
great press
Thank
tools
you,
when
Senator.
you're doing AKs.
One of my questions is.
Oh my God, with a mask.
What about those of us who have paid for our CWP? Did we
Make
get
it stop.
reimbursed?
Well, I think those of us who've already gone through the course, we've eaten that cost.
Okay, when we have to renew, is it free?
You don't have to take the training class when you renew.
But there is a fee to renew, is there not?
No, we
There's a
eliminated that
giant
fee 3 years
space
ago.
rock that is supposed to take the earth out.
And
And that
so
renewed, and I
what
didn't
you're
have to pay to
saying, I
renew.
mean, I am all for training, but it doesn't sound like there's been
Posted it plenty of
enough
times. It can't get here fast enough.
research done on the fiscal impact yet. And I am concerned that we are cutting summer food programs for kids, but we're
All
able to come
about
up with 20
children, that's right.
million at least for training for CWPs. And I do share those concerns, did you know, about what will become.
Do you know why she's an
basically
independent?
a campaign, a statewide campaign
Because
to
she could not get
market
elected as a Democrat in her
the
area.
free training. Can you speak
You know,
to
That's why that lady's an independent.
why this effort
Did you
is being
know? I'm really getting to
prioritized
hate the
over
phrase.
some other
Did you know?
programs that some of us would also
Did you
consider
know?
essential?
Well, I think
No, I'm
look,
gonna- I'm
those are
just
the
messing with you.
decisions that
They
we
should
make.
really
in the
have to
budget
wear
debate
shock
every
collars,
year.
and when
It's the
they
decisions that
answer,
are made
when they
in
say,
the Ways and
"Did
Means
you
Committee
know?"
and in the
They
Finance
should get
Committee as
shocked
to,
with like
as
14
to
billion
priorities with spending, and this would be
Fry 'em
included among
right
them.
there.
I mean, there are a number of pieces of legislation that we pass
It's like a
that
damn
have
burnt gingerbread
fiscal
cookie.
impact
She's an
that
independent.
we then
and
have to deal
because
with
she's an
funding
independent because
in the
for
budget.
the longest time in
I
her
think we would
area,
treat this just as we
there's been
treat every
there has
other
always
thing
been a
like that.
Republican there.
Yes.
Now,
Right.
they would not vote for a
But
Democrat.
is there
She
going to
switched from
be a
Democrat
more
to
thorough
independent so she could get elected?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, by the time
effort
Bradley's right.
to
Did you know,
determine the
lady?
fiscal
Yep,
impact?
that's
Yeah,
her.
absolutely. I mean, I think by the time
Did you know?
SLED's
you
going to figure
know?
this out real quick, and so when they're making their budget requests,
Oh, hello.
they're going to
Ask her
give
straight out.
information to
Did you know
to
men and women
Finance
can't
Committee and that
spontaneously
subcommittee
change
that they
their
appear
gender?
before
Yes.
as to how much money they would need in order to
Did you
comply
know
with
you were the
this.
gender
And
you
we'll
were
have to
born
figure
with?
out a way to
Yes.
provide them with that amount of money so
Them
that this
damn
program would be
chromosomes are
effective.
pesky as fuck.
And did you know you had to use the bathroom of the gender you were born with?
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator
like
Martin,
our
what purpose do you
entire
have?
lives.
Senator from Edgefield
For
would yield
your
for
entire
question.
life.
Senator, you have a question. Senator Yields.
Senator, did you know that I checked with the chairman of that section of the budget, and he let us know there wouldn't be an issue. Did you know that?
I appreciate you doing that. And I appreciate the chairman of that section of the budget. Quick attention to it.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Loftus, what purpose do you have, sir?
You know, for a question.
Yes, sir.
Why does he look like Mr.
You,
He just does.
I believe that you say in this amendment that the SLED is going to contract with the
Why does that guy
instructors
look
out
like
there.
Mr. McFeeney?
Right. So there are thousands of instructors around
He
South
just
Carolina
does.
now who are providing these training classes, doing a good job. There are also some local law enforcement agencies that provide training classes in some places. What I want to do and what I've talked with SLED about is I want them to use those folks. Right? I'm not trying to
He
put those
looks like
guys out of
Mr.
business.
Magoo.
I want SLED to contract with those folks to provide these
Well,
classes.
you know, it's up to.
I would anticipate when
Yeah, it's interpretation.
this bill
It's like art.
passes that there will be many wanting to get on that list. Did you discuss with SLED about how long that would take or the process there?
No, I have not. I've not talked with them about that much in the weeds of the logistics.
Every time I hear
but-
SLED, I think
but I
of the
have talked
Jamaican
with them about
bobsled
this
team.
issue and about this component of it and about what
Field
what
driven,
I was thinking.
field run.
And we've gone back and
Ready.
forth on that.
It's
I've talked
bobsled
with the
time.
chief about this, and I've been assured that
God, I love you. No,
this is not the easiest thing for them
I
to
love
do,
you so
but they
much.
can do this.
In the conversation, do you have any idea how long it might be?
Because I knew
Depending
that's
when the
where
bill
you were
passes,
going.
obviously.
Are you
Yeah, I mean,
dead, man?
They're going to have some
No,
lead
man.
time for that.
No, man. What about you, man?
But the good thing is
I'm
that
still
infrastructure's
alive,
already
man.
there, right? Because those instructors are already there. They're certified
Something's got to
instructors.
stop the pain.
Right? Those instructors have to go
There's
through
gotta be a
classes
release
so they
somewhere.
can be
Yeah.
certified to teach the classes.
Listen,
SLED
man.
knows who those instructors are.
Listen, I knew
So they
that's where
can-
you were
they've
going.
got
so
that
I had
infrastructure
to-
already in
Dude,
place
I
that they can
telegraphed the
communicate with those
shit out of
folks.
that.
But they should be able to communicate with them with time and how to and so
Oh
forth.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Senator
The whole thing I
Collins,
didn't
what
do was
purpose
send
do
you a
have?
text and let you know what
Senator
joke I was
Cynthia,
making.
Cynthia,
You didn't need to.
Senator, has this idea that you have, it seems, has
Fuck
it
yeah, cool
been
runnings. That was
vetted
it, Sam.
in
Cool runnings,
committee
yeah.
process
Yeah, that's exactly what we were
regarding
we were
what
talking
your,
about.
Sam got it.
your
Sam knew
amendment that you
exactly where
presented
we
to
were at.
us?
Yeah, exactly.
Senator, I don't think
Fucking
I
John
don't know that any
Kennedy.
part of this
Who
bill
else
is
was
vetted
in
in the
there?
committee
And you-
process.
Oh, fuck, I
As
can't remember.
the majority leader, do you feel comfortable with the fact that what you're telling us, that it shows fiscal conservativeness? Because here, I sat in
I just
Yeah,
can't
bro,
believe
yeah,
we've
you
been
ain't
going.
wrong.
I can't
meetings
believe we've been going 9.5 hours on this
Sheriff,
shit.
with
dude.
Director Keel.
It's like
And
that
if I
border
recall
hearing for
correctly,
impeaching
he
Mayorkas. It
expressed
went on
his
till like 2
concern
o'clock this
that
morning.
he had a shortage of officers and shortage of
No, it was this morning.
employees
Yeah, it was
there
I need to check
at
on my 3D
SLED,
print.
and that he was
Oh,
having
son
to
of a bitch.
do
Yeah,
a
check on that.
campaign just to
You better not
staff
mess it up.
SLED. So now
No, I
you're
know.
telling us,
Because I got a bend
and,
receiver.
and I want you to follow
100%
with me.
Phil.
You're telling us
Oh, no.
that
30%.
this just came up, this
30?
idea of what
30.
you're proposing in this
Remember,
amendment
I'm putting steel
just
rods
came
in.
up, and you had a
Oh yeah, you're right.
conversation, and there's
I
speculation
would be higher
about
than 30 though.
them being able to do this when they can't even get out.
This is the remix. The remix only calls for 30. The original only called for 15.
Damn,
They can't get out
that
thorough
low.
examination of drugs over
Yes,
there.
bro, that
They're
shit
short
like
on
98.
employees.
It's
He
a jig,
told
so,
us
you know, the
in
flat metal sheet just goes
meetings
into it.
that the problem he
Oh,
has,
yeah, I
that
get
as
where
soon
you're
as he
going.
gets
I just didn't-
employees
I didn't
in, they
think it'd be
train
that
them,
low.
they end up going into the private
Would've been
sector.
like
So they are
24 months
constantly
for it.
short at SLED. And I know you want to do this as a Band-Aid for those folks on both sides and in the
Why
lobby
does she
or
look like
whatever.
Medea
But
the
we're
more and
doing
more I
this
look
at
at her?
11 o'clock at night, and we're spending money. Do you see a
You
problem
guys
with
like
that
gotta
as it
throw
relates
one in
to
the
your
chat if that bitch doesn't look
ideas
like
of
Medea
what
or
fiscal
does.
conservativeness looks like?
Lady,
As I said,
shut
well,
up.
first of all, as I said earlier,
Enemy.
I'm as cheap as anybody in here,
And
right? I mean, I
don't know where I was going with that.
I voted against the
I
budget
don't know
probably
you.
probably twice as much
It's
as
been
anybody
9
else.
hours.
What you're
Please. All right.
proposing is speculative, isn't it?
But it's always speculative. No matter what you propose, you never know for sure until they actually do it and they ask. Look, even when they make their budget requests, it's speculative, right? You give them an amount,
Rusty
and
Rusty
then
Maverick, I don't know how
what
this
they actually
South
spend throughout
Carolina.
the year
This is what
may
we
not
got.
be exactly what they proposed. But I do think we've got a
Need to
pretty
go back
good
to Waffle
idea
House? No, I swear to
based
God,
on the
that's
number of
Medea,
permits
Rusty.
that they issue every year. How
Esther
many
needs to go back to
training
Waffle
classes?
That,
would
that
be
is
necessary?
seriously,
They've got
what's his name
they've
that
got the
plays
averages
Medea?
over.
Yeah,
They've
that's
got the
him.
numbers over several numbers of years.
I
Tyler
can
They've
never
come up with
remember
an
his name.
average on
Fuck
that.
it,
We
I
can
don't
give, and
care.
that's
Maybe
what
it's
they
Tyler
do
Perry.
for
Yeah,
anything
Tyler Perry,
else.
that's
But
who.
did
Now,
you talk to
they're
him
not
about
taking-
his shortages over there at
his,
SLED?
what you're talking about is in the lab, right? We're
No,
not.
I'm
taking-
talking about the lab was one example that I gave because
I don't think he's
I'm
got a
sit-
shortage of
Well,
certified
he's-
law enforcement officers.
Yes, he
He's doing
does.
pretty good on certified law enforcement officers. He does have trouble with non-certified people.
Well, this would be a certified officer or non-certified.
Well, I guess it depends on what you're asking.
Somebody's going to have to track these. Somebody's going to have to track these CWP applications as it is right now. I get them whenever my client's charged with something and they have a CWP. There's somebody, a staff member from SLED that when they get it and they see it in their computer, they ended up there's somebody at SLED. And it's usually different people that will send my clients notice that, hey, your CWP is
Kill me,
is
brother. I love you to death.
because you've been charged, which they should be. But what I'm saying is those are not
She wasted
agents
how
per
much
se.
time earlier and she wants
And so
she wants
what
to go
you're
home now.
proposing is
Yeah.
something
Yes.
that
Yeah.
is on
She's
the
pissed that
fly
she can't go
when
home,
we know
and they
that
don't want
there's a
they don't want to hear her
shortage
bill anymore.
of real
She's
estate.
pissed she can't make it to the nearest buffet before that bitch closes.
Especially the Department of Corrections, SLED, and other agencies
You
like
realize
that.
they
She hit
cater
someone
in.
in there
The
with a
question
stick and
is,
commit
if they
murder.
have to,
why
if they have
are
to
we
go
doing
long,
this
they have
on
to
the
have a meal,
fly
they cater
without
in.
having some type of vetted information
FYI.
from SLED and looking at what these counties will look like as opposed to Greenville versus Charleston versus
Seriously,
Colleton
that
versus
forehead and that hair,
Beaufort.
she looks like
Look at
fucking,
what it means
Sheila
to the
Jackson Lee fucked a
state
Klingon
as a
and had a
financial
kid.
burden.
Senator, I'm confident SLED can handle the task. Right? I mean, I've had a number of conversations with Chief Keel and other staff members. I'm confident SLED can handle the assignment that they're getting.
Did you have that conversation before tonight? Because it's 11:05 right now.
Yeah.
Did you have it before tonight?
11:06.
Okay. Before today?
Yes.
Okay.
I've had conversations with them today, but I've had a number of conversations with them before today about this.
This particular, I want to make sure I clarify my
Yes.
question.
I
Did you, this plan you have
I want
come
to
up
make sure I
with in the
complete the outline
last
of the
hour and a
dumbass.
half to put lipstick on this pig, have
That is
you
not chick be
vetted
talking
that
about lipstick on a
before
pig, guys.
today with SLED and run the numbers so that
lady,
you could
need to
provide
look
it
in the
to
mirror. You are
Yes.
lipstick on a
this
pig.
Yeah.
body?
I've talked with SLED
She
well
got
before
lipstick, rouge, foundation.
Okay, Cowboy Hillbilly. I'm called Night Strike. I'm striking at night
President,
on
thank
live
you,
on
and,
YouTube and
I think
Rumble.
the
Check
Senate
it out.
Moon said he's still hitting that.
For what purpose do you ask, sir? You're recognized.
Moon Ape 420.
I'm gonna die.
I'd
Yeah,
still hit
dude.
that. Well, you know,
We've
she's
been
got,
here a long time,
she's
and
got
I'm
a lot
not
of
going to
handles
be
for you to
long, but
grab
there's some
onto.
things that need to be
Hey,
said.
brother,
and I'm
if
gonna
it was
try
in the dark, it'd
and
be like
spam.
you're fucking the invisible woman. That's all I gotta say.
70%
Y'all take that the way you want.
in this state believe
Yeah, but you can
that
only
if you're
see her
going
if
to
she
carry
smiles.
a gun on the street,
This is
you have training.
see, nice try. This is where you encourage
do
me. Since
This
you
bill
get
says we're
even
going to
worse.
put guns on the street
My fault.
with
We
no
just
training
clicked,
at all.
All right, you know.
We might incentivize you for training and incentivize you on the state
If you
taxpayer
get turn the light
dollar
on, just ask her to
to-
smile.
to tune of millions of
Shit.
dollars.
I'm already trying to sync my channel. So
And
I'm
if you
gonna
screw
try
up,
to take it a
we're
little
put
easy
you in
on
jail.
yours.
So if you
Nah, I've
mistakenly
already
didn't
dumped
see
it, so
the
don't worry
no
about it.
gun,
Brad, take it
you
in the
can't carry a
Bodo
gun in this
Hutto back
store.
up. Okay.
You walk inside, you get 3 years in jail.
Brad,
So
taking
people
the
that make a
bow.
mistake, oh, don't shake your head right here. Must be penalized. Must be penalized.
Yeah, must.
Senator
Must
Corbin,
is strong
that's
legal
exactly
language,
what it
kinda like
says.
shall
And I
not.
know you want constitutional carry.
Very strong.
I know,
language.
But
Jordan.
I'm
That was
telling
bad.
you,
I'm
telling
sorry.
the people out
I
there,
apologize
those
for
of
that
you who
one.
wanted constitutional carry, you thought you were getting it. What you're getting in is enhanced penalties if you don't do
This
it
is-
right
This is trying on
And
my psyche.
you're almost being forced
Yeah.
to take training that you didn't want, because if
It's a
you wanted the
drain on
training,
all
you
of
could
our
have had it
mental
by
health, and
now.
I don't have much help to give.
We're taking private business people. I heard the senator from Edgefield say we have thousands
You didn't have
of
much help to start
CWP
with. Let's put it that way.
educators out
That's
there.
what I'm saying.
Some of them I know they got signs in my area.
I only have
Come
a
take
quarter
the
glass
class.
of water, and you
We're putting
drink
them out of business.
an eighth of
Just
that,
putting them
and
right
I'm
out of
fucking
business.
stuck.
Because they make money off of charging for a CWP class. But you can come take it now. We'll give you the ammunition. You've already got a CWP. Just come take it again. Get your free shooting in on us. Just come
We
take
could
it
do away
again.
with all that by just letting people carry
doesn't-
without permits.
Seemingly to me satisfy anybody. I'm against this bill.
Yeah,
I'm not
I believe
opposed
you.
to people carrying a weapon if they've got training.
Well, you're acting like
But
a
just
normal
like the
Democrat.
majority of South
So
Carolina,
shut the hell
I
up
think
and
if you're
sit
going to
down.
carry a gun on the street,
If
you
you're
need to
against
have
the bill, then
training.
shut up. We
And
know
that's
you're gonna
what
vote
law
for it, or you're not
enforcement
gonna vote
says. This
for
is
it
one of
at
the
all.
biggest
Shut up.
anti-law
Stop wasting
enforcement
everybody's time
bills that we have
telling people about
passed
it.
since I've been up here. What we're now saying is what we used to have some protections for officers by saying the gun had to
you
be
didn't.
in the glove box,
Because
console,
criminals
or
still
trunk.
weren't doing that.
Now, you can just have it right there in your lap.
It's
Right
this
there in your
magical
lap.
fucking world these dumbasses
Ready to
live in.
fire if you get mad at somebody in a road rage situation.
That's
There,
called
bad
fucking
things are
murder.
going to happen.
illegal.
assault.
When a law enforcement
That's
officer walks
illegal.
up and there's a gun right there, it just isn't going to go well. Now, what you've also done is told people
Is this due to
that deal
Republican
drugs,
supposed to be?
you better have a gun
No.
on you, because guess
Okay,
what?
so
If you've
he's
got
a
a gun
Democrat.
on you,
That was
they
not
won't
a-
be able to charge you with the drugs.
I couldn't see his tag over
Why?
there. That's
Because
why I
we
was
put up an amendment that says if you're carrying a gun, that's not grounds for a search. So if the
No, it's
first
not.
thing they see is the gun, that is no grounds for a search.
Yes,
And
that's.
so you know
yes.
what lawyers are going to do? They're going to say, well, after you saw the gun, then what?
He
Then
is
you
a
found some drugs
Democrat
on them?
from
Suppressed.
Orangeburg.
Because the reason, you just told me, the reason you approached them was
Democrat.
because they had a gun. You got
Yes.
a gun on you. You know, you got a body in your trunk. The best thing you can do is have a gun on your car seat.
That's.
Because when the
you
officer walks
can't-
up and he sees the gun, he's got no grounds to search your car.
No, it's
None
not.
at
I'm
all.
gonna mail you my hammer,
Right
and I
now, he
want you to
does.
hit me with
Because you
it.
carried
mail
the
it
gun
back.
illegally. He can arrest you for carrying a pistol. And then he can look and see that you've got a ton of marijuana in your trunk. He can look and see that
Okay.
you got the body in the car. But right now, I'm telling
go
you, if you
along with
commit a
that.
crime, you better have a gun with you.
That's about
Because
as
a
much
gun will
sense as
immunize
these
you from
arguments.
half the crimes that are going on out there. We are hamstringing law enforcement on the one side. We're creating
this is
danger
what
for
we
law
have
enforcement
to-
officers on the other
have to
side.
deal with.
We're doing nothing for everybody
know,
who came in
man, I
here
know.
at the beginning of this
Oh,
debate and
God, I
said,
know.
I'll never vote for a
I'm
bill
sorry,
that doesn't require
guys.
training. You cave.
This
If
is
you vote for
mentally
this
draining
bill,
on me.
you cave. And for those of you who said, I
And
only
it's-
want
apparently it's
constitutional
killing
carry and
poop.
nothing less,
It's
you
literally
cave too.
killing me.
Because now
Apparently,
you
Killing
got
him.
all I have to do if I'm a
Killing him.
serial killer is
enhanced
carry an open
penalties for
weapon.
making a mistake. If you commit any
You'll
violation
see us on the
of
morning
the,
news.
of the law,
the killer
which
was
is
the SC Senate
if
with
you
their
walk
stupid
onto the
arguments.
campus of a school
Yes.
mistakenly, didn't
Murder
know your wife had put
anybody
your
with
gun
half
in
a
your
fucking
car,
brain.
charged
It was
with
a mass
violation,
murder.
not only
It
you'll
was
be charged with that,
genocide.
It was a
made
mass
Gaza
murder
look like
genocide for
nothing.
those listening on
And
YouTube
on top of that,
and Rumble.
who are we asking to pay for this? The taxpayers. We've got needs in South Carolina that have gone unmet for years. We got needs for people with mental health issues. We've got needs for people with school
Well, if you didn't
children.
ki-
We got
close the
teachers
mental
that don't
health
have enough
facilities
supplies
in
in
the
the
90s,
classroom.
you'd still
And we're going
have
to
them.
pay for free ammunition
All the
for
Democrats
everybody who
closed
wants to get
those in the
paid.
90s,
We're
so
going to
shut
put
the fuck
small
up and sit
businesses
down.
out of business by
Yes.
saying CWP
100%,
class
bro.
is no more for you. We're going to take an overworked SLED agency and make all those SLED officers
Oh,
Let me
like
tell you
they
right
have
now, SLED is not
so
overworked. They are
every
not
weekend
overworked.
now.
Yeah,
You're
they're
going to have
so
two
overworked.
classes in every county. That's 46 times 2 is
That's
92.
2 weekends a
92
month,
SLED
basically.
officers working on the weekends, coming out of the SLED
Poor
budget. And yes,
things.
we may, whoever the budget
Bullshit.
chairman is for that section,
Oh,
apparently it
Solomon, let
says
me
that
pull up my
okay.
violin.
That's okay. Free ammunition. Can't
Or
charge
no,
you.
it's
You don't have
actually
to have a
this.
gun
It's-
now. They can't charge you a dime. Just come and show up and say, I want the class. They got to provide you with the weapon to use during the class. They got to provide you with the ammunition.
They
You get
say
a
you
free
have to have a
background
permit
check,
to purchase it, so
free
yes.
training. And if you enjoyed it, you can take it again next Saturday. And if you didn't enjoy it enough in Allendale, go take it in Barnwell. I mean, here's the thing. There is no restrictions on this at all. We're putting a hole in the budget for no reason. And
Oh man,
I can tell you right
ago,
now,
lawn darts
the
would've
House isn't
solved
going to like
whole
this.
thing.
Those people over there who voted for constitutional carry, they wanted constitutional carry, not constitutional carry light or constitutional carry alcohol free or whatever this is. I don't know
Get on
exactly
the
what
phone
this
with
is.
me and find
but I
out
can
what
tell you this.
constitutional carry means.
Law enforcement didn't want this because it's putting people on the street
Law enforcement
with
doesn't
guns.
want it
I'm
'cause they're
not
a bunch
talking
of
about
irons
people
with
being in
badges,
their
so
house
fuck them.
with a gun. Everybody's got a right to defend their house. I'm not talking about hunters. You know,
Here we go.
go around this room. Everybody in here has got multiple guns. I probably got a dozen myself. This isn't about whether you like guns or
but you
not.
got 10
This is a
times more
question about
dildos.
whether you want safe streets or guns on the street. So not only are we saying we
not
want
worried
guns
about
on the
the
street,
sword behind
we're
you.
saying we want guns on the street without training, and we're saying if you
Yeah,
commit
no,
crime,
dude, I don't think you
better
want to
have a
drink what
gun
he's
on
been
you.
drinking.
That's the best ticket you have to get your charges
That's
suppressed.
fucking.
Because
I don't
the
think you
officer
can
can't
handle
use
it,
the
man.
fact that you've got a gun.
Dude,
Follow up
it
with a
was,
search.
if it was my channel,
And
I'd
if you
say
committed
it,
a
but I'm
crime
gonna
in your
keep
car,
that one in my
keep
goddamn
that gun on your dashboard.
I'm not going to make any comments
because
on any
they
other
cannot
senators.
do
I'm just going
anything
to tell
to
them
you.
to sit down and
Officer
shut up.
approaching the car and
Because,
sees
I
that
went a little
gun,
too far on that last one.
can't
I
touch
will.
you.
I will sync my own channel.
that
I will
gun,
try not to do
Can't
it to
say,
others.
sir, can you step out of the car? Can't do anything.
I will guarantee his water hose
Because
is pecker
sir,
shaped
can you
and
shut the
drinks
fuck
out
up
of it
and
all.
didn't do anything. I mean, we have written that into the law.
Did you know
You've
you're
got a
wasting
gun,
everyone's time here?
They can't search
Yeah, he
you. They
knows.
can't make a seizure. They can't do an investigation. If they don't have some other reason, you're
Yes.
bulletproof.
I
mean,
motioned
no
to
pun
muzzle
intended.
the
But
current speaking
this
senator
is-
and sit his
You know,
ass down.
sometimes compromise is all we can get.
God.
But if this is all we
If
can
we
get,
could only vote
this
on
is
this
awful.
in real time.
This
I
is
know,
probably
right?
the worst piece of legislation that we've
Well,
had
this is
come
real
up here.
time,
It
unfortunately.
costs
I
the
know, but we
taxpayer
can't
money.
vote on it though.
It puts
I know.
guns on
We're
the street
supposed
without
to be a
training.
democracy, damn
It
it. We
creates
should have a
hazard for
vote.
law enforcement,
Listen,
and it creates a get out
it's
of jail free
11:16
card
at
for
night.
criminals.
They're still going.
Yes. I am amazed
Senator
they did
from
just gavel
Williams,
out.
for
after
what
the
purpose
break.
you rise, sir?
I just see whether the Senator would yield for a few brief questions.
Oh,
Senator,
God,
you
it's
for
another
question. Senator, you
Democrat.
for question.
No,
Senator, thank you for your comments. And
This is like the
it's
other
South
night when-
Carolina's Hank
when I ask
Johnson.
unanimous consent that.
This is
well, why
like
don't
the
I do
other
it
night
now?
when
Mr.
freaking
President.
Sheila Jackson Lee was complimenting Hank Johnson on
Senator
being
Yield.
a
Yes, sir.
intellectual.
Mr. President got another request of the
Unanimous
president.
consent.
And yes,
Yes, sir.
that happened.
That the
Well,
words of Senator
maybe by
Martinsburg be
intellectual
printed
you
in the journal.
mean the only
Without
Democrat to
without
have
objection.
capsized his career. Then yes.
President.
No,
Senator
he's
Senator
still in
Yield.
Congress,
Senator Yield.
bro. He
Senator
ain't
Yield for
capsized
question.
nothing.
Senator, thank you for your comments. Do you know that, unfortunately,
You're a complete
around
dumbass.
this country, we've had police-involved shootings.
Probably sharper than all the Democrats in the
And
Senate.
Senator,
yeah.
do you know that it's my belief, and I could be wrong on this,
My belief.
but I don't
he
believe
used to money
any
just
police
fuck
officer wakes up in
Superman
the
in
morning
ass
and says, you
Superman
know what,
liked it.
I'm going to
Okay.
kill somebody today.
I believe
I don't
at that
believe
point
that's
it's
what
not
happens.
I don't
Superman,
believe
it's
a one of them
Superman.
thinks that. In fact, I
Well,
think
this
they
is true.
take their duty to protect and serve very seriously, and they hope that they're going to go out and do justice and do good.
I hope you
And
shut
Senator,
up and sit down.
are you aware of the incidences throughout our nation where police officers were under the mistaken belief that persons had a gun?
Right.
What do you
Are
think the
you
impact will be
aware
now
of police officers
as it relates
killing
to those
innocent people
situations
every
where it
day?
looks like they might, and they are well aware that everybody could have one, pretty
Are
much?
you well aware that we're listening
either one
to
or two
you
things. They're
much
just gonna
longer
say-
than we want to?
This
Yes.
dude isn't worth the squeeze.
He
I'm
is
not even
aware
going
of
to
it.
stop
He
it. I
just doesn't
mean,
give
I
a
pulled
shit.
him over, but I see a
I'm
gun.
about to fall asleep here.
I'm not even going to write him a speech.
I ain't gonna
ticket.
fall
I'm not even
asleep.
gonna
I
approach
might
him. I'm
mag
just
dump
gonna
out
wave
my
and say,
goddamn window.
just have a
and
nice
just
day.
Dude,
I
if
hope
you hear
that
me
doesn't happen
snoring,
because
it's
I hope they're
not me.
whatever they stopped him for, they're going to follow.
No,
up
it's just you farting.
But the other thing is the chances of them now encountering guns and not, before they might walk and say, do you have a gun? And the person says, yes, in my glove box. Says, yes. Right now,
Well, you know what they say.
they're going to walk up and they're going to see it on the seat of the car.
Whoever
Right
smells
there,
it
hand. If What if the
Whoever
person
smelt
is
it
just
dealt.
nervous, as many of us do get nervous when the blue light comes on? And that officer sees twitching and you, all of a sudden, you move your hand off the steering wheel toward where that gun is on the seat.
Yeah,
It's
George,
a
and that's how I
split
feel.
second decision that officer has to make about,
Doesn't
because
that
maybe the
kind of
person
mean
is
that
going for the
cops
gun.
need to be less
Maybe they
trigger
are,
happy?
but maybe they're not. How,
Oh, dude, this
how
is the
does this
South.
possibly enhance officer
This
safety?
is the South.
The
Remember,
answer is it does not.
And Senator, do you
came
know
up
that I
with
really
police
appreciate
brutality.
what the other senator
Oh,
from
that's
Richmond
true.
gave to us, because
So where is
it was
law enforcement up north and
really a
northwest
snippet
won't do shit?
from those law enforcement officers
law
that came
enforcement
and
came up
testified
with
before our
brutality.
subcommittee. There were no law
They've got it
enforcement
down to
officers that
heart
came
down
and
here.
testified in favor
How did
of,
these people survive?
but there were several that came and testified against. But do you know that one of those law enforcement officers' concerns was that it was
Well,
going
I
to
don't know
put
if he's
their
giving people
officers
roofies in the back room,
those
though.
split-second decisions that you've talked about.
Yeah, he
And
kind of does.
they don't have the
Jordan.
luxury
Yeah.
of getting it wrong.
Right,
They
because
can
they
get
could-
it
they could be
right
dead.
100 times.
Hold on, let
They
me
get
see if I can
if
do
they get
my
it wrong
best.
once, they can kill somebody, or
My
somebody
best
can kill them.
Cosby impression.
Absolutely, Senator, and thank you so much. My
talk
grandfather
about
was
pudding.
a deputy
Jello
sheriff. I
pudding.
mean, I grew up in a law
pudding.
enforcement family. I
Bibbidi
grew up in a
bobbidi
family
boo, ghost town.
that
Now you
appreciated
kind of sound like
guns,
Joe
and
Biden. Though.
every member of my
Oh, yeah,
family
I'm trying,
has a
I'm trying.
gun. My
Yeah,
mom's got her
it's a hard impression.
CWP, and I mean,
It's hard, yeah.
we've got
But yeah, he does
guns.
look like Cosby.
All of us do,
So I wouldn't
probably.
take any
So that's not
alcoholic
the
drinks
issue.
from him.
I wouldn't
The
go out
issue
to
is
drinks
safety.
for him.
No.
And safety is clearly enhanced by training.
I wouldn't
And
go.
at the beginning of this debate, many of us said,
And
if we're
Hutto
going to
just
require training, if training is
looks
going
like
to be
he
a part of
sniffs
this,
small children.
not a
So,
problem.
No,
This idea that we're just going to put guns on
no,
the
he's
street,
just had one too many.
no
chicken wings.
training,
no.
that's
He
wrong.
looks
And
like he ought to have
70%
milk
of the
duds
people,
melting
I've
in
seen
his
multiple
lap in a
polls.
van.
It's a
near a
cross-party
fucking
line. It's
elementary school.
bipartisan.
I don't want to hear
People
that.
think if you're going to
I
have
know.
guns, not in
I
your
had to
house,
say it though.
on the street,
Wow.
walking down the
Wow,
street.
cowboy, come on, man. Be
If
nice.
you're going to have that, you
What
should
cowboy
have
say?
training. This isn't the old west or the wild west. This is South Carolina. We haven't, to my knowledge, I don't know when
Looking at my
the
bikini
last
man.
time people
Yeah.
could walk
No,
around
no, no,
here
the
with a
one
gun on
further
the street.
down.
It was probably several hundred years ago without
Get
training,
down, Steve Urkel.
or unless you were a law enforcement officer, because those are the people we have charged and empowered to
Yeah.
protect us from the bad guys.
He doesn't have the
Almost like
pocket
now,
protector.
we just don't
No,
trust
and
law
he doesn't have the
enforcement to protect us. We
glasses.
want everybody to have their own gun.
He has them off.
But it's to flip it over.
Yeah.
We're now allowing before, if you saw somebody with a gun, you might assume they were up to something. Now we've got
Yeah,
an
because
absolute, you
guns
can't
are so
presume they're doing
bad.
anything wrong. So what about the bad
What's
guys
the problem
with the
with
guns?
someone not doing
That
anything
is,
wrong?
they just walk
carrying a
around
gun
hiding in
openly
plain sight
out
because they're
in the
hiding
open?
along with the rest of us.
It's not like we
I
have
just got a gun.
But
So
decades of
the
history. of people.
Democrats want,
Convenience store
if you
calls and
want to give you
says,
constitutional carry,
I just
but
got robbed,
only-
and the
only
officer
so that
shows
the
up, and
cops can
6
stop
people
you
are
every
standing in the
fucking
parking
time
lot with a
and
gun.
harass you. That's
Yeah.
not constitutional carry.
He's got no idea who the robber might be, assuming that the robber was using a gun. But let's say they
If
said
you
he was
have a
using a gun.
report of the robber matching the description,
I'm just
that is
telling you.
probable cause.
If you are pro law enforcement, you're voting against this bill. If you believe
oh, I am so not pro
that
law
training
enforcement at this
is
point.
important,
Sorry, brother.
you're voting against this bill. If you believe that taxpayer money should only be spent wisely and thoughtfully, you're voting against this bill. I mean, the best
No
we've
one
heard
should
is
vote
I had
for
a
you.
5-minute conversation with Sled, maybe a day or two, maybe tonight, I don't know. And
This is
off the cuff,
in Orangeburg.
Sled says,
Please do
yeah,
not
we
vote
can.
for Brad Hutto in the next
I
election.
mean, I don't know how many billboards they put up for Click It or Ticket, how many ads they run for Click It or Ticket, and a lot of that money's grant money. This money's coming
I
out of
don't agree with
taxpayer
Click It or Ticket.
dollars. On top of that,
It
we're
shouldn't
putting
be
private
the government's
gun
decision on
trainers out
whether
of
I wear a
business.
seatbelt or not.
We're offering people to come shoot for free. You don't need to go down the range and pay. Just come on out on a Saturday. And not only that, you don't have to drive very far because we're going to put it in every county. Come on out and take the class.
Yes.
And it's a not well thought out compromise, if that's what you're going to call it. I'm certainly not voting for it, and I'd urge everybody not to vote for it.
Senator from Collington. What purpose do you
See if the
rise?
senator would yield for 2 quick questions.
Senator Yield for questions?
I will.
Senator Yields.
On the issue of fiscal impact statements, aren't those usually given to us by the Department of Revenue?
They are, and of course, our rules even require that we get one before second reading, but since we're on third reading and since this is an
But we
amendment.
carried over all second reading to, by agreement. So wouldn't it still require that we have a fiscal impact?
We didn't carry over second
people-
readings. I don't think under the rules, I wish it said that, but I don't think it says that, but you're right.
Absolutely insane.
Most fiscal impact statements are not
Absolutely
given
insane.
over the
I was the
phone
guy who
or-
put that
or
amendment in. I
by
withdraw
the
that
seat of
amendment.
somebody's pants,
No
talking to
kidding.
somebody on the
I
phone.
withdraw
What
that,
happens is
and
the
I'm
agent,
gonna
the
take
submission
my
is
little
made
red
to
ball and
the
go home.
and subdivisions that might be affected. Because
Anthony
remember, we
Smith,
said
what's
there
up,
are
brother?
some local law enforcement agencies that offer CWP classes. Well, if they've charged for them before,
Me
they
and
can't
Coop are
charge
here.
for them now. They got to
I'm
offer
still
them the
here.
free too, with free ammunition,
No.
They
and
gotta
everything,
staff it.
and
I
everything,
hate
and they got to
this.
staff it. So those,
It's
you know,
taking too long.
there are going to be some unintended consequences
I'm
on
looking,
the,
looking
on
for the end
training
right
You can't
now.
turn
There'll be
Coop's
some
camera off,
unintended
but I
consequences
can
on
turn
the
my
cost
camera
part.
off.
But
Yeah.
the real tragic unintended consequences
right
will
now,
be when we
Click your
Mike
camera
wrongfully
off.
probably
endanger
looking at
law
rope
enforcement
going,
officers,
you look
when we
really
wrongfully
goddamn good.
endanger the public because a law enforcement officer made a
Only if
mistaken
that rope's in a
split-second
bikini.
decision. I think that
shit.
most, not all,
That's just your
I think
thought,
most
man.
of these officer-involved shootings are
Well, you know,
because
it's the thong song.
these
My
situations
thong,
are very
thong,
fluid
thong.
and very fast. I agree with Senator Saab. I don't think law enforcement officers wake up thinking,
By
boy,
the way,
I
that
hope
was in
somebody out
the
there
Twisted
has a
Metal
gun
series.
so I can shoot
That's
them.
pretty
I
good.
mean, just don't believe that at all.
I don't either.
Right. So
Yeah.
what happens is
You remember
adrenaline
the
starts flowing.
Twisted Metal?
It's dark.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, they made a
you know,
TV series.
you got one
It was
officer,
great.
you got 4 people in the car.
It wasn't
Maybe
good
the
by any
2
means.
people on the front seat
But
are
it
really
was just
cool.
the
Everything's
the
fine.
right amount of
Nothing
bad
there. But
to
the
make
people
it
in the
like,
back
you know,
seat are
cult level.
agitated.
Yeah,
Somebody's
yeah.
reaching under the
You know,
seat.
cult classic.
You already see. Let's
Yeah,
say
a
you
lot
see
of
2
old
guns
movies
on
are
the
like that.
dash and
They
2
were
guns
just the
on the
right
front
amount of
seat, but
sucking
the
to
front
make
seat
This is a
passengers
TV
are
series. It
really
came out like
cool.
last year.
Everything's laid back. Not a problem, officers. But you got some twitchy guy in the back seat moving around and reaching under the seat.
I love
What's
how
the
they
officer
keep
supposed to do? Just
moving
wait until he
goalposts.
pulls out a gun and shoots him?
Exactly.
I mean,
It's
what
just-
we are putting them in an
Bad.
impossible
We
position.
went from
Because
my
right
wife
now,
borrowed the car.
if the officer sees a
and
gun
my
on the
gun was
seat,
in
he can
the
say, all
glove
right,
box,
everybody get out of the car. I
to
want everybody
all
out
of
of
a
the car,
sudden,
hands up right
there's
now. He
4
can
people in
actually
the car
handcuff
and
all
one's
4 of them,
twitchy and
search
goes
the
to shoot
car,
cops.
find the guns, if there are any, find out if they're stolen, find out if they got serial numbers sawed off of them, find out if the guns were stored
Those would
properly.
be ground off of them,
And
not
then
sawed off
if
of
there's a
them, you dumbass.
violation,
Just to let
check
you
the
know.
car, see if they're drugs, see if they're coming, had freshly committed crime.
Freshly
all bad
committed
news.
crime.
Second question,
opposed to
and I
stale
promised
crime.
2 questions. I received information today or questions today from a couple of police chiefs, and they were like, why would you put guns in the hands of 18-year-olds under this under this constitutional carry when they can't even hire people to work for them and send them to
Because
SLED until they're 21?
they
Can you make
still
some
go in the
sense out of
military,
that?
They can still
And-
go die overseas. They can still get married. They can
And,
still sign
and the way
fucking contracts.
amendment
why.
in the bill is written?
Medea.
I cannot, because we
Sit down.
know that a lot of times in that 18 to 21-year-old range, while we declare young people to be an adult at the age of 18,
Yes,
they are
cowboy.
still, and many times, determining what's right and wrong, and don't maybe have the best judgment under some circumstances, maybe hanging around with the wrong person. So you might be the driver of the car. You may want to do everything legal, but you got somebody in the back seat who's reaching for the gun.
So all of our rights depend
Right
on
now,
the lowest
under
common
these
denominator.
circumstances, what is the
That's where
officer
we're
to
going.
do? He can't.
The lowest
he
hanging
can't.
fruit.
He cannot say, "Wait a minute, I
Oh,
see a gun
that'd
on
be
the
my
front
nuts.
seat."
Well,
They
well,
hit
hold,
my-
hold on.
everybody to
Well,
stop right
mine
now
are
and get
hanging
out of the car.
low and
Can't
to
say
the
that
right, but
anymore.
that's neither here nor
He
there.
says you can't
Yeah, well,
do anything
if I
else.
wasn't wearing underwear, I'd
You
fucking
can't
kick him
make
every
any
time I walk
assumption.
across the room. But okay,
And you know what?
that's
Thank
just
goodness they're all going to be
because
wearing
I'm
body cameras.
47 years old these days.
And on the defense side, for those of us who practice that, thank goodness you're going to have that, because you're going to be filing filing motions to suppress because you're going to say, first thing you said on the body camera was you saw a gun. under this section, you can't use that. So that was the sole basis for you doing what you did.
Oh,
So
shut
everything
up.
else that happened is be suppressed. I mean, that doesn't make any sense either.
People try to use.
It handcuffs law enforcement officers and it endangers law enforcement officers. It causes South Carolinians to have to pay for something that they don't want to pay. But beyond that,
I don't want to pay for transgender surgery or abortion.
Everybody
but
in
I'm
this
doing
state
that. Fuck off.
believes that if you're going to carry a gun on the street, you ought to have training. And this does not require it. I'll move to table.
Motion is to table the amendment. Roll call has been requested. Do 5 members second the call?
Man.
More than 5.
I'm having flashbacks of the
Ring the bell.
Alabama arguments right now, and it's painful.
You know, Jordan says, I'm so glad I live in the USA. Yeah, this shit is happening, but the entire rest of the world is way worse. Europe is rioting, so is Canada. China is readying for war.
The motion is
actually China's having their own problem.
Yeah,
The amendment.
It could, Jordan.
Reading clerk, call the roll.
100% it could be worse. It really
Adams.
could.
China
No.
has a housing
Alexander.
problem right now.
No.
But the
Mr.
point
Allen.
is the road we're going
Allen,
down
not
right
voting, Mr.
now
Bennett?
is the way
No.
everybody else got there.
Mr. Campson. No.
And we're holding up
Cash.
stop signs and
No.
trying to wave
Clemmer.
everybody down, saying,
No.
hey, don't go there.
Courtney.
And they're still just
No. Mr. Cromer.
going.
No. Mr. Davis.
Which
No.
was concealed, though.
Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Fanning.
Yeah.
Mr. Fanning has leave. Mr. Gambrell. No. Mr. Garrett.
No, it needs
No.
to be dead out ass in the
Griffith.
open.
No.
But more people need to look at it.
No.
That's the point of
Mrs.
Night Strike
Gustafson.
Stream. That's the point of the
No.
streams I do.
Mr.
Is
Harpootlian.
to put this shit
Mr.
out
Harpootlian
in
has
the
leave.
open.
Mr. Hembry.
Yeah.
No.
Because most people
Oh.
never look at this.
Aye.
And you're going to hear
Jackson has
comment on this
leave.
shit.
Kevin
because
Johnson has
Oh,
leave.
I-
Mr. Michael Johnson.
If it's something I don't
No.
like,
Mr. Kimbrell.
then yeah, I'm going to say
No.
something because
Mr.
Yes.
Loftus.
I have an opinion.
No.
And if you
Mr.
don't like
Malloy.
my opinion, you don't have to agree with it. I understand that. You
No.
got your own opinion.
Martin.
I will gladly
Voice
No.
your own opinion where
Massey.
you can.
No.
If you don't
Matthews.
agree with my opinion, let me know.
Aye.
I will
Michael
post a
Bean.
link in the chat.
Aye.
I
Mr.
will
McLeod.
pull you onto my screen.
Mr.
And
Peeler.
as long as you're not an
No.
absolute
Rankin.
NPC that I have to kick
No.
off in 5
Mr.
seconds,
Wickenbach.
we can talk about it.
No. Mr. Rice.
Yeah.
No.
Just
Mr.
remember.
Sad.
Remember,
Aye. Mrs.
you
Sin.
can't talk about my
Aye.
wood.
Mr.
Only
Sexler.
I can talk about my wood.
Hey, look,
No.
my
Mrs.
wife
Sheehan.
talks about your wood constantly, so shut up.
Not voting Mr. Stevens.
All right.
Mrs. Shealy votes no, Mr. Stevens. Not voting Mr. Kelly has leave, Mr. Tedder. Aye.
Anybody who
Turner.
cannot take a joke,
No.
just go ahead and
Mr.
leave the
Burton.
stream. Just
No.
get on your little
Williams.
skis and
Aye. Mr. Young.
cross
Young
fit your
looks
ass right on out somewhere
Sutzler
else.
votes
That reminds
aye.
me of my old favorite game
Senator
on
Allen
Windows. Ski
votes
Free.
Aye.
I don't think I ever played that one.
You know, it was on Windows 3.1195.
Hey, dude,
Ski
I
Free.
remember
Senator
playing the
Stevens
Oregon Trail
Aye.
on DOS.
Well, it's free. You didn't have to buy
Other
it.
members
It came with
wishing
Windows.
to vote.
Yeah, I still
Senator
don't think I
Sin
remember that one.
votes
I seriously, I'm starting to get back into gaming though. I need to play more because
further members wishing to.
what are you doing, my child? Why are you
Senator from
still awake? Besides the fact that you're just
all
not-
members voted. Polls will close. The clerk will
What-
tabulate.
Go down. You're going to go. No, George, and I wouldn't be surprised either. That started before Trump got in office, and as much as I can't stand
By a
Trump,
vote
and a
of
lot of shit
13
he
to
did,
28, the
it
Senate
just got worse with
refuses
Biden.
to table the amendment. Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you ask?
You can't have a leader that weak and
Is there
not have
objection?
everything go to shit.
Hearing no objection.
They're doing a
Stand in
5-minute recess.
Recede for 5 minutes.
Oh, good. I got to pee anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
I might just try to go flush my goddamn head down the toilet. If I come back with wet hair, that's exactly what I did.
I can't believe you don't remember Ski Free.
I don't remember that one. I really don't.
Okay, Windows was at 3.1. It was on Windows 3.1. It was built in with solitaire.
Dude, I'm not saying I didn't play it. I just don't remember. I remember when
It's the one where
28
you basically skied around as a dude on the skis down a mountain, and sometimes the abominable snowman or a bear would come and eat you.
It sounds familiar because I remember when 28.8 kilobyte modems were fast.
Yeah.
That's how far back my 47-year-old ass goes. Hell, I remember my mom and dad downloading something. Oh fuck, we were on Fort Gordon, and it was a simple manual.
This is the 5-minute recess. All right,
yeah. Here. It was a simple manual that would take us like 3 seconds to download.
Ski Free.
That shit took like 6 fucking hours.
Look, just look at this fucking screen. It's Ski Free. That's what this was. Windows 3.1.
Hold on, let me get back because I was on the YouTube stuff. Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, good.
Yes, I do. I remember that.
Anyway,
it was like a lot of the other games.
I was playing this while I was listening to them and complaining. So
it's on a single plane and you're just moving right to left and maybe back or something. Yeah, I remember that.
And if you click enough times in the air, yeah. All right, Georgian, thanks for showing up. Good night.
Georgian, take it easy, brother. I'm not far from getting out. I'm going to give them about another 10 minutes, and I'm going to fucking bed because I said I stayed up till 2 something this morning listening to this Alejandro Mayorkas hearing, and then I never just go right to sleep. So it took me forever to get to sleep, and then woke up late as shit at like 7:30 to get my daughter ready for school and all that, and then ran around and went to work. So yeah, which I'm lucky if I get like 4 hours worth of solid sleep a night anyway. But it just this stuff is so fucking maddening.
I know.
It's extremely simple. One, the state constitution in South Carolina does not give the government explicit right or explicit power to regulate arms, period. And then, if you wanted to move to the federal constitution, well, that's simple. It doesn't give the government the power to regulate arms either. So any judge with any honesty and any fucking sense would be like, no, you can't do that, period. End of story. If you want to do that, you have to pass a fucking federal amendment to do so. And even then it wouldn't be right, but you'd have to pass a federal amendment. Then you would have to pass a state amendment to be able to do it. It's just, I'll be back.
All right. Yeah, this is on Rumble and on YouTube.
Did it pass yet?
No.
Nah, I didn't think
No,
so.
there's still a recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm
this,
playing Wolfenstein 3D.
dude, did you ever play the original Doom?
Yes, I have the original Doom. And I have Doom
shit
2.
was fucking addictive as shit.
I played Wolf 3D more, honestly.
Oh, the original Doom, man. When that shit came out, I had a cousin of mine that had a decent computer setup, and it like ate his RAM and everything all to death and back. But that game was addictive, and it's 2D. It's crazy, stupid Mario level shit at these days. But that stuff back then was like, damn. This big purple blob heading at you, and you're shooting it with the like what looks like 2 popsicle sticks, and it's a shotgun. Yeah, that shit was great.
It's not a blob, it was a demon.
Oh, I know it was a demon. Like I said, dude, I remember playing the Oregon Trail in junior high in damn Heidelberg, Germany on the computer. All green script, and the little thing blips across the screen. And you're like, oh, I shot it. You shot a rabbit. You get to eat today. Fuck, we all would have died. Oh man, there's no way I could have imagined the graphics we have now compared to where I started out actually gaming. It's freaking insane. Now we got VR. How we can put on VR headsets and live in it. And dude,
Yeah, I don't know. We can have VR porn, but
look, man, I'm pretty sure those midgets you're watching are not as old as the donkeys. I'm just saying.
No, they're older.
Well, maybe my donkeys are a little underage than yours, so I'll have to hit you up later and ask.
I don't want no underage donkeys.
Hey, look, the midget is a solid 40. I'm just saying, the donkey might not be that old.
I don't want to know.
This is where my sense of humor just takes off.
So does mine.
This is another reason we get along.
All right.
Oh man, I gotta crank up. I bought a regular Nintendo NES from a guy a couple years ago.
Okay, treasure ratio 100, kill ratio 100, secret ratio 100 on the first level of Wolf 3D.
Oh damn, you're kicking ass.
I know that level in and out.
I gotta crank up my original. Like I said, I bought a original NES, the original Nintendo that me and my brothers got in like 1984. Same system. I got that a couple years ago from a dude. I gotta crank that thing up and run it a little bit. Play Contra and damn Metal Gear Solid, the original Metal Gear, and goof off because that shit was fun as hell. Mario Brothers. But if you don't have the cheat codes, that shit'll piss you off.
Oh, if I wanted to use cheat codes, I can just use cheat codes.
Hey, look, do you not remember? Let's say you play Contra and it was like up, up, down, down, left, right, select, whatever. And you get like 99 lives in Contra.
Like, let's say up, down, left, right.
Yeah.
Select, start, AB or something like that.
Yeah.
Konami code.
Yeah, you get like 99 lives in Contra. So you could die quite a bit and beat the whole game. That was the way to go. The freaking I had some original games for it. And then I ordered this disc, or not disc, but a cartridge that has the other games on it, but it will not do the cheat code, so I'm fucked. I die in like the first 2 levels of goddamn Mario Brothers right now, which is amazing because it's like fucking 3 buttons. I go play Borderlands for like 9 hours straight.
Borderlands 1, yes. Borderlands 2. I didn't like Borderlands after 2.
I didn't get into 1. I played it a little bit. My wife got me into 2, and we rocked that game. It was a
2 was all right.
Blast. And then 3. And which one are we playing? Is it 3 we're playing now? Yes, 3 we're playing now.
3 sucks.
I don't know. It's decent. It's getting me back into doing some gaming. I'll say that.
Senate will be back in order. Senate will come to order.
Back.
Here we go.
We'll start video off.
Amendment number 36 is before us. The pending question is the adoption of that amendment.
Yeah.
Roll call has been requested.
935.
More than 5. More than 5. 5.
And it still kills me. The Republicans are the ones that are
Clerk, ring the
absolutely
bell.
screwing this up.
Reading clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander?
The arcane game.
Aye.
Right.
Mr.
Yeah.
Allen?
Cowboy Hillbilly says this
No.
late night live stream is brought to you by Night Strike
Aye.
1.
Mr. Campson?
Coffee. Yeah.
Aye. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr.
This
Clever?
is brought to you by pain and
Clever votes
suffering.
aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye.
I may have to
Mr.
get
Davis?
a shot of
Aye.
Jim Beam
Mrs.
tonight.
Devine?
Dude,
No.
I would have done filled a
Fanning?
fucking 24-ounce glass and been
Fanning has leave.
slamming it.
Mr. Gambrell? Aye.
I'll get a shot
Garrett?
tonight, and I'll just do
Aye.
that because I don't want to
Goldfinch?
drink the whole thing because I bought a
Aye.
huge bottle the other
Mr.
day.
Grooms? Aye.
Yeah, that huge bottle would be
Mrs.
in
Gustafson?
probably danger.
Aye.
by
Mr.
now.
Harpootlian has leave. Mr. Hembry?
I probably would
Aye.
have.
Mr. Hutto?
I need to crank my
No.
damn whiskey still back up.
Jackson
so
has
this is
leave.
over.
Mr. Kevin Johnson has leave.
Whoa,
Mr. Michael
whoa, whoa.
Johnson.
You said that on the air.
Aye. Mr. Kimbrell?
Yeah, I did.
Don't say that on air. The ATF will come after you.
Loftus votes
Yeah,
aye.
well,
Mr.
the
Malone?
AFT can blow me.
No. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews?
Holy crud, I thought it was
No.
over. No, they're
McElveen?
still going.
No.
They took a
Mr.
2.5
McLeod?
hour break, but they're back.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Pino?
They are
Aye.
back, and they are still
Aye.
going.
Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice?
Fucking
Aye.
Energizer doesn't make
Sam.
batteries that last this
Votes
long.
no. This is sin. No.
That's a
Mr. Sexler?
proper name.
No. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens?
Yes,
That's
this
voting
is
Mr.
kind of like
Talley.
NASCAR.
That's
You
leave.
could have
Mr. Tedder?
like left 3 hours ago
No.
and not missed a
Mr. Turner?
fucking thing. They're
Aye.
still
Mr.
in
Burton?
turn 2.
Aye. Mr. Williams?
And for the NASCAR fans
Mr.
in the
Williams
chat,
not voting?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Williams votes
It's just
no.
honest.
Mr. Young? Young votes aye.
Fred says he's got a
If
buddy
all
who may have
senators
line
voted.
52-7. Good luck.
Of all senators voted, Senator Stevens votes
Ooh, nice,
no.
Fred. You know, now that I think
All
about
senators
it,
voted.
I'm going to
this
look at
is
arms
about
count.
like
Polls
watching
will close,
fucking
and the clerk will
NASCAR.
tabulate.
No, this is like watching paint dry.
They're making a left turn. And if you've ever seen Jeff Dunham, you'll get the joke. They're making another left turn. Come back in 10 minutes. You ain't gonna miss a fucking thing. That's this.
That's
A vote of
what
28
that other one he's
13,
got,
the
Bubba.
amendment is adopted by the Senate.
It was Bubba J who did that one. No,
Yeah.
no, it wasn't Bubba J.
Senator from Darlington. What
It
purpose
was
do you have?
Sweet Daddy.
It was
Take
Sweet
your
Daddy.
inquiry.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
Sweet
many
Daddy did
amendments
that.
are remaining on the desk?
We'll check.
We got
I'm informed that we
9,000
have 3 amendments
left.
on the desk.
And who are the authors of those amendments?
Senators Matthews, Senator Hutto, and Senator Jackson, now I'm informed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, make it stop. Nice
All
try.
the
Make it
Democrats-
stop.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
This has got to be what it's like
Seems
when
like
you
this
guys
would
are
be a good
watching my
time to
share of the
adjourn
pain
for the
stream.
evening. So I
Make
wanted to
it
see
stop.
before we do that if
It
there are
just
any
keeps
unanimous
going.
consent requests. Mr. President.
Senator from Edgefield.
Although
President, I
Matt
move the
Strike,
Senate
you-
now
you
adjourn.
need a
Motion is
public
that the Senate do
service
now
announcement.
adjourn. All in favor would say aye. Any opposed? Hearing
Yes,
none, the
I would be
ayes
there
have it. The Senate
opposed as a
stands adjourned to
motherfucker.
meet
We're
at 11
rolling this out.
a.m. tomorrow, Thursday.
All right, they're finally done.
You know what you're doing 11 something tomorrow.
Fuck.
Yep. I'll be there with it till a little bit. I ain't got to go to work till like 12 tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be there with
Oh,
you. Just make it stop. This is
uh,
like prison rape. And you're up against.
no,
I
this is
can't finish out that whole thought. I won't.
this is
stand it.
worse. It's worse.
Why? Because in prison rape they use grape jelly. I mean, what?
I don't know. I honestly,
Oh
I don't know. I
God.
don't know. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Good night.
You guys take it easy, man. Night will strike it up tomorrow. I will I'll probably be in the chat. There's probably some dumb
I'm
shit
pressing
I'll
the
be
button
watching
now.
before then.
Fo-
Hit it. Hit
Bye,
it. Go.
Felicia.
Go.
I'm waiting for it to turn 50.
I'm not turning 50 for another 3 years. So
No,
hit
no,
it.
no, no, not you. Shut up. 11:50. All right, we're ending it. Bye bye.
Later, guys. Love you guys.